My name is Li Yin. Everyone knows me by the title, the Invincible Banished, Immortal #1 under heaven, because I possess a physique that makes me the granddaddy of all cultivation geniuses. Just 1 hour of my cultivation is equal to 10 years for anyone else. Cultivating 10,000 times faster. What's the point of even fighting? I own this game. With just a single thought, I can send anyone to the scoreboard. Possessing Luffy's Conqueror's Haki makes enemies pee their pants in fear. Not only that, I was also the leader of the Revolutionary Army. I've been through countless life-and-death battles. But that was 2 years ago. The me of now is just an ordinary person with nothing outstanding. Precisely because the uprising last year was disbanded. The new emperor ascended the throne. May the world be at peace again. Now, marrying an ordinary wife is nothing outstanding either. Her name is Zhu Ruoli. Although her family background isn't great, she isn't vulgar either. She's also very beautiful. This is the life I truly wanted. An ordinary wife. An ordinary self. Everything is just like that. All very ordinary and leisurely. But this ordinary is in quotation marks. Just chilling on the balcony when an explosion appeared in the middle of the city. Down below, a group of rebels is terrorizing the citizens. Overthrow the dog emperor. Heaven will bless great Qian. Long live the righteous army. Long live the banished immortal. What the hell? Why did those guys come out to rebel again? Those brutal rebels are burning civilian houses, slaughtering innocent people, spared neither the old nor the young. The main character also noticed Zhu Ruoli gripping the balcony railing tightly, thinking she was scared. Bastards, rebelling right on top of my head. You guys scared the soul out of my wife. The main character hugged Ruoli, trying to look cool. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I absolutely won't let you get hurt. Ruoli didn't look very scared, though. She just said a few words. Traitors are just like that. They are parasites that only know how to destroy, always ruining things. All day long, they only know how to destroy. Sooner or later, they'll get their karma. Go out the gate and get hit by a carriage. Drink water and choke. Go to pee and get a blockage. Go to poop and get stuck. Ruoli's curses felt like punches straight to the main character's face. It hurts. Being cursed by my wife hurts so much. The main character's face was melting. Sweating bullets, he tried to change the subject. Don't talk about the traitors anymore. The previous emperor was stupid and immoral. Pushed an old lady into the sea and raped a pig. And didn't even like and subscribe to the comic. That's why so many rebellions happened. Who knows if the new emperor is a real dog emperor or not? Hearing the main character say that, Ruoli suddenly puffed up her cheeks and glared at him with daggers in her eyes. The main character didn't understand what he said wrong, not thinking too much about it. The main character picked up Ruoli and ran out of the dining room. Just as they stepped out, they met the rebel army standing right in front of the door. The main character gallantly and handsomely said, "No need to fear. Hide behind my back." The main character pointed his finger and babbled something like a stoner. Heavenly King covers the earthly tiger. The leader didn't understand at all. What the hell are you saying? What are you looking at? Looking at your face, you dimwit. Believe it or not, I'll kill you. Ugh, big brothers. Can we make peace? If there's an issue, let's talk it out slowly. Peace is precious. Damn, don't you understand the code? Are these guys fakes? They have no internal energy, chi, in their bodies. Two ordinary people with no money. Just kill them, right? Kill them directly. Looking at their poor appearance makes me unhappy. Ruining the big plan. Kill the man to shut him up. He looks like an eyesore. Leave the woman. Later, after we're done, let me enjoy her. Finished speaking, the whole group of rebels rushed forward like hungry tigers. Hiding my chi, and you can't even tell? You bunch of noobs. Seeing this, just as he was about to reveal his identity, Ruoli suddenly grabbed the main character's hand and dragged him away to run. We can't cause such a big commotion. Otherwise, my affairs in the capital will be exposed. The main character gathered spiritual energy and pointed his finger at the rebels. Truly a gentle attack. Not a single sound. But this gentle is a bit strange. The entire street was destroyed by a tiny bit of the main character's spiritual energy. The main character sat on the ground, only able to blame himself for being too strong. Just a slip of the hand. The main character started lying through his teeth. Are you okay? Looks like an expert helped us. We are really lucky, haha. A moment later, the Imperial army arrived to check the situation. Search carefully for me. Arrest all unrelated people nearby. We're screwed. Going to be eating state rice, jail food, for a long time this time. The Imperial official bent down to inspect the rubble. Black tortoise stone crushed in an instant. To be able to do this, could it be that person? Right after that, he looked over and saw Ruoli. Suddenly, he broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly ordered, "Separate the men and women for interrogation." The main character was immediately carried off to the station. "Don't be afraid. It's okay. I'll come find you very soon." After the main character was taken away, the remaining officials stood in front of Ruoli and suddenly knelt down, clasping their hands. "Greetings, Your Majesty. We have startled Your Majesty. A moment later, Kinhai. Are these the people present at the Lantern Festival?" "Yes, Your Majesty. Absolutely do not miss anyone. I was clearly there, yet I didn't detect who made the move." "Your Majesty, the identity of those traitors has been investigated. They are hooligans from the capital. Someone used money to hire them to disguise themselves, if I'm not mistaken. So, the noble families are playing tricks. Your Majesty, you have just ascended the throne. The noble families are still very important. Traitors, noble families. If the leader of the rebel army is also in the capital, where could he be hiding?" Scene shifts to the 6-fan gate. Side door. After being taken to the station for tea, the main character was released. "Mr. Lee, take care. Come visit when you have time. Thanks for the hospitality, haha." Strange. Why was the 6-fan gate so polite? They didn't even interrogate me. They even served me and then released me. So surreal. Could it be because I liked that video? Walking 2 steps, he saw Ruoli waiting in front of the door. "Why did you come out so late? Were you inside talking to some girl?" "Sorry, I kept my wife waiting long. I thought you would be tortured. The capital hasn't been very peaceful lately. You must pay attention to safety." "Is it the rebels?" "Not just the rebels. They're also the noble families. Those people were sent by the noble families. The goal is to startle the new emperor, to shake the foundation. Then they can gain more benefits. The new emperor just ascended the throne. She wouldn't dare touch them either." "Wow, wifey is really amazing. How do you know so much? It's almost like you are the emperor." Ruoli felt like she was hit in the bullseye and turned her head to avoid eye contact. "I just accidentally overheard it from the interrogation officer of the 6-fan gate earlier. On the way home, the two of them met a wife crying for her husband who was just killed by those hooligans." Ruoli said worriedly, "If something happened just now, we would really be separated." But the main character wasn't afraid. He held her hand and distributed dog food, PDA, to the single brothers. "No need to worry. With me here, this is the safest place." "You mean you're safe, right? Looks like I have to deal with the rebels and the noble families. I can't let them hurt him." "Noble families, huh? The emperor doesn't dare to deal with you? Then I will." The next morning, everyone was buzzing about the incident last night. Apparently, a certain noble family was robbed yesterday. Not just robbed. I heard the faces of the Huang family head and his wife were drawn on with flowers by the thief. Now the whole Huang family is in chaos like a pot of porridge. Seems like your mood isn't bad. Seeing bad people get karma. I feel very happy. My wife is really cute. In short, just cute. Peaceful life has returned. No fighting and killing. And infighting. Everything is very peaceful. Honest common folks. Just chilling when some character masked like a robber appeared. Oh, what the hell? Where did this weirdo come from? One look and you know this person is a good guy. Seeing the main character checking out someone else's grapefruits, Ruoli blushed with jealousy. "No, waifi. I just find her identity suspicious." Seeing the main character paying attention, this masked person immediately greeted them. "Hello, brave warrior. Today is also a day full of hope. If you're advertising, I'm calling the 6-fan gate. Besides, your identity is already exposed. What's the use of covering your face? Damn, isn't this to hide my appearance? This way, even if the dog emperor finds out, I won't be wanted. You guys even know you'll be wanted? Huh, why does my back feel cold? Wait a minute, I think I met you somewhere. Take off the mask and let me see. Are you the tenant who owes me rent?" Realizing she was discovered, this character immediately tried to change the subject. "Quick, look over there. There's a beauty taking off her pants." Hearing that, both the main character and the girl turned their heads to look. Seeing the main character was tricked, the masked person immediately fled. While running, she tripped on grass and fell flat on her face. During the fall, the face mask fell off. Seeing the main character approaching, she immediately kowtowed right then and there. "Lord Landlord, I bow to you. I beg you to spare me this once. I think I remember your name is Li Shua. I remember you are probably not a member of the rebel army. Although I'm not one right now. I will be one very soon. Wait until I join the righteous army and find that person. Then I can pay the rent. Rolly wondered. Who is that person? That person is a strategist whose character and economics far exceed ordinary people. The unparalleled leader of the righteous army. Lord Banished Immortal. I will definitely find him. Years ago, before my father died, he gave me a picture of Lord Banished Immortal. So, just relying on the picture, I will find him. Motherf asterisk her. There's a picture. I clearly destroyed all clues about me. I am screwed. If this continues, the fact that I was the leader of the rebel army will be known by my wife. Contrary to the main character's thoughts, Rolly really wanted to know. I don't know why. Records related to the Banished Immortal all disappeared mysteriously. Good chance. Finally, I can know what that bastard looks like. Although he looks a bit ugly. His face looks like a shoe, but he is our leader. Recently, I've been asking passersby. Might as well ask you guys too. Have you seen this person? This. Should I feel happy or pained? Moreover, I've seen this picture somewhere before. Rolly believed it completely. Could that be the appearance of the rebel leader? Suddenly, the commoners shouted. It's the rebels. The rebels appeared. Li Shui immediately used a ninja skill to retreat. Illusion. You can't see me. You can't see me. Could this be that person's final resort? Hey girl, is there something wrong with your brain? Hey, have you heard? Rebels appeared at the Red Sleeve Pavilion. I heard it's the ringleader. He dared to strut into the brothel. Could it be the legendary Banished Immortal was caught? How is that possible? What kind of person is the Banished Immortal? Even the Six Fan Gate hasn't been able to touch him. And they want to catch him? Ridiculous. Which colleague got caught? Could it be an acquaintance? Meanwhile, at the Red Sleeve Pavilion. This guest, do you really treat our Red Sleeve Pavilion as a charity house? Which type do you want? I will find one for you. Oh, you'll help me find one? Yes, yes. I will help you find one. I came here to find a man. What? You want to find a man? So it's a sword-fighting situation. Right after that, someone kicked the door open. I am Yun E of the Yun family. By the Emperor's order, I am here to arrest the wanted criminal Jean Hu. Be obedient and surrender. Jean Hu stood up with a grumpy face and approached Yun E. Yun E immediately got into a stance, ready for a quick battle. I advise you not to resist. But the script seemed a bit wrong. Jean Hu immediately knelt down to make peace. You finally came. I've been waiting for so long. Quickly arrest me. I've spent all my travel expenses. I'm about to starve to death, damn it. I surrender. Quickly take me to prison to eat state rice. It's me. I am a traitor. Quickly arrest me. Let go. Snot and tears are all over my leg. And just like that, Jean Hu is chained and taken to the station. Bandit leader Jean Hu has come to find you. I didn't expect a doctor like me to end up like this today. 7 years ago, Jean Hu is still a doctor treating everyone. Doctor, my hand is injured. Small matter, leave it to me. I clearly only used a little bit of strength. It hurts. I think my arm is broken. It's okay. Don't be afraid. I'll reconnect it for you. And so, the hand went where the leg should be. The leg went where the hand should be. Turning a lame pig into braised pork. After that, I became wanted. Put a bounty on Jean Hu's head. Whoever catches Jean Hu gets a reward of 3 billion berries. Not long after that, I joined the rebel army. Until I met him falling from the sky to the earth. What's happening? Someone is falling from the sky. Could it be a messenger sent by heaven? The main character sat up, feeling like he broke 300 bones, and met the kind doctor. Luckily, I was there. He survived. Then he became our leader. Wait, that is... The rumors were true. Sure enough, you are in the capital. What are you looking at? Is one of your accomplices among that group of people? Oh my sir, you misunderstood. With such a smart, handsome guy by my side, how could old Zhang look at anyone else? Stop pretending. Then what did you come to the brothel for? The brothel has handsome, rich young men. I like little fresh meat like you. Yun he sweated from his butt. Quickly arrest this perverted, hentai, sick bastard for me. Little handsome guy, I'll wait for you in prison. Jean Hu, this guy got caught on purpose. Could it be he came to find me? What are you thinking about so deeply? Nothing. I was just thinking if something happened to me, would you come to find me? Ruoli turned her head and walked away, saying, Really? You mean, with me here, nothing will happen to you. Scene shifts tonight. The main character wasn't sleeping at this hour, but jumping on roofs like a monkey, heading to the Great Chien Sky prison, sneaking in to visit an old friend. Great Qian Sky Prison is the most heavily guarded place in the capital. Legend has it that years ago, a certain thief saint came here to save someone. Then his legs were broken right at the prison gate. Captain, is our sky prison really unbreakable? That is natural. Let me tell you guys, if anyone can break into this place, then I'll go home and let my wife cuckold me. This guy boasted loudly, unaware that the main character had already entered. Sure enough, I knew you would come to find me. Long time no see. Leader, haha. That's right. Long time no see. Big beard. Sure enough for you. Entering the Great Qian Sky Prison is as easy as flipping a hand. Worthy of being the man I saved. What did you save me? Why don't I remember? Wait, unless you mean when I transmigrated here. Undergoing your treatment led to me lying in bed for 30 months. Luckily, my time hadn't come yet, so I survived. That was just an accident. But also because of this, we discovered that physique of yours. After recovering, I discovered I could absorb qi to temper my body. Cultivation speed of 1 day equals 1 year for others. Also because of that, I could quickly become stronger. But this physique has a fatal weakness. The stronger I get, the problem becomes more serious. That is hair loss. Luckily, you researched an anti-hair loss medicine, so I didn't go bald. Otherwise, I couldn't have married such a beautiful wife. Maybe a certain bald guy needs this medicine. Is that your wife? I saw her. Pretty beautiful. You were really lucky. Let's end the old stories here. Then the prison visit is over. I'm going back. My wife is waiting at home. Come back. I haven't finished speaking. To be honest, I'm not hiding anything. I suffered qi deviation while cultivating. Maybe I won't live much longer. So I risked death to come find you and ask if there's a way. After all, you're the strongest in the world. In terms of cultivation, no one compares. The main character put on an extremely serious face and gave advice. You should drink plenty of water. Oh, shut your mouth. Just kidding. Big beard. My physique is special, so I don't get qi deviation. Sorry. Can't help you. I can only give you all my assets. Oh my, that's embarrassing. You have so many assets, I couldn't spend them all even if I died. Right after that, the main character pulled out 3 buns. Manta buns? This is all your assets? That's right. Spent all 5 cents of mine. I have to owe my wife money. Tomorrow I have to pay back 50,000 taels. Holy sh*t, that's worse than loan sharks. The dignified leader of the righteous army has fallen into the path of being whipped by his wife. Forget it. Seeing you like this before I leave is good enough. Don't say such unlucky words. Big beard, your life is tough. You'll get through it. Besides, there is one thing you must pay attention to. Now the new emperor has just ascended. The Imperial court is quite weak. The noble families all intend to rebel. Especially that Huang family. They not only colluded with the remaining rebels, but seem to be hatching some plot. I have a premonition. This matter is not simple. Maybe the whole capital, even Great Qian, will be implicated. While talking, suddenly there was a noise from outside. Sensing someone coming to check, the main character immediately fled. I understand what you said. I'm leaving first. The main character disappeared instantly. Yun, he came to check. Was there someone here just now? Little brother, you came? Did you find an excuse for the two of us to be alone? I'm so happy. Hearing that, Yun Yi's face turned pale, feeling a phantom pain in his butt. On the main character's side, he thought while walking back, the Huang family, huh? Have I fought them before? Intelligence is limited right now. Go find a monk to listen to some intel first. The power of the new emperor and the noble families are starting to clash. Another emperor dying has nothing to do with me. The important thing is don't disturb my life and implicate my wife. Let me see what plot you guys have. Just relying on your tiny noble family. What do you do to me? The next morning at Longshan Temple. Longshan Temple is the most prosperous temple in Great Qian. The abbot of Longshan Temple is the highly respected Master Kong one. Usually, Master Kong one helps beggars. Through them, he built a powerful intelligence network. Because of that, he also became the person with the fastest news in the city. Early in the morning, Li Shui came to ask Master Kong one for advice. Master Kong one, I heard your news updates are very fast. Accurate news too. I beg you, please tell me where the leader of the righteous army is. Umipa, Benefactor is not the first person to come ask this old monk about this. It's just, this old monk swears to God. I really don't know where that person is. Just as he finished the sentence, the main character appeared right in front of him. Buddha is merciful. Please forgive my lies. Mr. Landlord, why did you two come here? I heard the wishing tree here is very effective. We, husband and wife, came here to hang a tag to make a wish. Sister Zhu believes in this too? Hearing the main character's wife's name, Old Kong when panicked. Zhu, that's the emperor's surname. Emperor, husband and wife. What kind of situation is this? When the new emperor ascended the throne, I was in the palace presiding over the ceremony. It is absolutely that person. No mistake. Am I dreaming? The great traitor feared by the world married the empress of Great Qian? I have finished making my wish. I won't disturb you here anymore. You too. This old monk won't reveal the secret. Both of them didn't understand what nonsense the old man was spouting. Nothing. People at this age tend to talk nonsense. Looking at their reactions, could it be they don't know? The old man led both of them to a huge tree and introduced it. This is the wishing tree of Longshan Temple. People say the wishing tree of Longshan Temple is very effective. Because of that, many pilgrims flock here. Speaking of this, we must thank benefactor Li's idea. The main character turned around and saw several kind warrior monks scamming people. This benefactor, I see your forehead is dark. In the next few days, you will definitely encounter a disaster. Only by praying here can you avoid the calamity. Right now, our prayer service has a discount. Only 9.9 taels. The whole family, young and old, will be safe. Only 9.9 taels. No disaster. No scam. What are you waiting for? Hearing that, the person believed it completely. I pray for 10 things. Here is 100 taels. No need for change. Warrior monks price gouging. Who dares to say no? You two write down your wishes. Hanging it on the tree will do. Both looked up at the tree. In their hearts, they knew what they wanted to write. That is, whoever watches this video, please like and subscribe. Monk, actually, I have something to ask you. The Huang family, what are they doing? This old monk doesn't know why the Huang family has a plot. I only know, rising grain store. If benefactor wants to know clearly, then go there and see. Enough. Thanks. Truly a special fate. How do these two end up as husband and wife? If one day they find out each other's identities, what choice will they make? Will it be a scene of swords clashing in bed? Then this beautiful scene right now is truly a pity. The two wooden wishing plaques on the tree both read, "Hope we stay together forever." Scene shifts to the Great Qian prison. At this moment, Chen Hai and Yun Yi are interviewing Jean Hu. I ask you one more time, where is the leader of the rebel army? Who knows? Maybe deep in the 20,000 leagues under the bottom of society. Didn't I already tell you the detailed information? You mean this thing? In the most critical moment, he can transform into a giant mecha over 2,000 meters tall, proficient in all kinds of ninjutsu. Almost became a pirate to find One Piece. At the same time has a harem ranging from BB to lowly. He is the enemy of those who commit evil acts. Friend of the kind. The chosen one who gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Yun Yi read the testimony and felt his lungs exploding. What the hell are you saying? Only a stoner could write this. Humph. Relying on your IQ. You can't understand the content above. I don't know either. That Bradley Yun wrote this nonsense, but it's enough to scare people. Mr. Chen Hai, I think we should use torture. Just try it then. Do you think we will be afraid of this? I think we should bring a pack of wolves. Then feed them a little rocket 1H, Viagra. Zhang Hu's face turned pale, feeling a phantom pain in his butt. Holy sh**t. I'll confess everything. Then tell me, who brought the manta you ate? How do you know I ate manna last night? I remember I licked the plate clean, didn't leave a single crumb. I checked your poop very carefully. I even tasted it. Definitivamente, no mistake. It was exactly that taste. Amazing. Worthy of being Mr. Chun Hai. Not missing a single detail. Eating sh**t to find clues. Truly high class. Zhang Hu was terrified. Truly a lunatic. Everyone in the 6 fan gate is a lunatic. Are these guys solving cases on meth? The food we gave you these past few days didn't include mantu. It can be seen that someone specially brought it to you. Someone who can enter the sky prison without being detected. Except for that rebel leader, who else could it be? I ask you, is he hiding in the capital? Zhang Hu is speechless, not knowing what to say. Your expression has betrayed you. This is enough to confirm it. Hey, if I were you, I wouldn't put all my attention on the banished immortal. What do you mean? Why do you think the noble families are so arrogant lately? They must have enough military power to have the right to be so domineering. Some sources in my righteous army indeed have thoughts of rebelling. But if he hadn't disbanded the whole army, what do you think would have happened? Scene shifts to the Imperial Palace. Chen Hai entered the palace to report everything to Ruoli. From the act of giving the prisoner Mantu, we can see perhaps his funds are insufficient. Moreover, he came to the Sky Prison but didn't break him out. It proves he temporarily has no thoughts of uprising. But there is a possibility of ambush. This humble subject boldly speculates. Maybe he disbanded the rebel army because he wanted to return to a normal life. For example, getting married, having a wife and kids, so he can't do dangerous things. According to the intelligence revealed by the prisoner, most noble families will collude with the remnants of the rebel army. But the leader is not that person. My beloved subject did well. You can compete with Conan. Conan? Who is your majesty talking about? Nothing. Just an outstanding young genius, specializing in solving difficult cases. Lian tells me stories about this young man every day. Does this person really exist in the world? Receiving favor, this subject will definitely be dedicated to the work. To repay your majesty's love, you may withdraw. This subject withdraws. Short on money, married, wants to return to a normal life. This range is too broad. For example, Mali Yun is also like that. Just mentioning the main character. At this moment, he is scouting around the rising grain store. Can't be like before. Using force to barge in. Must think of a way to sneak in. Can't make a big scene. Otherwise, wifey will worry about me. While thinking of a way to sneak in, he noticed people from the 6th fan gate. He immediately had an idea. Merchants fear city management. It's the same in any world. At this moment, Lian also entered the shop to observe carefully. Suddenly, a guard rushed in frantically. Shopkeeper, big trouble. Secret spy reported that people from the 6th fan gate are coming here. Maybe they know I'm keeping Kadir Lolis in the basement. What? The shopkeeper handed the guard something and said, "Take this and leave quickly. Must deliver it to the family head." And, just as the main character planned, he secretly followed the guard. A moment later, Chen Hai and his cohorts arrived to inspect. Surround this place for me. Don't let anyone leave. Search for me. Don't miss any suspicious place. Arrest all those keeping Kadir Lolis. Reporting to my lord, we didn't discover any suspicious situation. Who reported this intelligence? The reporter claimed to be a spy placed in the mortal world by His Majesty. Calling himself Imperial Secret Agent 007. 007 reemerges? His Majesty's person? Could it be His Majesty's instruction? Chen Hai noticed something below. Discovered a strange crystal. He immediately knew this was crystal meth. These guys are cooking meth. Scene shifts to the main character. At this moment, he also finished looting the guard. This matter, sure enough, reporting it gets the job done. 6th fan gate is really easy to fool. These tool people are truly useful. A bit admiring the Emperor now. Let me see. What exactly is their plot? January 20th. Mrs. Huang went to young Master Chen's house. Left after 10 minutes. January 21st. Mrs. Huang went to young Master Lu's house. Left after 20 minutes. January 22nd. Mrs. Huang, what the hell is this? Is this a cuckold diary? Waiting for a day of revenge to use it? Using the story of being cuckolded as a code. Truly a ruthless person. Not right. The ledger has this written on it. Clearly hiding something. Try using chi to test it. Then the main character channeled spiritual energy into the book. The words written in the book gradually distorted and changed. So that's it. Using chi or to write the book like this, even if someone steals it. If they don't use chi, they won't see the hidden content either. The content in the book says, maybe he is also in the capital. But it doesn't matter. This letter has no impact. When the Emperor leaves the palace, start the operation. Is this referring to me? Look at this content. So they plan to assassinate the new Emperor while she leaves the palace for a stroll? Although this has nothing to do with me. But if it becomes a big deal, it won't be like that anymore. The Emperor leaving the palace for a stroll is a tradition after ascending the throne. Don't know what method these guys will use then. Whatever happens to the Emperor is fine. Just afraid their actions will be like last time, affecting my wife. Then I only have one way. Just need to refuse to participate in this activity. After all, have to hide far away. Trouble won't find me. Scene shifts to Roli's place. Your Majesty, Lord Chen Hai requests an audience. Let him in. This humble subject greets Your Majesty. Your Majesty truly predicts like a god. This subject followed your majesty's instructions and investigated. The Huang family indeed has a plot. My instructions? What the hell did I instruct? This guy is getting better at talking. This yellow chi, or is called explosive flamestone. It was discovered in the Huang family's grain store. The power isn't great, but a large amount of or gathered together will cause a huge explosion. This humble subject suggests canceling the palace excursion this time. Emperors of all dynasties do not skip this tradition upon ascension. Canceling it now, isn't that helping the noble families be arrogant? It's time to let them know who the real master of Great Qian is. If I can't even handle these things, then how can I give him a peaceful life in the capital? Moreover, meeting him while traveling is also an experience I'm very curious about. A moment later, Your Majesty, snacks from the Imperial kitchen have arrived. What flavor does Your Majesty want? Ruoli only answered one sentence, making the maid confused. Clearly, Your Majesty likes sour things. Why take sweet things every time? As for why, of course, it's to fatten up the main character. Ruoli brought all the Emperor's snacks to the main character. Your cooking skills are getting better and better. But cooking so much, aren't you tired? Not too tired, because she didn't cook a damn thing, right? Tomorrow, my friend and I agreed to go watch the new Emperor leave the palace for a stroll. Agreed to watch the new Emperor? You have friends? Why not go with me? Why? Can't I have friends? No. I mean, I've never met your friend before. What to do now? Normally, she doesn't interact with others. Rarely find a friend. How can I stop her from going sightseeing? Then I'll go with you tomorrow, okay? Ruoli puffed her cheeks, implying she didn't want to go with the main character. Night came. The main character tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Put his hand on his forehead thinking. Meeting a friend to go for a stroll? Who could be friends with my wife? Can't stop her. Then I'll follow to protect her. But making friends is good. Leave the safety to me. The next morning, the main character slept past noon and still opened his mouth to speak. Wifey, up yet? Turned around and didn't see Ruoli anywhere. Oh crap. Overslept. Not good. Thought too much last night, so slept late. Didn't even wake me up. Last night, she was indeed angry. Must find her quickly. Probably on the street. The main character saw a crowded place and stuck his head into gossip. In front was a parade of fully armored people. Arrived just in time. Their target is the new Emperor. Just ensuring my wife isn't near there is enough. But where the hell did my wife run off to? Walking and gossiping at the same time. I heard the new Emperor is the #1 beauty in the world. Real or fake? Is the info reliable? A female Emperor is already rare in Great Qian, and a beauty at that. I heard anyone who meets her shoots everywhere. The concubines in the harem all feel very ashamed. Isn't she just the Wu Zetian of another world? At most, just a cruel woman. Walked halfway already. Still haven't discovered Ruoli's shadow. What did she run off to? Looking for the wife all day, but didn't know his wife was watching from the side. Ruoli peeked out from the veil. With his #1 under heaven cultivation, the main character immediately sensed someone watching him. Just as he turned around, Ruoli lowered the veil again. Don't tell me she's looking at me? Because I'm handsome like Asher? Ruoli chuckled inside. Idiot. Who told you to wake up late? The trip is almost over. Probably no danger. Maybe she already went home. Suddenly Li Yun sensed something. From afar, a group of 6 fan gate people were slaughtered by a person wearing an Oni-chan, demon, mask. As he sent the whole group to the altar, he mocked them. Haha, is the level of the 6 fan gate this low? Only that kid, Chun Hai, has some skill. Let's go. Don't forget to bring that bag of chi or... This time, must make the dog emperor die without a corpse. Touched anyone but... Touched the main character's wife, so giving this guy 3 seconds of silence. Sometime later, Chen Hai's group discovered the pile of corpses. Too late? The killing method is very brutal. The killer clearly could kill instantly with one move, yet deliberately didn't kill them immediately, letting them die slowly in pain. Not good. Could it be that person? Everyone split up to investigate. If you find any suspicious character, do not alert them. Must release the signal to contact me. Mr. Chen Hai, who exactly did this? Why are you so tense? Could it be that person from the rebel army? Not him, but even more cruel than that guy. Knows the methods very well. Solving cases and the system of the 6 fan gate. Our specialty. If it's him, very likely he directly lured us here to ambush His Majesty. How is that possible? Our 6 fan gate system has never had a flaw. What if it's the person who built the system? What the hell? Could it be that guy? Correct. It is the former chief of the Six Fan Gate, Luo Qingxue. Mr. Jianhai. I joined the Six Fan Gate. Quite late. Only heard about that person's brutal deeds. How is his strength? If relying only on my strength, I couldn't be the chief of the Six Fan Gate. Until that incident happened. The rebel army's power was huge back then. The late emperor was terrified inside. To prevent the noble families and commoners in the capital from taking the opportunity to rebel. And Luo Qingxue was the new chief of the Six Fan Gate. So the emperor let him arbitrarily strengthen control in the capital. This Luo Qingxue was extremely brutal. Built a strict set of rules. Moreover, every time he enforced the law, he would cause large-scale destruction, injuring innocent people. The capital under his management naturally turned into hell. Initially, this high-pressure management indeed had the effect of suppressing rebellion. But this method finally broke the camel's back. Finally, the masses of the capital couldn't endure it anymore. Large-scale riots appeared. Then the late emperor, to appease the people, ordered to deal with Luo Qingxue. At the same time, dispatched the four great experts, passionate, Iron Hand, Chasing Star, hot-blooded of the Six Fan Gate, to catch him. But Luo Qingxue's strength far exceeded everyone's imagination. The strongest elite troops were wiped out by him. From then on, no news, no trace seen anywhere. Because of these deeds, he became a Rakshasa from hell in everyone's eyes, known as the jade-faced Rakshasa. While telling the story, suddenly Li Shui's face appeared. "Hello, Mr. Landlord. I wondered who it was. So it's you?" Mr. Landlord also came to find food. Today the emperor is strolling. Many shops have free activities. Got lots of delicious food. Don't tell me the huge pile of stuff behind your back is all food. That's right. These are my food supplies for the new year. Worthy of being you. Sure enough, shameless as ever. Invincible under heaven. Mr. Landlord, I think you don't fully understand. I am nothing. Some people are even more excessive than me. Holding a big bag like this. Inside is full of yellow chi ore. Must be very valuable. Yellow chi ore? Could be explosive flame stone. Which direction did those people go? Just now they were in that alley. Seems like they went towards the east. Are these guys crazy? So many explosive flame stones. Do they want to blow this whole street to smithereens? Damn it. Already left. If this continues, I won't make it in time. The main character lightly tapped his foot. His whole body flew high up. From his height, he could observe everything. Scanning through a few things, he found Luo Qingxue's group. Immediately flew over and landed in front of Luo Qingxue with a very cool pose. "Hello, my dear friends. Assassinating the emperor is up to you. But using weapons of mass destruction like that shouldn't be done." Seeing some random guy babbling in front of him, Luo Qingxue immediately pulled out his big, long tool and slashed down. But the main character maxed out evasion, so he dodged it with a slight movement. One slash hit the ground. Rocks and debris flew everywhere, causing an earthquake in the whole area. Dodged it? Got some skill. Hey, can you listen to advice? I don't intend to stop you from assassinating the new emperor. Addicted to not listening to explanations, Luo Qingxue swung another blow, but this time the main character didn't dodge, but blocked directly with his hand. Don't use weapons to affect others, especially my beloved wife. Since talking doesn't work, looks like I have to teach you guys a lesson. What did you say? Teach me? Just started doing meth? Just relying on you? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? I am the jade-faced Rakshasa. I am the jade-faced Rakshasa, you brat. Hear that clearly? Just as he finished speaking, the main character kicked Luo Qingxue's precious little brother, making him kneel in pain to make peace. This bastard dared to sneak attack me, even aiming for the lower part. No martialesics. Please, old man. Isn't it because you have too many openings? This move is called fighting regardless of means. Learn a bit. Must have enough experience, knowledge, and experience to do it. Hearing that, Luo Qingxue turned red with rage, holding the hot weapon and swinging it wildly. The main character dodged easily, but because of carelessness, he was hit by Luo Qingxue. The main character was knocked back a bit. Luo Qingxue was smug. Can't handle it already? I just warmed up my body. Scared by my strength, huh? Just now I only used 1/10 of half my power. Go home and change your pants, son. Speaking a long monologue, the main character didn't care. Only cared about the coat worth 10 months of salary bought by his wife. You there, don't ruin my clothes. This outfit was bought for me by my wife. Still caring about clothes? Next, I will show you my true strength. Let you know what cruelty is. Smiling for a few seconds, suddenly a hand quietly touched Luo Chengshue's avatar. He was immediately punched into the wall by the main character. Pretending in front of me? You think I won't use full strength? Always feeling like you are invincible under heaven? This is also a sickness. Mental disorder. Let me treat you. A moment later, Luo Chengshue was beaten by the main character until his parents couldn't recognize him. Our boss is a legendary figure. In front of him, he has no ability to resist at all. What exactly is this person's background? Not good. Let's run quickly. Planning to flee, but the main character immediately discovered them. Where are you going, babies? Don't have rope either. Just have to do this. Truly a bunch of retards who don't understand human language. Reflect on yourselves here. The main character walked to the Chiyor. Is this damn thing that dangerous? Giving it to the lackeys of the six-fan gate. I don't feel safe either. Right? I can do this. Let's shoot fireworks. The main character threw it into the sky to explode into fireworks celebrating the new year. Congratulations on ending your single status this year, brothers. Huh? What holiday is it today? Don't know. But the fireworks are so beautiful. Who shot the fireworks? Don't know where that idiot ran off to. Wonder if Roli saw it? After finishing everything, the six-fan gate finally showed their faces. People from the six-fan gate finally arrived. It's the same in any world. Waiting until everything is done before showing up. What exactly happened here? How is this possible? This guy is Luo Qingxue? Who is it? Who could bury him alive? Only one person could go to this extent, but he has no possibility of helping our people. What exactly happened? Process the scene a bit. Take all these people away. From afar, someone witnessed everything. Such terrifying strength absolutely cannot belong to an ordinary person like the landlord. Why did Mr. Landlord hide his strength? Could it be he is the person I've always been looking for? Leader of the rebel army. Number 1 expert, the banished immortal? Evening in the capital is extremely bustling. People are excited, dressing up to go down the street to play. Adults and children are all very happy. Vendors cheerfully selling delicious candied hawthorns. Children's eyes light up at cute toys. Although I don't understand why Luffy is here too. In contrast, our male lead looks gloomy, scratching his head and sighing. The stroll is over. Still haven't found Ruoli. Don't know where she ran off to. Suddenly a girl's voice rang out from behind. Why do you look so gloomy? The beautiful girl smiled brightly. Meeting on the street today. Why didn't you greet me? The male lead was overjoyed. Real or fake? Could it be we walked past each other? I turned this whole capital upside down, but couldn't find you. The girl teased. Yeah, right. I think you were seduced by some girl, right? For example, the Empress today. Isn't it rumored she is the number 1 beauty in the world? He blushed slightly, waving his hands in denial. No way. How can the Empress be as beautiful as you? My lady wife is the number 1 beauty in the world. Moreover, when strolling, she was covered by a veil. Who knows what the Empress looks like? A hand raised up, shouting loudly, I know. The girl approached from afar. Although her belly was full, she still wasn't quite full. The famous Detective Conan, glutton, Li Shua. Speaking, she put on glasses, pointing her finger, cosplaying Conan. There is only one truth. The other two were expressionless, acting up again. But this line is from when I told stories to my wife. You eavesdropped, didn't you? Li Shua lowered herself and pointed at the landlord. Mr. Landlord, you are really stupid. Until now, you still haven't discovered the true appearance of the new emperor. Then pushed up her glasses. There is only one truth. Gallantly deducing, the new emperor is basically not the number 1 beauty in the world at all, but has a fierce face, so ugly that people are terrified. That's why she hid behind the veil. Our new emperor took a critical hit, so angry she couldn't speak. Li Shue started sweating bullets. Strange. Why is there suddenly a murderous aura from somewhere? Truly a bad premonition, because the new emperor is truly angry. So stupid. After that day, the food Li Shue saved for New Year was confiscated by the six-fan gate and put into the public treasury. Ruoli puffed her cheeks, resentfully explaining. Nonsense. I met the new emperor today. She doesn't have a fierce face, ugly enough to make people terrified. The male lead squinted at her. You even met the new emperor? Saying that today she went with a friend. Could it be Striking their eyes was a pile of delicious candied hawthorns. He immediately bought one for her, held it out in front of her. Ruoli, eat the candied hawthorn. To cool down, Ruoli turned away sulking. Eat it yourself. Very sweet. He scratched his face, confused. You don't want the sugar coating, right? Saying that, he bit off the outer layer of sugar, then handed it back to her. Like this is okay, right? Sour hawthorn. The girl immediately approached the candied hawthorn, gently took a bite. Women are truly hard to understand. Lian was happy. The taste isn't bad, right? Ruoli was busy enjoying the taste in her mouth. Then, as if remembering something, turned to ask Li Shui. Speaking of which, where did you get those glasses? Li Shui cita li racconta. Just now a little friend fell from the sky and hit me. Said a lot of sentences I didn't understand. Then hurriedly ran away. Left the glasses on the ground and didn't take them. Guards shouted from somewhere. Move aside. A murder happened. Don't obstruct people performing official duties. Lian looked on, thinking to himself, no way. If so, the 6-fan gate is busy again. Ruoli's eyes fell upon a large goldfish tank. Everyone was happily playing with the fish. Realizing his wife's mood, Lian spoke up. Want to play? Her eyes showed she liked it very much, but still turned her head to refuse. This is something children play. I'm not interested. He immediately held her hand, dragged her along. The girl blushed. He smiled brightly. I want to play. Play with me, okay? Ruoli was shy. MH, just to pass the time. 2 pretty fins. Goldfish swimming in the water tank. Ruoli stared intently into the fish tank. Hand holding the net. Liyun beside herguidet. You have to aim accurately. Then make your move. Splash. She scooped hard at fish. But because the force was too strong, the net broke. Water splashed on her face. She puffed her cheeks in anger. Liyun reasurat. Too hasty. Don't be so impatient. Then he gently held her hand, standing from behind, guiding her to play. Oh my God, what is this romantic scene? He lowered the net, caught the right moment, scooped the fish up. The girl exclaimed in delight. Caught it, holding the trophy in hand, face extremely satisfied. Seeing you usually only interested in money, didn't expect you to have a childish side like this. She looked over resentfully. Just never played before, so I was curious. He suddenly took a handkerchief, wiped the water on her head, gently said, clothes are all wet. Let's go home. Ugh, this is truly the face of someone in love. The two walked home hand in hand, but he frowned, realizing. Still haven't met Ruoli's friend. Moreover, Ruoli said she saw me. Proves it wasn't convenient for me to see. Which means, then he exclaimed excitedly. Wifey, your friend is not simple at all. Don't worry, I won't dig deep. The scenery sank into the starry night. Inside the mansion, someone was trembling and kneeling. The head of the Huang family, Huang Lu, looked stern. Do you know how important that ledger is to us? If it falls into the emperor's hands, we are all dead for sure. The eldest son, Huang Tuanzi, clasped his hands. Your child knows. I have arranged for someone to investigate. Ranked 9th on the Great Qian Assassin leaderboard. There was a girl standing on a roof. Her face was extremely beautiful, looking down at the mortal world. While here, the atmosphere was extremely ambiguous. The faces of these two were close to each other. He exclaimed in surprise. Ruoli. At this moment, she had climbed right on top of him, face red as a tomato. Why is Ruoli so proactive today? She asked him in a sulky tone. Why are your clothes torn? She touched the torn part of his clothes. I remember clearly this outfit was the first gift I gave you. He hurriedly explained. It was accidentally torn during the new emperor's parade. Still not believing, she pressed. Is that true? Then crossed her arms, instructing, I'll let it slide this time. But next time you must pay attention. He squinted and smiled. So lucky. Must be because I took her to the night market just now, so her mood is good. Otherwise, I would have been scratched. But, still must have punishment. She held up 2 fingers, 2 months of allowance deducted, and, hearing that, Lian turned to stone. This punishment isn't a bit too heavy? The next morning, Lian stretched refreshingly after a good sleep. Turned to the side and saw the person next to him still sleeping. He smiled softly. Still haven't gotten out of bed? Seems like playing yesterday was too tiring. The way she sleeps is so cute. Looking at those plump lips, he blushed. Stealing a kiss surely won't hurt, right? Who told my wife to be so cute? Then gently leaned down. But before he could do the bad deed, his wife opened her eyes. Bad deed discovered. Her face darkened. Everyone knows what will happen next. At a restaurant, two people sat at the table, waiting for food to arrive. My wife's palm strike is really good. One strike woke me right up. The consequence of doing bad deeds is having a handprint on the face. She turned her face away in anger. He scratched his face, explaining, "Do you need to be so sensitive?" She still didn't turn back. Blushing, she said, "It's not that. It's just I don't like you doing that sneakily." Hearing that, he slammed the table. "I understand. Can't steal a kiss. I'll do it openly. For example, right now." Saying that, he brought his face close to hers. Their nose tips touched, eyes looking sweetly at each other. But Li Schweb barged in from somewhere, ruining the moment. Face innocent of all crimes. "Good morning, Mr. Landlord." "What are Mr. Landlord and Sister Rolly doing?" The two hurriedly turned their faces away, each in one direction, clumsily explaining, "Nothing. Your Sister Rolly got sand in her eye. I was just helping her blow it out." Realizing something was wrong, Rolly was looking at him angrily. He swallowed his saliva. "Wifey, let's negotiate a bit. Can you not hit the face?" "No." So in one morning, got hit twice. Truly a wonderful morning. The red-haired girl panted heavily, ignoring people looking at her with judging eyes. She trembled. Whose murderous aura was that just now? She felt vaguely that he could crush her like an ant. Whole body couldn't move, could only tremble in fear. Her eyes became alert. "This is warning me." She reached into her cleavage. From there, she actually pulled out a piece of paper. If not for the Huang family offering high price, plus the mission being relatively simple, I would have left this ghostly place long ago. She unfolded the paper. Her mission is to find a lost ledger. The last person to appear was a young man. Finding people compared to killing people, for her, is much simpler. Moreover, his location has been traced. Just need to not encounter that kind of monster like just now. She clenched her fist in determination. "I can totally do it." Night fell. She stood on the roof, spying on that couple. Self-introduction. Her name is Luo Fian. Is an assassin. Just need to pay money. She can agree to any job. Above is assassination. Below is cleaning. Nothing she can't do. This time she accepted an order. Just need to find a ledger the royal family lost from that couple, and she will receive a large sum of money. The couple in the yard are being affectionate, but seem to have no martial arts cultivation, so they completely didn't notice her. But actually, the husband just took a sip of wine, thinking, "What is that idiot doing on the roof?" Fian thought seriously. "I have investigated the identities of these two. There are quite a few suspicious points. Male named Li Yun just arrived in the capital a few years ago. News before that is almost non-existent. And the wife completely has no news before. The past of these two seems to be a blank sheet of paper. Could it be?" She cheered inwardly. Identities so small that no one even collects news about them. There was a passing boy, pointing at the roof. "Mom, what is that Annie doing up there?" The mother comforted the child. "Don't look. Climbing on someone else's wall. One look, and you know it's a mistress kicked out." Fian shouted angrily. "Who are you calling a mistress? And that brat over there? What auntie? Call me beautiful big sister. Understand? Brothers, learn from this. Asking a woman's age is the fastest way to summon a demon." Hearing the noise, Rolly looked up towards the noise. Asked softly, "There's noise on the wall. Is there something up there?" Fian quickly covered her mouth. "Not good. On the job. Shouldn't lose control like that. Calm down. I am a professional." Then she cleared her throat. Sounds came from the roof again. Meow, meow, meow. The two looked up at the roof again. Rolly commented, "Is it a cat?" Screaming so miserably. Lian smiled with squinted eyes. "Ha, maybe a female cat in heat." Fian blushed with anger. "Female cat in heat. You are the one in heat. Iamakutekat. Understand?" Because of that cry, just now, a series of cats surrounded her. Must be the sound of mating really. Angry again. Chasing all the cats away. Shouting loudly, "Get lost. A bunch of stinky cats. This old lady didn't call you." The cats glared back, threatening. Meow. They aggressively bared their fangs. She felt a bad premonition. Meow back once, but too late. The cats rushed straight at her for a fight. They came in huge numbers. Rolly looked up. The stray cats are really lively today. Li Yun pointed to the bedroom. "Doesn't look very lucky. I think we should go to sleep early today." Then he turned back, glaring at the chaotic spot. Lights in the room turned off. At this moment, Fian crawled up, trembling on the roof. Great. Finally time for them to go to bed. This time the difficulty has been lowered. Her face was covered in cat scratches. Those cats were really cruel, seeing a beauty but showing no mercy. She jumped from the roof down to the yard, landed, eyes sharp. Next, just need to find the ledger. Suddenly looked down at the ground. The ledger was lying lonely on the floor. She looked for a moment, cheered happily, didn't expect to find it right after entering. I'm really lucky. Li Yun appeared behind. Teasing, congratulations. Completed the mission so easily. The two happily high-fived. That's right. This is too easy, right? This girl is really too stupid. Thinking back, something is wrong? Li Yun looked at her smiling. Fian's legs moved. Quickly retreated back, pointing at his face. You discovered me long ago. Lady, it would be strange not to discover you. He squinted. Sure enough, you came for the ledger. Sent by the Huang family, right? She replied fiercely. Damn it, you already know the employer's info? Since it has come to this, can only kill to silence. He scratched his chin lightly. I advise you to stop. I warned you before. Fian's hand ready to draw the sword. Warn me? Have I met you? He smirked. If you forgot, I will let you feel it again. A terrifying dark aura radiated. Use your heart to feel it. The girl panicked. So, you are that monster from before. A peerless expert. He looked provoking. Out of respect that you didn't act in front of my wife. Giving you a chance. State your choice. The sword in her hand was drawn. As a professional assassin, aggressively swinging the sword. I also have my own principles. When facing an enemy I cannot defeat, both her knees touch the ground. Offering the sword up, I choose to surrender. God, I thought it was dangerous. I beg you to spare me. Liun smilat satisfia. Wise choice. Not finished yet. She even used the honey trap. Just need you to overlook me. I can be your horse for a month. He crossed his arms. Kicked her in the face. Still want to seduce me? Thinking too much. In my heart, there is only my wife. Fian was speechless. Who exactly is this guy? What do you want me to do? He crouched down. You don't know me? Then it's easy to handle. His eyes became cold. We will make a deal. Late at night, quiet. There are two people still not sleeping. Liun smilat sinistarli. But before discussing the deal, first, I'll put some restrictions on you. She trembled in fear. He pointed at her forehead. It's a technique. She cried out in pain. Her knees buckled. Her body collapsed. What did you do? Liun smilat. Now your body is filled with my chi. Just need me to mobilize the chi, and your body will explode and die. So, now you can think carefully. After going back, how should you report? She said fearfully, tell the royal family, you don't have the ledger. Just an outsider. Moreover, also have relations with the Imperial court. This way they won't dare touch you. Furthermore, we'll feel the ledger has fallen into the Imperial court's hands. He smiled satisfied. Correct. Children are truly easy to teach. That is because you are amazing. So can I go now? Li Yun's face darkened. Dream on. You have to be a tool for me. Go investigate clearly who the rebel leader collaborating with the Huang family is. She obeyed. Once there is news, I will immediately return to report. He glared and asked the last question. So, last question. You came here just for the goal of finding the ledger? This girl immediately felt a terrifying dark aura surrounding her. Not good. If I answer wrong, he will kill me immediately. She replied, that's right. The royal family told me the ledger might have been picked up by commoners here. They didn't know who it was. If they knew your strength was so terrifying, it wouldn't be a thief like me coming to steal. Suddenly, Li Shui unexpectedly appeared from somewhere. Li Yun looked at her in panic. When did this person arrive? Did she hear everything? Turns out, she was sleepwalking, constantly saying, can't eat hawthorns, braised pork, lion's head meatballs. This girl is too gluttonous. Realizing nothing to worry about, he turned back to instruct Fian. Just like that. You can go. Don't forget what I said. I can control the chi in your body remotely. Don't try any tricks. The girl nodded obediently, then jumped onto the roof and left. He looked at her back. Haven't pretended to be a bad guy for a long time. Probably scared her. It's morning. Li Yun stresha. Wasted so much time, making me not get enough sleep. If it was before, I would have gone directly to their door and chopped you all up. But now I'm a married man. Must restrain myself a bit. Maybe Raoli is up too? He skipped happily. Usually I sleep in. This time making breakfast for her. Must give her a surprise. A while later, Raoli looked at the things on the table. Asked, what is this? That is a hamburger. But bet she has never seen this thing. She wondered. Looks like a bun. But not a bun. Liun explainat. This is called a hamburger. It's food I invented. Quickly try and see if it's delicious. She brought the cake to her mouth and took a bite. Face satisfied because of eating delicious food. He puffed his nose, explaining further. This is Li Yun's recipe. Taking fresh vegetables, adding fragrant chicken. Taking you to enjoy food paradise, she said while enjoying. The taste isn't bad. This can be popularized in Great Chin a bit. While eating, she asked him, where did you go last night? Didn't see you return to bed. Li Yun was confused. Last night we had a thief. But rest assured, I chased that person away. Her face showed worry. Last time something also happened at night. Looks like security must be increased at night. Can't let him encounter danger. He drank some water, reassured his wife. Don't worry, didn't lose a single cent in the house. She blushed, denying. I'm not worried about money, but worried about you. He explained. Usually you manage money very strictly too. She crossed her arms. Although money is very important, but the person earning money is more important. He sniffed, which means, in wifey's heart, I'm a most important person. She admitted, no one hates a money-making tool. Then said gently, so, don't take the initiative to take risks anymore. Money loss can be earned, but absolutely cannot let anything happen. So promise me, you must protect yourself well first. Okay. At the Huang family, Fian returned to report, sitting solemnly on the chair. The family head spoke up. Did you complete it smoothly? She replied arrogantly. That's right. I stood guard all night and didn't see any anomalies. She rested her chin on her hand. There was only an ordinary couple there. The man collects rent. His wife manages the money. I searched their whole house, but didn't find that ledger anywhere. The Huang family head was suspicious. But I heard your organization has a bad habit of surrendering when you can't win. Although what he suspected was true. But who would be stupid enough to confess? She smirked, ridiculous. You don't believe in my strength? How many people in this world can beat me? But inside she thought, this old fox is really sensitive. He stopped pursuing it. Waved his hand. Just leave it like that. You continue to search for the whereabouts of that thing. As for that couple, keep observing them. If there are no problems, no need to care about them. She played with the knife in her hand. I say, you guys don't really want to rebel, do you? Heard you're cooperating with the remnants of the rebel army. His face darkened. Some things are better left unknown. Curiosity killed the cat. You're a person, not a cat, right? She slowly stood up. I know. No need to make a face like a dead person. Walking towards the door, she waved goodbye. This old lady is leaving. No need to see me off. But actually, Fian was confused inside. This Huang family isn't easy to touch either. The matter that man entrusted me to investigate. Didn't expect it to be so dangerous. This time truly bad luck. Sure enough, no good news falls from the sky. Young Master Huang asked his father, even like this, we can't find it? Looks like most of the ledger has fallen into the new emperor's hands. His eyes were sharp. Things have come to this. Can only quickly create that thing. Just need that thing. Afraid of that little girl, still smelling of milk? Female emperor, let me see what ability you have. The young master's face was gloomy. But your child heard. The banished immortal is also currently ambushing inside the city. So what? Maybe this is a good thing. That person is the disaster of Great Qian. That brat also forgot to guard against us. Because of him. Could it be the Empress of Great Qian can sleep in the same bed as the rebel leader? Truly a joke. Huang family head clenched his fist. Smiled confidently. The day that thing is built. Great Qian will be my Huang family's. At a large lawn in the city. There was a golden kite flying in the sky. The kite string was continuously released further. Li Yun and Ruoli, hand in hand holding the kite string, flying it together. How romantic this scene is. Ruoli smiled happily. This is the two-person world I wanted. It's just, without this bunch of muscle men, it would be more perfect. From somewhere appeared a lot of muscle men. Faces fierce, carrying weapons looking very scary. The two stood nestled amidst the muscle men. Li Yun observed. All are martial artists. Is there a plot? Ruoli looked up and explained. You don't know? Great Qian is repairing something like a railway. Li Yun had 1,000 question marks on his head. Railway? Years ago, I proposed using qi instead of steam to run trains. Don't tell me they're really doing it? That's right. Heard they use qi or to operate transportation. Speed is very fast. Since then, trade between cities will be countless times faster. She gently held his hand, dragged him along. Let's go take a look. Looking at him expectantly. This was ordered by me to be repaired. To let you see a bit of my awesomeness. The railway is being repaired. Laborers carrying loads. Shovels full of sand. Building fences. The iron train is extremely majestic. He looked up at the train. How to say this? Looks really amazing. Looking at the train with pride. Didn't expect to see a train in this world. Later, if there's a chance, I'll take Ruoli on a trip. Although, this was designed by the rebel leader. But as long as the construction is successful, from now on, she and he can be together more. Li Shui suddenly appeared abruptly again. What a coincidence. Can meet you two here too. She waved happily. Did you two purposely come to see my new job? Aren't you working in the restaurant? She scratched her head. The restaurant boss introduced me here. The treatment here isn't bad either. Li Yun was skeptical. You mean kneeling down and begging again, right? She choked up. Not wrong. But this time it wasn't me kneeling, but the boss kneeling down begging me to change jobs. She just accidentally broke a few bowls. Accidentally calculated the money wrong. Accidentally beat up a few customers. She didn't do anything excessive. The landlady was terrified. Oh my God, I beg you to leave our restaurant a way to live. The two were speechless. Truly amazing that she can still live until now. She was full of confidence. Mr. Landlord, you look down on me too much. I am from a prestigious background after all. Received high-class education. Li Yin took the chance. So now you can earn money. When will you pay the rent? She gave a thumbs up. Agreeing, that is natural. Tomorrow I will definitely earn enough money. I'm going to work. Bye-bye. Turns out, this girl comes from a noble family. But how did she end up like this? Li Shui followed instructions to work. Put the chi or in that place. Confirm. The worker was confused. Confirm what? Li Yin was satisfied. Although Li Shui's work is usually terrible. But this kind of mechanical operation shouldn't have any problems. Ruoli agreed. That is natural. Officials are very reliable. We must trust the Imperial court. Just finish speaking. A loud bang rang out. Li Shui's place emitted a huge explosion. Blew the worker into the sky. Everyone shouted to put out the fire. Quickly put out the fire. Which idiot put the chi or near the steam pipe? Done for. All efforts in the past period are wasted. Li Shui smilat au quarterly. Done. Fired again this time. Turning back to look at the landlord couple. Those two had nothing left to say. Li Shui bowed her head to apologize. Mr. Landlord, rent. Beg you to give me a few more days. Li Yin pointed to his wife. Meaning, my opinion has no effect. Decision lies with her. Li Shui immediately rushed to hug Ruoli's leg. Whining, Sister Ruoli, you are the best person. You are a fairy descended to earth. Beg you to save me. Hearing the praise. This girl was pleased. All right, give you a little more time for the rent. Li Shui was overjoyed. Really thanks Sister Ruoli and Mr. Landlord. I have nothing to repay you two. Today you two come to my house. I'll treat you two. Arriving at a house. Please come in. This is my warm and comfortable residence. When she opened the door. Oh my God, a pile of trash. Where exactly is the warmth? Books scattered everywhere. There's even Gojo Satoru lost in here. Luffy's hat is also here. Bowls and chopsticks on the bed. Broom under. How long has this girl not cleaned the house? The landlord couple froze. I remember when I first rented it out. My house wasn't like this. Li Shui was smug. This was designed by me for convenient use. Li Yun Shota. You are basically lazy to clean. Ruoli observed. Saw a silk scarf falling out of the suitcase. You said you're a descendant of a noble family. She remembers clearly the South has a Li family. But that family has already. Thinking Ruoli wanted to take the item. Li Shui blocked it. This is the remaining item of my family. Even if it's Sister Ruoli, I can't give it. Ruoli didn't crave it. I don't need this item. You keep it yourself. Then took out a headscarf. Although these clothes can't be given to you. But to repay the favor, I decided to make a meal to repay you too. Li Yin was surprised. Didn't expect you can cook too. She patted her bicep. Mr. Landlord, don't look down on people like that. He was skeptical, based on comic tropes, more than half likely she would cook something extremely terrible. Ruoli was confused. What is a comic? What implies terrible food? Tajda laid out a table of extremely sumptuous food, looking extremely delicious. Two people jaw-dropped. Molter awshapid. Truly unbelievable. Really amazing. Feels not much different from the Imperial chef. Li Shui was confident. As a glutton, how can I not know how to cook? These dishes are my specialty. The two quickly shoved food into their mouths. The flavor is also great. If the new emperor eats this, maybe you could be selected for the Imperial kitchen. That is really possible. 3 people happily eating delicious food. Talking. Suddenly Li Shui's face became silent. Father told me to find the banished immortal before he died. I searched everywhere, but couldn't find him. Today is the chance to confirm if the landlord is the banished immortal or not. She determined, directly confronting him is best. There are many delicious dishes on the table. Li Yun and Ruoli are enjoying a very delicious meal. Li Shui stared at him. Mr. Landlord, how could you defeat those people? Li Yun choked on rice. He scratched his face explaining. That's because they were too noob. I couldn't beat them either. Confused inside. Crap. Ruoli is still beside me. Ruoli quickly questioned. When did you fight with others? What if you accidentally got hurt? Li Yun smilat forsadly explaining. Just a small scuffle. Didn't really fight. Besides, those people weren't very powerful either. Li Shui inusanli dafanda. That's right. They were all very weak. If I took action, they couldn't last one move. Ruoli seriously reminded. Later if someone causes trouble, you go directly to find the 6-fan gate. Not allowed to solve it yourself. He scratched his head, obeying his wife. I know, wifey. Everything listens to you. Li Shui immediately changed the subject to another question. Speaking of which, how did Mr. Landlord come to live in the capital? Asking directly like that will scare Sister Ruoli. Ask something else. He replied. Before, I had no place to go. Just casually came to the capital to stay for a while. Originally planned to leave after a while. Didn't expect to meet Ruoli, so didn't leave anymore. Hearing these words, Ruoli's eyes sparkled. Li Shui slammed her hand on the table. Sister Ruoli is more important than anything else? More important than the wish everyone wants? Liununasli and Surat. How to say this? Before, I extremely wanted to go home, but now, I can't bear to leave. He gently placed his hand on Ruoli's hand. For me, Ruoli is everything to me. Loving eyes poured onto Ruoli. Li Shui was touched. Li Yin continued. Is the story of the past important? She lowered her head. I don't know. Just heard father say. So now I'm still searching. I don't know why my home is suddenly gone. I just want to know the reason why this happened. So you just keep it like that is fine. Ruoli was surprised. Life is ultimately a road that needs to be walked. On this bumpy road, it requires a lot of time to pass through. Cherishing what you have now is the most important thing. Don't let yourself sink deep into the past. The girl was touched. Li Yin continued. If there is any necessary problem, you can find me. I will protect you. Said then smiled and gave a thumbs up. She was moved. This might be the most reliable guarantee in the world. Taking the chance, she mentioned the rent. Can next year's rent be waived for me? This girl really takes advantage. Of course not. Sweltering summer. Cicadas crying all day. Li Yun and Ruoli sat under a tree, fanning to cool down. She was sweating from the heat, turned to ask him, how are you still so leisurely? Don't feel hot? He smiled with squinted eyes. Not hot. Very cool, actually. You fanning the wind. I can enjoy it all. Suddenly, she had a not bad idea. Fan, fan. Fan, fan. Wifey cool yet? She was satisfied. A little more force. Yes, ma'am, wifey. All hot. Suddenly he felt a cold wind coming from somewhere. Li Shui flew in from somewhere, holding a popsicle and a block of ice. Mr. Landlord. Good morning. Today is so hot. Li Yun Bundarath. Wait, what are you holding in your hand? She held up the popsicle. This is a popsicle. Mr. Landlord doesn't even know this? Truly no knowledge. But the thing he meant was the ice block in her other hand. She happily held that thing up. This is ice crystal, also a type of chi or can continuously generate cold air. She held out the ice crystal to the two. This ice crystal I give to you too. Consider it a thank you gift for waiving my rent for a year. Lian held the ice crystal in hand. You look very happy today. Something good happened? She was proud. I have been reinstated. The superior not only didn't pursue my responsibility, but also arranged an easier job for me. Ruoli was happy. Then you must cherish this opportunity. Don't cause trouble again. Actually, the reinstatement was completely done by Ruoli. But her husband said a sentence that made her fall over. Really? Looks like this superior must be very stupid. Haha, Li Shui agreed. I think so too. Definitely the type who treats money like trash. The next day, Li Shui was arranged to move bricks. Under the blazing sun for a month. Li Shui waved goodbye to the two, temporarily saying goodbye to them. Li Yin looked at the ice crystal in his hand, thinking, tonight, I'll put the ice crystal at the head of the bed. This way Ruoli won't be afraid of the heat. It's just the feng shui of that place is relatively good. I don't think anything strange will happen. Ruoli saw her husband smiling to himself. Spoke up to ask, were you thinking about smiling like that? He smiled, put his hand behind to scratch his head. Nothing. Recently there are too many new things. Life is getting better and better. She smiled brightly and said, that is natural. Current Great Qian is no longer the Great Qian of before. Isn't it because the female emperor, govern the country well? Li Yun gave the ice crystal to her. You take this ice crystal. Only one piece. The cold air can't transfer too far. She looked at the ice with wide eyes. Touched it. A cool stream of air transferred over. Idiot. Isn't it fine if we stay together? Kiki. Ah. These two are being lovey-dovey again. They held hands. Sitting under the tree canopy in the extremely hot summer. At the center of the capital. Always bustling. Fian wandered around. Coming to the capital, she hasn't had a proper meal once. She decided, now must find a place to eat a really good meal. Then immediately set off, standing in front of the restaurant. She put her hands on her hips. This is the place. I don't believe coming here I can meet him again. The proverb says, the most dangerous place is the safest place. The guest staff smiled friendly. Invite guests to sit inside. She smirked. Looking at his house, he isn't the rich type. Last time coming here to eat was definitely saving up. Coming once a year. Only a few days passed. He definitely has no money to come back here. Knew it. Wave her hand. Waiter, give me another menu. Give another portion of trash. Is K? Ah no. Is spicy stir-fried chicken. Fian panicked extremely. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. He's still here? Even laughing and talking happily with his wife. Very quickly, the food was served. Sitting eating in extreme fear. How is it possible? Is this restaurant opened by his family? Lian quickly saw her. Went over to ask. Oh my, what a coincidence. Finished work, so came here to eat? She explained. That. Still lacking a little bit to have a major breakthrough. Clasping her hands together. Smiling awkwardly. So there's good news. Tell me a bit. Face became serious. You take me for a fool? This is clearly preparing to flee. Fian looked at him confused. Sighed. Fina. Consider me unlucky. You told me to investigate the rebel army. Completely no result. Want to slash. Want to kill. Up to you. Lian put on a disappointed face. Unexpected. Seems like I overestimated you. Because this girl nodded to get it over with. Yes. I am trash. He continued. Then I'll change to a lower difficulty mission for you. Complete it, and I'll let you leave. Say it. Anyway, I'm already like this. Do I have another choice? He instructed. No Longshan Temple? Go there find Monk Kong one. Tell him the matter has reached the later stage. Tell him to write the intel he knows into a letter. You bring it to me, and it's done. Fian slammed the table. Shouted. Are you kidding? Who doesn't know Monk Kong when understands the capital's affairs? But no one can get news from him. You take me for a fool? Based on what do you feel he will tell you? Lian raised his hand to calm her down. Calm down. Isn't it just Monk Kongwin? Then pointed straight at himself. Just report my name, and it will be fine. Lian returned to the dining table. Ruoli questioned. Where did you go just now? He smiled, explaining. Nothing. Just met an acquaintance, so said hello. Then pointed to the door. We should also leave, right? West Market seems to have imported quite a few new things. Ruoli pretended not to like it, but actually was very interested. What new things? West Market is so far. Liyun smilat. If not, I'll carry you there. Ruoli was annoyed. You treat me like goods? The restaurant saw guests off. Coming outside. It was raining. Today, weather is really unpredictable. The waiter smiled, brightly bringing an umbrella. Thank you too for visiting often. This pair of umbrellas is a gift for you too. Oh my god, this restaurant is so cute. Lian happily took one umbrella. Said to the waiter. One is enough. Rain falling steadily. Two people sharing one umbrella chatting. Sigh. Weather rainy and windy unpredictably like this, but forgot to bring an umbrella. Ruoli wondered. What's wrong? Suddenly sighing. Did something happen? Nothing. Just raining so a bit sentimental. Sentimental only. Before, I never thought I would have this kind of life like now. Why? She widened her eyes curiously. Lian looked up at the sky, reflecting on the past. Me before, situation was very bad. If I met you back then, maybe would have missed out. Him before considered himself the center. Consider what he did as justice. Blindly assumed everything he did was definitely correct. His hand stained with blood. Killing. But when he turned back, he discovered the mistake. Extremely wrong. Those he considered comrades with the same ambition actually didn't walk the same path as him. Result was only him left lonely. She put her hand on his face, pulled him closer. But right now, you're no longer lonely, because there is me who will always be by your side. He gently held her hand. I know. I will also never let go of you. Ruoli blushed. Teasing, yeah. Just staying with you isn't too bad. If you dare betray me, I will catch you and lock you up. He smiled happily. I will never leave you. Her cheeks flushed pink. That's good then. The two still engrossed in chatting. But this is the first time I heard you mention that past. You actually had friends? Of course I did. Just no way to contact them. She suggested. If later you can contact them, can invite them home to play a bit. Haha. If there's a chance, we'll talk later. Maybe. Can meet them again soon. On the snowy mountain. Cooperating with the Huang family. Who will it be? Swordsman? Or Baldy? Best if it's her. A tall man. Chest hung full of bones. Walking with a blue-haired girl beside him. Otherwise, could be very troublesome. The girl's face was still cold with no expression. Late at night, quiet. Assassin running whoosh-whoosh on the roof. Looking at this silhouette seems familiar. Miss Fian is working again. She stepped, observing the room with lights on. This is the abbot's room. She looked down to observe. Lights still on. Worthy of being a great master. So late, but still studying Buddhism. She aggressively kicked the door open. Shuted, mon konwen. Someone entrusted me to give you a message. The abbot monk was startled. He quickly closed the book he was reading. The book name is 69 Meditation Postures. Whether it's really meditation hasn't been verified. Fian looked at the book in horror. The monk sweated bullets. She pointed straight at the monk. Great master, aren't you an enlightened high monk? Why look at this stuff? The monk cleared his throat. Benefactor misunderstood. This is a type of method to cultivate concentration. Saying that, he burned the book on the candle. Umipa, I once again successfully resisted temptation. Buddha nature advanced another step. But actually, in his heart, it hurt like being cut. Haven't even reached the climax part yet. She spoke up asking, Great master. He looked over at the girl. What is it? She was still calm. Your hand is burning. At this moment, the monk felt the pain. Screamed, loudly echoing through the temple. Sitting back with a bandaged hand. May I ask who entrusted the benefactor to deliver the message? She held a cup of tea. Recalling, I remember correctly he is called Li Yun. Hearing this name, the monk immediately spat out tea. He asked fearfully, what does he want to know? He wants the great master to give him the recent situation in the capital. Is his name used that well? Then took another sip of tea. The monk immediately opened paper and pen. Miss, please wait a moment. She asked confusedly, looking at great master's reaction. What status does he actually have? Quickly rolling up the paper. The monk just said, Buddha says cannot say. Miss, rest assured, if he didn't kill you to silence you, then later he won't harm you. She leaned in to whisper. Great master, why do you associate with that kind of person full of murderous aura? The monk's face showed respect. That is because his heart carries mercy. She clapped her hands together. Also true, sending others to hell for reincarnation. Sure enough, is great mercy. The monk gave her the letter. News is written. Invite benefactor to leave. She looked at the letter, frowning. That murderous aura? What kind of person is he in the end? Until now, I haven't heard anyone speak like that. Could it be a rebel? Morning at the private house of the couple. Lian woke up, stretching early in the morning. Today's weather's really not bad. Second later, immediately yawned. Should I sleep a bit more? Looking down at the ground. Miss Li Shuel lay flat on the floor, snoring. Don't know since when she slept here. He was speechless. Sleeping posture is really ugly. Last night came here to mooch food, then didn't leave. He pinched her cheek. Wake up, Li Shuel. She changed posture. Not only didn't wake up, but also sleep-talked. I can still eat. Don't stop me. Really speechless. All day only thinking about eating. Sensing murderous aura around. Turns out it's Fian. He went to open the gate for her. Praising. Work efficiency is very fast this time. She was delighted to be praised. That is natural. I'm a professional. This is the news you wanted. Then gave the letter the monk gave to him. Finished reading the letter. He was enlightened. So that's it. Huang family wants to unite noble families to deal with the new emperor. Conveniently bring along a part of the rebel army as muscle. But who is the leader of this part? Even Kong, one doesn't know. An heavenly fragrance pavilion backed by the Huang family is where they exchange. Fian stared intently at his expression. He suddenly spoke up. Don't look at me. I am a man you can't possess. She screamed. What do you mean? Just that you are a bit strong, a bit handsome, a bit rich. If without those things, you see what you have? What else do you want, beauty? Economy, delicacy, I have enough. He shrugged. Say it. Praising me so much. Do you want to beg me? She immediately put on a fake polite tone. That's right, Lord Expert. I took another mission. Estimated to stay in the capital for another period of time. At that time, if unfortunately encounter, must be some danger. Hope Lord can help. Li Yin was smug. Rest assured, leave it to me. Great Qian Vermilion Bird Gate, North Entrance 36 Caves. Everywhere has people who know me. Have any danger, just report my name. She clasped hands thanking. Thank you, big brother expert. Little girl really has nothing to repay. She intended to jump on him. So can only use this body to repay your kindness. Immediately, ate a shoe to the face. Are you dreaming? She smiled awkwardly. Ha, just joking a bit. Big brother is wise and divine. Little girl, how dare I match? Oomph. If not because you're stronger than me, I definitely must beat you to death. She thought. He turned away, proudly talking about his wife. Speaking of which, how can you be as beautiful as my wife? Fian raised a friendly middle finger. Face disdainful. Yeah. What use is a beautiful face? At least my face skin is thicker than hers by a lot. Opening the gate to enter the house, saw those two eating breakfast. Li Shui holding 2 buns in 2 hands, chewing and talking. Mr. Landlord, you still know the way back. Body full of woman smell. Li Yin scratched his ear explaining. You guys saw it? Little girl, just now I once gave directions to her, so she thanked me. Ruoli smiled bright as a flower. You don't need to explain so clearly. He laughed loudly. Wifey sure enough trusts me, but actually because saying anything she would feel annoyed. Li Shuas milad brigli. What about me? I also count as a beautiful young girl. Sister Zhu isn't angry? Ruoli blandly pointed at her. Seeing you healthy. Li Shui's face twisted. Healthy? Encouraging me? Why does it feel like talking about livestock? Ruoli crossed her arms. Later don't see people beautiful and get deceived. If let them deceive, Li Yun prasa. Then what? They will know. She pointed at Li Yun's face. You were already deceived by me long ago. Fian stood in front of Great Qian Vermilion Bird Gate, North Entrance 36 Caves. His friends are here? She smirked. Person he recommended must be a legendary expert. This time made a profit. She pushed the door in. Heroically laughed loudly. Brothers, I need your help. It was Li Yun who told me to come here. Inside, full of guys in the dark, looking extremely scary. Black man, grinning white teeth. Miss, need us. Leave it to us. She frowned. Momentum really strong. Even merged with the surrounding darkness into one body. Could this be the 4 heavenly kings of darkness in legend? Then 4 of them lifted the coffin on their shoulders, dancing and singing. May I ask if father passed away? Or mother passed away? We professionally lift coffins. Guaranteed to make Miss satisfied. Currently promoting buying service for the whole family. Wait for later I can use. The girl turned to stone. Coughing blood. Li Yun, you bastard. Everyone knows. Huang family is the tycoon of entertainment business in the capital. And Red Sleeve Pavilion is the property Huang family put most effort into. There were arrogant young masters speaking loudly. I spent 100 taels, but couldn't see Miss Hua Yin. What use is my meat stick anymore? Fat lady standing outside bargaining. Only 100 taels? Coming here to beg for food? Also, Miss Hua Yin sells art not body. She laughed disdainfully. No money, but want to meet Miss Hua Yin? Also not without a method. That is to work for us. Li Yin approached the windowsill. Quickly climbed inside. Observing around. This place is the heavenly fragrance pavilion the Baldies talked about. Huang family people meet here every week. Movement in front of the door. Arrived? His eyes sharp as knives. Opening the door. Is a pair number 10. Number 1 spoke up. Old Ding. In a while Hua Yin will come here. This time don't let her seduce you. To avoid ruining the big matter. Number 0 laughed perfunctorily. Rest assured, I still know what is heavy. What is light? Number 1 frowned. The mission father gave is extremely important. We cannot let down the old man's trust in us. This time, we have a trump card. Must persuade the righteous army to unite with us. Li Yin gossiping all this time. Blurted out, asking directly. What trump card? Tell me a bit. Pair number 10 shouted. Who are you? Miss Wall Yin actually hit a man here. Number 0 pointed straight. Dare to come to our Huang family's territory to show off? I think you are tired of living. Li Yun's eyes sharp. If you sincerely want to know, I will show great mercy and tell you. I came to clean up your Huang family trash. Upstairs, sounds of screaming OAI rang out. Servants gossiping looked up. So intense. Could it be upstairs are the 2 Huang family young masters? The other person deduced. What do you know? This is brotherly love. Definitely sword fighting with each other. Number 10 round just now deflated. 2 young masters beaten up badly. Thrown down. Lian crossed arms looking down. Mouth really tough. Beaten like this, but couldn't pry any info. Arriving home. Wife scolded. So late. Where did you run off to play? Lian scratched head explaining. Isn't it purposely going to buy some fireworks to play with you? He pointed to a pile of spinning fireworks. 2 flickering candles. Rolly spoke up. Speaking of which, I have a big matter hiding from you. Her eyes glued to the burning fireworks. Just want to let you know, but temporarily can't tell you yet. Although I hide from you, but I didn't intentionally deceive you. If one day you find out, I absolutely won't let you divorce me. He decided no. From day one I didn't think of divorcing you. She blushed smiling. I think so too. Bastard. Angering me to death. Huang head angry. Shouted. Even dare to touch our Huang family people? Completely didn't put me in his eyes. Huang young master gently. Father. Second brother. Third brother's meridians broken. Later afraid will become a cripple. That person is truly vicious. But in his heart he rejoiced. Family property is now mine. Old dad, you also go early. Big brother. Have ability, then start own business, see. Suddenly from the door a voice. Family had no need to be angry. Just leave this matter to this old man to handle. Huang had surprised. Family elder. You came out of seclusion? Old man outside the door full of murderous aura. Not wrong. Currently my divine skill has reached great success. Just right now I want a test hand. Huang family dignity doesn't allow others to trample. Estimate just a small fry. Showing off once can earn a big salary. At the royal palace. Majesty, sitting enjoying beautiful dancers dancing. The maid beside thought. Majesty subinly invited dancers. Also laughing and talking happily like that. Could it be? Then this girl continued thinking dirty. Thinking, Majesty will invite the girl to serve in bed. Actually, Majesty likes women. My chance has come. From here, can reach the peak of life. Then nosebleed in her own imagination. Majesty looked at the girl confused. Actually, Majesty thought like this Turns out, dance is dancing like that, huh? When returning dance for that idiot to see. Playing until sunset. Ruoli spoon a circle. Shyly asked, how is it? Beautiful? Lian smiled, squinting eyes. Of course beautiful. My wife wears anything beautiful. But the good show is still behind. This is the time for this idiot to see the result of her studying for a few days. Then she spun a few circles. He confused. 1,000 question marks on head. Wondered, wifey, why are you spinning around? Dizzy so can't stand steady? Rolly angry. This is me dancing. If you have the ability, stand up and dance for me to see. Liun smila tau quarterly. So is dancing. But I only know how to dance my hometown style. My hometown's dance is relatively special. He took her hand. Other hand holding waist. Her face quickly turned red. He continued, it is called waltz. Is a style 2 people dance together. He skillfully guided her to dance enthusiastically. At Huang Mansion, 2 guards gossiping. Old Wang, I really can't stand it. Madam keeps seducing me. What should I do now? The other person advised. Does this even need asking? If the family head finds out, he will definitely throw us to the dogs. Bang! A person was thrown from above. 2 people shouted. What is happening? But immediately darkened faces. Isn't this the person patrolling around here? Lian appeared behind the smoke and dust. A bunch lacking manners. Quickly tell your family head to come out here for me. 2 guys quickly drew swords. Who are you? Even dare to hit the Huang family's dog? His eyes sharp. I'm your grandfather. Huang head sitting chilling reading book. Virtuous wife quickly came to ask. Husband work hard. Go to bed early to rest a bit. Concubine specially stewed a bowl of tonic soup. While still hot should drink a bit. Madam gently. Da Huang, quickly bring it to your father. Cute boy called father, then gave the soup bowl. Huh, but something is wrong. Why does the boy look like this? Definitely Huang head is a unicorn cuckold. But seems he didn't realize. Happily received the soup bowl. Trouble, madam. God truly looks after me. Not only gave me a virtuous wife, but also gave birth to a chubby boy. Madam affectionately fed husband. Husband, let me feed you. Dahuang. Time to take medicine. While affectionate, a guy ran in. Not good. A thief barged in here. Although only one thief. But he's extremely strong. Everyone's face darkened. Old man face full of veins. Angrily cursed. Panicking like that, what decorum is left? Only one person. Look at your fearful appearance. Don't disturb our sweet time. Can he turn my whole Huang mansion upside down? The guard thought. He already turned it upside down. Huang had stern face. These years, I recruited experts of the world. Countless guests. Only a small thief. What can he do? A series of huge experts came out to block Li Yun. Brat, you can barge in here. Seems skill isn't bad, huh? Pity meeting our legendary six-man clan. The strength of the six-man clan. Even Chun Hai, hearing it, runs away, losing sandals. Then the whole group rushed up to beat one. His eyes sharp. Screams of ah rang out again. Inside the house, Madam and Huang head both anxious. He was arrogant. Serve him right. Dare to barge into my Huang family mansion. Must chop into 1,000 pieces to satisfy anger. Calculating. That thing is finished, right? Madam wondered. But can that thing threaten the emperor? Didn't you say only a part? He glanced. Wait until this thing is built. Don't say emperor. Even that person of the rebel army will be easily destroyed. Madam put hand up to hush. Hateful. You be quiet a bit. Heard that guy is in the capital. He smiled confidently. That guy disappeared for a year. Maybe already died in some corner. Bang. Something flew into the room where the two were whispering. What situation? Assassin? All the experts he hired lay flat in the room, not missing a single one. He exclaimed in surprise. These are all top experts in Great Xian. How come they were needed in a balls like this? Li Yun clenched his fist. Creating what makes you so excited? Could it be the atomic pill? A green hand struck down from somewhere. Boom! A floor of the Huang family exploded. The dwarf mage arrived to rescue them. He blocked the blow from him with one hand. The old man stepped forward. Young man, seeing you're also a top martial artist. If you don't want to die here, then obediently leave here. But the old man frowned in surprise at the extraordinary ability. Took a palm of 30% of his power. Yet completely unharmed. This person's martial cultivation isn't inferior to his by much. He replied blandly. Old man, about time to crawl into the hole. Quickly crawl in to retire. Just relying on your little skill. Want to be arrogant in the capital. Not simple. The old man spoke up. Unless your excellency was sent by his majesty. What relationship do you and his majesty actually have? Capital still has such an expert? Possibly the dog emperor's person. Unless she discovered our plan. Li Yun smiled, squinting eyes. Your majesty craves my body. You guess what relationship? The old man's stern face. Emperor craves your body? What nonsense is this person saying? Only a fool would believe. So what is he doing? Stalling for time? Or plotting distraction? He raised his friendly middle finger. Don't talk nonsense. Have any skill, then quickly show it. The old man started shifting moves. Huh, truly looked down upon. Young man here wants to seek death? Don't tell me you just thought that was my full power? He rubbed his head. You think you're the emperor of this universe? The old man frantically deployed. Let me show you. High mountain still has another mountain higher. His eyes sharp. I see you and Chen Hai have no difference. Chen Hai somewhere sneezed continuously because someone mentioned. He grew several times larger than original. Struck an extremely strong move at Li Yun. But he wasn't afraid at all. Old Huang head laughed like a harvest. But just one move. He threw the old man flying off the roof. Now crow. Old Huang head stiffened. Frozen stiff. He turned back asking. Just now what did you say? These two immediately put on a fake polite tone. We meant, how can this old man be rude to the guest? This immortal old man deserves to be beaten. Truly rude. Li Yun Gladat ordered. Kneel down. The old man surprised. Then he released a super huge dark aura. Shouted, kneel down for me. Then glared. You are not worthy to talk to me. Knees touched ground. Those two knelt flat on the ground. Head hitting ground. Hero spare life. Where exactly did we offend, sir? Have any instructions, sir, just say. Li Yun raised index finger. Your Huang family people did wrong on the street. Disturb my peace. Tomorrow on the street. Huang head trembled. Hero, rest assured. After tomorrow you won't see any Huang family descendants outside. However, still have more. The old man immediately smiled to pass. Hero, rest assured. Huang family will absolutely approve His Majesty's decision. Support fully. Swallow back a thought. At the same time support, but can't help rebelling. Lian not satisfied. Emperor's business relates, what to me? Like that too profitable for the Emperor. Forget it. Doesn't matter. Then he turned to leave. The candied hawthorn seller on the street was scared away by you guys. He turned back looking straight at Huang head. Directly instructed. Remember to find him back for me. Then jumped away. Those two still bowed heads. Kneeling. He was angry. Ugh. Sugar candied hawthorn? Shouted. Just a dog of the dog Emperor. Reason coming to door to beat. Didn't even find a reliable one. Oomph. Dare to do, but dare not admit. Have ability, then roll back here, see? See if I kill you. Just finish speaking. Noise outside. He was terrified. Cowed out continuously on the ground. Hero, spare life. Just now I didn't say any sentence. So who was the one dare to do dare not admit? Damn villain. Villain not human. The old man turned giant fell to the ground. Crying help. Truly don't know how long I flew. A beautiful morning. On a mesmerizingly beautiful river. Lotus blooming in an area. There was a couple rowing boat in the morning. Husband happily holding, or wife holding umbrella sitting behind watching scenery. Majesty happy because of the morning court session today. Those noble families obediently listened. Continuously praising. Holy Majesty said very right. Holy Majesty said very well. Although those people mouth only said so. But don't know behind back what tricks will play. Lian smiled squinting eyes. Met something happy. She smiled replying. Sitting on boat strolling with you. Away from gossip and noise. Why wouldn't I be happy? Really want time to stop right at this moment. He continued. This is just a normal day. If you like. Every day I will take you here to rowboat. She blushed happily. Idiot. Precisely because spending normal days with you. That makes me happy like that. Then looked down at reflection in water. Thinking. Being Emperor of Great Qian. I have my duty. For the people of Li Ming. For the glory of the family. I definitely must shoulder the responsibility. Liun pica a lotus flube. Held out in front of Rooli. Look, beautiful? He smiled brightly. If there is anything unhappy. No need to put on a gloomy face like that. Can find me anytime. I definitely will relieve sadness for you. She smiled beautifully. Really? Since you said so. Cover housework for half a year for me, okay? Lian jaw dropped. God, for real? Docking boat at pier. Ruoli held Li Yun's hand to climb ashore. He invited her. Time is just beautiful. Let's go to the newly opened city night market. Newly opened city night market, bustling with people passing. Two people browsing a mask shop. Lian picked up a Shiba Inu mask. Look, giving this dog mask to Li Shui. How is it? Feel very suitable for her. New city magnificent. Everything sparkling under moonlight. Two people standing from high looking at everything. Roly spoke up. That area is the royal palace of Great Qian. Is that palace far away? Before weren't you very curious about the layout of the royal palace? Liun Confusa. Ha, that's right. That is also the most imposing architecture of the capital. Thinking ahead. If that year happened any problem, then directly go kill that emperor. Now I don't need anymore. Ruoli eyes sparkling telling about royal palace. Outside is the lake area. If in the morning looks very beautiful. Like leaves falling a lot. And the right is the main hall. Usually used to discuss political affairs. Behind is the sleeping palace. But actually very few people. Looks quite cold. Li Yin had a question. Wifey, why do you know so clearly? Just like our home. Ruoli confused. Before heard others say. Also don't know true or fake. He smiled. So that's it. Li Yun's eyes looked far away. Place so big. Seems still the most comfortable place to stay in the royal palace. She objected. Comfortable not equal to our home. Li Yun Sulka. I thought you would like the royal palace very much. But that's not what you gave me. He immediately had an opinion. Happily said, then I will save money to buy that royal palace for you, okay? She shyly. Then you must try hard. He hugged her shoulder. Two people looked far away towards the royal palace. On this side, soldiers questioning Li Shui. Miss, please cooperate with us a bit. Two people annoyed, but still had to smile forcefully. You being like this makes it difficult for us. Li Shui Angi. Dream on. Didn't I just hit two people? Taking me to meet the official. Where did that reason come from? Suddenly a voice rang out. Happen what matter? A handsome guy. Gray hair, blue eyes appeared. Here, just leave to me. You guys go work elsewhere. Solving civil matters is his strength. Also can improve reputation of 6 Fangate. Just a normal little girl. Can cause what big matter? Still not raising hands to surrender? He smiled at her. Mississippi, what happened? Can tell me? Li Shui crossed arms. Yeah, seems you still no reason. Not like the 2 guys just now. The guy smiled brighter than flowers. Miss, rest assured, if inside has any misunderstanding, I will uphold justice for you. She puffed cheeks explaining. I just broke arms of a few people, finding me to demand medicine money. That small wound resting a few days is fine. The guy panicked. A few days? What weird physique are you? Why, beating so many people, yet she is still strong like an elephant. Is this the capital? Moreover, just now, why their appearance seemed like being made difficult? Really can't understand. Li Shua Bilibaba. Mr. Landlord. Li Yun Smila Tapruaking. Li Shua. What are you doing here? Immediately, the sword on his back vibrated. He immediately realized. This is an expert. He held his sword tight. My mysterious ice treasure scabbard can sense the aura of the strong. This is the first time vibrating scary like this. Even Lord Chun Hai only made it have a little reaction. Li Shui explained to Mr. Landlord and his wife. Last night, when going home, someone's sneaking plotting against me. So I beat them up. But 6 Fangate kept arresting me to investigate. Explaining how also didn't listen. I still have to go home to worship ancestors. Gray hair guy spoke up. So that's it. Explaining a bit, isn't it fine? Over there, I will help you speak. Only thing, he walked to front of Li Yun. Can this Mr. Landlord go to 6 Fangate for a small investigation? He understood. This landlord is like him, always craving a strong opponent. Sense my strength. Already couldn't stand it, right? Li Yun Smilat. I still have to go strolling with wife. Next time, okay. Then turned away. Gray-haired guy stared. This person, who exactly is he? Suppressing fighting will? Worthy of being the opponent I chose. But then he drew treasure blade. Sorry, wanting to fight with expert like you is always what I pursue. Not your turn to refuse. Then flew fast towards Li Yun. Realizing someone wanted to attack him, Li Yun's eyes lit up. Very quickly, Li Yun hit all vital points. Gray-haired guy hadn't even attacked yet. He darkened face, kneeled on ground, sweating profusely. How is it possible? That moment, I thought I died. Just relying on aura. Stimulated my treasure sword, causing it to shock myself. Haven't fought, yet treasure weapon destroyed. I lost. He collapsed. Truly a spectacular exchange. Worthy of being the capital. Ruoli asked Li Shui. Just now you said have to go back to worship ancestors? Li Shua's Milad Brigli. That's right. Today is Qingming Festival. Li Yun crossed arms. Qingming Festival? Mentioning Qingming will think of that poem. Qingming Festival, rain, flies, fluttering. A brother wearing clothes with Bagua image. On back carrying something very huge. After hearing the poem, spoke up. Little brother reciting a very good poem. Li Yun looked at this person. Taoist also sells coffins? Brother laughed loudly. Isn't it for rice and clothes? I asked Your Excellency, does this poem have a next line? He replied, pedestrian on the road, sad breaking heart. Like that, okay? This person frowned. Sad breaking heart? Interesting. Indeed, sad breaking heart. Li Shui wearing clothes like shaman, saying a series of hard to understand words. Like reading spell. Moreover, also hanging full of bells on body. Dancing around the fire. 2 people only looked speechless. Li Yun forced to speak up. This worship method of yours is very cool. Sure not summoning evil god, right? Li Shua Prot. Qingming worship Amali family definitely must be cool. Remembering something. He turned to ask Ruoli. Speaking of which, you don't have people to worship? No, I don't have anyone worth remembering. Ruoli silent. Born in the court. Must cut off all kinship. Only have struggle for power. Li Yun Kumfurta. Like that also good. You should smile, then we'll look beautiful, but... He smiled forcefully. If one day I die. Definitely must offer delicious food for me. Ruoli teased husband. No. Husband surprised. Not allowed. Then she smiled brightly. Idiot. I mean, is not letting you die. At Huang family. Huang had spoke up. Your Excellency is sect leader of Ling Yun sect. This time inviting Sir here is hoping can help me investigate clearly all experts in the capital, especially that bastard. Oh, brother selling coffin turns out is here. This person replied. No need to say much. This is matter related to Emperor. I will help you complete this matter. But before that, I must go find a person first. Huang Head wondered. I heard rumor your excellency's direct disciple died on battlefield. This debt naturally must count on that person's head. Rumor is hiding in the capital, but for a long time no news. Cannot grasp his exact whereabouts. But please, sect leader, rest assured. My Huang family definitely will help. Brother smiled interested. No bother, family head worry. I know. What to do? Huang Head looked down at the coffin beside. Asked softly, speaking of which, sect leader's coffin below is prepared for that person? Sect leader replied. Originally wanted to sell, but no one bought. Really humorous. Who would want to buy a coffin? Then face of this person showed interest. Just consider prepared for me. Leaving Huang family. Brother darkened face. Damn it. Want to investigate clearly all top experts in this capital. Isn't it just need to go to 6 Fan Gate to check household registration? But I'm terrible with directions. However, I can't just not go back. That would be truly embarrassing. I wonder if this guy is related to that mosshead? Li Yun accidentally spots someone. He calls out Daoist priest. What a coincidence. We meet again. He waves his hand in greeting. Today is the Qingming festival. Aren't you going home to pay respects to your ancestors? The brother replies immediately. No need. There's a good chance I'll be reuniting with the whole family in a few days anyway. That's right, little brother. Do you know where the Lu Shan Men headquarters is located? Li Yun points the way. Go north. 500 meters ahead. Then go straight west, and you'll arrive. The sect leader smiles faintly. He gives a grunt of acknowledgement, then turns and walks away. Many thanks, little brother. I must be going now. Li Yun yells out in frustration. That's the opposite direction. Don't tell me you use the 3-sword style too? Forget it. Looking at you. How about I just take you there myself? The brother scratches his head and laughs awkwardly. Then I'll have to trouble you, little brother. On the way, he probes for information. Going to the Lu Shan Men this late at night. Are you planning something nefarious? You have injuries on you. Were you in a fight? The brother replies. It's nothing. I'm just going to peek at the household registry. And while I'm at it, look for some documents on that legendary rebel leader. He turns his face. Why do I need to find him? Does he owe you money or something? The sect leader furrows his brows. My younger brother died in that rebellion. Although I know he didn't kill him, it just so happens my days are numbered. I want to use all my remaining strength to seek revenge. However, that was when I was at my peak. Now I am riddled with heavy injuries. I fear I am no match for him. That coffin at noon was prepared for me. Li Yun smiles, eyes crinkling. I've seen plenty of people seeking revenge. But this is the first time I've met someone as sensible as you. In a flash, they arrive at the Lu Shan Men. Li Yun introduces the place. This is the administrative office of the Lu Shan Men. The brother responds. Many thanks, little brother. I'll go in and be right back. Then he vanishes in a gust of wind. He remarks, his qigong isn't bad at all. Suddenly, shouting erupts from inside. Catch the thief. A thief has broken in. Li Yun breaks into a sweat. Caught that fast. Inside, the guy is running for his life. The soldiers behind scream loudly. How dare you steal from the Lu Shan Men? Don't let him escape. Li Yun watches from the outside. Why is he running toward me? Damn it, you old fool. I'm just a passerby. Absolutely do not talk to me. Who would have guessed, the old guy shouts. Brother, hurry up. We've been spotted. Li Yun yells back in anger. Damn it, who is your brother? You really are a piece of work. The brother grins broadly. Good brother, what do we do now? I'm lost. This guy. Run forward and turn right. The soldiers behind shout. Turn right. But when they turn right, they don't see anyone. Do they suddenly vanish? The two look down from the roof. The soldiers are splitting up their forces. You guys search over there. We absolutely cannot let those 2 thieves get away. Li Yun speaks up first. Sai, with the qigong, how did you get detected? Being directionally challenged is an illness. You need to get that treated. The sect leader chuckles. I haven't eaten in days since arriving in the capital. Just now, my stomach growled a bit too loudly. Can't blame it. Following you works just fine. That's right. I'm very curious about something. Just now when we were running, I realized your lightness skill might be better than mine. There are very few people in this world who can beat me in lightness skill. He turned back to look at Li Yun with a sinister smile. So, you must be Zhai Qian, right? Li Yun's expression turned serious. Then the man burst out laughing. Look, I scared you. I was just messing with you. His smile faded slightly. Actually, I'm looking for him just to ask if he's ever met my younger brother, and if he saw whether my brother was handsome or not. Li Yun cleared his throat, his face stern. I have no impression of him. There were a lot of people back then, after all. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly became eerily quiet. The Taoist master leaped a fair distance away. He shouted, "To think you were so far, yet right in front of my eyes." The man frowned at him. "Make your move. Li Yun Shukulat. You're quite an interesting fellow." As he spoke, he flicked out 2 silver coins. The Taoist master was startled by the 2 coins. He quickly snatched them out of the air. He frowned at Li Yun. "The great Zhai Qian, using hidden weapons? You've truly disappointed me. Li Yun Raturta. Are you hallucinating?" The man opened his hand to look at the 2 coins. Li Yun continued, "That's all the money I have. Go buy some steamed buns to eat. You're injured, and your stomach is empty. You should eat your fill before you fight me." The man clenched his fist. Furious, he cursed, "Damn you." Then he pouted. "My martial arts are no match for yours. And my character is inferior too." He turned his face away. He said loudly, "You win. You seem like a decent person. Our feud is hereby cancelled." Li Yun's expression darkened. These days, even conceding defeat can be done so arrogantly. At Li Yun's private residence, he was enjoying the bliss provided by his wife. "Damn it," he thought. "I've been using too much true chi lately. It's making my old wounds act up again." Ruoli asked, "Are you feeling any better? Is it still flaring up?" Li Yun gave a wry smile. "Don't say it like that. It makes me sound like I'm crazy." Ruoli lowered her head to look at him. "Well, if you were normal, you wouldn't have married a money-grubbing woman." He looked up at her. "Marry you? Why wouldn't I? Where else in this world could I find such a good wife?" She flicked his forehead. "Umph, you fool. Get up." From his point of view, looking up, it was enough to give a man a nosebleed. She smiled brightly. "I heard the household registers of the 6-fan gate were stolen by a thief last night. They have to be redone today." Then she thought to herself, the leader of the rebel army has always been hiding in the capital. With this re-registration of households, we might be able to find him. At the 6-fan gate, everyone was lining up to re-register their households. An official and a gray-haired young man were recording information. The young man thought to himself, what a pity. I met a master but forgot to ask for his name. I wonder when I'll get to fight him again." Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of Li Yun standing in line behind him. "It's him. He's here to re-register his household too." He immediately reported it. "Lord Chenhai, the man who made my treasured sword tremble yesterday, has arrived." The Lord's eyes grew dangerous. "Is that so? I must go and get acquainted. Is he really that strong? I've never heard of such a figure in the capital. Unless he's the person we've been searching for all this time." First, the Lord stared intently. If Zhai Qian is hiding among the commoners, then he will follow the rules of ordinary people. I've already arranged for many guards. As soon as we spot anyone unusual, we'll arrest them first. This time, let's see how he hides. According to what that person said, this fellow's skills are probably not bad. Wait for my signal. Have them all attack at once. We'll test his strength. If he is Zhai Qian, he will definitely reveal a flaw. When that happens, His Majesty will surely reward me. Ruoli spoke up. "This is the place. Just register and you're done." "Why is Her Majesty here?" The gray-haired young man looked at the Lord. "Why hasn't Lord Chun Hai given the order yet?" Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He looked at the Lord as if to say, "I understand. A small matter like this should be left to a subordinate. That way, Lord Chun Hai can rest easy." "Jian Hai Bani." "Wait, what do you mean by that? What's with that gesture? Her Majesty is right there. I'm warning you, kid, don't do anything stupid." But it was too late. The gray-haired man drew his sword. His face was serious. "Master, I want to see just how strong you really are. Brothers, get him." Lord Chun Hai lifted his foot and gave the gray-haired man a swift, painful kick. "Damn it, you lunatic." The gray-haired man was sent flying, his head hitting a wall. The Lord chuckled. "You too. He's having one of his fits today. A good kick should help him feel a bit better." The other two were bewildered, not understanding what was happening. "It seems this fellow has a good relationship with Her Majesty." He stood up and personally guided them. He pointed to the paper. "Sir, this way, please. Just fill out the household registration form." He must be an old friend of Her Majesty, with such powerful skills. It's not strange for him to hide his identity. Li Yun looked back. He showed his attitude. Why so scared all of a sudden? There are so many people lying in ambush. They must be here to deal with the leader of the rebel army. The two quickly left the 6-fan gate. Li Yun thought to himself, "When I walked in, I thought I was exposed. Looks like I wasn't." He looked up at the rooftops. There's still many people watching. If there was even a hint of anything unusual, Those guys on the roofs would have all jumped down at once. Li Yun turned to ask Ruoli, Mrs. Li, where are we heading next? Ruoli replied softly, let me think. As they were walking, they suddenly ran into the coffin-selling brother. Li Yun was startled, and the brother was just as surprised. His hand, holding a steamed bun, froze mid-air. Li Yun's expression darkened. Why is that guy here? Last night, he was causing trouble at the 6-fan gate. And now he shows up here. He's really arrogant. Forget it. Might as well see this through to the end. I should give this guy a little warning. It seems he has no idea that the 6-fan gate has people lying in ambush here. Li Yun smiled faintly. He looked towards a man. He pointed to the sky, meaning, there are people up there. Be careful. Absolutely do not circulate your true chi. But the brother didn't understand at all. He shouted, it's you. Want to fight? Fine. Come on. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Suddenly, the men from the 6-fan gate swooped down. It must be the rebel leader. Brothers, let's get him together. They swarmed in, beating the man senseless. The Taoist master shouted, officers, it's a misunderstanding. I'm an innocent civilian. Only then did he look at Li Yun. So, you meant there were people up there? Ruoli was overjoyed to see this. They caught one. I hope it's that bastard from the rebel army. Li Yun saw his wife's bright smile. He turned and asked, what's wrong? Did something I say make Mrs. Li so happy? She lowered her eyes. Young Master Li, you should worry about yourself. All your future money is mine. He smiled gently. That's fine. Whatever you want. I'll give it all to you. She seized the opportunity. There's one thing you can't give me right now. That is your life. Can you give it to me? This girl really knows how to seize the moment to confess. Li Yun's eyes crinkled. You want this? He leaned in close to Ruoli. I couldn't before, but for the rest of my life. Every day, every minute, every second belongs to you. Come on, let's go try that new dessert shop. At the Sky Prison, the Taoist master was being escorted into his cell. He observed his surroundings. So this is the Great Qian's Sky Prison. Looks like it's full of dangerous figures from the martial world. Suddenly, a golden hand appeared. Waving, I'm ready. I'm ready. Let's start the game together. The big brother was worried. Why is there a lunatic in here, too? The gray-haired man opened the cell door. We're here. A terrifying-looking inmate shouted at the gray-haired man. Hey, long time no see, young Master Yunji. Did you miss me? Yunji shouted back angrily. Only a ghost would miss you. Look here. Is this your leader? The Taoist master leaned close to the bars. So you're the rebel, huh? The other guy got angry. What do you mean, rebel? I'm a righteous warrior. The brother sneered. Look at you with your fleshy face and fierce expression. No one would believe you if you said you were a good person. Suddenly, the fierce-looking man obediently pointed at the Taoist master. He is my leader. How did you guys capture Han Shi? The Taoist master was furious. His vision went dark. Damn it, do you rebels enjoy messing with people this much? Yunji reported to the high-ranking official. Lord Chenhai, the bearded man has confessed. That fellow is the leader of the rebel army. Lord Chenhai was skeptical. You're not actually going to believe him, are you? The gray-haired man quickly backpedaled. No, of course not. How could I? This was just to see Lord Chenhai's brilliant judgment in action. But in his heart, he thought, so it was fake. This young master is too naive. The gray-haired man continued. Then I'll release him. Chenhai ordered. No need. Even if he isn't the rebel leader, he's no good either. His movement technique is almost identical to the thief who stole the household registers last night. Just keep him locked up. His gaze turned serious. The household registration for the entire capital is complete. But there's still no clue about that fellow. Where on earth could he be hiding? Could someone be helping him cover up his identity? Who would be so bold? Elsewhere, the young couple was being sweet with each other, feeding each other. How is it? Is it good? Well, my wife feeds me. Everything is delicious. Li Yun read the newspaper. He said, quite a few corrupt officials have fallen from power recently, huh? Including the descendants of aristocratic families. These people used to be so arrogant. Tyrannical. Basically, no one could control them. Ruoli smiled. That proves the new emperor's management methods are effective. Li Yun was curious. You've always praised her. It seems you really like her. Ruoli explained. People say she is beautiful, but her abilities are also outstanding. She even issued a new system of policies beneficial to the development of Great Qian. I heard she recently reinstated the Imperial examination system. Why don't you go take the exam and see how you do? You might even become the top scholar. Li Yun gave a wry smile. Nah, forget it. I'm so handsome, charming, and funny. Passing is a small matter. But if the emperor takes a liking to me, then I'd have to elope with her. Ruoli rested her chin on her hand. You're right. If the emperor saw you, she would indeed fall for you instantly. What then? Lian was confused. Huh? Why aren't you teasing me today? Am I really so handsome that the emperor would fall in love with me at first sight? Lu Shui appeared out of nowhere. Landlord, sir. Big sis Ruoli, she said excitedly. I heard the flowers in the northern outer city have all bloomed. It's a magnificent sight. Ruoli was confused. What does that have to do with us? Luxu smiled brightly. Because Big Sis loves to enjoy beautiful scenery like this with landlord sir. She blushed. This child, what nonsense are you spouting? But the girl was stubborn. She retorted, I'm not talking nonsense. Big Sis Ruoli definitely likes landlord sir a lot. Is there a day I don't have to witness your public displays of affection? You're always secretly glancing at landlord sir's face. And you even have that shy smile. This is clearly love. She blushed, admitting it. Li Yun couzed her. Such a beautiful sight should naturally be enjoyed together. Would you go with me? She said shyly. If Li Yun wants to see it, then I'll reluctantly accompany you. It was late at night when the three of them finally arrived. The surrounding scenery was shrouded in darkness, mingling with the starlight. Lu Shui was happy. Li Yun and Ruoli were glum. Looks like we're a little late. What can we even see now? Lu Shui was annoyed. Isn't it because you two were too busy being lovey-dovey and wasted time? Li Yun shot back. Now you're blaming us? Weren't you the one who couldn't stop eating along the way? That mouth of yours ate its way from the south city to the north city. Lu Shui's belly was round. Oomph. Isn't it landlord sir's fault for making my belly big? He was stunned. Hey, saying it like that can easily be misunderstood. Besides, Ruoli paid for it. But it turned out that money was deducted from his allowance. My dear, spend less. Suddenly, a swarm of fireflies appeared, illuminating the entire field of flowers. The scene was poetic, even more beautiful than the daytime. Li Yun smiled at his wife. It seems even the heavens couldn't bear to see your sad face. How many points would you give this beautiful view? She replied, Humph, it's just average. I'll give it 1 point. He was confused. I thought you'd be very satisfied. She took the opportunity to confess. If you add yourself into the equation, then I'll reluctantly give it a 10. Li Yun was glum. Isn't the scale out of 100? She replied gently. You fool. The scale is out of 5. On a snowy mountain, an army in armor shouted in unison. Die Rebus. The gentleman and the blue-haired girl showed no fear. In an instant, the soldiers were cut in half. They turned and walked away. Is this the man you killed before? Even if he's blind, it seems that Zhai Qian fellow isn't all that great. The girl slowly pulled down her hood. She spoke, Zaihan. Our strength, Tim, is less than the light of a firefly. His power is unimaginable. His IQ, talent, and character are all top tier. Zaihan said nonchalantly, Forget it. I don't care about that stuff. If you defeat me, I will listen to you. But he can't beat me. I'll just cut him down directly. Also, don't forget that in the end, he abandoned you all. She defended him. That was only temporary. He saved me from the brutal battlefield. He taught me dignity and respect. He is a god, the lord of this world. And now, we finally have news of him. She turned her head. Let's go. Let's find our god. Li Yun visited the two in prison. He brought them some food. The bearded man looked at the pastry. He exclaimed, You're a true brother. Thank you. The Taoist master looked disappointed. What a waste of anticipation. Since you're here, why not find some Tianshan snow lotus for your brother to rinse his mouth with? Liun Shuzha. I'm just an ordinary family man. Not even half of one. Where'd I find a Tianshan snow lotus for you? The coffin-selling brother gave him a judgmental look. What? Then where did the scent of Tianshan snow lotus on you come from? Only those who eat it regularly would have that scent. But you're right. The places that sell these things are all managed by the royal family. Only the emperor gets to eat them. Looks like I smelled wrong. The bearded man spoke up. Right, I heard some people in the prison talking. It seems the royal family and some old cadres of the righteous army are collecting the fragments of the weapon that seriously injured you. You should be more careful. Li Yun put a hand to his chin. He pondered, so that's how it is. No wonder the head of the Huang family was so arrogant before. If they have that thing, they indeed have the capital to be so. The bearded man added, Also, I heard the people at the Six Fan Gate gossiping. It seems the border guards in the northern wastelands have lost contact. Looks like someone attacked them there. It seems Great Qian is in chaos. I wonder if the new emperor can handle it. Then he turned to look at the brother. I'm breaking you out today. He laughed arrogantly. Forget it. At most, I'll just be locked up for a while longer. If you break me out, I'll become a wanted criminal. Rejected, Li Yin turned to leave. He bid them farewell. Then I won't stay any longer. I have to go for a walk with my wife later. In the city streets, Li Shui was listless, dragging herself through the streets. Li Yin happened to see her. Luxu, what's wrong with you again? She lifted her tired face to look at her landlord. She saw the couple walking hand in hand. Li Yun Chocolat. What's up? Just got off work? How's the job? She let out a long sigh. Don't even mention it. I feel like my life is just passing by in a flash. Why do people have to work? Li Yin gave an okay sign. Sounds like it's not too bad. So, can you pay last month's rent yet? Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She perked up and changed the subject. Rent? What's that? Landlord, sir. Are you in need of concubine? How about I become your concubine? He frowned. Are you kidding? If I dared to agree, what would your big sis Ruoli do to me? Ruoli said nonchalantly. At least you know your place. Then Li Shui pointed and began to tell a story. Let me tell you something. The train had a test run today, and something very strange happened. Li Yin was amused. A very strange thing? Did an alien or a zombie appear? Li Shui clenched her fists. She said seriously, it was a ghost story. The test run on the ghost track had abnormal vibrations. There were no problems before. Such a situation only occurs when two trains are running at the same time, causing abnormal readings. It might have been a ghost train. He put a hand to his chin. He thought, a ghost train? Where does that ghost track you guys tested lead to? She replied, that line goes to the northern wastelands. Why? He thought to himself, the northern wastelands? The big bearded guy mentioned a group of guards mysteriously disappeared there. Could there be a connection? Although I can get a lot of intelligence from this girl. My goal is a peaceful life. The intelligence I get from her will only put me in more danger. Ruoli said irritably. Humph. Haven't you stared long enough? He smiled, his eyes crinkling. I was just thinking how my wife is so beautiful. No one, no matter how popular or sought after, can compare to you. She puffed out her cheeks. And you still stared for so long. Then he pulled her closer, looking straight into her eyes. Then from now on, I'll only look at you. I'll look at you when I eat, when I sleep. Okay. Ruoli was still not appeased. She puffed her cheeks and turned away. Oof. Who asked you to look at me all day? Shameless. From above, looking down, was a young lady in red with her maid. The lady in red thought to herself. Just now, I felt a familiar gaze on me. She ordered her maid. That's enough. Let's go back. It must have been my imagination. The young lady was walking down a corridor. A blue-haired man spoke up. Isa, you're finally back. You've kept me waiting. The blue-haired man's eyes had been gouged out. The young lady nonchalantly ordered her maid. You may leave first. I have something to discuss with this person. It seems the Huang family is getting impatient. They've sent someone to rush her. The man smiled faintly. The time is right. Can the person behind you make a move now? She chuckled. Before, you were so arrogant and smug. You said we were just a nuisance. Have you forgotten? The blue-haired man put on an innocent face. I'm just a middleman. That was what the head of the Huang family said. He's the only one who lost. It has nothing to do with me. The girl frowned. It seems your skills are quite impressive. He said cheerfully, why do you say that, miss? She smiled, her eyes crinkling. You have such a disgusting smile. If your martial arts weren't high, you would have been beaten to death by someone long ago. He leaned down to look at the young lady. You're quite the kidder, miss. I have a feeling your eyes must be very beautiful. The young lady blushed. What do you mean by that? Even if they are beautiful, you can't see them. He opened his eyes wide. He teased. My eyes used to be very beautiful too, but someone poked them out, and the ones who blinded me were you rebels. Then he gave a sinister laugh. So I will gouge out the eyes of every rebel and destroy them. She got angry and swung her dagger. She shouted, you damned pervert. I'll gouge out your eyes. You damn blind man. Her dagger was close to his eyes. When suddenly, he was gone. She slashed at empty air. Then he suddenly appeared behind her. He grabbed her shoulder and whispered, no need to be alarmed, miss. If I wanted to, your eyes would have been gouged out by me long ago. Sucking on your beautiful eyes. The only reason you're still alive is because you're still useful. For example, the person behind you. So can you tell me now about your sincerity? The frightened young lady spoke up. My master has already taken action. Unlike you people. He poked her cheek. He sneered. Wouldn't it have been better to say so earlier? You almost got hurt and made me angry. The head of the Huang family hasn't even dared to use the toilet these past few days. She retorted, Humph. Is it good to speak ill of your own master like that? He withdrew his hand. Master? The head of the Huang family is my master? He's not worthy. We're just mutually beneficial. He rested his chin on his hand. Speaking of which, your goal is to find that person, right? Is there a problem? He pointed to his blind eyes. Nothing. After all, my eyes were blinded by a slash. I'll be taking my leave. We'll meet again if fate allows. She frowned at his departing back. Who on earth is this guy? He's not from the Huang family. And he's not one of the young emperor's people either. What force does he belong to? What is his ultimate goal? Morning in the capital city. Ruoli walked ahead. Li Yin followed behind, carrying a large pile of things. Wifey, why did you buy so many clothes? She turned around and replied, I buy them because I want to. Why ask so many questions? Li Yin glanced at a certain spot. He thought, could it be? Her old clothes are too tight now. The growth period is truly magical. She turned and scolded him. I told you not to look at me. Are you thinking of something dirty again? The boy tried to justify himself. I'm using my eyes to admire your beauty. Absolutely no other intentions. She puffed her cheeks. Only a ghost would believe you. Li Yin gave a wry smile. Oh, right. I've been hearing a lot of people on the street talking about the rebel army. Did something happen? Ruoli recalled. There are rumors that the rebel army has resurfaced recently. They all say the leader of the rebel army is hiding in the capital. He must be plotting something. He broke into a cold sweat. This has nothing to do with me. Why do I always have to take the blame? I just want to live a peaceful life with my wife. He thought to himself, from the uprising to going into hiding. 6 years have passed. If I hadn't given up back then, I might have become the emperor. But then I wouldn't have met Ruoli. Ruoli asked a question that startled Li Yin. Why do you think there's someone in the world as powerful as the leader of the rebel army? So powerful that it seems the common sense of this world doesn't apply to him. Li Yin defended himself. Perhaps he has a special constitution, different from ordinary people. Maybe his dantian even developed later in life, allowing him to easily absorb the countless true chi mineral stones from countless predecessors in the divine continent. Wouldn't that make cultivation as easy as drinking water? Ruoli didn't believe him. Nonsense. How is that possible? Stop living in a dream. He agreed. You're right. The days with my wife are as happy as a dream. If this is all a dream, I hope I can keep living in it like this. But if we have a child in the future, don't tell me they'll be born as a Shintian level Do Sheng expert. Ruoli suddenly gave him a light kiss on the cheek. She smiled. You fool. Now you know if it's a dream or reality, right? Liunakta Ruvishli. I still don't feel fully awake. A few more times might do the trick. But she turned away sharply. She blushed and said, in your dreams. She continued, you fool. Late at night, the surroundings grew quiet. A bucket outside the door suddenly fell over. Li Yin woke with a start. He sat bolt upright. A thief. Why does this feel so familiar? He turned to look at Ruoli, who was still fast asleep. Good thing my wife didn't hear. He got up and opened the door. Of all the places to go, you dare to come to my place to cause trouble? Losing things is a small matter. Disturbing my wife's sleep is the real crime. It's probably not those people from the Huang family, right? I already warned them. Huh, that back looks familiar. Luxu, Le Shui, with tears welling in her eyes, turned to look at her landlord. She choked out, Landlord, sir, what are you doing here so late at night? She said determinedly, you have to listen to me. It's bad. There's a ghost in my house. Liyun risusuritter. A ghost. How can there be ghosts in this world? All right, stop crying. I'll go with you to check it out. Don't worry. One walked in front, and the other followed, heading to Lu Shui's house. Lu Shui peeked around from behind. He asked, explain clearly what happened. How can there be a ghost? She frowned. I brought home a big bag of delicious food, but after a while, the food mysteriously disappeared. Then, a black shadow flashed past my window. It scared me so much that I accidentally punched a hole in the wall. But I still didn't see anyone. As she spoke, she gestured with her hands and feet. This is highly suspicious. When you punched a hole in the wall, that person probably got scared and ran away. Wait a minute. This is my house. I wonder how dilapidated it's become. Standing in front of the gate, Li Yun spoke. So, In short, food vanished into thin air, and there was a mysterious black shadow. Lu Shui hid behind him, terrified. Let me go in with you and see what's going on. You don't need to be afraid. A pair of bright eyes flashed with light. The girl screamed in terror. She jumped and clung to Li Yun. Ah, a ghost. The black shadow from before vanished in a flash. The girl was on the verge of tears. I told you there was a ghost, and you didn't believe me. Li Yun gave a wry smile. It's true, it's not a person. He looked out the window. I said it wasn't a person, but I didn't say it was a ghost. He ran his hand along the windowsill. Look what's on the window. She pressed her face against the window. She frowned. Where did these paw prints come from? Then they were both startled as an animal leaped up. Two small paws clung to the window. Oh, it turns out to be a super cute black cat. Luxurious eyes up. Wow, what an adorable little cat. So was the one causing trouble all this time? He picked up the cat. He explained, this is no ordinary cat. It's a specially trained messenger cat used on the battlefield. As long as the letter hasn't been delivered, it won't stop. It's extremely fast. An ordinary martial artist wouldn't be able to detect it. This type of cat almost disappeared after the war ended. Could the letter on it be from a year ago? Lu Shui delightedly nuzzled the cat's cheek. It likes me so much that they would use a messenger cat to send me a letter? Then it suddenly kicked her away and jumped onto his head to sit. Looks like this letter is for Li Yun. He took the letter out of the bamboo tube. It took so long to arrive. Who on earth sent it? She frowned. I really got my hopes up. So it wasn't for me? The letter read, my old friend. If you want to leave, you can leave at any time. You no longer owe me anything. To you, this world is very strange. You've spent half your life in this war. That's not fair to you. I think you should have a life of your own. Although I am one of the founders of the righteous army, my voice doesn't carry much weight. This is all I can do. You are a warm person. I hope you can live this life peacefully. Farewell to war and cruelty. May you marry a woman as beautiful as my wife. All right, I have a daughter. Her name is Lu Shui. She is a very smart girl. If you meet her, you must treat her well. Lu Wu is telling you to take care of the girl, not to hit on her. He read the letter in silence. Lu Shui nudged him. Landlord, sir, what's wrong? Why aren't you moving? Are we possessed? He turned and smiled at her. I'm suddenly a little hungry. What do you want to eat? My treat today. The girl was confused. Has landlord sir gone crazy? Could it be that he really likes me? I was just kidding before. Don't worry. My friend said, I absolutely cannot make a move on his beautiful 16-year-old daughter named Lu Shui. She wondered, am I some kind of famous poison? But, a friend? Li Yun was serious. Yes, a very good friend who understands me. The dinner table was set. It was filled with delicious dishes. Li Yun asked, right, I never asked you before. What exactly happened to your family? Lu Shui gnawed on a chicken leg. She said, this question is related to my chicken-like memory. She frowned, because when I returned home, only my father was left, taking his last breaths. Everyone else was dead. When the house was on fire, my father only had time to tell me to find someone. Then he died. I don't know who did it. He pondered, we can rule out the court officials. Those dogs are very arrogant in their work. They have no need to be so sneaky. Although old Li's strength wasn't that great, he still had quite a few followers. It's not something an ordinary force could handle. His eyes widened. Wait a minute. Could it be? The entire capital was quiet. Suddenly, an immense amount of true qi erupted. The Lord and the gray-haired man felt it. What a terrifying aura. What is he trying to do? She frowned. This powerful true qi. It's definitely him. After hiding for so long, he suddenly makes such a show of force. Is this a challenge? Here, the atmosphere was incredibly gloomy. It wasn't the Imperial court, and it wasn't some thieving force. Then there's only one possibility. His face turned serious. It was an inside job by the righteous army. Who could it be? Lu Shui was worried. Landlord, sir, is it okay for you to be out so late? Won't big sis Rolly be worried? Li Yun smilat finally. It's fine. She's still sleeping. This is when she's at her sleepiest. Lu Shui was curious. You know all of big sis Rolly's habits. I'm really curious how you two met. It seemed to hit the right topic. He laughed loudly. Of course, it was my handsome face that made her fall in love at first sight. She frowned, annoyed. Don't try to show off with me. Hurry up and tell me. But he quickly stood up. He clapped his hands and said goodbye. It's a long story. I'll tell you when I have the chance. Don't worry. I'll help you solve this matter. It's getting late. I'm heading back first. She was disappointed. He was so furious just now. And he asked me so many questions. It seems that letter said something. This Lu Shui girl is truly an enigma. Walking alone in the street. Li Yin thought, I'm still lacking intelligence. I need to go to Hongxiu Pavilion and ask that top courtesan. Right. After I solve everything, I'll quickly return to my peaceful life. Arriving at his gate, he pushed the door open. Surprise, old lady. His wife was waiting. Ruoli asked, where did you say you were going just now? The girl pouted. I couldn't find you in the middle of the night. It made me very worried. Li Yin scratched his head and explained. I thought you were already asleep. Lu Shui said there was a ghost in her room. I went with her to check it out. It turned out to be just a cat. She yawned widely. Is that so? He picked her up princess style. You silly girl. What are you doing out here? Did you have to sit outside? It's not good if you catch a cold. She replied. I felt the bed and you weren't there. So I woke up completely. She leaned against his chest. Without you, I can't sleep. He rested his cheek on her hair. So can you sleep now? The girl replied cheerfully. The next morning in the capital city, Your Majesty, the Snow Mountain incident has been investigated. But Your Majesty doesn't look too well. Should you rest for a bit? The girl rested her face on her hand. It's fine. Just report the details. It's all Li Yun's fault. He made her sleep poorly all night. The Lord from the Sixth Fan Gate continued his report. The identities of the criminals at Snow Mountain have been investigated. There are mainly two people. They are Guangzhou Zaihan of the Northern Wastelands and a cadre of the rebel army. Naren Ta. They later gathered many warriors. It is estimated that there could be over 100 people. The emperor asked for more details. A cadre of the rebel army. How is her strength? Compared to the rebel leader, who is stronger. The Lord continued. Of course, she's not much weaker. It's rumored that her relationship with the rebel leader is quite intimate. The emperor frowned. What does an intimate relationship have to do with me? Don't report such private matters to me. She pulled something out of her sleeve. The matter concerning the rebel army is, of course, very important. She then handed a piece of paper to the Lord from the Sixth Fan Gate. On it was the plan to deal with the rebel army. He took the paper. Your Majesty is wise. The Lord read aloud. Call the weak brave, and call the brave weak. Love is the flame of life. Without it, all becomes a dark night. The emperor was startled. She blushed. Isn't this the love letter Li Yun wrote to me back then? I must have been too tired last night. I woke up early and grabbed the wrong one in a hurry. The Lord from the Sixth Fan Gate frowned. Your Majesty. Her Majesty was still flustered, not knowing how to explain. When suddenly, he shouted, You are truly great. You want to use love to reform those rebels? Such profound righteousness. This is the way of the sages. Then he knelt down. Chun Hai swears to be loyal to Your Majesty until death. The emperor chuckled. Ha. Indeed, my dear minister understands me best. She thought, this guy is quite the actor. At a restaurant. Luxu shuted. What? Li Yin held a cup of hot tea. Naren ta. She was eating a pot of steamed buns. Right? She appeared in this morning's capital newspaper. It seems it was at Snow Mountain. Are you very close to her? He immediately denied it. That's all nonsense. Actually, we're not that close. Lu Shui's eyes were suspicious. How can that be? Otherwise, why would there be such a rumor? Li Yin gave a bitter smile. I'm not lying to you. It's just that every time I was doing something, she happened to appear. For example, after I finished practicing my sword, she would happen to pass by and conveniently hand me a towel, water, and take my clothes to wash. When we had meetings to simulate battle situations, she would sit quite close to me. Besides, in hot weather, anyone's face would turn red. Luxu looked ludli. So that's how it is. It was all just a coincidence. Huh, that's right. She frowned. Then do you think she'll come looking for you? He looked up at the sky. He thought, probably, but she doesn't know I'm here. Besides, no one has the means to enter the capital. Basically, it's impossible for her to show up here. The giant and Naran Tai stood before the train. Tai spoke. Behold the miracle I have created. Her face was cold. This miracle will lead us to him. Hongxiu Pavilion truly lives up to its name as the top brothel in the capital. Not only is it bustling with people coming and going, laughing and talking merrily, the clientele is also incredibly diverse. Even old men come here. Just like right now. An old man had two young ladies in his arms, laughing and talking happily. Li Yun, watching from upstairs, sighed in admiration. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. Others have one, but that old man has two. To be in a room of Hongxiu Pavilion's top courtesan and be looking at other women. As the top courtesan, Hualien was a bit displeased. But then again, in Li Yun's eyes now, only Zhu Ruoli was the most beautiful. Hualien and the others were all the same to him. Hualien huffed and got straight to the point. If you want to lead them in an uprising, I'm afraid the forces behind her won't just stand by. Li Yun shrugged and said, I've been investigating something recently. I want to get some intelligence from you. Upon hearing this, Hualien flatly refused. Li Yun didn't give up. He just smiled and said, Don't be so stubborn. I'll give you some intelligence in exchange. Intelligence that can be used to trade with Hualien? She lacked for nothing here. But the intelligence Li Yun offered was completely unexpected by Hualien. It was intelligence about the rebel army. What is his purpose? Or what kind of person does he like? As soon as Hualien heard this, she reacted immediately. She blushed and shouted in surprise. You're saying he has someone he likes? The man she and Narintai like the most already had someone in his heart? Wait a minute. Did this fellow get the wrong idea? Li Yun, who was oblivious to matters of love and only had his wife in his heart, was completely clueless about other romantic affairs. Hualien coughed awkwardly. Although Li Yun said he had news about the rebel leader, Hualien didn't believe him right away. After all, words need proof. Li Yun didn't expect Hualien to ask for proof. But since she asked, he had no choice but to tell the truth. Li Yun smiled cheerfully and said, I am the leader of the rebel army. So, tell me the intelligence you know. Hualien looked at Li Yun with contempt. She snorted, You think you're worthy? If you're the leader of the rebel army, I'll be reborn as a pig in my next life. After so many years. And now he's even covering his face to meet her, so it's normal for Hualien not to believe him. It seems he'll have to find another way to get the intelligence. Li Yun laughed again and said, Miss Hualien, I was just joking with you earlier. The real negotiation starts now. You can also consider it a threat. With an incredibly innocent face, Li Yun smiled gently and said, If you don't give me the intelligence, I'll expose you and eliminate everyone here. Hualien clearly didn't believe Li Yun's words. She smiled and replied, Aren't you afraid of being caught? You're also a member of the righteous army. At some point, Li Yun had appeared behind Hualien, gently placing a hand on her shoulder without her noticing. When it comes to speed and escaping, not to brag, but Li Yun is very confident. Besides, he was only asking about past events, so he wasn't afraid of disrupting their plans. Hualien quickly understood. If she didn't give him the intelligence today, she probably wouldn't get away from this person. So, she finally agreed to compromise. But do all martial arts masters like to suddenly appear behind people like this? Having gotten Li Yun's agreement, Li Yun bluntly asked, when the rebel army first rose up, they received help from someone with the surname Li. But a year ago, all of them died. Hualien had heard rumors about this, but she didn't know the specific details. They had investigated it, but couldn't find much intelligence. They could only determine that it wasn't the work of the Imperial court. Li Yun fronat. He felt a bit uneasy. If it were the Imperial army, it wouldn't take long to deal with. He could just go settle the score with the Emperor. But now, at this rate, the possibility of it being an inside job is quite high. Her heartbeat and true qi are stable. She's not lying. Regarding this matter, Hualien probably has no reason to deceive him. Having gotten the information he wanted, Li Yun didn't stay any longer and quickly left. Hualien, in her room, watched Li Yun's departing figure and thought, such a powerful master, and he's been able to hide in the capital for so long. He can't be a nobody. But no matter how Hualien thought, she couldn't figure out his identity. If she asked Narintai, maybe she would know. But this person acts so secretively. With Narintai's personality, she would surely think this person is not worth her time and would look down on him, not even talking to him. It's unlikely they know each other. While Li Yun was out investigating, back at home, Zhu Ruoli was still blushing with embarrassment over the incident in the palace this morning. She actually took out Li Yun's love letter. Before, she kept family and state affairs very separate, but now things are getting messy. As soon as Li Yun returned home, he went to check on his wife. He didn't know what had happened, but he had a feeling his wife was embarrassed about something. The first time Li Yun saw his wife this embarrassed was on their wedding night. How could she possibly tell him she mistook his love letter for a plan and gave it to the six-fan gate? Zhu Ruoli said shyly, It's nothing. You don't need to worry about it. Hearing this, Li Yun pulled out a straight man's little trick. He smiled and said, If I did something to make you unhappy, just tell me, and I'll try my best to change. Zhuruoli said, when a girl says it's nothing, it definitely means something is wrong. Not saying anything was one thing, but saying it out loud only made Li Yun more confused. It's probably not that time of the month yet, right? Li Yun forced a smile and said, may I venture to ask what I did wrong? If his wife is unhappy, he must coax her. That's the proper way. Zhuruoli's cheeks were flushed, but her expression and voice were very serious. It's your fault for making me lose focus. Li Yun forced a smile. What kind of reason is that? Zhuruoli put on an incredibly cute expression and said, it's all your fault, you fool. Why did you make me like you so much? While Li Yun was being lovey-dovey in the courtyard with his wife, the assassin who had previously tried to kill him had received a new mission from her organization. It was another very complicated mission. What kind of weapon is the prince hiding? The investigation is difficult and dangerous, but must be done. After all, she still needed to repay Li Yun's kindness. She just didn't expect the prince to have arranged for so many masters. Every single one of these patrolling guards is as strong as she is. Infiltrating this place is too dangerous. First, there was Li Yun's mission last time. This time, it's the prince. Top-tier experts are everywhere in this capital. Luo Fian leaped up. She moved lightly across the rooftops using her lightness skill. Her speed was swift, so she wasn't detected. It's hard to say if it was due to her skill or luck. Luo Fian successfully infiltrated the Huang Manor. If it weren't for the extremely high price of this mission, enough for her to live without worries in her next life, Luo Fian wouldn't have wanted to take this kind of mission. Before she was even done, Luo Fian was already gleefully imagining the scene of hiring 5 six-pack guys to run around her house once she had the money. The daydreaming time was over. For now, she still had to do a preliminary investigation of this place to find clues. Luo Fian looked around the room. Then her attention was caught by something on the wall. It was a painting of some kind of weapon falling from the sky. When she saw the person, Luo Fian had no idea what that thing was. Then on the table, the book of the rebel leader that had been circulated was lying right under the painting. Out of curiosity, Luo Fian opened the book to examine it. So mysterious. Does this thing need a handwritten copy? As she was leisurely looking at the book, a gentle voice came from behind Luo Fian. The knowledge is too vast. I am shallow and must study it slowly. Although the sage's book is good, that is only the way to govern a country. To win the hearts of the people, one must slowly learn what that person left behind. Luo Fian looked at the smiling man in front of her. No matter what, there's no need to worship a book, right? It's like a joke. The other man thought that worshiping a god was the real joke. Appearing suddenly and talking with a smile, he definitely wasn't a good person. Luo Fian frowned and asked, have we met before? I remember you're from the Huang family. The man's mouth was smiling, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. I'm the eldest son of the Huang family. Huang Tuanzi. Miss, you've seen something you shouldn't have. Their principle is to run if you can't win. Luo Fian was very sensible. While Huang Tuanzi wasn't paying attention, she leaped away. As she ran, her speed was astonishing, and she didn't even look where she was going, instead turning her head back to curse at Huang Tuanzi. Luo Fian thus suffered the consequences. As soon as she turned her head back, she saw some random guard appear and punch her. This person's strength was astonishing. That punch was delivered with great force. Luo Fian only had time to raise her hands to block a little. But the force of the other person's blow was not something a weak woman like Luo Fian could withstand. Luo Fian was punched to the ground by the man. She stood up amidst the dust and dirt on the ground. Huang Tuanzi led a group of people to Luo Fian and smiled. A guest has arrived. Miss, please stay for some tea. Only a fool would stay here for tea. Luo Fian shouted and cursed at Huang Tuanzi for a while longer. In her hand was a pill that the rebel leader had researched back then. It could be used to escape. This time, she would have to rely on it. As soon as she swallowed the pill, the strength in Luo Fian's body gradually recovered and increased significantly. Before the eyes of a crowd of people, Luo Fian once again used her swift lightness skill to leave the Huang family. Seeing Luo Fian run away, Huang Tuanzi was not in a hurry. On the contrary, he was very calm because he knew that what Luo Fian had just taken was a pill that stimulated the Dantian. The effect wouldn't last long. They could completely chase her down and kill her. The subordinates immediately ran to chase after Luo Fian as Huang Tuanzi had ordered. On this side, Luo Fian had already run deep into the forest. She had to keep looking back to watch out while running. These people from the Huang family are truly monsters. She had already taken the pill, but they could still catch up. The Huang family's guards were imposing. They were getting closer and closer to Luo Fian. Then, one of them raised his hand. Under his hand was a hidden weapon. From the box attached to his gauntlet, an arrow shot out. Luo Fian couldn't dodge in time. She took the arrow right near her shoulder. Blood spurted out, and Luo Fian, seriously injured, could no longer run and fell to the ground with a thud. Her whole body ached. The men stood on the trees looking down and sighed. What a pity. She's quite beautiful, and her body is hot. If it were a normal situation, these men would have played some beastly games with the young lady. But now, because Huang Tuanzi had given the order, they had to kill her quickly. Truly, a bad person's nature will not change no matter how much you scold them. Luo Fian clutched the place where the arrow had pierced her and cursed out of habit. Is a beauty like me going to die like this today? Huang Tuanzi's 3 subordinates didn't say any more. They flew directly towards Luo Fian to take her life. Luo Fian now had little strength left to resist. She could only watch in horror as the fists of those men headed towards her. Still so young and having never known the taste of love, Luo Fian was extremely unwilling. If only a good man would appear before her now, how wonderful it would be. While Luo Fian was lost in her fanciful dreams, a series of gruesome sounds rang out. Luo Fian opened her eyes in horror. She was still alive. So Luo Fian's wish for a good man to appear came true. Li Yun appeared out of nowhere at this place, and he even opened his mouth to mock her after dealing with the Huang family's men. Luo Fian clutched her wound and looked at Li Yun. She said in surprise, "It's you. Why are you here? This is so embarrassing. This guy saved me again." Li Yun smiled and explained, "Do you remember the true qi I left in your body before? I sensed an abnormality, so I came over." Upon hearing this, Luo Fian's eyes sparkled like stars. She looked at Li Yun full of hope and said, "I can't believe you came especially to save me. Could it be that you've realized my special charm?" "How could that be?" Li Yun calmly smiled and said, "You're overthinking it. That true qi usually only acts up when someone is dead, so I came especially to collect your body." Ignoring Luo Fian's angry and continuous cursing, Li Yun maintained his cheerful and optimistic smile. Then he calmly asked why those people wanted to hunt her down. As soon as Luo Fian was asked, it was as if she had found water in a desert. She immediately sighed and recounted her grievances. "I haven't even seen what they look like. Why does every single one of them want to kill me?" As soon as she said that, Luo Fian immediately realized something was wrong. When she entered that room earlier, besides the secret manual of the rebel leader, there was another painting. Then it's highly likely he wants to kill her because of that painting. The painting depicted a strange weapon. In the clouds, a long sword was pointing down at the ground at an incredible speed. As soon as Li Yun heard Luo Fian's description, he knew what that sword was. No wonder they've been acting crazy lately. That weapon is a very terrifying thing. It's a weapon that, in this world, if used once, will be immediately condemned. That thing, under the direction of the old emperor of Great Qian, was created as a peak-level sharp weapon. That thing is called the Jade Seal. But what the hell is the Emperor of Great Qian doing? Can he tolerate an aristocratic family obtaining something like the Jade Seal? Every time he spoke ill of the Emperor, Li Yun would invariably compare his wife to them. It's a pity that neither party involved understands the full story. Over here, as soon as Li Yun finished bad-mouthing the Emperor, Zhu Ruoli let out a loud sneeze. She even blushed, thinking, could Li Yun be thinking of me again? The next morning, as usual, Zhu Ruoli and Le Shui and Li Yun were leisurely sitting at the table eating breakfast. While eating, Zhu Ruoli stood up and said, "I'm going out for a bit." In fact, she wanted to go read the memorials from the past few days. She hadn't had time to deal with them, so now she had to hurry and finish reading them. Li Yun coughed and said, "Wait a moment, Miss Zhu. Don't you think you should spend a little time with me? Lately, the time we spend together is clearly very little. Only 15 hours a day." Le Shui was speechless. That's already a lot. Zhu Ruoli didn't argue, but just smiled and promised she would be back quickly. Le Shui was stunned. She couldn't believe these two landlords of hers. Do they live off each other's energy? Li Yun watched Zhu Ruoli go out and couldn't help but praise his wife. He even hoped the new emperor was half as good as Zhu Ruoli. Although he wasn't worried about this thing being created, it would be troublesome if they took it. That damn thing is too powerful. If it hurt his Ruoli, it would be a big problem. But for now, there seems to be no specific solution. What's needed most now is information. Li Yun then looked at Le Shui and asked, besides the new emperor, is there anyone else trustworthy? Li Yun held up 2 fingers and smiled. 2 meals. Li Yun didn't expect this little girl to ask for 2 meals. He thought Le Shui would ask him to reduce 2 months' rent. Le Shui scratched her head and smiled. The rent? I've already paid it. Only a dog would believe that. Li Yun smiled and said, do you believe I'll report to the authorities that someone here refuses to pay rent? Upon hearing this, Le Shui immediately got to the point. If there's another trustworthy person besides the new emperor, it would be Chun Hai of the 6th Fan Gate. His martial arts are considered top tier in the capital. Basically, only this person supervises everything. Li Yun nodded and said, he can also be considered a tool. This person is not bad. Let's choose him. On this side, Yunji, as usual, was patrolling inside the sky prison of the 6th Fan Gate. But the further he walked, the stranger it felt. It was especially quiet today, but normally these prisoners were very noisy. Every single one of them looked as if they had seen a ghost. He didn't know what had happened. As soon as he wondered, Yunji immediately understood the reason. He sensed a strange aura appear. That aura was like the Grim Reaper, capable of taking his life at any moment. It was definitely not something a third-rate weakling possessed. Yunji turned around. He cautiously looked at the person who had just appeared. He frowned, silently assessing the mysterious person. He didn't know what kind of monster this was. He had entered without him even noticing. Although he wanted to run, Yunji had no way to leave. It was all for the sake of his family's honor. Li Yun narrowed his eyes, assessing the kid in front of him. This person is probably not Chun Hai. He remembered seeing him on the street before. Jean Hu, who was locked up nearby, answered Li Yun's question. That's Yunji. Ken Haisha Subodinen. This kid is actually pretty good. To be able to stand with such a heavy, killing intent. If it wasn't Chun Hai, Li Yun wouldn't bother too much. He smiled cheerfully and said, I'm here to find Chun Hai. No need to be so tense. Yunji drew his sword. From his actions and demeanor, it was clear he had no intention of letting Li Yun meet Chun Hai peacefully. Truly young and energetic, full of passion. Sometimes, they don't know their own limits. Yunji channeled chi into his sword. The move he was about to use would probably leave his opponent bedridden for 3 or 4 days. But he couldn't care about that much anymore. Then Yunji, holding his sword, shouted and lunged towards Li Yun. The sword strike was powerful, like a dragon coiling in the air. An ordinary person might have been a little scared, but not Li Yun. Facing the wide-open dragon's mouth aimed at him, Li Yun stood calmly in one spot. Then, without moving an inch, Yunji's move was completely neutralized by Li Yun. Without a scratch, Yunji witnessed the entire scene. His astonishment was clearly written all over his face. Li Yun crossed his arms and casually praised him. That was a pretty good sword strike. It's almost as powerful as my half-year of martial arts practice. It was hard to tell if it was a compliment or a criticism. Yunji had clearly trained hard for decades, and now he was being told he was no better than someone with half a year of practice. Just then, Chun Hai appeared. He continued his subordinate's attack on Li Yun. And Li Yun, facing Chun Hai's move, wasn't too worried. He just raised his hand and met Chun Hai's palm with his own. His aura and pressure were not inferior in the slightest. The two of them, without prior agreement, both leaped back. Chun Hai was a bit more disheveled, but his external injuries didn't seem too severe. Li Yun narrowed his eyes and sighed in admiration. This Imperial Guard seems to have some strength. His skills are good. There aren't many people this strong in Great Qian. And Chun Hai, after clashing with Li Yun, had confirmed that this person was the leader of the rebel army. He didn't know what his intentions were for coming here. Li Yun shrugged and said, intentions? I'm a good citizen, you know. I'm here to report a crime. Chun Hai's anger flared upon hearing this. He shouted, good citizen, my ass. That palm strike just now almost made me cough up blood. Well, let's put that aside for now. Li Yun got straight to the point of why he came to find Chun Hai. In short, he was just reporting the matter of the Jade Seal in the Huang family's home. Chun Hai and his men naturally understood what the Jade Seal was and its power, and how powerful the Huang family was. Moreover, the rebel leader coming here to tell him this meant he wanted the 6th Fan Gate to protect his family. This was all too obvious. This guy didn't go himself, and he even wanted the Imperial court to solve it for him. He was too arrogant. Li Yun said, when the common people have a problem, they find the officials. This is normal, right? I'll deliver the news. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. With the matter settled, Li Yun didn't bother staying and left immediately, leaving Yunji and Chun Hai in the prison. Chun Hai frowned in thought, working for the rebel leader for free. But a beast in a cage is better than a wild beast without one. It seems this person is not the greatest threat to Great Xian at the moment. As soon as he received the news from Li Yun, Chun Hai immediately went to the palace to report. Zhu Ruoli, now the emperor, was a bit disbelieving after hearing Chun Hai's report. She never expected the rebel leader to appear in person first. It seems this person loves his wife very much. Chun Hai didn't care much about that. For now, he still needed to worry about that weapon. He immediately requested permission from Zhu Ruoli to resolve this issue. It was annoying just thinking about it. She didn't know what the old emperor was doing, leaving such a big problem with the Huang family. After dealing with state affairs, Zhu Ruoli couldn't help but think about her family matters. She wondered what Li Yun was doing now. She had clearly promised to return early to Li Yun, but had been delayed. But the matter of the Huang family had to be dealt with. If Li Yun got hurt, she would be heartbroken. As soon as they received the intelligence, the Six-Fan Gate took action. The Huang manor was engulfed in flames, and the sign with the two characters Huang family was taken down and smashed in half. Most of the people in the manor were captured and brought before Chun Hai. But although they had captured all the relatives and servants of the Huang family, the core members of the clan had already dispersed. This operation was very secretive. To be able to escape, it seems there was a mole from their side in the Six-Fan Gate. While the Six-Fan Gate was wiping out the Huang family, Li Yun stood on his roof, watching the burning flames. So the emperor has finally made a move against the Huang family? This emperor is at least somewhat sensible. While he was busy watching the Huang family, Zhu Ruoli came out into the courtyard and called, "What are you doing up there? Hurry up and come to bed. Don't make me lose sleep." Li Yun felt that his wife was just too adorable. He praised his wife in his heart. Li Yun smiled and said, "I'm coming down right now." The next morning, the Huang family was annihilated, and Li Yun was strolling through the streets. He walked and fretted. Today was the anniversary of his first meeting with Ruoli. Li Yun was wondering what gift to give Ruoli. As he was walking, Lu Shui ran up from somewhere. She looked overjoyed and called out, "Landlord, sir." Li Yun stopped in front of Lu Shui and asked, "What's the matter?" He thought it was something important. It turned out Lu Shui just wanted to brag that all the dogs of the Huang family had been caught. This made people so happy. Li Yun was a bit confused. Lu Shui used to be from an aristocratic family too. Why is she so happy now? Lu Shui smiled and said, "That was before. Now I'm a glorious working-class citizen." After finishing with the Huang family's matter, Lu Shui remembered the main point. Last night, she found a corpse. On his chest was a lotus sword wound, just like her father's. Li Yun Fronat. Lu Shui had clearly said before that there were no noteworthy clues. Lu Shui said dejectedly, "That's because I was in a mess at the time. I only remembered when I saw another body." Li Yun was speechless. This is so typical of Lu Shui. I don't know what her brain is used for. But anyway, he had to go to the Six-Fan Gate to investigate that corpse. But the main thing was still finding a gift for his wife. Li Yun then consulted Lu Shui about what women like these days. Lu Shui honestly said, "Probably lipstick." Li Yun smiled and asked, "What? Doesn't lipstick in ancient times have different shades for different skin tones?" In their era, even a normal pink color had dozens of shades. Li Yun and his group quickly arrived at the Six-Fan Gate. But there was a problem that Lu Shui had to pay attention to. She didn't know if they were being a bit too reckless. According to Li Yun, investigating at the Six-Fan Gate didn't mean sneaking in, but openly barging into the Six-Fan Gate in broad daylight like this. If they got caught, they'd be done for. This Lu Shui is really something else. Before entering, Li Yun had already used his true qi to sense if there was anyone nearby. All the energy of the Six-Fan Gate was currently busy dealing with the Huang family's matter. Basically, no one would notice this study room. Inside the room were several corpses covered with white cloths, lying neatly. The timid Lu Shui muttered as she entered, "May you all rest in peace. Don't haunt us." Then Li Yun and Lu Shui approached the problematic corpse as planned. Li Yun looked at the corpse. This should be the right person. Then he used his hand to lift the cloth covering the corpse. The chest of this person indeed had a lotus shape. But this lotus shape felt a bit familiar to Li Yun, though he couldn't remember where he had seen it. Then let's see what the file says. The file stated that this person was killed by someone from the Black Tiger Gang. The lotus tattoo is their symbol. The Tiger Gang accepts assassination commissions every year. Li Yun frowned and thought, that's right. Back then, the rebel army also commissioned them. The matter of the Lu family was indeed an inside job. Li Yun turned to look at Le Shui and asked, kill them? Of course, kill them. How can I not take revenge on the people who killed my father? But Le Shui was very kind. After all, they were just accepting a commission. It was all to make a living. She also understood how difficult it was to earn money. So, just leaving their bodies intact would be enough. Upon hearing this, Li Yun gave a thumbs up in praise. Kind-hearted, the sun shone brightly in the sky. Shining on a Buddhist temple, it was unclear if it was abandoned or not. The people of the Black Tiger Gang were currently gathered. In the hall, they were resting around a campfire, unaware that disaster was about to befall them. Li Yun walked in and smiled. Are you all from the Black Tiger Gang? From a reaction of the crowd, this was definitely the Black Tiger Gang. They didn't know who this person was who dared to barge in here. A big bald man walked up to Li Yun and threatened him. Kid, this is not a place you should be. If you don't want to die, get out of here quickly. Too bad. Li Yun didn't come here to die, but to deliver death. A stone was flicked from Li Yun's hand. The force was just right. Fast and strong enough to kill the man blocking his way before he could even gasp. From the moment he stood in front of Li Yun until he fell, it was just the blink of an eye. The people of the Black Tiger Gang now knew what this person was here for, and he had brazenly killed their brother like that. Li Yun, having just killed a man, tossed a few stones in his hand and smiled. Looks like I'm in the right place. I'll send you all to be reincarnated. Remember to be good people in your next life. The people of the Black Tiger Gang, of course, didn't want to let some random person suddenly appear and kill their brother. They all grabbed their weapons and rushed towards Li Yun to gang up on him. But Li Yun had never been afraid of anyone. He snorted coldly. Frogs in a well. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. In just a moment, the leader of the group knew what a true expert was. His whole body trembled. Sweat poured down his forehead in fear. He quickly knelt down and said loudly, Great hero. This lowly one was blind. I beg you to spare my life. I'll give you whatever you want. Li Yun looks at the person kneeling before him. Truly pathetic. But before killing him, he still has questions. Li Yun asks, Who commissioned you to handle the Li family matter? With his life threatened. The leader trembles and speaks honestly, Sir. I really don't know. In our line of work, we only handle the job. We never ask about the person giving the orders. I only remember the person had an eye injury. A blind man? So was a blind man. Li Yun smiles brightly at the Black Tiger Gang leader, watching him tremble and beg before him. Li Yun actually believes this guy. It's just that wiping out the Li family is unforgivable. Li Yun has no intention of forgiving any of the things these people have done. The Black Tiger Gang leader doesn't even have time to gasp. The clues seem to end here. The client was a blind man? Li Yun momentarily can't recall anyone like that in the rebel army. After handling everything, it's still early. Li Yun takes the opportunity to buy a gift for his wife. He holds out a cute, small pink box in his hand. Li Yun says here, Today is the anniversary of the first time we met. I chose this especially for you. Looking at Chu Ruoli's expression, she seems very surprised by this gift. But she doesn't use rouge or powder. She only used it on the day she married Li Yun, which means she doesn't want to use this gift. Li Yun forces a smile, just in time to reminisce about the past. Unexpectedly, Chu Ruoli puffs her cheeks in annoyance, turns away, and says, I don't like remembering that. Li Yun smiles foolishly. For me, that is my most beautiful memory. If we don't recall it often, what if we forget? How about I apply some rouge for you to help you remember? Li Yun's mouth is just too smooth. Chu Ruoli simply cannot resist his words. She can only go along with it. Her face flushes red. She shyly says, Dummy, I'll listen to you. But you must know, beautiful memories don't just exist in the past. My most beautiful memory is right now. The scene shifts to the royal palace. Chu Ruoli is currently discussing matters with Chen Hai. The remaining assets of the royal inner court have all been tallied. Not knowing how to arrange them, Chen Hai sought Chu Ruoli's opinion. Chu Ruoli looks at the inventory. There is something here called a jade pillow. Not bad. Li Yun seems to be sleeping very little lately. Also, these deer antlers. 1,000-year ginseng and whatnot. So many tonics. I wonder, Just how weak was the head of the royal family's body? That dummy is going to profit this time. Churuoli smiles at Chunhai and says, I have a task for you to complete. Time passes slowly. At this moment, in his little corner, Li Yun is building something. Sweat drips from his forehead. It's a bit tiring, but finally it's done. An incredibly comfortable swing for a beautiful young lady like his wife. Li Yun points to the swing he just made and asks with a smile, Want to try sitting on it? Churuoli rests her chin on her hand, puffs her cheeks, and says, I wouldn't sit on something so ugly. Seeing Li Yun's crestfallen face, Churuoli feels incredibly happy. Afterward, she sits harmoniously next to Li Yun on the swing he just made, affectionate and loving. Even the sun is blinded by them. Li Yun looks happily at his wife. Indeed, the truth of the world is the law of Tsundere, especially his wife. While sitting on the swing, Churuoli casually mentions that since the royal family has fallen, the government selected a few families to receive gifts. They might bring them here later. Li Yun listens in astonishment. Since when did Great Qian become so friendly? Defeating a noble house and then giving away their stuff? In truth, Churuoli just wanted a chance to give Li Yun some things. No other family is getting anything. Li Yun feels suspicious about what items are being sent. After all, he doesn't believe this emperor is so kind-hearted. It must be a plot. Could it be his identity was exposed and the emperor is sending a bomb to his house? Churuoli, aka the emperor, is now happily listing the gifts she brought for Li Yun. There's ginseng, deer antlers, and other things. Definitely no gas bombs. Li Yun looks at Churuoli in shock. So many good things. You're not scamming me, are you? Don't tell me someone wants to keep me as a sugar baby? Churuoli frowns and retorts that she's the one who scams others. No one could scam her. Even Li Yun was scammed by her into marriage. Who else could possibly deceive her? When saying these words, Churuoli feels a bit shy, acting like a virtuous wife. Li Yun laughs. I feel like I got the better end of the deal. This man really knows how to coax his wife. Hearing Li Yun say that, Churuoli's mood improves significantly. Not only a profit, but a huge profit. As soon as the gift-giving was mentioned, someone knocked on the door. Li Yun sighed in admiration. They arrived so quickly. Wouldn't it be a waste if they didn't become delivery drivers? Inside Li Yun's courtyard, there was now a large pile of chests. The quantity was truly immense. Li Yun opened a few boxes, not noticing his wife secretly laughing behind him. Why are almost all of these body-strengthening supplements? The man from the 6th fan gate politely smiled at Li Yun and said, The goods have been delivered. We'll be taking our leave. Li Yun forced a smile. The good attitude of these people made Li Yun feel a bit guilty. He had killed Great Qian soldiers before, and now they were showing such a good attitude. It was truly awkward. At the same time, Chunhai was observing from a distant rooftop. He didn't understand what the emperor was doing. The mission was completed, but that person was the one who was with Her Majesty last time. They seemed very close. It's not strange to give so many good things. But Chunhai took out his binoculars to continue observing. The distance between those two seemed too intimate. If they were husband and wife, it wouldn't be a problem, but Chunhai was a bit confused. Why would Her Majesty get married? Being intimate with a man would not be good for Her Majesty. Li Yun, who was smiling a second ago, raised his head and looked straight into the binoculars the next second. His face was filled with killing intent, not friendly at all. Chunhai was startled and terrified. Could this person have noticed his presence? It couldn't just be a coincidence, right? He had clearly suppressed all his aura. Logically speaking, an ordinary person should absolutely not be able to detect him. But looking again, the emperor's husband didn't seem like a master. He was clearly an ordinary person, so it could just be a coincidence? While Chunhai was guessing over there, Li Yun had already made quite a few guesses himself. Chunhai was indeed monitoring him. The gift-giving must have another motive. He didn't know if it was because his identity had been exposed, or perhaps they had discovered it but decided to give gifts to win him over. While Li Yun was happily wagging his tail next to his wife in some desolate, snowy place, Narentae was resting with Kwang Shou Zaihan. The inside of the tent was surprisingly luxurious and warmer than expected, and they had already received news that the Huang family had fallen. Zaihan said, I always felt they were useless. I could kill them all with one axe blow. In contrast to Kwang Shou Zaihan's arrogant and conceited attitude, Narentae just calmly said, The Huang family is not useless. After all, without them, Narentae and her group wouldn't have this Lai Sha. Besides, only a portion of them were captured. The main force had already withdrawn. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent them the news. They are very important to this matter. This intelligence was given by Hua Lian. Looking at Na Rentai, Zihan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This little girl is quite sinister. Na Rentai said coldly, I prefer to call it strategy. He is too powerful. She couldn't help him with martial strength, so she could only help him with strategy. It would be more convenient to help him with all her might. Zihan, as always, maintained his arrogant demeanor. He even thought that the difference between him and Li Yun was not that great. He really wanted to fight Li Yun. He even asked, if I chop him to death, will you be angry? Narantai would be a fool to believe Guangzhou Zihan could kill Li Yun. On the contrary, if he could kill Li Yun, he wouldn't need to care if she was angry or not. With Narantai's assurance, Zihan became even more arrogant. He said forcefully, when I meet him, I'll give him an axe blow and see if he dies. How much longer until we start the plan? Narantai put on her fur hat and replied, 20 days. In fact, Narantai was thinking that in just 20 days, she could meet the person she secretly loved. With his personality, is he still lonely now? Looking up at the sky, is he as cold as I am? Ah, poor girl. In the past, Li Yun was a lone wolf. Now he's become a husky who stays at home for his wife every day. Narantai didn't know the details and still thought it was natural for Li Yun to be lonely because not just anyone could talk to Li Yun. Powerful and lonely was the man she secretly admired. The next day, Li Yun was still pondering yesterday's events. He didn't know why that Chonhai fellow was loitering around here. Luckily, he left not long after. Could there be some strange place near his house? Thinking this, Li Yun went to ask Le Shui about his suspicions. After all, he wasn't as familiar with this place as Le Shui, who had to work all over the place year-round. Le Shui thought for a moment and said, probably not. The people around here are all honest, and there are no strange places, except for Li Yun, the rebel leader, and Le Shui, whose house is full of weird things. But that doesn't count them. However, she had heard some rumors recently. It seems there's some important person in their area, so people often deliver things. Li Yun thought for a moment and guessed. Could that person be the great emperor? As soon as he said it, Le Shui felt it was absurd. How could the emperor be here? But this morning, Li Yun saw that Shanghai. As an imperial guard, his duty is to protect the emperor's safety. Since he stayed here for a long time, the emperor must be nearby. Perhaps the emperor is keeping some pretty boy nearby, afraid of being exposed, so he has Chunhai stand guard nearby. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui laughed along. Lu Shui took this opportunity to enthusiastically suggest, such a good opportunity. Why doesn't the landlord, sir, just go find and deal with the emperor? Li Yun shrugged and asked, are you trying to push me into a pit of eternal damnation? In short, even though they knew the emperor might be nearby, they didn't necessarily have to pay attention. As they were leisurely chatting, Zhuruoli came out. She was carrying a clay pot. She asked, what are you two talking about? Li Yun smiled and said, nothing, just chatting about some old love stories. Zhuruoli placed the pot down and, while ladling soup for Li Yun, wondered, what's so interesting about old stories? Li Yun smiled and replied, they're very interesting. For example, a Seda person falling in love with an earthling, or a robot ferret always trying to flirt with a house cat. Zhuruoli's head ached after hearing this. Well, she wouldn't bother with the strange things Li Yun was talking about. Zhuruoli then brought the spoonful of soup to her lips and blew on it gently. Then she offered it to Li Yun. Zhuruoli smiled and said, come, taste the ginseng soup I made. The ginseng soup fed by his wife was truly delicious. Li Yun immediately drank the whole bowl. After eating and drinking his fill, Li Yun, as usual, took his wife for a walk outside. They held hands very affectionately. But as Li Yun walked, he was busy thinking about the emperor. He never expected the emperor to be nearby. What bad luck. If his wife weren't here, he would definitely go teach the emperor a lesson. As Zhuruoli walked, she said, there are still quite a few people who believe in the rebel army. Li Yun Shuklat Sufli. That can't be helped. The previous emperor's actions were too outrageous. As long as the new emperor does a slightly better job, there's no need to worry about a rebellion. Zhuruoli smiled at Li Yun. I didn't expect my man to see things so clearly. But what you just said shouldn't be heard by others. Belittling the previous emperor is not a small crime. You might even be thrown in jail. The only person in this world who could imprison Li Yun is Zhuruoli. And Zhuruoli is the emperor. There's no way Li Yun would be imprisoned. But Zhuruoli didn't reveal her identity and just smiled. You've already been captured by me. If you say things like that again, I'll have to cover your mouth. The innocent mind of a straight man like Li Yun began to wander. Covering his mouth, could it be that divine method? Zhu Ruoli could tell from Li Yun's expression that this person was thinking of something improper again. Zhu Ruoli gently reached out and touched Li Yun's cheek, smiling. If something happens to you, I will be even more heartbroken. While being lovey-dovey with his wife, suddenly, a hand fiercely pulled Li Yun back. A tall man appeared out of nowhere, holding a knife to Li Yun and shouting, "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill him." Li Yun was completely stunned by being captured. The people from the 6th Fan Gate arrived just in time. It seems this person is from a branch of the Huang family. Huang Yu, a target wanted by the Imperial court. Li Yun looked at the knife pointed at him and asked curiously, "Is that a real knife?" Huang Yu said softly, "Sorry, brother. I'm just pretending. I'll let you go after they leave." Li Yun reached up and adjusted the knife's tip. "Whether you let me go or not, I can leave on my own." What he meant was that holding the knife so close could easily injure the hostage. Truly unprofessional. Now Huang Yu was the one who was confused. Is this person really a hostage? Then, ignoring the people from the 6th Fan Gate watching from below, Huang Yu took Li Yun and left. He even shouted, "If you want Li Yun to live, don't follow." After Huang Yu left, the people from the 6th Fan Gate all shouted, "Quick, chase them. That Huang Yu fellow is injured, so we'll catch him soon." After giving orders to his followers, the captain of the 6th Fan Gate turned to Zhu Ruoli and said, "Miss, please rest assured. We will definitely bring your husband back." But very quickly, that guard recognized Zhu Ruoli's familiar face. Zhu Ruoli was both shocked and angry. She completely ignored her surroundings. She had always thought this was the capital of Great Xian, so she thought Li Yun would be safe here. But as a result, Li Yun encountered danger time and time again right in front of her. On this side, Huang Yu had already run to another deserted place, and Li Yun was still standing safely on the ground. He was covered in serious injuries but still managed to say, "Sorry, brother. You can go now." A kind person like Li Yun really likes people like this. Li Yun stared at Huang Yu and sighed. "You're going to die very soon, aren't you?" Huang Yu said, "Are you a doctor? You're playing around, but you don't want me to die yet. I can still be saved." Li Yun gave a thumbs up and smiled confidently. "That's right. You just need to drink more hot water." Huang Yu was speechless. "Can you still joke in a situation like this?" Li Yun sighed and shrugged. "Why do you say that? I was clearly captured by you, and now you're blaming me?" Huang Yu sighed. His face was already pale and haggard. He probably wouldn't live much longer. Capturing Li Yun was just a last resort. He just didn't want to die in prison. Dying somewhere else was fine. Upon hearing this, Li Yun enthusiastically suggested, "This place is indeed not bad. There happen to be 3 cesspits nearby." Hearing Li Yun's words, Huang Yu was a little swayed. He asked Li Yun to find another place, so he could die comfortably. Li Yun then helped Huang Yu to another place. The blood from his body dripped onto the ground, leaving a long trail. Li Yun helped Huang Yu out of the city. In a sun-drenched forest, Huang Yu could no longer walk. He looked up at the green canopy and sighed. The air here is so refreshing. The head of their family wanted to rebel, but Huang Yu always felt they were a bunch of fools. Truly strange. Li Yun crossed his arms and asked, "Why do you think so?" Huang Yu replied, "Because they lack the decisiveness of that person. The Huang family, after all, is just a group of self-serving people." Huang Yu smiled again and said, "You know what? I once saw the leader of the rebel army with my own eyes. Of course, not face to face. At that time, Huang Yu was sent by the family head to be cannon fodder. He saw that person's figure. With just one sword strike, even from miles away, he was suppressed and couldn't get up. Speaking of which, Huang Yu just noticed. The figure of the rebel leader and the person he captured are not that different. Unfortunately, he lacks his imposing aura." The real rebel leader smiled innocently and said, "There must be many people who look like me." Huang Yu added, "The Huang family and the remnants of the rebel army have an agreement. In a few days, the capital will face a disaster." Huang Yu revealed this to Li Yun because he took a liking to this person. Li Yun didn't pay much attention to that. He just needed to deal with the remaining rats of the Li family. He then smiled and asked, "So where's your family head hiding?" Of course, Huang Yu didn't know this, and he didn't know why Li Yun wanted to ask. Li Yun smiled calmly and said, "Of course, to eliminate them. As long as all the heads of the Huang family are eliminated, the disaster won't happen." For a moment, Huang Yu felt fear towards the person in front of him, but also a sense of pleasant surprise. Huang Yu chuckled and said, You're really interesting. Good luck. Maybe you can even marry the new emperor. Li Yun looked at Huang Yu in silence. It was unclear what he was thinking. His expression was a bit melancholic. Perhaps just as Huang Yu passed away, the people from the Six-Fan Gate arrived in droves. Li Yun was shocked. Why mobilize so many martial artists for just one dying person? Could it be that his identity was exposed and they came to arrest him? If he made a move, it would be the second great war of the rebel army. This was not good at all, especially for his wife. But he just hoped they wouldn't push him too far. For Zhu Ruoli, he could even go and kill the emperor in the palace. But right after that, Li Yun was once again stunned, not knowing what the hell was happening. The people from the Six-Fan Gate surrounded him, mainly to protect the hostage. Li Yun felt this world was truly crazy. Are they here to save him? Since when were the lives of the common people of Great Qian so precious? The people from the Six-Fan Gate surrounded Li Yun, and the captain went to check on Huang Yu's condition. The current Huang Yu was a dead man. The captain of that Six-Fan Gate group, after checking Huang Yu's pulse, finally confirmed that this person was dead. His heart had stopped, but he didn't know if he had practiced turtle qigong. To be safe, he had to stab him one more time to avoid future trouble. As he was about to draw his sword to kill, Li Yun said, "He's already dead. Let him have a complete corpse." It was undeniable that Li Yun had a bit of a good impression of this person, and the people of the Six-Fan Gate were following Zhu Ruoli's orders. She personally wanted to rescue him, so they couldn't touch him. The man sheathed his sword and bowed to Li Yun with a nod. Li Yun was very confused. He just said it casually, but they actually listened? It felt strange somewhere. A moment later, Chen Hai also arrived. Then Chen Hai walked up to Li Yun and smiled, praising him. "You did very well. Great Qian will not abandon any of its people. That's why we took action. I didn't expect you to solve it yourself. Only a ghost would believe that Chen Hai and his men really came to save him. Unless he and the emperor were deeply in love." But Li Yun only kept that thought to himself. He smiled and said, "I didn't kill this person. He died on his own." Chen Hai smiled again and said, "No need to be modest. We always reward outstanding citizens. This is my reward." The more Li Yun heard, the more bewildered he became. He looked at the pile of gold in the box. Is this still the Great Qian he knew? If Great Qian was really so approachable, how could he have rebelled? The more Li Yun thought, the more confused he became, not understanding what the hell these people were doing. Chen Hai, as always, maintained a friendly attitude towards Li Yun and smiled. "The capital is a bit chaotic recently. It's best not to wander around. You can go back now." And so, Li Yun, holding the box of gold, went back to his wife, but the more he looked at the gold, the less he understood what had just happened. Chen Hai was really strange today. He didn't know why he was suddenly so concerned about him. Could it be that he had taken a liking to him? Zhu Ruoli had been anxiously waiting for Li Yun from the beginning. As soon as she saw her husband's figure, she ran over and asked with concern. Li Yun smiled and said, "Don't worry. Ordinary people can't get close to me." Zhu Ruoli said sadly, "But that was a martial artist. It's all my fault." Li Yun smiled and said, "How can it be your fault that a martial artist suddenly appeared? The Imperial court even gave a reward. It's all for you. Don't be sad anymore." Zhu Ruoli had no lack of these things. What was more important to her than wealth was Li Yun. So if something happened to Li Yun, what use would these things be? Li Yun was very happy to be cared for by his wife. He gently comforted her. "Don't worry. My body is still fine. And I'm still very strong. Absolutely no problem." The box of gold in Li Yun's hand suddenly fell to the ground. Gold scattered everywhere. Zhu Ruoli suddenly hugged Li Yun tightly and shouted, "You fool! Do you know how worried I was about you?" Perhaps because she had held it in for too long. Now that she finally saw Li Yun safe and sound, tears began to fall. Li Yun smiled and hugged Zhu Ruoli, comforting her. "Don't worry. Nothing like this will happen again." Then he reached out and wiped away Zhu Ruoli's tears. And Zhu Ruoli also smiled and said, "It definitely won't happen again. I promise you." Li Yun smiled and said, "What are you promising? Let's not talk about it anymore. Are you feeling better now?" Zhu Ruoli frowned and said, "I'm better, but I'm still scared. In this past year, it seems like a lot has happened, but it also seems like nothing has happened at all. It's like a dream, a very long dream, and I always have a bad feeling in my heart." Li Yun didn't think too much about it. He just laughed and said, "Don't overthink it. Of course, a lot has happened. Otherwise, why do you sleep until noon so often?" Zhu Ruoli frowned and pouted angrily. "Isn't it because you're taking advantage of me? You must be very happy to be with me, right?" Li Yun happily and frankly admitted. That's for sure. And you? You're very happy to be with me too, right? She never expected her husband to be so shameless as to admit it so frankly. Zhu Ruoli puffed her cheeks and said, It's okay. Li Yun didn't let it go and continued to press. What level of okay is it? Zhu Ruoli smiled and said, Well, it's at a level where even if you gave me all of Great Qian, I wouldn't trade it. After all, Great Qian was already in her pocket. Time passed slowly. Zhu Ruoli had to go to the palace for a meeting again. Chen Hao was also there. According to the Six Fan Gates report, Huang Yu died from untreated serious injuries. So that Li Yun is really an ordinary person? This person being by Her Majesty's side is truly a disgrace to her, but Her Majesty must have a deep plan. Zhu Ruoli basically just wanted to protect Li Yun, a completely ordinary person in her eyes. Speaking of which, she didn't know if Chen Hai's handling of the Huang family's clan had caused any problems. Chen Hai replied, Of course, this matter is not a problem, but the Emperor's safety. Chen Hai was still a bit hesitant. Zhu Ruoli said, If something can happen in the capital, then Great Qian is about to be destroyed. Besides, she absolutely could not let Li Yun fall into danger again. To do that, she must completely eradicate the Huang family. Seeing Zhu Ruoli's determination, Chen Hai was quite happy. This is the real emperor. This kind of domineering aura that looks down on the world is the true quality of an emperor. The attitude of a mere woman would never appear on the great lord. And on this side, Li Yun had returned home and was chatting with Le Shui. He casually mentioned the afternoon's events. Le Shui couldn't help but scream in horror after hearing it. What? The landlord, sir, kidnapped someone? She knew this day would come. Her worries had finally come true. Li Yun was a bit speechless. What kind of person did Le Shui think he was? He was clearly the one who was kidnapped. Lu Shui cried in horror, holding her head and shouting, Oh my God! Is the opponent some kind of bald monster? Is the world about to be destroyed? To be able to kidnap someone as talented as the leader of the rebel army, they must have 3 heads and 6 arms. Li Yun sighed and explained, What bald monster? I don't know, but your brain is really beyond saving. It's just that when that person took me hostage, Ruoli was with me. So it wasn't convenient to make a move, so I had to let him kidnap me. Besides, although that person was from the Huang family, his character was quite good. He even said that in a while, the capital will experience a catastrophe. This Huang family has probably figured out how to use the Jade Seal. Upon hearing this, Le Shui immediately remembered something. She had recently heard news of the Huang family's clan fleeing. They are currently hiding outside the city. The aristocratic families in the capital are very eager to find people so as not to be implicated by the Huang family. Of course, Li Yun didn't care about these minor details, no matter what big plans they had. For the safety of his wife, this time, Li Yun would definitely take action directly to wipe out these pests. After Zhu Ruoli finished her work in the palace, she returned home. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Li Yun busy doing something in the kitchen again. As soon as he saw Zhu Ruoli enter, Li Yun turned around and smiled. You're back. Look, I'm making something delicious for you. Zhu Ruoli looked at Li Yun curiously. She didn't know what strange dish this person had made this time. Li Yun smiled and said, Just you wait. I am a genius chef from the dark culinary world. Very quickly, Li Yun made a very beautiful and exquisite fresh cream dessert. Zhu Ruoli immediately recognized that fresh cream. This is nothing new. It's sold all over Great Qian. Li Yun just scooped up a spoonful of cream and offered it to Zhu Ruoli, saying, Just try it and you'll know. This is no ordinary fresh cream. Zhu Ruoli opened her mouth and ate the spoonful of cream that Li Yun had just fed her. As soon as the cream melted in her mouth, Zhu Ruoli knew the special taste of this cream. She smiled and said, Why is it sour? It's the taste I like. Li Yun smiled and explained, I used yogurt to make this, and I added preserved plums, specially made for you. Didn't you always complain that the fresh cream outside was too sweet? Speaking of which, my wife is back early today. Is it to see me sooner? Zhu Ruoli said, Do you think that's possible? Li Yun, facing Zhu Ruoli as always, had an innocent and confident look. It's not impossible. Li Yun rubbed his head and smiled. If you could smile and say to me, My love, you're back, and then rest your head on my lap or something. Zhu Ruoli was speechless. You're dreaming. Wake up. Stop dreaming. Li Yun sighed and said, What's so difficult about that? Isn't this the daily life of a married couple? Speaking of which, Zhu Ruoli blushed again. So this is the daily life of a married couple? But this is too beneficial for Li Yun. I'll try it next time. The very next morning, after waking up, Li Yun ran out to the outskirts of the city. If he already knew that the people of the Huang family were hiding in the outskirts, today he would go to their doorstep and plant himself there. The life of a virtuous citizen is simple, natural, and dry like this, but Li Yun didn't know the specific location. Even from so far away, he could feel that person's true qi, just in time to ask for directions. The person Li Yun was talking about was none other than Shan Hai, who was secretly out on a mission to capture the people of the Huang family. It seems the information for this operation was not leaked. As long as it's kept secret from others, everything will be fine. As soon as he said that, Li Yun came up from behind and smiled. Officer, we meet again. Are you sneaking out of the city? As soon as Chun Hai saw Li Yun, it was as if he had seen a ghost. Why on earth did this guy appear here? Chun Hai coughed twice and said, I'm out on business. If you have nothing to do, it's better to stay in the city. Li Yun smiled and said, it just so happens I have business too. Which way are you going, officer? Chun Hai didn't want to get entangled with Li Yun anymore. He immediately turned and went into the forest. Li Yun smiled and thought to himself, so it's that way. It's on the same path as my destination. What a coincidence today. As soon as Chun Hai entered the forest, he rushed to the intelligence location. The scorching sun hung overhead. Her Majesty is often with that person. She must have made Li Yun her pet. If that's the case, he can't be allowed to get into danger. This is a big deal. Luckily, I've left him behind. After a long and tiring run, Chun Hai stopped in a deserted corner of the forest. If the intelligence is correct, inside is the hiding place of the Huang family's clan. Suddenly, Chun Hai sensed something amiss. Something was rustling behind the bushes, and it was about to charge at him. Chun Hai clearly didn't notice anything following him. Could it be an ambush set up by the Huang family? As soon as he thought that, from the bushes, a large wild boar appeared. Even more surprising was that Li Yun, who was thought to have disappeared outside the city, was now sitting on the wild boar's back, excitedly shouting, "Boar rush!" Chun Hai stared in horror at the wild boar that had stopped in front of him. He looked at Li Yun again. He was so shocked that his soul was about to fly away. Li Yun smiled at Chun Hai and said, "Officer, what a coincidence. Are you here for the boar race too?" Chun Hai was so shocked his jaw dropped. His face turned black. "Race my ass. What the hell is this?" If it weren't for Her Majesty, he would have punched this person to death long ago. Why does such a weakling who can't even trust a chicken keep running around? But Chun Hai had no choice but to protect this person to avoid offending the emperor. And Li Yun was now smiling and waving goodbye to the boar. Speaking of which, at this point, their position had probably been exposed. With such a big commotion. As soon as he said that, the devil appeared. Several black shadows flew towards Chun Hai's group from nowhere. Chun Hai looked in horror at what had just flown over. It's a true chi bomb. Although he was scared, he still stood in front of Li Yun to protect him. Li Yun casually waved his hand. A thread of chi appeared. It flew towards the bombs like a scythe. The bombs collided with Li Yun's true chi and immediately exploded. Chun Hai narrowed his eyes at the scene before him. The chi bomb explosion was too bright, and the destructive power was not small. Although they were still alive, the forest in front of them was a mess of fallen trees. Dust and rocks filled the air. Such a terrifying sword chi, and it came from behind them. It must be that sinister rebel leader. But anyway, they were alive. Chun Hai immediately dropped to the ground and shouted at Li Yun, "Get down. Don't just stand there. We were lucky that the true chi bombs in front were detonated by their accomplices, but there will definitely be a second wave." Although Chun Hai was trying his best to protect Li Yun for the emperor at this moment, it had to be said, in this situation, Li Yun suddenly wanted to punch Chun Hai. Li Yun finally followed Chun Hai's strange action. He lay on the ground with him. Chun Hai couldn't help but turn a look at Li Yun to assess him. This person's courage is a bit too big. He doesn't even know anything in such a dangerous situation. An ordinary martial artist would probably be suffocated by the heaven-defying true chi, but Li Yun didn't feel anything. Could it be that only martial artists can feel it? And Li Yun was worried because Chun Hai was getting in the way here. The sword chi just now should have been enough to scare him away. Chun Hai turned to look at Li Yun again and said, "You might not understand the situation right now. We've been forced into here by someone. The target of this sword chi is to force us and to scout the path. This person is really suited to be a detective." Wait, isn't Chun Hai from the 6th Fan Gate? And Chun Hai finally gave up on shaking off Li Yun. He went ahead to scout the path himself. He even told Li Yun not to stray too far from him, if he didn't want to be in danger. The two of them walked for a long time before reaching a village. It seems the remnants of the Huang family are hiding here. They probably haven't discovered the presence of Li Yun and Chun Hai. Chun Hai was about to go and investigate the village. He even told Li Yun to sit still and not wander around. Although he wanted Chun Hai to leave, Li Yun had no intention of letting him go to his death. He walked over and smiled. "Officer, wait a minute. There's a problem with that chimney. That chimney looks like someone is using it, but there's no smoke. Even if they're not cooking, shouldn't they be drying their clothes? The weather has been humid these past few days. The rooms are prone to getting damp. If they don't dry their clothes, they won't dry. Unless they change their clothes every day." Chun Hai looked at Li Yun in surprise and asked, "How did you notice this abnormality?" Li Yun scratched his cheek and said, "It's just experience." Chun Hai thought to himself, could it be that Li Yun often washes clothes and cooked for Her Majesty, which is why he noticed? Something seems off, but for now, let's not worry about it. Chun Hai smiled cheerfully and said, "You've done a great service. After we leave here, I'll have a chance to put in a good word for you with Her Majesty." Li Yun smiled on the outside, but in his heart, he didn't want that reward at all. As they were talking, Chun Hai suddenly noticed something. Looking closely, there seemed to be signs of digging here. Chun Hai curiously brushed away some dirt. A secret door appeared. The door was opened. Below the door was a passage. So the village was just a decoy. There's another secret under this place. Could they have already discovered us? In any case, they still had to go down and investigate. Chun Hai even enthusiastically told Li Yun to stay close to him. He could only walk behind him and step where he had stepped. Li Yun nodded and said, "I'll listen to you, officer. I'm a good citizen." There were people in the secret passage below, but they hadn't yet discovered that Chun Hai had infiltrated. They even brazenly badmouthed Chun Hai behind his back. After all, they never expected the Emperor's lackey to find his way here. As expected of the Emperor's dog, he's probably been poisoned to death by the poison gas in that chimney by now. The two were so engrossed in their badmouthing that they didn't even notice Chun Hai had appeared in front of them. Chun Hai angrily knocked the two out and shouted, "A bunch of trash! How dare you speak so rudely? With such a loudmouth conspiracy, how can you succeed? Li Yun will definitely make Chun Hai eat that entire chimney." Speaking of which, those people were guarding this secret room. I wonder what secret is hidden inside. Whatever the secret is, just open the door and see. Behind the door was a large room. The room was filled with scrolls and piles of design blueprints. Li Yun and Chun Hai immediately recognized them as the design blueprints for the Jade Seal. Chun Hai had thought the Huang family only had theoretical blueprints, but it seems they have now modified this place. Outside the door, while Chun Hai wasn't paying attention, someone pressed a button, causing a trap door to fall and block the exit for Li Yun and Chun Hai. Outside was the head of the Huang family. He laughed loudly and taunted, "It's impressive that you found this place, but this is as far as you go. This room is made of a special true chi mineral stone, commonly known as Saraira. It can suppress the circulation of true chi, unless you have someone with peerless true chi like that person, who can ignore the effects of the Saraira. Otherwise, you'll never escape." Chun Hai said angrily, "Damn it, how could I have fallen into a trap? I have failed Her Majesty's expectations. My true chi can't be mobilized. How can I escape from here?" Speaking of which, he remembered the person next to him, Li Yun. But before he could worry, Li Yun was already gone. The special person the Huang family had mentioned was none other than Li Yun, and Li Yun had now punched a hole in the wall without anyone noticing. Chun Hai went over and stuck his head into the hole to take a look. There's even a shoddy construction like this? What on earth are the Huang family trying to do? Li Yun stood by with his arms crossed, observing. "I'll help Chun Hai this one time. I'm in a hurry to get back and take care of my wife. The Jade Seal must also be dealt with. That thing's power is too great. If it falls on the capital, it will harm my wife. It cannot be allowed to exist." Chun Hai thought to himself, "The soil here is special. If we dig by hand, who knows how long it will take." Upon hearing this, Li Yun smiled and said, "Officer, I found something that can be used to dig. But are you willing, officer?" Chun Hai was having a headache when Li Yun suddenly suggested this. This person is truly resourceful. In the end, the beloved sword that Chun Hai had spent 3 years' salary on was now being used to dig dirt. It was truly heartbreaking. Thinking about his good sword being used to dig dirt, Chun Hai became annoyed again. He turned to look at Li Yun and asked, "Why aren't you doing anything? What are you standing there for?" Li Yun smiled and said, "I'm just an ordinary person. I can't dig. By the way, officer, have you practiced Turtle Qigong? As soon as Chun Hai heard the words Turtle Qigong, he showed his disdain. He wouldn't deign to practice such a low-level martial art. Upon hearing this, Li Yun smiled and said, then we're done for. The oxygen here is about to run out. I'm afraid we'll die here. I suggest we breathe less. At the same time, Zhuruoli was still at home, waiting for Li Yun to return. She was now practicing a warm welcome, as per Li Yun's wishes. Something like, my dear, you're back. Do you want a lap pillow? As soon as she mentioned it, Zhuruoli puffed her cheeks unhappily. I don't know if he went to Hongxiu Pavilion or not, but he's been gone for a long time. Zhuruoli looked out silently again. The sun shone in from the door. The space was quiet, with few sounds. After saying it, Zhuruoli rolled around on the bed in embarrassment. Talking to the air is so embarrassing. Now she missed Li Yun even more. She wanted to bully her husband, but couldn't find him to bully. Back to Chen Hai's group. They were still crawling in the tunnel. Li Yun asked curiously, why have you never practiced Turtle Qigong? Don't all the soldiers of Great Qian know it? You can feign death on the battlefield. Li Yun wouldn't say the reason was because they were afraid of facing him. Chen Hai frowned and said, nonsense. My responsibility is to protect Her Majesty, even if I have to sacrifice my own life. I have never thought of such a cowardly thing. By the way, you seem to be very knowledgeable about battlefield work. Li Yun smiled and said, I suffered because of the battlefield before. I had to learn a little. Chen Hai was now silently re-evaluating Li Yun. It seems his expectations for this person were too high. With his courage and worldliness, it's not strange for him to be by the emperor's side. It's just a pity that his cultivation is a bit weak. At the same time, somewhere underground, the people of the Huang family were gathering experts. Basically, a bunch of them gathered together to plot a rebellion. Not only that, they were convinced that the biggest obstacle, Chen Hai, had been eliminated. No one could stop them anymore. The one who said this was the grand steward of the great family, Da Huang. Now Da Huang is a steward, but he dreams of becoming the prime minister in the future. Just then, the wall behind Da Huang made a strange noise. The more Da Huang thought, the stranger it felt. He felt a little panicked and scared. The wall gradually cracked. Next was a huge explosion, blowing away all the surrounding dirt and rocks. Chen Hai stepped out from the wall. After digging for so long, he could finally get out, but he didn't know where this was. Were they still in the Huang family secret base? Well, that doesn't matter. As soon as Chen Hai stepped out, he saw Da Huang. Not only that, he remembered this person seemed to be from the Huang family. Da Huang was startled when his name was suddenly called. He only reacted then. He quickly retreated and ordered the men he had brought. Whoever gets Chen Hai's head will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold. Before that, Chen Hai didn't forget to tell Li Yun to hide well. He would deal with these people himself. After finishing, he held his sword and charged forward to confront them. He fought very bravely. Just then, Chen Hai happened to feel a killing intent coming toward him from behind. Chen Hai immediately raised his sword to block. As expected, ganging up on Chen Hai was a bit too much, and the people here were not all weaklings. At this moment, someone was holding a sword and jumping towards Chen Hai, about to strike down. How could Li Yun let that person succeed? A stone was flicked from his hand. It lightly grazed the person's cheek, causing him to spit out blood. And as that person spat out blood and fell, the sword in his hand happened to pierce the person fighting with Chen Hai. Chen Hai stared blankly at the two who had just killed each other. What kind of luck is this? Suddenly dead, Da Huang watched as all the experts here were killed in an instant, and he became more and more terrified. He knew that even if Chen Hai was strong, these people were not to be trifled with. But in the end, they were all defeated by Chen Hai. In reality, the one who defeated them was not only Chen Hai, but also Li Yun throwing stones from behind. But besides Li Yun, no one knew this. If you can't win, run. Truly a joke of the weakest. Li Yun would never let this person escape. As Da Huang was running, he suddenly bumped into something and fell. Li Yun capably vokt closer to Da Huang. You dare to run with me here? A moment later, all the experts that Da Huang had invited were defeated. Chen Hai didn't know that Li Yun was secretly helping him. Now he was doubting his own strength. Could it be that he had gotten stronger? Was this a breakthrough in a dangerous situation? One problem after another. The underground city suddenly experienced a tremor. Chen Hai looked in horror at the falling rocks. Da Huang had now woken up because Li Yun had used a life force. He said, "Don't think you can handle this alone." The Earth's core here has already been destroyed by us. Soon, this place will also collapse. Qianhai, I'm not a human anymore. Die with me. Long live the Huang family. A huge explosion came from the ground. Qianhai felt that he would not be able to survive today. He quickly raised his hands to cover his head and closed his eyes reflexively. But after waiting for a long time, nothing happened. It was truly strange. When he opened his eyes, he saw a protective barrier in front of him, shielding them safely from the explosion. Even more surprising was that this protective barrier was formed by materializing true qi. Qianhai looked at Li Yun. If he didn't create the protective barrier, then it could only be this person. Li Yun just remembered Qianhai. It was an emergency, so he had no choice but to act. Is he exposed now? Killing Qianhai is impossible. I can only use the physical amnesia technique. This move has been used on the second best under heaven many times, giving him the legend of the sleeping second best under heaven. After a period of guessing, Qianhai finally clapped his hands and said, "Ah, I understand." Li Yun looked at Qianhai. "What do you understand?" Qianhai thought to himself, no wonder Her Majesty is always by his side. His martial arts must be the secret weapon Her Majesty uses to deal with that rebel. If that's the case, then all the strange things before are explained. As expected of Her Majesty, to have such a powerful martial artist by her side. Qianhai immediately put his arm around Li Yun's shoulder and smiled. "Brother Li Yun, from now on, we are brothers." Li Yun was completely clueless about what Qianhai had deduced to make him act this way. Although he didn't know what was wrong with him, it seemed the amnesia technique was no longer needed. Qianhai cupped his fists to Li Yun and said, "I must quickly return to the palace to report. I hope you can protect Her Majesty well in the future. Farewell. I'll treat you to a meal another day." A meal? Not a prison meal, right? Asking him to protect the new emperor. Aren't you afraid he'll kill her with one slash? Li Yun thought this in his heart but still smiled on the outside. "You can rest assured and leave it to me." The losses underground had already reached the ears of the Huang family head. He had thought he could kill Qianhai, but it failed, and he had lost so many elite troops. Huang Tuanzi, in the face of his father's anger, just calmly said, "Father, don't panic. If we're short on men, I have a plan to quickly replenish them. And they're all experts in death warriors, stronger than the rabble outside." Huang Tuanzi leaned in and whispered his dirty plan into the Huang family head's ear. As soon as he heard it, the old master of the Huang family burst out laughing and said, "What a great plan. This is the strongest military force that the old emperor prepared for me. This time, the young emperor will definitely be completely finished." As soon as he finished his official duties, Qianhai went to the palace to report everything. But the result was not to Zhu Ruoli's satisfaction. The person who needed to be caught was not caught. Perhaps they had been preparing since the time of the previous emperor, but that old man didn't notice anything. As for the materials of the Huang family's participation in the research of the Jade Seal, the scroll left behind did not record information on this aspect. There might be related records in the Tiangong Institute, but that place was sealed after the previous emperor sealed it. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ruoli ordered Qianhai to unseal that place and continue searching for clues. And, at the Tiantong Institute at this time, Li Yun, who shouldn't have been here, appeared. Obviously, Li Yun's purpose was also to find clues here. Even so, to walk in here openly, he had to stretch his legs a bit. Li Yun approached the Tiantong Institute. This is the place where the Jade Seal was researched. Only a year has passed, and it's already so dilapidated? Li Yun pushed open the doors of the Tiantong Institute. Sunlight streamed in from outside. As soon as he entered the main hall, he saw a huge statue of the previous emperor erected in front of him. The previous emperor, besides being a fatuous ruler, was also hopelessly narcissistic. He even built a stone statue of himself. The more he looked, the more he disliked it. This statue had to disappear from his sight. Li Yun reached out his hand towards the stone statue. The stone statue then gradually cracked. Finally, it collapsed, just as Li Yun wanted. And after destroying the stone statue, Li Yun also discovered something interesting. There was a secret passage under the stone statue. The old emperor was truly too scheming. If he hadn't destroyed the stone statue, who would have known there was a separate space underneath? Especially the people of the Huang family, who wouldn't dare. But the old emperor never thought that Li Yun, the leader of the rebel army, would smash this statue first thing upon seeing it. Li Yun approached a large iron door sealed with paper. A classic case of a guilty conscience. There was movement inside. Could it be the people of the Huang family hiding in there? Li Yun directly broke down the door and rushed in. The door shattered, and stone fragments scattered everywhere. Li Yun stood amidst the dust and shouted, "FBI, open up!" There were not many people in the room. There was only something like a large wall placed in the middle of the room and several bookshelves filled with research materials. Li Yun recognized this thing. It was a model of a jade seal, but why were there 3 more swords on top? Back then, there was clearly only one sword that injured him. Could it be that there are a total of 4 swords in the sky? After examining the jade seal model, Li Yun continued to walk around the bookshelves to find more materials. Suddenly, something caught Li Yun's attention. The data recorded on it made Li Yun think of something. It was himself. It actually recorded data on his combat power, and it was very detailed. Just then, some random person came out of nowhere and entered, saying loudly, "Why is this door broken? Quickly bring out the necessary things." Li Yun didn't have time to hide, so he directly faced the stranger, a man with a beard. He approached Li Yun and asked, "Hey, why aren't you wearing the uniform?" Li Yun scratched his cheek and smiled, "So sorry. I was in a hurry when I left and forgot to bring it." Li Yun looked at the person in front of him again. "Is this thief from the Huang family? I'll just say a few words, knock him out, and then interrogate him." The other person had no idea of Li Yun's intention to knock him out. He even enthusiastically instructed, "Why are you so careless? Quickly follow the secret passage behind you and go back to get it." Li Yun looked behind him. "There's a secret passage here? I didn't know." As soon as Li Yun turned his head, the bearded man ran away. Before that, he even did another suicidal action. He turned his head back to provoke Li Yun. He even beat his chest and declared that his lightness skill was the best. Li Yun couldn't catch up. After saying that, he turned his head and continued to run. But surprise, Li Yun, who was behind him just now, had now teleported in front of him. With a very friendly smile, knowing he couldn't win, the man immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Li Yun, begging, "Hero, spare my life. Spare this lowly one. I am Huang Zheng, from a branch of the Huang family. Because my lightness skill is not bad, I specialize in running errands. Hero, spare my life." Li Yun asked curiously, "Then why did you run away?" "You surrendered very quickly." The fat man also smiled honestly and said, "Aren't you scared? Anyone who can come here is either from the Imperial court or that rebel. I can't afford to offend either of them." Li Yun doesn't dislike talking to smart people. So he asked, "Is there anyone else behind you?" Huang Zheng then said that he had come here on his own, hoping to steal a few things and then go to help the poor and assist women. Li Yun would be a fool to believe that. He approached him and smiled. "I didn't expect you to be a good person. Explain clearly to me." The fat man forced a smile and said, "When I'm happy, I give alms to beggars. When I have nothing to do, I go to Hongxiu Pavilion to comfort the beautiful women." Li Yun was speechless. Wouldn't it be faster to just say you're a debaucher? But that means this fat man acted alone. It's unclear if he knows where the people of the Huang family are now. The fat man rubbed his hands together and smiled. "I don't know about the people of the main clan, but I know a little intelligence about the Jade Seal. I can tell you. How much can a branch of the Huang family know about the Jade Seal?" Li Yun thought that only the main clan of the Huang family would know much about the Jade Seal. But he didn't expect Huang Zheng to have frequent dealings with the family head's wife. Their relationship was a bit intimate. When Huang Zheng said this, Li Yun was no longer bored. Then Huang Zheng immediately told him everything he knew about the Jade Seal. He told Li Yun, the Huang family had never participated in the research process of the Jade Seal. But after the battle, a master craftsman from the Tiangong Institute took refuge with the Huang family. He told the family had many things and, while the Tiangong Institute was sealed, dug a secret passage. Li Yun now understood everything. That passage was the one Huang Zheng had just mentioned. The Huang family quickly grasped the technology of the Jade Seal through this talented person. Huang Zheng cautiously looked at the thinking Li Yun and asked, "You must be that rebel, the legendary one from the rebel army." Actually, he was asking because he heard the people of the Imperial Corps approaching. As soon as he thought that, Chun Hai led the people of the Six Fan Gate over. Every single one of them was aggressive. Huang Zheng glanced at Li Yun and thought, "Sorry, I still want to live." Then, to Li Yun's speechlessness, Huang Zheng ran to Chun Hai and reported, "I am from the Huang family. I am willing to tell you everything. The rebel leader is here. Arrest him first." After the last battle, Li Yun had completely shed the title of rebel leader in Chun Hai's eyes. In the end, Huang Zheng shot himself in the foot. He was immediately handcuffed. Two men from the sixth van gate then took Huang Zheng away. As he was being led away, he shouted, "What are you doing? I'm just a minor aristocratic son. How can I compare to him? Are you guys stupid? He is the rebel leader." Chen Hai, however, completely disbelieved Huang Zheng's words. He even looked at Huang Zheng and laughed to himself. He doesn't even know how to lie. If he hadn't confirmed Li Yun's true identity before, he might have believed Chen Hai. This is the person by Her Majesty's side. How could he be the rebel leader? If that were true, Great Qian would have been finished long ago. Chen Hai then went to Li Yun and cupped his fists, saying, "As expected of you. You acted even faster than me. You've done another great service." Li Yun smiled and said, "Likewise. You've worked hard." Honestly, Li Yun had no idea what had just happened. What was that situation just now? By the time Li Yun finished his work and returned home, it was already dark. Things have been really strange lately. Could it be that Chen Hai is planning to surrender to him? But he had already stopped rebelling. As soon as Zhu Ruoli saw Li Yun, she went to him and asked, "Where have you been again?" Li Yun rubbed his head and smiled. I went to protect the capital." Zhu Ruoli obviously didn't believe Li Yun's words. How could the capital need you to protect it? Li Yun smiled and said, "For you, no matter how hard it is, I want to become the great hero who protects the capital." Li Yun truly lived up to his reputation as a smooth talker. Zhu Ruoli was as happy as if she were on cloud 9 after hearing this. She then took Li Yun's hand. She smiled happily and said, "You're just a sweet talker. You should go eat first. I made this myself. You have to eat it all, my great hero." Li Yun then followed Zhu Ruoli into the room. A sumptuous meal had been laid out. Li Yun was very curious. Did his wife really make all this delicious food? Zhu Ruoli smiled and said, "Of course, I made it myself." She didn't know anything about the Imperial kitchen. Li Yun completely believed Zhu Ruoli's words. He didn't know when she had become such a good cook. She must have been practicing secretly all this time. But the urgent matter was still the Huang family. While letting Zhu Ruoli feed him, Li Yun thought, "The old emperor knew a lot about me. But as for the new emperor, according to recent intelligence, it seems she is keeping a young man. I hope she doesn't let that young man distract her. Otherwise, Great Qian will be finished sooner or later." It's decided. Tonight, Li Yun will go to the palace to see what kind of person the new emperor is. At the Great Qian Imperial Palace, on a high tower, a dark figure was sitting. It was obviously Li Yun. It's truly ironic. In his 5 years of rebellion, he had never once entered here, but today he had to come here for the new emperor. Li Yun lightly flew over several rooftops. This place is indeed the Imperial Palace. The martial artists here are all famous in the martial world. An ordinary master would have a hard time fighting their way in here. They would only be seeking death. After running for a while, Li Yun finally reached the new emperor's imperial study. At this time, as the emperor of Great Qian, she should be diligently reviewing memorials, right? Li Yun then kicked open the door and shouted, "Checkpoint here." But when he entered, the study was completely empty. The imperial study was neatly arranged. But did the young emperor clock out so early today? Li Yun went and sat on the chair that the emperor usually used to review memorials. This chair is a bit like the one at his house. She knows how to be frugal. And the fragrance here seems a bit like the scent on his wife. Could it be that the new emperor uses the same kind of incense as his wife? She has good taste. Li Yun then picked up a memorial to look at. She's reviewed quite a few. She's considered diligent. But where on earth did she go? If she's not in the imperial study, could she have gone to meet the young man near his place? At the same time, Chen Hai was patrolling the palace with Yunji. They were now on their way to the imperial study to help the emperor tidy up the place. Her Majesty is usually so tired. How could Chen Hai, as a subject, let such a small matter delay Her Majesty's time? Even though Li Yun heard Chen Hai's footsteps approaching, he still sat openly in the imperial study, resulting in a face-to-face confrontation. Not only that, Li Yun even smiled and waved friendly at Chen Hai and Yunji. And Chen Hai and Yunji. As soon as they saw Li Yun appear, their faces turned dark and ugly. Yunji rushed forward to block Chen Hai and said, "Lord Chen Hai, I'll hold him off. You go call for more people." Chen Hai, on the other hand, was quite calm. "Even if we call for more people, it will only increase the casualties." Chen Hai calmly walked towards Li Yun and said, "If you're here to find Her Majesty, I advise you to give up early. You will never find where Her Majesty is. Besides, Her Majesty has other experts protecting her." Li Yun said nonchalantly, "She's not in the Imperial Palace at this time. It seems she's not a very responsible emperor. Shanhai immediately retorted, how can a rebel like you understand what's on Her Majesty's mind? Her Majesty is always thinking of the people of Great Qian. And you, what exactly do you want by coming here? Li Yin rested his chin on his hand and said, I didn't come here to fight. I just came here to find the new emperor, as you said. The capital has been very chaotic recently. It's affecting the life of an ordinary citizen like me. Shanhai frowned and said, if you ascend to the Western Paradise sooner, you won't have any more worries. If the leader of the rebel army is an ordinary citizen, then the Huang family are great meritorious officials. Li Yin said, I didn't come here to joke around. You all better be careful. You know the power of the Jade Seal better than I do. Shanhai said confidently, we've already investigated. Although the Huang family is researching the Jade Seal, they haven't created it yet. Li Yin believed this. But what about the thing in the sky? It hasn't been used up yet. Even Li Yin himself hadn't considered that there were 3 other swords in the sky. Shanhai's expression immediately changed. The Jade Seal in the sky. Could it be that what the Huang family wants to create is not the Jade Seal, but that thing? After delivering the intelligence, Li Yin left without Shanhai and Yunji noticing. Although he didn't like them very much, his most important person was in the capital. Li Yin naturally hoped his wife wouldn't be implicated. A master who could move from in front of them to behind them without them noticing like that terrified Shanhai and Yunji. Li Yin said, as an ordinary citizen with no special privileges, I've done all I can. Don't blame me for not warning you. As officials, you need to be careful. The news has been delivered. See you all later. This humble citizen will take his leave first. Li Yin came and went like a ghost. Shanhai didn't really like such an arrogant person, but luckily, this monster had a restraint. For now, it was still considered safe. If he could find out what was restraining this monster, perhaps he could make him useful to Her Majesty. But what if he wasn't careful? He was afraid that then, the leader of the rebel army would become an unforeseen disaster. To be blunt, can such a terrifying person really live peacefully with others? The next morning, at Li Yun's house, Zhu Ruoli had received a secret report about the rebel leader's arrogant act of entering the Imperial palace without permission. He had no regard for the dignity of Great Qian. Li Yin smiled and said, what's written on there that's making you so angry? Who provoked you? Someone dared to anger his Ruoli? It seems he had to teach him how to write the word death. I can't let Li Yun be drawn into this rebellion. It's all the fault of that rebel leader. Zhu Ruoli smiled and said, it's nothing. No need to worry. Li Yun then smiled and said, it's fine if you don't say, but if you have any difficulties, you must tell me. I'm very strong. Oh, right. The day after tomorrow is our wedding anniversary. Li Yin smiled and asked, my dear wife, do you have any plans? Zhu Ruoli rested her chin on her hand and said shyly, is that so? Then let's just treat it as a normal day. You don't specially remember those days? Li Yin asked innocently, huh? Don't they say that women like to remember anniversaries? Zhu Ruoli stammered, well, because the days with you, every day is an anniversary. Li Yin tapped his fingers on the table. Nothing had happened in the past year, but recently, in just 1 month, a bunch of hidden disasters had appeared. Li Yin, he was previously the leader of the rebel army. Now he's just an ordinary person. He's not some kind of savior. How did he attract so much trouble? This all happened after the new emperor ascended the throne. As expected, it's all her fault. For now, the imperial court has no way to deal with the Huang family, especially when they've allied with the remnants of the rebel army. Li Yin suddenly considered moving for good. After all, he didn't have much deep affection for the capital. It's just that his wife is here, so he's here. If he could avoid trouble, moving somewhere else would be fine. Running away is shameful, but it's very useful. As he was muttering about moving, Zhu Ruoli returned from the Imperial palace. Li Yin immediately put on a cheerful and welcoming smile. They had agreed to go for a walk today. Zhu Ruoli then asked Li Yin about it. But Li Yin was a bit hesitant because he was busy thinking about how to tell his wife about moving. Zhu Ruoli immediately noticed Li Yun's strange attitude. She frowned and asked, why are you so hesitant? Is it very troublesome to go for a walk with me? Li Yin forced a smile and said, of course not. Let's go right now. Disaster was approaching, but the capital was bustling with people, especially the street that everyone frequented. Zhu Ruoli and Li Yin walked hand in hand happily down the street. But Li Yun's mind was still preoccupied with how to tell his wife about moving. As they were walking, Zhu Ruoli pointed to a direction and asked excitedly, fool, do you remember this place? The place Zhu pointed to was a large tree. Of course, Li Yun had not forgotten this place. When they had just gotten married, they took shelter from the rain here. It was raining heavily at that time. Neither of them had an umbrella. Li Yun had held Zhu and run through the rain. That feeling was truly wonderful. In the end, the rain was too heavy, so they took shelter here. Not only this place, but every place around here held memories between him and his wife. Like the place where they first had breakfast together. And the riverbank over there was where they fished and cooked together. They watched the sunrise together. They watched the sunset together. This is the place where they lived their lives together. It could be said that without realizing it, the capital had become their home. Zhu was a very perceptive person. She could tell from a slight change in Li Yun that he had something on his mind. Li Yun smiled foolishly and said, "I did just now, but not anymore." As they were being lovey-dovey, a flower seller came over and called out, "Hey, you two, are you going around showing off your love everywhere?" The person who said this was none other than Li Shui. She was all too familiar with having to witness the public displays of affection of her two landlords every day. Today, Li Shui's job was to sell flowers. Li Shui's life was truly diverse and rich. She had changed jobs several times in just a few months. But this flower-selling job was just a side gig during a difficult economic time. But it was unclear how Li Shui did business, as she ended up giving the flowers she was selling to Li Yun and Zhu. Li Yun smiled and asked, giving away flowers so casually, "Be careful your boss doesn't scold you." Li Shui was very optimistic and smiled. "It's fine. He can't scold me." Putting the flower-selling aside, Li Shui started to gossip. She said excitedly, "A lot has happened in the capital recently. Many people have already left. If so many people are leaving, why isn't Li Shui leaving?" Li Yun was a bit curious. Li Shui thought for a moment and said, "At first, she had no feelings for the capital, but after meeting the landlord couple, Li Yun, she couldn't bear to leave. Because she liked them so much, she wanted to stay in the place that held their memories." Li Shui's answer made Li Yun fall into deep thought. He had never thought of protecting the capital because he had always been against Great Qian. This kind of hostility had always existed until now, making it very difficult for him to accept protecting the capital and the new emperor. Only now did he understand that the person he wanted to protect was not the new emperor, but his wife, Zhu, and also the place that held the memories between him and his wife. This capital, although running away is somewhat useful, in the end, something will always be lost. As soon as Zhu saw Li Yun in deep thought, and then saw him smile so brightly, she asked curiously, "What are you smiling about?" Li Yun scratched his cheek and replied, "Nothing. I just suddenly feel that the capital is not bad." Zhu smiled and said, "Of course. After all, she had worked hard to protect and build this capital. Moreover, this was the city that Zhu had prepared for Li Yun, to protect Li Yun and let him live peacefully and safely in this place with her for the rest of his life." At the same time, in the Great Qian Sky prison, Huang Tuanzi had led two of his subordinates here to wipe out the guards, beginning the implementation of his dirty tricks. They could easily break into this place because the Imperial court had sent all its elites to the outskirts to search for them. Who would have expected them to attack here directly? Huang Tuanzi smiled, a smile that was not at all sinister, and said, "Next, let's start the plan." While there was turmoil outside, Lang Yun in the prison was arguing with Jean Hu. These two were truly lively together. Never a dull moment. Jean Hu, not to be outdone by Lang Yun's momentum, replied cheerfully, "If you find your father, aren't you my long-lost son?" Lang Yun stuck out his tongue and said, "With your looks, are you sure you can have offspring? You're daydreaming." This was a blow to a man's pride. Just then, a loud bang echoed through the prison. Lang Yun turned and cursed, "Damn it, your boss is attacking." Jean Hu shook his head and said, "I don't think so. If he really wanted to attack, he would have attacked the Imperial Palace first." Jean Hu really understood his leader. The person who came was Huang Tuanzi. He stood in the prison and said, "Do you want to be free? The bottle of poison in my hand is a rare poison in the world. The Smiling Nine Springs pill. As long as you take it, I will release you. I will definitely give you the antidote periodically, but from now on, you must sell your lives to me. Be my dogs." Someone in the prison said, "Ridiculous. Do you think we would sell our souls for a little freedom?" Upon hearing this, Huang Tuanzi was not angry at all and just smiled. "I didn't expect you to have such awareness. Originally, each of you could have received 1 tael of silver per month." The man was silent for a long time, thinking. Finally, under the power of money, he clung to the bars and smiled. Woof woof. From now on, I will obey my master's orders. Huang Tuanzi was also speechless. So easily bought? What was all that pretense for just now? It's true that money can buy anything, even immortals. Jean Hu's group was, of course, also given the poison pill. Jean Hu had suffered from chi deviation anyway. He was going to die sooner or later, so he would definitely join in on this fun. Besides, he had to see what other tricks the Huang family had up their sleeves. A moment later, all the prisoners in the jail had gathered at Huang Tuanzi's place. Listening to him arrange the next mission, one of them spoke up and asked, "You said to let us be your dogs, so what is your purpose in doing this?" Huang Tuanzi said, "Although you are just tools, it's fine to tell you. In terms of strategy and planning, I am the chosen one in this world. I will complete the great cause that person could not. I will become an existence that surpasses even him. If the heavens define me, I will shatter them. In this world, there is no Zhai Qian. There is only Paxianjia." Huang Tuanzi looked at the crowd before him. These people are all skin and bones. These people are all guilty. Besides cooperating with him, they have no other choice. Perhaps these people were convinced by his speech. It can also be said that without an inside man, you can't do big things. I don't understand for what reason he could say such delusional lines. Especially Jean Hu and Lang Yan. They did their best to slander Huang Tuanzi. How could he even say such embarrassing lines? Lang Yan smiled and said, "According to the boss, he's crazy." At this moment, one of Huang Tuanzi's two subordinates stepped forward and said, "Young master, we found him. He's locked up in a separate cell." Huang Tuanzi ordered, "Quickly unlock his chains." The person who was released was none other than the jade-faced Rakshasa. Huang Tuanzi treated the jade-faced Rakshasa with a bit more respect than the others. The jade-faced Rakshasa said, "Remember this from me. I'm not here to help you. It's just that our goals are the same. But you have good taste. Besides that person, there is no one in Great Qian stronger than me. After being locked up for so long, I will definitely make them pay. As long as I don't run into that jinx." And the jinx in the jade-faced Rakshasa's words was at this moment chatting with Le Shui about the Jade Seal. A confidential matter that only he and the Emperor's people should know. Le Shui, holding a half-eaten chicken leg, said, "This matter is already spread outside. Everyone is talking about how Great Qian is about to face a great disaster. Is that thing going to be a problem?" Lian lifted his teacup, took a sip, and said, "I was hit by it once. The injury still hasn't healed. But now even ordinary people know about this. It seems the Huang family plans to throw the capital into chaos to facilitate their rebellion." Lu Shui smiled and asked, "So your function is not having any problems, right?" Upon hearing this, Li Yun spat out all his tea. "What is this Lu Shui saying again?" Lu Shui scratched her cheek and smiled. I was just asking if your true qi is still circulating well." Li Yun said, "Don't worry. It has now recovered 80% of my original strength. Besides, I now know the trajectory and operation of the Jade Seal. It can't hurt me anymore." Upon hearing this, Lu Shui was much more relieved. They might not have to run away. But Lian still hoped Lu Shui would run away to keep herself safe. Lu Shui said again, "If we can't hold on, then everywhere will be a crisis with ambushes everywhere." As they were enthusiastically discussing the Jade Seal, Zhu Ruoli appeared with a smile and asked, "What are you two talking about?" As soon as Li Yun saw Zhu Ruoli, his mouth became even smoother than if it were greased. He shamelessly said, "We were just saying how beautiful you are." Zhu Ruoli was, of course, praised by Li Yun until she blushed. She said shyly and awkwardly, suddenly, "Isn't that a matter of course? Such a smooth talker." Just then, a knock came from the door. Then a voice called out, "Is anyone home?" "We are from the 6th Fan Gate." Li Yun looked towards the gate. "Why are the people from the 6th Fan Gate here at this hour? What happened? Could it be that they're here to arrest him?" Unexpectedly, the person only came to announce that the prisoners in the Sky Prison had escaped. He hoped they would pay attention to their safety and absolutely not go out wandering to avoid any incidents. After saying that, the person left. His appearance here was because Chun Hai had specially told him to come to this house and report. He didn't know if this house belonged to some royal relative. Not a royal relative, just that the emperor was here. And the emperor, after hearing this, frowned in anger. The Sky Prison is full of high-level martial arts scum. Now that they're released, isn't the capital extremely dangerous? The people from the 6th Fan Gate left. Zhu Ruoli and Lu Shui also went back inside. Just then, a carrier pigeon flew over. This was the carrier pigeon that Li Yun had left for Jean Hu before. It seems he has also escaped from prison. Li Yun took out the letter that Jean Hu had sent him. It seems it was the work of the Huang family. They are now hiding in the Huang family's ancestral home. Quite clever. Chen Hai would never have thought these prisoners would be so bold. A new day dawned on the capital, and Zhu Ruoli was now banging on the door, cursing, "Useless!" The cause of this anger was the morning court session. They searched all night, but only found a few escaped criminals. There were absolutely no clues about the mastermind behind the prison break. Now a bunch of vicious criminals are roaming outside. The common people are living in fear all day long. The capital is in chaos, and no one knows where they are hiding. The more Zhu Ruoli thought about it, the more frustrated she felt. Lian walked over with a smile. "What's wrong? Calm down. Who provoked my dear wifey? Here, enjoy this lemon tea I made. You will definitely like it. Also, don't go near the Huang family estate recently. Yesterday, the prisoners who escaped from the sky prison were all there." Zhu Ruoli asked in surprise, "What? How do you know that? It's not like your friends are among the prisoners and secretly tipped you off, right?" Lian laughed and said, "Isn't it just because I have wide connections? I heard it from old man Zhang who sells vegetables." Zhu Ruoli frowned. "Even the old vegetable seller knows about this. So why do the elites of Great Qian have no news at all? A bunch of good-for-nothings. Whether it's true or false, I have to let Chen Hai go check it out." That night, the group of prisoners was still gathering with Huang Tuanzi at the Huang family's ancestral home, unaware that disaster was about to strike. Ling Yin crossed his arms and asked, "Have you sent your letter out yet?" Zhang Hu laughed and said, "Don't worry. That carrier pigeon was raised by our rebel army. I wrote everything about the assigned task in the letter." Ling Yin looked at Huang Tuanzi and asked, "Do you think this kid has the potential to surpass our leader?" Zhang Hu didn't hesitate to snap, "Screw that. The more I look at this brat, the more useless he seems. In the beginning, when the leader fell from the sky, he looked sloppy, but was also very cool. He was 100 times stronger than him. This brat simply doesn't have the aura to unify the world." Just as he finished speaking, something red fell in front of them. One of them stepped forward to pick up the object to examine it. Zhang Hu shouted from behind, "That's what Great Qian uses on the battlefield. It's about to explode. Dodge quickly." Before they could dodge, a loud explosion rang out. It blew away all the prisoners who couldn't dodge in time. From within, the smoke and dust. The people of the six-fan gate slowly walked in. The captain of the squad shouted, "Spare no one, dead or alive." Then, a fierce, chaotic battle ensued. Ling Yin looked at the six-fan gate, people fighting in front of him. This six-fan gate is really fast. Could it be that Zhang Hu's leader told the secret to the new emperor? Could it be that they have some illicit relationship? Zhang Hu immediately denied it. His leader would never accept the feudalism of that emperor. Huang Tuanzi lived up to his reputation as the weakest. He could only rely on guards for protection, but at least he managed to escape. Huang Tuanzi was now feeling a bit fearful in his heart. They found us so quickly. I can't think about that right now. We must quickly go to another place to hide. Thinking this, he hurriedly shouted, "Don't get caught up in the fight. Retreat for now. Pick up the pace." The next morning at the Imperial Palace. After the fierce manhunt last night, Zhu Ruoli's mood was much better. It was now time for the morning court session. Civil and military officials gathered in the hall. They all bowed their heads and closed their eyes toward Zhu Ruoli. In their hearts, they were secretly lamenting her terrifying nature. In less than a night, she discovered the Huang family's hiding spot, and she eliminated the escaping criminals. Her control is truly terrifying. Chen Hai cupped his fists and said to Zhu Ruoli, "Your Majesty, this subordinate did not do well. I could not eliminate them all. The mastermind took some of the criminals and escaped, but we successfully crushed their morale." Zhu Ruoli said, "It's fine. Continue to strengthen the patrols. Do not give them any opportunities." She didn't expect them to actually be hiding there. An official of Great Qian is not even as good as her husband. Meanwhile, Zhu Ruoli's husband went to the Huang estate the next morning to check. However, all that remained were corpses lying on the ground. This emperor really has some skill, even faster than me. Lian looked around to assess the situation. He happened to see some writing on the pillar in front of him. This was a code taught during his time in the rebel army. It seems Zhang Hu left it. Now they have fled to a ruined temple in the west. Besides notifying the location, Zhang Hu also added, Do you have an intimate relationship with the new emperor? They suspect I gave their location to the new emperor? Truly unbelievable. How could I collude with the new emperor? I won't accept this humiliation. But before that, I promised my wife we'd go for an outing in the suburbs tomorrow morning. Let the Imperial court and the Huang family torment each other. In a sun-drenched forest in the suburbs, Zhuruoli was sitting there arranging the food prepared for today's picnic. They were all delicious-looking pastries, and of course, all made by the Imperial kitchen. After arranging everything, she waited for a while before Li Yun finally showed up. He said, "I'm really sorry. I'm late." Zhuruoli frowned and said, "Humph. Why are you so slow? Did you go somewhere to flirt with flowers and grass?" Li Yun unexpectedly laughed and said, "You guessed right." Then Li Yun brought out what he was hiding behind his back and gave it to Zhuruoli. It was a colorful bouquet of flowers. Extremely beautiful. He smiled and asked, "I picked some flowers for you. How is it? Do you like it?" Zhuruoli said, "Fine. I forgive you." Li Yun sat down. Zhuruoli looked at him and said, "By the way, the place you mentioned last night really seemed to have a bunch of criminals." Li Yun laughed and said, "Even if there were, that's the emperor's business. It has nothing to do with us. My job is just to be an ordinary citizen living with his beautiful wife." Zhuruoli smiled and said, "That's true, although I heard they haven't caught them all yet. So we're still on the run, but we can rest a bit easier." Li Yun laughed and said, "That emperor is really negligent. If it were me, none of them would have escaped." The emperor, Zhuruoli, suddenly said irritably, "Huh? Bragging. The emperor must have thought about it a lot, too. Isn't this all to protect this husband of hers? Afraid that making a big scene would get him hurt." Li Yun tilted his head and looked at Zhuruoli. His head was full of question marks. He said, "Why is my wife more anxious than the new emperor?" The new emperor naturally thought a lot, thinking about how to catch him. But let's put that aside for now. Li Yun smiled and said, "I heard those criminals change locations. Now they say they are hiding in a ruined temple in the west of the city. You should stay away from there recently." Zhuruoli smiled and asked, "Do you care about me that much?" Li Yun frankly admitted without hesitation, "Of course. As long as you are safe, that is the greatest happiness of my life." Zhuruoli laughed and said, "Tisich, I don't need your concern." Wifey suddenly saying that makes Li Yun feel a bit heartbroken and shocked. Then Zhuruoli looked at Li Yun with her gentle eyes. Full of love and affection, she said, "Dummy. They say husband and wife must be together. Logically speaking, I should be the one protecting you anytime, anywhere. Without my permission, you're not allowed to care about me more than I care about you." Li Yun laughed and said, "About that, I'm afraid it's hard to obey." At the same time, hiding in the ruined temple outside the city, Huang Tuanzi started thinking about last night after reaching safety. I don't know how they found us. These people absolutely could not have betrayed me. They have death sentences hanging over them and are controlled by poison. What plot could they have by betraying me? Except for following me, they have no other path to take. For example, that bearded guy was originally a rebel. He looks like a traitor. How could he rely on the Imperial court? And that Taoist too. A refined scum. Could it be that the Imperial court is too formidable? It seems Huang Tuanzi has to rate his opponent a bit higher today. Ling Yun was whispering to Zhang Hu over on the side. He smiled and said, "Beardy, if people from the Imperial court come again this time, I suspect your leader definitely has an unclear relationship with the new emperor." Zhang Hu frowned and said, "Bullshit. My leader is already married. The young couple is extremely affectionate. You are insulting him." Ling Yun laughed and said, "Is that so? Why do you trust him so much?" Zhang Hu said, "I trust my leader. If the Imperial court can find us here too, I'll eat whatever someone shits out." While they were discussing excitedly, a small, cute red thing appeared again. Zhang Hu's face turned black as he cursed. "Holy Asich." Ling Yun beside him was so happy it showed all over his face. He almost couldn't hold back his laughter. While the six-fan gate was sweeping the Huang family, Li Yun was still happily strolling the streets hand in hand with his emperor wife, Zhuruoli. In the city, they occasionally encountered six-fan gate people patrolling the capital. This is also because criminals escaped, causing trouble in the capital, so vigilance is not hard to understand. Li Yun smiled and said, "Don't worry. I will go deal with them." Zhuruoli played along and laughed, bragging again. "Can you do it?" Li Yun nodded and replied, "Of course." Just then, a group of six-fan gate patrols ran past Li Yun, shouting, "Another murder happened in the west. Assemble quickly." Li Yun fronat. Isn't the West where their home is? Very quickly, the 6-fan gate people gathered at the scene. There were quite a few onlookers around, and the person killed was truly tragic. A family of 3 was harmed. The capital is becoming less and less peaceful. Lian still remembered the house of Wang Dabing, who sold baked cakes. Every time he bought one, he would give him an extra one. He was a good person. Seeing Li Yun's mood drop, Zhu Ruoli immediately said, "You must not meddle in other people's business. Those criminals are extremely dangerous. Leave it to the 6-fan gate to handle. The emperor will protect you." While holding hands with his beautiful wife, to comfort her, a stone flew from somewhere and hit Li Yun on the head. Li Yun rubbed his head, turned around angrily, and shouted, "Who is it, daring to disturb my romantic time with my wife?" Jean Hu and Ling Yun didn't know how they escaped, but their appearance was a bit of an eyesore. 2 large, bearded men were actually cross-dressing. Li Yun died a little inside. His face turned pitch black. What kind of monsters are these? Are these 2 cosplaying? Li Yun quickly met up with Ling Yun and Zhang Hu in a nearby small alley. They had been looking for Li Yun all day and only found him now. Li Yun asked curiously, "Why did you guys sneak out on your own?" Zhang Hu replied that after the base at the ruined temple was exposed, the Huang family dispersed them to cause trouble everywhere. Zhang Hu's group took this opportunity to come find Li Yun. Ling Yun took this opportunity to casually probe. His expression clearly showed he wanted to hear some gossip. "You and a new emperor really don't have a special relationship, right? They came right to our door, as if they knew we were there all along." Li Yun was very honest and upright, immediately saying, "Ridiculous. Do you think I'm someone who would collude with the new emperor? Besides, how could the new emperor be as beautiful as my wife? Even if you beat me to death, I couldn't possibly have a relationship with the new emperor." Ignoring this matter, those criminals have been scattered everywhere to do evil. The Imperial court probably can't solve this mess immediately. If the Imperial court can't handle it, Li Yun will handle it, no big deal. He smiled and said, "I have a way to catch them all in one net, but I still need your help." As for what way, we are honored to broaden our horizons now. It was currently evening. The group of criminals had just finished a fierce battle with the 6-fan gate. A blond man laughed and said, "6-fan gate trash. As long as Chun Hai doesn't come, there's nothing to fear. If you have the guts, send the entire Great Qian army here. We'll deal with them all at once." As he was speaking, a group of people suddenly appeared behind them. "Just mention Chun Hai. Surely Chun Hai didn't find us?" This formation. But very quickly, they realized the arrival wasn't Chun Hai, but the bearded guy from the rebel army, giving them a fright. The blond man stepped forward to ask, "What do you want by gathering together?" Zhang Hu replied, "The leader told me to gather everyone to do something big." The blond man immediately got excited. Doing something big is great. Many prisoners in the Sky Prison have such excellent martial arts. Even if we encounter the army, we can put up a fight. At this moment, the jade-faced Rakshasa, who was hiding nearby, poked his head out and said, "Count me in. I want to see what big thing we're doing." Could it be wiping out the emperor's nest? Those people were unaware that Li Yun was about to take their heads. They all naively followed Zhang Hu and Ling Yun to the Huang family's ancestral home. The group following Zhang Hu found it strange at first glance. Isn't this the Huang family's home? Why come back here? Is there really something fun here? Zhang Hu gave a smile that wasn't sinister at all, glanced at the criminals behind him, and said, "Of course. A tour of hell is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." After Zhang Hu finished speaking, Li Yun walked out of the house and smiled. "Thank you for your hard work." The jade-faced Rakshasa didn't understand why he heard an extremely familiar voice. It was like he had heard it somewhere nearby recently. Li Yun made a throat-slitting gesture and smiled, killing the innocent indiscriminately. "The time for doing evil is over. I am here specifically to send you on your way." Zhang Hu and Ling Yun immediately retreated. Just leave the fighting to Li Yun. They should just withdraw to be safe. The blond man, completely unaware of the situation, still naively said, "Where did this brat come from? Want to die? Throwing out a random guy thinks he can scare us?" As for the jade-faced Rakshasa, he was terrified out of his wits. Sweat poured down despite the other guy just running his mouth. Only a fool would fight Li Yun. Before the other guy could finish speaking, the jade-faced Rakshasa ran away screaming, "It has nothing to do with me. I was just passing by. Sir, please spare my life." Seeing the jade-faced Rakshasa run away like that, the criminals felt disappointed. Calling himself the jade-faced Rakshasa, but getting scared by a brat. Someone go deal with him. A burly criminal looking like a gorilla stepped forward and said, "Let me deal with him. His meat looks quite delicious and tender. I just love eating fresh meat like this." Just as he finished speaking, his head was ripped off. No time to react. No time to resist either. When Li Yun held the guy's head in his hand, his expression hadn't changed at all. The criminals, they were immediately terrified en masse. Is there such a gentle way to twist someone's neck? Li Yun calmly stepped forward and said, "You know, how you die has nothing to do with me. But you dare to scare my wife? Scaring my wife. You all deserve to die." By the time the Six Fan Gate found the Huang estate, the escaped criminals had been completely wiped out by Li Yun. Chen Hai looked at the people lying on the ground. The strength of these criminals was not ordinary, but they were all killed in one move. Like the killer did it as easily as putting away a toy. To be able to do this, there's only one truth. It is that rebel leader. Perhaps these people provoked him, but that might not be right either. Some of these criminals belonged to the rebel army. After counting the corpses, the Six Fan Gate personnel came to report. Only 3 people are not among them: Luo, Changlei, a bearded man, and a Taoist. Chen Hai immediately ordered, "Quickly arrest Luo, Changlei. As for the other 2, ignore them." By now, he understood everything. So he not only saved his own subordinates, but also wanted to use this opportunity to make His Majesty owe him a favor. Nice thought. Our Six Fan Gate just won't bother with those 2. That way, no one owes anyone anything. A rebel shouldn't dream of taking anything from the Imperial court. As for that rebel, after dealing with everything, he was leisurely sitting in his courtyard eating cakes. This cake isn't bad, both sweet and sour. And this cake was brought by Zhu Ruoli. Since Zhu Ruoli brought it, it definitely came from the Imperial kitchen. Chen Hai would probably die of shock if he knew. Li Yun happily looked at Zhu Ruoli and smiled. "Your mood isn't bad today, is it?" Zhu Ruoli smiled and said, "Of course. I heard the escaped criminals have been eliminated. The capital is now considered safe." On the surface, she was smiling brightly, but in her heart, Zhu Ruoli was secretly cursing that damn guy who wiped out the criminals. Could it be that the people of Great Qian couldn't do anything? Zhu Ruoli puffed out her cheeks and made a resolution in her heart. One day, she would personally catch that leader. Make him wish he were dead. Li Yun, sitting nearby eating cake, suddenly felt a murderous aura surrounding him. Although the criminals have been eliminated, the Huang family will definitely not stop their plans because of this. I don't know what they plan to do next. While he was having a headache thinking, Lu Shui ran over from her house, smiling happily. "Mr. Landlord." "Sister Zhu, I came to mooch a meal." As soon as Li Yun saw Lu Shui, he opened his mouth to tease. "All day you only know how to mooch meals. Aren't there snacks sold outside?" Lu Shui stuffed several cakes in her mouth in succession, eating while happily saying, "Isn't it because Sister Zhu's cooking skills are too amazing? Outside simply cannot compare. It's as delicious as if made by the Imperial kitchen." Li Yun was helpless. This Lu Shui is truly a glutton. While leisurely eating cakes, drinking tea, and discussing worldly affairs, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the door. Li Yun looked towards the source of the noise. "This is Great Qian's train." Lu Shui ate her cake and said, "This is indeed Great Qian's train, but it's a bit strange. Trains only make such noisy sounds when moving fast. It's almost that Great Qian shouldn't be speeding up. It must be a test run. The sound will stop later. It can't possibly crash into the capital, right?" Unfortunately, what Lu Shui feared was about to happen. Near the suburbs, outside the city, the train hijacked by the Huang family was desperately speeding towards the capital. Standing on that dizzyingly fast train were Nara and Tua and Mad Beast Taihan. They traveled 10,000 miles from the snowy lands to get here and finally arrived. Taihan grinned and said, "Nara and Ta, say something. You haven't spoken since we started. Are you scared? If you're scared, I can give you my heart. It's not impossible." As soon as the words fell, a cold, silent sword pointed straight at Mad Beast Taihan's throat. Taihan stepped back slightly and forced a laugh. "Just kidding. Don't be so serious." After speaking, Nara Ta withdrew her sword and turned away. She didn't say a word from beginning to end. Right now, Nara Ta wholeheartedly wanted to help Li Yun take back what belonged to him. But Li Yun really didn't need it. Nara Ta even assumed Li Yun was being oppressed by the emperor. He definitely didn't feel comfortable, and that train maintained its crazy speed and crashed into the capital. The city wall exploded. A loud boom rang out, followed by a train rushing in. Because it collided with the city wall, the train also stopped. Smoke and dust flew everywhere. Debris from the city wall was scattered all over. The city guards hurriedly ran over to seal off the scene. It must be said that the speed of these people has been fast recently. The arrivals were bad news. Just the act of ramming a train straight into the capital was enough to show their cruelty. While the soldiers were holding their spears, they suddenly noticed a large figure behind them. Right? Unknown when, Mad Beast Taihan had appeared behind them, arms crossed, standing boldly with a smile on his lips. Yahello. The beastly nature within him was clearly revealed. Frantic screams echoed all the way to the city wall. More and more people came to watch, and among them were Li Yun and Zhu Ruoli. To use this method to enter the city, they are definitely not ordinary people. Li Yun Fronat. These are the reinforcements for the Huang family. This time it's over. This is enough to keep the new emperor busy. Zhu Ruoli beside him gave him. Li Yun looked at his wife's expression and couldn't help but feel tickled inside. Is my wife scared? Her mood feels so complicated. Just then, Li Yun heard some soldiers nearby discussing the people entering the city. Although most of the soldiers who arrived in time were dealt with, some still saw their appearance. A girl with blue hair who looks very beautiful. She has a sword on her back, wearing warm clothes typical of the snowy region, like a snow elf. And a tall, muscular man. As soon as Li Yun heard the description of the woman, he immediately thought of Na Ren Tua A. What on earth is she doing here? Could the cadre cooperating with the Huang family be her? But no matter who it is, as long as they harm my wife, I will deal with them thoroughly. Meanwhile, Na Ren Tua A was standing on a roof somewhere with Mad Beast Taihan, doing who knows what. Taihan asked curiously, "Are you looking for your leader? How can you see clearly from here?" "Waste of time," Na Ren Tua A said coldly. "If it's him, I will see him. But you are right. Now is not the time to waste time doing this. The urgent matter now is..." As she was speaking, Mad Beast Taihan raised the axe in his hand and interrupted loudly, "Of course, it's to go chop people." Na Ren Tua A was very judgmental. Kiching Na Ren Tua A is gaze. Taihan forced a laugh and finally toned it down. "Fine, not chopping people then." Unexpectedly, Na Ren Tua A said, "With someone strong like you causing trouble in the capital, it can create space for me." Taihan asked curiously, "So where are you going and what are you doing?" Na Ren Tua A replied, "The Imperial Palace. I'm going to meet the new emperor." Taihan immediately felt Na Ren Tua A had a problem upon hearing that. It's not like fighting over a man. The Imperial Palace is so strict. Even for her, it would be hard to retreat. Na Ren Tua A didn't care about that at all. The train causing such a big commotion was also to create an opportunity for her to enter the Imperial Palace. Seeing Na Ren Tua A so determined, Taihan didn't say anything more and returned to the topic of chopping people. If he chops, he'll only chop that rebel leader. Speaking of which, if he chopped him dead with one axe strike, would she be heartbroken? Just as he finished speaking, Mad Beast Taihan grasped a very important point. If he chops that leader dead, wouldn't his chance come? So, bringing enthusiasm and determination to Wu Na Ren Tua, Taihan looked up at the sky and shouted, "Rebel leader, you wait for me. I'm coming." Immediately after the incident was discovered, Zhu Ruoli returned to the Imperial Palace to hear Chen Hai's report. Chen Hai also investigated that the mastermind this time was Na Ren Tua A. It is possible that Na Ren Tua A is the rebel cadre allied with the Huang family. Currently, some people from the Huang family haven't been caught yet. Seeing Chen Hai seemingly hesitating as if wanting to say something, Zhu Ruoli frowned and ordered, "Tell me the worst-case scenario." Chen Hai said, "Perhaps your majesty has heard that this Na Ren Tua A and the rebel leader have a complicated relationship. If she manages to rope in the rebel leader, then the capital is completely doomed." Zhu Ruoli frowned. Indeed, such a variable still exists. According to intelligence, although the rebel leader is married, he is absolutely a womanizer. She had long heard rumors about his scandals. Just then, the door of the Imperial study was sliced in half. Na Ren Tua A successfully broke into the Imperial Palace unknowingly. Chen Hai immediately put his hand on a sword hilt and shouted, "Assassin! Your Majesty, be careful." Na Ren Tua A looked at Zhu Ruoli and said coldly, "You are the new emperor? Indeed somewhat beautiful, contrary to Na Ren Tua A's calm and composed appearance." Chen Hai was furious to the point of frowning and shouted, Rebel, how bold to dare break into the Imperial Palace. Today I will make sure you come, but cannot return. Zhu Ruoli looked at Na Run Ta A and asked, You are the sword princess of the northern wilderness. Na Ren Tua A? Do barbarians of the northern wilderness all lack manners like this? Na Run Ta A replied, No need to observe etiquette with the emperor of Great Qian. Today I came to see the difference between you and my leader. Now I see you are far inferior. This position does not suit you. Zhu Ruoli smiled slightly and mocked. Even if he is formidable, you people were abandoned by him. Nothing good about that. Zhu Ruoli's words were truly vicious, stabbing straight into Na Run Tua A's heart. But Na Run Ta A still tried to retort. That was only temporary. Before long, I will bring him back to make you kneel before him. Zhu Ruoli felt increasingly amused, smiling, not because of her own position. Truly sentimental. Hearing Zhu Ruoli say that, Na Run Ta A blushed and awkwardly said, I don't have romantic feelings for him. Just an object of respect, confessing without being beaten. Truly knows how to shoot herself in the foot. And Zhu Ruoli could deduce from Na Run Tua A's expression that she and the rebel leader had something shady going on. Can that man's wife have some dignity? If it were her, she would definitely execute him. A moment later, the Imperial guards in the palace swarmed in to surround Na Run Tua A. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Na Run Ta A didn't stubbornly stay to fight. First, it's better to keep herself safe. After speaking, Na Run Ta A disappeared right in front of Chen Hai. Chen Hai saw this and could only be angry at himself in his heart. If he didn't have to protect his majesty, he would definitely rush up and hack this rebel to death. Immediately after Na Run Tua A left, Zhu Ruoli ordered Chen Hai to close all city gates. Within 2 days, the Huang family and the rebels must be dealt with. Of course, including the rebel leader. He must be hacked into 100 pieces. A certain rebel leader was leisurely walking on the street when he got hit. Achoo! Li Yin rubbed his nose. Why did I suddenly sneeze? And why am I sneezing again? Could it be that sneezing so many times has become a habit? I plan to listen for the Huang family's hiding spot, but there's been no news recently, which actually makes sense. They must have all gone into hiding. They can't be stupid enough to show up. Just as he finished speaking, right near Li Yun, just a few buildings away, a loud booming noise erupted. People around were running in panic and screaming. Help! Quickly report to the officials. A barbarian from the northern wilderness is killing people. Li Yun brightened up as soon as he heard barbarian from the northern wilderness. He was worrying about having no clues. Just in time, a clue was delivered right to his door. On the other side, Mad Beast Tai Han was still causing trouble everywhere. In his hand was an Imperial guard. Surrounding him were several other Imperial guards. While complaining that Great Qian's martial artists weren't as he wished, Li Yin walked up and asked, Looking at your appearance, you're the one from that train, right? From the northern wilderness. Seeing Li Yin actively seeking him out, Tai Han laughed arrogantly. Kid, you have good eyes. What? Want to fight me? Li Yin smiled and said, No, not fighting you. It's late now. Fighting will disturb the neighbors. Tai Han heard this and didn't understand. Is he here to persuade him to stop? What kind of trash is this? You two? I think you're deliberately causing trouble. But in the next second, Mad Beast Tai Han had to retract his arrogant attitude. He hurriedly raised his axe to block a punch from Li Yin. Just in time. Li Yin smiled and said, Able to take a punch from me. Reaction is fast too. Weapon isn't bad either. Tai Han was scared now, but still forced to smile. My axe is made of divine iron of the northern wilderness. It's the hardest thing in the world. It's not bad that your fist didn't break. Li Yun laughed and said, Divine iron of the northern wilderness. No wonder it looks familiar. I've smashed a few of these before. Just as Li Yun finished speaking, Tai Han's axe began to crack. Immediately after, Li Yun's fist lightly brushed against Tai Han's cheek. And this light brush directly sent Tai Han flying backwards. No way to resist. Tai Han was punched into the wall. The surrounding debris also cracked. Dust flew everywhere, but at least he was still alive. Tai Han felt increasingly terrified. Is the newcomer a monster? But this guy clearly has no internal energy at all. The people he dealt with before were all trash. Why did such a strong guy suddenly appear from the passers-by? Could it be they were all acting before to make him lower his guard? Thinking this, Tai Han shouted loudly, Didn't you say you weren't looking for a fight? You despicable Great Qian people, cheating and sneak attacking. Li Yin smiled brightly and said, I never seek fights with others. I didn't lie. Taihan heard this and was confused. But 2 seconds later, Li Yin laughed and said, a fight is when 2 people fight. Now it's just me beating you to death alone. How can that be considered a fight? Taihan heard this and had to curse. What the F? Is there such logic? But must be said, this logic sounds quite correct. Realizing he couldn't beat Li Yun, Mad Beast Taihan turned tail and ran. They chased each other for 12 laps around the capital, but Taihan couldn't shake off Li Yun. Actually, they chased for so long because Li Yun hoped this idiot would lead him to their lair. Unexpectedly, he wasn't that stupid. Can't waste any more time now. He still needs to go home to his wife. Thinking this, Li Yun leaped up. In a flash, he jumped behind Taihan, gave him a punch. And the power of this punch was not small. Almost killed the poor guy. Taihan was knocked down to the ground with a bang by Li Yun's punch. The ground around him cracked in a circle, seemingly very regular. His face was full of scratches. His whole body was battered. Moving was difficult. If he hadn't kept some internal energy for protection, he would have been crippled today. Li Yin slowly approached Taihan and interrogated, tell the truth. Why did you and not Renta come to the capital? Although Taihan was still puzzled why the person who beat him up so badly knew Na Renta and even called her so intimately, he still replied, she came to find someone. I came to chop people. Li Yin asked again who he wanted to chop. Taihan laughed and said, whoever not Renta is looking for, I'll chop that person. It's to chop that useless rebel leader. The next second, Li Yin laughed and said, I am that useless rebel leader. Taihan immediately shut up. Then he rubbed his head and laughed it off. The speed of changing face was too fast. He said, actually, I also joined the rebel army. You could be considered my superior. We are on the same side. He thought Nara and Tual, it was usually scaring him. Unexpectedly, that person is actually this strong. Li Yin laughed and said, since we're on the same side, it's easy to talk. Where's the Huang family base? For Nara and Tual's sake, I won't beat you now. Taihan immediately pointed at his battered body and complained, then what about my whole body being injured? Li Yin laughed and said, aren't you still alive? Just drink plenty of hot water. Quickly tell me. I'm busy going to send them to the afterlife. Taihan said, I don't know about the Huang family, but their people are currently in a tavern in the capital. I'll take you there right away. A wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. Nara and Ta also wanted to meet him, but for some reason, he felt like he was being cuckolded. It was getting late, so Li Yin still had to go home to his wife. He then ordered Taihan to tell Narin Tual not to cause trouble anymore. Quickly leave the capital. And if Narin Tual says no, Li Yin will personally throw her out, no matter how close a subordinate she is. Threatening his wife's peaceful life is not allowed. After returning to the meeting place with not Run Tual, Taihan conveyed exactly what Li Yin said. Taihan took the opportunity to add some embellishments. He forgot to ask if not Run Tual wanted to leave. Na Run Tual immediately said, of course not. I will definitely make him obtain the position he deserves. At this moment, Huang Tuanzi also entered and asked, are you two ready? The time has come. We can make our move. This wasn't a problem. It's just that Taihan was a bit curious about who the two people behind Huang Tuanzi were. Huang Tuanzi said, they are people who hate the Imperial court to the bone. They managed to escape from the sky prison with great difficulty. Most were chased and killed by the Imperial court. Only these two remain. They are definitely sworn enemies of the Imperial court. Hearing themselves introduced like that, Jean Hu and Ling Yin didn't care about their dignity. Making a very dramatic pose, they said, the Imperial court is truly hateful. We swear loyalty to the death to the Huang family. Taihan silently memorized this pose. If there's a chance later, he'll show it to Na Run Tual. Wonder if she'll like it. As for Na Run Tual, she told herself if Taihan dared to do this pose, see if she doesn't hack him to death. Introductions done. Huang Tuanzi got straight to the point. The Imperial Jade Seal will soon pass through the prearranged trajectory. The Huang family can then control the Jade Seal. Next will be the destruction of the capital. Zhang Hu and Ling Yin heard about this for the first time. Didn't expect to find this out only now while undercover. Looks like something big is about to happen. Early the next morning, the Li Yin couple stood at the door arguing. Because it was dangerous outside, Li Yin didn't want Zhu Ruoli to go out. But she could not go. But ultimately, As long as it was something Zhu Ruoli wanted to do, Li Yun wouldn't stop her. So he just told his wife to be careful. Zhu Ruoli smiled and nodded in agreement. She's not only Li Yun's wife, but also the emperor of Great Xian. At such a critical moment, she must be in the Imperial court to protect Great Xian and protect her husband, Li Yun Siga. Seems like Ruoli has a lot on her mind too. They've been married for a long time, but this is the first time Li Yun has seen his wife like this. While he was feeling sad, a stone flew from somewhere and hit Li Yun on the head. Li Yun turned around annoyed and shouted, "I know you guys are over there. Stop throwing stones at my head, okay?" Jean Hu and Ling Yun showed no remorse, just calmly smiled and said, "Isn't it a habit? Besides, your head is hard. It's fine. Now back to business." The two of them came to bring intelligence to Li Yun. They coincidentally met the eldest son of the Huang family. Learned that the Huang family has obtained the Imperial Jade Seal. In 2 days, when the trajectory approaches, they will launch a destructive attack on the capital. Li Yun Fronat. These lunatics really want to level the capital. Will killing Huang Tuanzi directly work? Zhang Hu shook his head and replied, "Useless. The device controlling the Jade Seal is probably on the Huang family patriarch. Huang Tuanzi has always been with them recently, but we haven't seen anything that looks like a control device. If you don't know something, go ask the leader." Li Yun didn't answer, but asked for Huang Tuanzi's location. Before, he was with Nara and Tahe, but now he has moved elsewhere. Zhang Hu tentatively suggested Li Yun conceal his identity to infiltrate them and get more news. But Li Yun didn't have that much time. This time, they made Ruoli worry every day. He gave them chance before. Now it's time to settle everything. Absolutely cannot let anyone escape. That night, Huang Tuanzi, unaware that Li Yun was coming for his head, leisurely sat in a tea house, playing with a sword, dreaming of a future with Great Xian in his hands, unifying the world. Just then, Zhang Hu burst in, pushed the door open, and shouted, "Young Master Huang, something big happened. Just got a moment of peace, and now a pile of bad news arrives." Huang Tuanzi frowned and asked, "What is it?" Zhang Hu anxiously replied, "It's my leader. He's attacking." Huang Tuanzi asked in shock, "What? Why is that? I clearly didn't provoke him." Zhang Hu immediately made up a bunch of plausible-sounding stories for why their leader just killed someone. Just as he finished speaking, the wall opposite them was sliced in half. The roof slowly fell. Li Yun stood on the wall, hair blowing in the wind, looking down, asking, "Who is Huang Tuanzi?" "I have heard of your fame for a long time, sir. Now I finally meet you, sir. Indeed, an extraordinary bearing." Li Yun frowned and said, "Laugh my ass. Do I know you?" Huang Tuanzi smiled and replied, "Sir may not know. I'm the eldest son of the Huang family. Also the second most important figure in the Huang family. I also contributed to pressuring the new emperor. Truly ridiculous." Li Yun calmly said, "Huang family. There might be something you don't know. When I was a rebel, I killed you nobles the most." Just as he finished speaking, the sword in Li Yun's hand moved again, slashing a few times around the tea house. The tea house couldn't withstand Li Yun's slashes. It collapsed directly. All that remained were stone walls and wooden beams mixed together. Ling Yun and Zhang Hu took this opportunity to add fuel to the fire, whispering to Huang Tuanzi, "Young master, let's go find the patriarch. Only the Imperial Jade Seal can stop him. This guy is a lawless rebel accustomed to doing whatever he wants. If he accidentally injures the young master's noble body, what should we do?" Huang Tuanzi was scared into a cold sweat by Li Yun. He had no energy left to scheme, so he went along with Ling Yun and the others to find the Huang patriarch to get the Jade Seal. To protect himself, Huang Tuanzi then ran headfirst away, not forgetting to shout back, "You guys follow and protect me." Li Yun stood calmly in the dust and smoke, watching. This guy didn't even consider the possibility of being betrayed. Speaking of which, Zhang Hu and Ling Yun's acting isn't bad. They could compete for an Oscar. Zhang Hu and Ling Yun ran after Huang Tuanzi for a long distance. Ling Yun ran behind and shouted, "Young master, where's our secret base? The situation is urgent now. We can't keep hiding it." Unexpectedly, this kid still refused to open his mouth about the base location. Considered somewhat shrewd, they ran for a while until they reached a certain wall. Zhang Hu still recognized this place. This place is the vicinity of the Six-Fan Gate. Huang Tuanzi pressed a spot on the wall and said, "This is called the most dangerous place, is the safest place." The mechanism was activated. The tunnel door opened. This secret base is connected to the six-fan gate, so usually they can conveniently steal intelligence from inside. Just then, Lian also caught up. Jean Hu immediately shouted, "Taoist, you escort the young master inside. I'll stay and risk my life to stop him. Now is the time for me to repay the young master for saving my life." Saying so, but Jean Hu would never play the game of staying to block Li Yun. Wouldn't know when he'd die. Not to mention, he's Li Yun's man. Li Yun smiled and asked, "Is this the place?" Jean Hu replied, "The Taoist went in first. When the time comes, it will be convenient to coordinate from inside and outside with us." Li Yun approached the secret staircase. The mechanisms here are complicated. If one wants to go in and search, it would take a lot of time. If not entering to search, then only the simplest, most violent method remains. At this moment, as soon as Huang Tuanzi ran down to the base, he screamed, "Father, the rebel leader is here to kill us." The Huang patriarch slapped Huang Tuanzi hard and shouted, "Idiot! He wasn't here to kill. He was led here." Huang Tuanzi held his face and worriedly said, "Father, I didn't have any other choice. Quickly control the jade seal to deal with him." The Huang patriarch got angrier the more he listened. How could he give birth to such a stupid son? The time is not yet ripe. They still need time to prepare. And this base is laid out intricately. He won't be able to find it in a short time. Going normally is indeed hard to find. But Li Yun directly caused the floor to crack, then punched a huge hole straight down to the bottom. He wasn't going to play hide-and-seek with them. Just kick it down directly and see where these people can hide. Jean Hu awkwardly said quickly, "Making such a big commotion, the six-fan gate will be here soon." "Boss, you've been in the capital for so long without being exposed. Do you really have an affair with the emperor?" Li Yun turned around and shouted angrily, "Bullshit. In my heart, there's only my wife, Zhu Ruoli." Jean Hu heard this and thought it made sense. How could the rebel leader have an affair with the emperor? Wait, her surname is Zhu. The emperor is also surnamed Zhu. How is that possible? His leader married the new emperor of Great Qian. It must be because he smoked too much that he thought like that. Huang Tuanzi's group crawled out of another passage exit, roughly a spot hidden from Li Yun's view. Ling Yun immediately turned towards Li Yun and shouted, "Patriarch, young Master Huang, the rebel leader is over there. You absolutely must not pass." Huang Tuanzi and the Huang patriarch immediately groaned inwardly. They turned back angrily screaming, "Who told you shout so loud?" Li Yun heard Ling Yun shout 1 second. The next second, he disappeared. In a flash, he rushed towards the Huang patriarch, sword in hand, intending to kill, only for a stream of sword energy to suddenly fly towards him. Li Yun raised his sword to block. This kind of sword energy is so familiar. It can definitely only be that person. Not Rental, stood on the roof looking down at Li Yun and said, "We meet again, leader." This Narental really knows how to restrain herself, meeting the person she admires again, yet still standing there coldly, looking down like a stranger. The leader stood below and said to the beauty above, "Narentu a. Indeed it is you. Don't cause trouble anymore. Stop it. Narentu afrond. Even if you have forgotten, I will make you obtain what you want." Then she vanished. The leader sighed and rubbed his head. This girl really doesn't listen to advice anymore. Suddenly, many guards appeared. A giant standing behind the leader shouted, "The six-fan gate is coming soon. Let's retreat quickly." The guard screamed, "Don't let them escape. Surround them." A guard cupped his hands respectfully to the person behind. "Lord Chenhai, Lord Wenyi, already led some people to chase the other rebels. How should we deal with these two?" The tall guy glanced at the leader behind him, thinking, what to do now? The leader just wants to live peacefully with sister-in-law. If he acts, his identity will be exposed. Suddenly his hands were chained. Lord Chun Hai patted his shoulder and praised, "Well done. You successfully destroyed the Huang family's lair." The guy behind was dumbfounded, sweating bullets, face darkening. What is this situation? Is the leader working for the new emperor? Could it be? Indeed, our leader has a relationship with the new emperor. Can't tell others. A while later, many rebels were arrested in the Imperial court's courtyard. A subordinate reported to Chen Hai, "My lord, the Huang family people have mostly been caught. Unfortunately, their patriarch ran away." A rebel nearby thought, "Why is he standing on the Imperial court side? Isn't he the leader of the rebel army? Hey, Chen Hai over there. Are you blind?" The leader smiled and said, "Release that bearded guy and the Taoist. They have already surrendered." Chen Hai stared ahead, thinking, these two are the rebel leader's confidants. To be able to subdue even them. Worthy of being his majesty's man. Then order the guards. Release these two. No need to pursue them in the future. The long-haired guy looked at the giant suspiciously and asked, your leader struggled for so many years, just surrendering like that? The giant said, it's not surrender. Before the enemy, the leader and Great Qian were like fire and water, definitely playing a big game of chess. Really can't laugh. Suddenly a woman spoke up. This young hero. Wait a moment. Can you release me too? I am innocent. The leader looked at her with sharp eyes. Calling me for what? I'm a good citizen. You are neither kin nor friend to me. On what basis should I plead for you? She flashed a bright, beautiful smile. Just take me as your wife, young hero. Wouldn't that work? That way we are family. This little girl lives quite well. These words made everyone's eyes widen in surprise, speechless. The leader coughed. Auntie, please have some self-respect. I'm a married man. She looked at the leader with a seductive gaze. Then let this little girl be a concubine. Wouldn't that also be good? This fresh meat looks like a man who can't resist temptation. But the leader pointed at her. Ordered, execute her. Chen Hai also agreed. Wanted to do that long ago. Two guards were about to drag her away when she suddenly screamed. Wait a moment. I know the condition to open the Imperial Jade Seal. If I say it, can I live? Immediately, the leader smiled brightly. Now we can talk a bit. She held onto the shoulders of a dark-faced child. Seriously begging. I can tell you. But you must ensure that I and my master's son are both safe and sound. Chen Hai confirmed to her. If the intelligence you provide is accurate without error, you can be considered to have performed service. While the leader thought darkly, the Huang Patriarch's son. I guess I know how big of a cuckold the Huang Patriarch is. So she wanted to trap me just now. The girl heard this and quickly said, it's blood. It's Imperial blood. To open the Jade Seal, Imperial blood is needed. Otherwise, it cannot be activated. The leader crossed his arms and thought, this is troublesome. Unexpectedly, the key figure is the Emperor. I can't just stay by the Emperor's side to protect her forever. And their most important target is the Emperor, not my wife. While Chen Hai frowned, with his trusted brother by his majesty's side. Ordinary people simply can't do anything. But this guy just said he has a wife. He stays by his majesty's side all day. Could it be? Thinking of this, Chen Hai smiled at the leader. Gave a thumbs up to him, thinking, truly a great loyal subject. Not staying with his wife, but staying by his majesty's side to protect her. The leader looked at him confusedly. She said it's the Emperor's blood. This guy is fully confident. Looks like this Chen Hai has some skills. Scene changes to the leader, standing alone on a bridge watching flower lanterns floating in the water. Wondering, flower lanterns. Who are they remembering? His Majesty suddenly appeared behind him. Face sad. Innocent soldiers and civilians have died. Seeing His Majesty, the leader smiled. It's getting late, isn't it? Didn't expect to meet you here. Why commemorate today? Is it a special day? His Majesty explained. Today is the anniversary of the Great Rebel War. That war took away countless lives. Some lost their fathers. Some lost their children. The living just used this way to mourn them. Also using this way to pray for the future. The leader agreed. That's right. That battle was ultimately just a struggle for power by those in authority. For personal gain. In the end, the ones suffering were still the ordinary commoners. Then he reflected on himself. I also saw through the nature of that battle and chose to leave. He comforted His Majesty. Don't worry. With me here, I absolutely won't let disaster strike us. But His Majesty denied it. Dummy, you don't understand? I should be the one protecting you. The leader laughed loudly. Isn't that right? My wife is the best. For example, today a beautiful person wanted to be my concubine. I immediately refused right then and there. Hearing this, His Majesty poured cold water on him. Then her eyesight is really poor. How would you take a fancy to you? He wasn't angry at all, but smiled brightly and said, you say her eyesight is poor. Then isn't your eyesight the same? His Majesty heard this and shyly confirmed. My eyesight is not poor at all. Whatever I look at is accurate. For example, a dummy like you. Looks not very smart, but being deceived by me without knowing. Thinking foolishly. His Majesty said, dummy, then smiled. It's because she couldn't see that you were already mine. Scene changes to evening. Chen Hai is reporting to His Majesty. Under your wise leadership, except for the Huang Patriarch, everyone else in the Huang family has been arrested. The strategy of swift action is truly admirable. He praised, worthy of being His Majesty. To discover the Huang family's hiding place early and send the Jia brothers and third uncle to directly destroy them. His Majesty looked at him. So did you get any clues? And blamed herself. This Chen Hai, why put all the credit on me? I was wanting to reward him. Chen Hai seriously said, under our interrogation, they have confessed everything. The key to the Jade Seal. Specifically, it is His Majesty's blood. The Huang Patriarch is at large outside. Tomorrow, the ancestral worship ceremony might. His Majesty continued. Isn't this just right? If their target is me, then we wait, just in time to catch all these harmful pests. Eliminate them thoroughly. At another place in the Imperial Palace, the villain strategist was discussing the plan with Na-Ren Tua A and her subordinates. Tomorrow is the day the Dog Emperor sets up the altar to worship the ancestors. The Emperor will travel in a sedan chair. You and the Huang family people will split into 2 teams to intercept and kill the Dog Emperor together. Is the plan understood? The girl hurriedly denied. Sinister. Mysterious. If not for my friend recommending you, I wouldn't cooperate with you people. The strategist said firmly. Thank you for your trust, miss. Miss, rest assured. Our goals are the same. Na-Ren Tua A turn away. Speaking back, I'll trust you for once. If you dare deceive me, it won't be just being blind. The person sitting behind spoke up. My Huang family has suffered heavy losses now. Can our plan succeed? The strategist affirmed. Don't worry. People are already in place. Just waiting to pull the net. Na-Ren Tua A's subordinate expressed doubt. That guy always makes me feel uncomfortable. Do you really believe in his plan? Na-Ren Tua A said. Only a ghost would believe it. I don't know what they plan to do. The big blue-haired guy beside her expressed regret. It's a pity our leader is quite strong. If he agreed to cooperate with us, it wouldn't be this troublesome. But Na-Ren Tua A asked back. Why did he become our leader? Didn't you dislike him before? The guy coughed a few times and said, how could that be? I am convinced wholeheartedly. Right, why did he become so strong? Na-Ren Tua A analyzed. Actually, he wasn't that strong when he first started. Back then, he was even smaller than me. At that time, he couldn't even fight a myriad of enemies. Every time he returned from battle, he was covered in wounds. But he never yielded, constantly overcoming the pain in his body and constantly becoming stronger. Because I wanted to fight alongside him, I also constantly practiced swordsmanship for myself. But even with some achievement, facing his speed like flight, it was nothing. Just like that, he matured through each battle, step by step becoming the strongest existence like now. The tall guy nodded in understanding. So there was such an experience. Na-Ren Tua A continued. Therefore, even if he feels everything I do is wrong, I also believe only he is worthy of the most powerful position in this world. Except for him, no one else is worthy. That person now is just living well because of her. At this moment in the palace, the leader and His Majesty were lying together. The leader questioned, I keep feeling you give me a sense of being lost in thought. Are you worried about something? Don't be afraid. I will always be by your side to protect you. But His Majesty denied. Nothing. Just suddenly thinking nonsense. If I disappear tomorrow, what should be done? But the leader didn't mind these words. Don't say such unlucky things. Such a thing absolutely won't happen. His Majesty turned inwards. It's because I think too much. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Suddenly, the leader turned and hugged His Majesty. She shyly said, let's rest early today. Thinking in her head, tomorrow I have to wake up early to go worship the ancestors. The leader whispered in her ear, no matter what happens, I will never leave you. If I can't find you anymore, I will go find you, even if I have to overturn this imperial court, burn this world to ashes. She smiled happily. Then to protect the world, I'd better not disappear, right? The next morning, the person was seated in the sedan chair, surrounded by many guards protecting and carrying the sedan chair. The leader stood from afar telling himself, strange, Rolly said so much last night. As a result, she went out early in the morning. Today is the day the new emperor goes to worship the ancestors. It's too dangerous outside. If it were me, this is the best opportunity to take that emperor's blood. Definitely can't miss it. Where exactly did Rolly go? Hope she can stay away from here a bit. On this side were Na-Ren Tua A's people. The tall guy muttered, the news has spread. They saw the new emperor get on the sedan chair with their own eyes. We and the Huang family people will start acting. Just give the order. We can strike at any time. What are we waiting for? Narin Tual mysteriously ordered. The time has come. It is now. Attack. Dismember that dog emperor. Immediately, many swordsmen jumped onto the sedan chair. In a flash, all the guards were dead. One ran like flying, shouting, "Charge!" The leader was restless. Why do I keep having an uneasy feeling? Could it be something bad is about to happen? After surrounding the emperor's sedan chair, Narin Tual looked at the subordinate beside her and ordered, "You go get the dog emperor's blood." Then glanced back and saw the leader. "Sure enough, you came too. Do you want to stop me? Why haven't you acted yet?" His Majesty suddenly appeared from nowhere. Face pale. "This woman is very dangerous. You quickly get away." The leader was surprised by His Majesty's appearance. "Ruoli is here too? I was looking for you." His Majesty silently blamed in her head. "I was originally hiding. This bookworm suddenly ran here, causing me to show my face to pull him back." Narin Tual was surprised. "Her? Why is she here? Why does she know?" When the guards opened the sedan chair, they panicked and cried out, "What the hell? There's no one here. Why is it empty?" From nowhere, a sword slash appeared towards Narin Tual. She hurriedly drew her sword, dodged. "It's Shanghai." "Fools, you've been tricked," and ordered the guards to surround them. "Execute them on the spot." Narin Tual was furious. "Damn it, daring to plot against me. Is the person that blind man sent even blinder than him?" Couldn't even see the sedan chair was empty. She raised her hand forward. Commanded, "Everyone attack. Kill all these dog officials." The leader watched the chaotic battle like a game. Explained to His Majesty. "Wife, look quickly. This is a rare sight." But in his head, he was planning. "Luckily, I'm here to protect Ruoli. Must think a way to get her out of here." His Majesty agreed with him. "Truly a big scene." He said, "Could it be? Aren't you scared?" Ruoli put on a calm face. "What's there to be scared of?" While he sweated, said, "Is that so?" But in his head, he praised. "My wife. Indeed, not an ordinary person. Didn't expect her to be so calm." Ruoli held the leader's arm. "Is this enough for you? Scared now?" Ruoli was shy. "I just felt that you would be scared." He didn't pursue it further, but laughed loudly. "Then let's stay away a bit and find a safe place." On this side, Narin Tual thought, "Damn it, what is their relationship exactly? Where did the Huang family people go? Did they sell us out?" Seeing the scene of the leader and His Majesty holding hands, she was speechless. Behind, Chun Hai shouted loudly, "Naren Tual. Last time you broke into the Imperial study at night. To protect His Majesty, I hadn't used my full strength yet. Today we will openly compete to see who is better." Her face darkened in confusion, but then quickly recovered her mood. Ran towards Shanghai. "Go die for me." The two fought with swords evenly matched, neither yielding to the other. Shanghai gritted his teeth. Why did she suddenly become so strong? Isn't it you rebels causing trouble? Why are you even angrier than me? That angry face looks like someone stole her man. Facing the terrible battle, over there, the couple was strangely peaceful. Like watching a movie. His Majesty looked at the leader gently. "It seems the Six Fan Gate has taken the initiative. Before long, they might suppress these rebels." The leader gave a thumbs up. "Worthy of being my wife. Able to see through everything. All matters." But in his heart, he was confused. "But why don't I see the Huang family people? Where is their patriarch? These people's martial arts are messy. Probably people from the Jianghu. Looks like they are our rebel army people." Suddenly a woman appeared behind them, calling His Majesty. "Mr. Landlord, Sister Ruoli," and she cried loudly. The leader saw this scene and hurriedly asked, "What happened to your head? Isn't it known as the hardest head in the capital?" She explained, "Just now I was sleeping soundly. As a result, the loud noise startled me, and I fell off the bed. Instantly hit my head." His Majesty picked up a handkerchief to wipe her wound. "This child, quickly wipe it clean." Really making people worry. Seeing this scene, the leader suddenly had a thought. If they say blood, just needing genes or some body tissue, right? This whole capital. Besides the new emperor, there's another emperor. Today is the day of worship for the emperor. The Imperial mausoleum will be opened. Inside, there's a corpse that hasn't decayed yet. It's the old emperor who fought me 5 years ago. His body tissue can be considered key. That explains everything. All military forces are concentrated here now. Basically cannot leave. And the emperor's mausoleum is almost unguarded. This is their good opportunity. Their target from the start wasn't the new emperor. The leader was still immersed in thought. Hasn't this emperor discovered the Huang family's plan yet? Dogman, be useful for once. Don't let people be so distracted. Then he turned and smiled warmly. I'm going out for a bit. You quickly go home too. It's very dangerous here. In his head, a plan appeared. Looks like I have to personally go out. No hope in this new emperor. His Majesty held his hand tight and reminded, where do you want to go? Don't go into dangerous places. He patted her shoulder to comfort her. Don't worry. Going in the opposite direction from here won't be dangerous. Trust your husband. His Majesty nodded, agreeing to trust him. He waved goodbye. You two also pay attention to safety. I will return soon. His Majesty looked at his back. Worried. He is an ordinary person. What if he encounters danger? But the woman beside her thought, is an ordinary person really ordinary? At this moment, Chun Hai stood in front blocking. Ruoli, Your Majesty, be careful. This crazy woman came here for you. I have arranged people to take Your Majesty away. But Naran Toa calmly said, Great Qian's new emperor is quite bold, daring to come directly to the front line to seek death, and she blamed everything on His Majesty. I understand. This new emperor used beauty to seduce my leader. Just need to eliminate her. The leader might come to his senses. But His Majesty laughed at her with disdain. Isn't it because you people are too weak? Even the front line isn't dangerous. Hearing this, Naran Say was furious. The woman beside him was startled. Your Majesty, the new emperor? His Majesty turns to the woman. Keep this secret from me for now. I don't know how to explain it to him. If he starts overthinking things right now. Chun Hai is the emperor's close guard. He calls Sister Ruoli Your Majesty. Therefore, Sister Ruoli is the emperor. Mr. Landlord is the leader of the rebels. The two of them are husband and wife. So that's how it is. One is the rebel leader. One is the new emperor of Great Qian. I understand everything now, but just as she breathes a sigh of relief, she finds this thought really bananas. Understand what? What on earth is going on? The boss flies through the sky, planning in his head. So many things have happened. Li Yun should finally do what a rebel is supposed to do. Dig up the great Qian emperor's ancestral grave. Then destroy the old emperor's corpse and leave no trace. Don't blame me. This is all to help protect Great Qian. Landing in front of the mausoleum, Li Yun praises, this royal tomb is quite imposing. It seems the head of the royal family is one step ahead. Surrounding him are the corpses of guards. He curses silently. Damn it. Regarding taking the old emperor's corpse. I'm not the first one here. Stepping inside the vast mausoleum. He can't help but be surprised. Worthy of being an imperial tomb. Even such precious lamps are used here. But why is no one stopping me? Could it be they've already achieved their goal? Then he smiles sinisterly, channeling power into his hand. That old bastard is buried right here. He unleashes a palm strike, shattering the tomb door. Old Emperor, we didn't expect this, did you? I'm here to rob your grave. No, wait. I'm here for archaeology. But when he steps inside, he looks suspiciously at the person sitting there. The head of the royal family. That person's expression changes. Correct. I didn't expect a character like you to be the Emperor's subordinate. He coldly denies it. What does the Emperor get the face to order me around? She is nothing to me. Why should I listen to her? Hand over the tool that controls the jade seal. You. Don't tell me you already activated it. He holds up an object. You mean this? I took a little bit out to test it, but it didn't work. Now, my subordinates know we failed, so they've all fled. Liyun Snarus. Seems your intelligence was flawed. The old Emperor's body has no use anymore. The other guy grits his teeth. You're not wrong. That's why I'm thinking. Perhaps it really isn't the royal blood. Years ago, the thing the old Emperor used to power the Jade Seal was likely Dragon Chi. Something only the Zhou family possesses. It seems heaven wants to destroy me. I plotted and schemed, but in the end I got nothing. I'll give you this old, tattered tablet. It's useless for me to keep it. Lian looks at the tablet in his hand suspiciously, wondering, this little thing can activate the Jade Seal? I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. But suddenly, the tablet glows in his hand. He is shocked. It lit up. What is this? What on earth is going on? He grabs the old man by the neck. The old man hurriedly says, the seal has activated. The Jade Seal is overloaded. It's completely activated. Why do you have so much dragon chi? Just like the Emperor. Could it be you're the old Emperor's illegitimate son? Li Yun Shouts. Preposterous. How could I have dragon chi on me? The other guy hastily explains, the Jade Tablet doesn't lie. You have it, and a lot of it. Now the Jade Tablet has overactivated. The Jade Seal won't just bring down one sword, but 4 swords. When 4 swords gather, the capital will be completely destroyed. Hearing these words, Li Yun completely froze. The Huang patriarch laughed loudly. I didn't expect so many people to be buried with me, within 100 miles of the capital. Except for the outskirts, no one will be lucky enough to survive. You, as the rebel leader, yet protecting Great Qian. In the end, Great Qian is still destroyed in your hands. Ridiculous. Extremely ridiculous. You are truly a born rebel. Li Yun threw the card away and shouted. Shut up. Then he thought of Ruoli. Why is it like this? Why can I open the Jade Seal? What should Ruoli do now? But speaking of which, why do I have dragon chi on me? I also researched it back then. Besides the Emperor's bloodline, there is another way to obtain dragon chi. That is being with someone who has dragon chi. Wait, could it be? I remember letting that woman investigate the book in secret. I saw his file. Name is Li Yun. Wife surname seems to be Zhu. Surname Zhu. Then he said, I originally thought I was smart enough. Didn't expect there was such a way to obtain Great Qian. Sir, you truly have methods. Li Yun looked at him with disdain. What nonsense are you spouting? Sir, if you already obtained it, why hide it in front of me? Unexpectedly, I plotted for years. In the end, I was just a clown in front of you, sir. Obtaining the new emperor of Great Qian. Sir, you're the first person in this world to do so. Li Yun got goosebumps all over. Asked, what are you talking about? Brain damaged? The guy slumped down. Said, why pretend, sir? The current situation must have cost you a lot of effort, right? Li Yun understood less and less. What marrying the new emperor? Is this trying to destroy the relationship between me and my wife? It's lucky enough I didn't do anything to this old emperor's corpse. If not for my good character, I would have acted against the old emperor's daughter long ago. Now the important thing is to deal with this Jade Seal. Protect my wife. Zhu Ruoli. At this moment, the scene changes to the battle between Na Run Te Chun Hai and His Majesty, which hasn't ended yet. Both sides are very tense. The woman beside them was fighting with her own thoughts. Should I tell Sister Ruoli about Mr. Landlord's true identity? Why let me know such a big secret first? At this moment, Na Run Te sensed the rays of light from that tall tower. His Majesty also saw it and looked serious. The Jade Seal activated. The woman panicked. The Jade Seal is about to fall? Jianhai et Lai. Not the Jade Seal. It's the sword on the Jade Seal. The Jade Seal is a peerless divine weapon created by the first emperor. One strike cannot be recovered from in 10 years. The first emperor said this object is very harmful, so he destroyed it. Didn't see the Jade card. Didn't expect it to be activated by another thief. The woman worried. Then what should we do? Genhai Zis, Your Majesty and this young lady need not panic. Knowing the current situation of the Jade Seal, the first emperor built defenses on the Star Tower. If one sword is lost, the Star Tower will light 1 lamp. If 2 swords are lost, the tower will light 2 lamps. At the same time, the capital also has specialized defense measures to deal with the Jade Seal. Even if 2 swords are lost, the capital will definitely be fine. The young lady asked an innocent question. What if all 4 lamps light up? We switch from watching PDA to attending a funeral, right? Hearing this, Chen Hai couldn't help but startle and shout. What are you saying? Then he turned to look at the tower. At this moment, he shouted even louder. For lamps. Chen Hai turned back and respectfully asked for His Majesty's order. Your Majesty, the situation is urgent. Please leave the capital, Your Majesty. This subject will risk death to escort you. As long as Your Majesty is here, Great Qian has hope. His Majesty calmly said. No need. If an emperor cannot even protect the country, even if alive, what use is it? Moreover, where can one run from the Jade Seal? Chen Hai intended to retort, but His Majesty remained firm. No need to say more. My mind is made up. But her heart was still directed towards Li Yun, worriedly thinking, Li Yun is still in the capital. How can I leave? Narin Ta witnessed everything from behind. At this moment, she spoke up. New Emperor of Great Qian. Your awareness is quite high. It seems the Jade Seal has activated. We won, but His Majesty smiled confidently. Don't be smug. You don't have the ability of the rebel leader. You can't escape this calamity. Responding to His Majesty's confidence was a smile that remained on Na Run Tua's lips. Of course, I don't have powerful internal energy like him, even if it's a dead end. But if this resolves the hateful Great Qian Emperor, that is enough. The woman behind forced a laugh. No, I think that person probably won't hate the emperor, because only she knows the truth that Li Yun is the rebel leader. At this moment, a brilliant light appeared in the sky. Citizens and guards looked up at the sky. Faces changed color. Seeing this, Chen Hai wondered, is it coming? His Majesty was deep in thought. Hateful guy, where have you run to now? I'm about to disappear immediately. You said you would come find me. Just being by your side, what is there to fear about death? Li Yun was interrogating that guy. You guys plotted for so long. Could be you don't know how to stop it? The guy laughed loudly. Even if I knew, do you think I would tell you? Moreover, the first emperor's research on the Jade Seal was not yet complete. So, before he finished speaking, suddenly the Huang family mausoleum shook unexpectedly. Seeing this, the cunning guy was visibly happy. Ah, finally started. The time for Great Qian's destruction is today. Li Yun clicked his tongue. If this continues, I might not make it in time. Must hurry up. He clenched his fist, looking at the guy sitting on the ground. Pity. Originally wanted to beat you up. This guy asked, you want to kill me? But Li Yun smiled. No, you are still useful. Relying on your Huang family, it's impossible to create the Jade Seal. I'm very curious. Wait until I finish my work. I will come interrogate you. Hearing this, he shouted loudly. Even if you are strong, you cannot stop a full power strike from the Jade Seal. Just wait to be buried with Great Qian. Just as he finished speaking, he was punched in the face, spitting nosebleed and falling down. Li Yun calmly said, just said I wouldn't beat you up. But taking time for one punch is still manageable. Do you really want to be emperor? Just stay with the old emperor. Consider your dream fulfilled. Running with all my strength, I will definitely catch up. But it will create a huge commotion. Li Yun calculata. If I run over there, my identity might be exposed. But in the current situation, I don't care about that much anymore. Saying that, he rushed forward swiftly. Ruoli, wait for me. At this moment, that light became clearer and clearer. The woman asked, what's happening now? Ruoli frowned. This is the Jade Seal's gravity stone. It can affect gravity. The place with this gravity will cover the entire capital. Ordinary people cannot walk out of the place with the Jade Seal's gravity. Moreover, it will cause attacks from meteorites. Humans can only watch helplessly until they are destroyed. Hearing these words, everyone stared in fear, unable to do anything. Chen Hai knelt down. Your Majesty, it is all this subject's fault. But His Majesty just stared straight ahead calmly. Your fault is not protecting the common people first. Apart from that, you did very well. And smiled in her heart, thinking, where exactly did you go? I still have many words I want to say to you. If I say these words out loud, it will be very embarrassing. If you don't come back, you won't be able to hear them in this lifetime. Don't make a fuss when the time comes. The woman suddenly found a solution. Wait, why do you guys have such expressions? Isn't there still one person who can solve this? Chen Hai silently thought. You mean the rebel leader? That rebel probably ran away long ago. How could he do something that makes His Majesty worry so much? His Majesty analyzed, even without mentioning his identity as a rebel. Neither kin nor friend. Why should he risk his life to save us? Hearing this, the woman retorted, not neither kin nor friend. You are the most important person in this world to him. Also the person he likes the most. Just as she finished speaking, Li Yun flew past them, heading towards the Jade Seal's gravity to confront it. He drew his sword and swung, shattering the giant energy stone. Instantly, everyone ran in panic to escape, and no one had to die. Li Yun stood there, turned back and smiled at Ruoli. Sorry, I came back a bit late. Don't deduct my allowance, okay? Everyone was silent, saying nothing. He said, haha, why are you looking at me? You being like this scares me. Ah, and thought. At this moment, Chen Hai is protecting Ruoli. Could it be? I understand now. No wonder I have dragon chi on me. At this moment, Ruoli seemed to understand something. She didn't smile. Not happy. Just said, come here. Then explained to herself. They say the rebel leader has a wife in the capital. No wonder it couldn't be investigated. So that wife is me. When the two stood close together, His Majesty asked, so what are you afraid of? Li Yun calmly said, of course I'm afraid of you scolding me. You aren't hurt, are you? Ruoli quickly bandaged the wound on his hand. Gently said, I'm not hurt. Why would I scold you? I'm just worried about you. Li Yun smilat. What could happen to me? Indeed, my wife loves me the most. Chen Hai dropped his jaw. Wife? He's His Majesty's man? How come a confidant like me knows nothing? And he is the rebel leader? Is this world destroyed? Is it all my hallucination? As for not run to a, she gritted her teeth. They are husband and wife. In the 1 year I wasn't here, what exactly happened? The two looked up at the sky where the jade seal's light resided. His Majesty explained. The situation just now was only the anomaly of activating the jade seal. Now is the real attack of the jade seal. It's coming. Lian showed no fear. Small matter. Wait for me. I'll be back later. I promise to protect you. Chen suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment. This is my beloved sword. Take it and use it. Lian didn't hesitate. Accepted the sword. Thanks. Just happened to be lacking a weapon. But facing that smiling face. Jianhai Dawen. No need to thank me. Don't misunderstand either. Just borrowing your strength to deal with the jade seal. When the time comes, the capital's automatic defense system will also activate. It will lend you a hand. Naran Tua, it walked over and asked, why do you want to save Great Qian? Why choose to be with the new emperor? Have you forgotten? Could it be you forgot the suffering Great Qian forced you to endure? Li Yun replied, Great Qian before was indeed the source of disaster. But we cannot live carrying hatred. Otherwise, it's just building another chaotic world. To be honest, I also just found out Ruoli is the new emperor. But I don't care about these things. No matter who she is, as long as she is by my side, that is enough. I know you still resent Great Qian, but the common people living here are innocent. They're just like you. Before, they had family, had friends. They're just ordinary people living in the city. I'm not forcing you to give up hatred and anger. Just use it to face the person you hate. Do the right thing. At this moment, after finishing speaking, Lian drew his sword preparing to fight the jade seal. His Majesty instructed, you must be careful. Lian was confident. Don't worry. Your man is very strong. Then flew up into the sky. Then used his power to face the power of the jade seal. The citizens below witnessed this scene and dropped their jaws. What is that? Is that a god? A god has come to save us. Lian gritted his teeth at this moment. Ugh, no good. If this continues, even if I really were a god descending to earth, I couldn't completely block the jade seal's 4 swords combined strike. Very quickly, the sword shattered into pieces. Huge energy rushed towards him. Pressing him down to the ground, he lifted his head. This old sword of Chunhai's is basically useless. Where are the capital's defense measures? Can't activate them either. I need a weapon. No, not one, but all the weapons in the capital. Saying that, he cast a spell. Energy radiated around him. It took all the weapons from the people below, forming a giant swirling circle, finally creating a terrifying energy, forming a sword of light. He held the sword, shouted loudly, take this sword of mine, Li Yun, protecting the myriad miles of mountains and rivers for her, then slashed towards the power of the jade seal. The energy radiating from the sword was truly terrifying, but in the end, everything returned to normal, and he landed safely on the ground. Ruoli ran over. He just looked at her and smiled. Finally, I have no regrets. She worriedly asked, are you okay? He comforted. Your husband keeps his word. Well, have I ever lied to you? This is just a small matter. No need to worry. Ruoli sulked. Who's worried about you? I'm just heartbroken for the land and the bricks of Great Qian. Broken means paying money. Hearing this sentence, he froze. Huh? Still have to pay money? My allowance is all in my wife's hands. Moreover, I saved the whole capital. Is there no reward? She leaned close to his face. Affirmed, of course there is. Close your eyes first. He closed his eyes and imagined. Wanted to kiss me? Must be like that. Didn't expect Ruoli to be so bold sometimes. Suddenly something made a clicking sound. He opened his eyes to find both hands handcuffed tight. He asked in confusion, Miss Ruoli, don't you feel this reward is a bit too exciting for us? I remember I don't have this weird hobby. Ruoli crossed her arms seriously. Rebel leader. Is Great Qian's top wanted criminal? If not arresting you, then who? If you have the ability, break the chains and run away directly. Li Yin forced a laugh. Wife, even if I ate a tiger's gall, I wouldn't dare do that. If I knew your identity earlier, I would definitely strip naked and run to bed to confess to you. Ruoli puffed her cheeks in anger. Slippery tongue. Know your mistake yet? Li Yin directly admitted guilt. Wrong. Madam wife, how do you plan to deal with me? Li Yin was thinking of a plan in his head. Originally thought I could trick my way through. Seems it's not that simple. After all, it's a serious matter. Ruoli leaned her face close to him. Aggressively. You hid your identity for so long. Heaven knows how many secrets you are hiding. Rumors outside say you have many female confidants, maybe even married before. But he immediately retorted, "This is too unjust. My body has only been used by you." Just as he finished speaking, he got punched right in the nose. Ruoli calmly said, "Who told you to talk nonsense? Now I know your martial arts are high. But if you bully me in the future, I will still take out the law to punish you." Currently, the attack on the capital will probably spread quickly. Dealing with the aftermath is not a simple matter. Maybe foreign tribes will take this opportunity to sneak in. Next, Great Qian will enter its most dangerous time. Lian wiped the blood from his nose. Slowly said they won't do that. The story of the rebel leader helping the new emperor of Great Qian will soon be spread to the whole world. You don't need to face difficulties alone anymore, even facing thousands of troops and horses. Because I am here. Nara and the tall guy beside her were standing on top of a building, looking towards the Imperial court. She said, "Let's go. This place has nothing to do with us anymore." Then disappeared. The tall guy beside asked, "You're just leaving like that? Not saying goodbye to him?" Narantua's face showed no emotion. Refused. No need. Thought coming this time would help him get what should belong to him, but didn't expect to be lectured by him. Great Qian's strength is truly terrifying. They can even create something like the Jade Seal. Moreover, now they have that monster Lian. Speaking of this, suddenly someone blocked the way. The two landed under the roof, looking at the white-headed guy in front. The tall guy asked himself, Imperial court person? Feels very dangerous. His strength is definitely much higher than Chen Hai. He wants to stop us. But Naranta showed no fear. No need to worry. He is San Wu. Lian often calls him that. He also has another name. Swordsman. Rebel swordsman. Hearing these words, the tall guy beside suddenly realized. He is the rebel swordsman? Heard that one of his two swords is the rebel leader's sword. This sword in his hand has never left its sheath. Don't know what secret is inside. Countless people want to obtain this sword. Therefore, his reputation has long spread across the 4 seas. Narin Tua seemed indifferent to that. Just asked Sanwu, "Why are you stopping me?" He still didn't speak. The atmosphere between the three suddenly became strange. Until an hour later. A full 2 hours. No one said anything. The tall guy got angry. "Stinky brat. What do you mean by this? Planning to play with us?" At this moment, Sanwu finally spoke up. I was thinking about how to say hello." The tall guy thought this guy must be crazy. Then Nara and Tuo opened the conversation. "You came to find Li Yun. He is currently in the capital." Sanwu nodded. "I know, but now is not yet the time to meet him. Besides, I'm not like someone with unrequited love or whatever. Narentu affront. Then what did you come for?" Thinking to herself, this guy speaks as annoyingly as ever. Sanwu told a story. "You might be interested in this matter. You remember when the rebels almost made peace with Great Qian, right? In the end, it was ruined by someone. Since then, the two sides became irreconcilable. Now I have found some clues about that person." Narin Tua was immediately interested. "Who is it?" His face remained unchanged. Continued speaking, "It was a matter of a year ago. Starting from a Lu family related to the rebels." Chen Hai stood before the ruins at this moment, surrounded by many fallen people, muttering to himself, "No wonder the defense system didn't activate. Didn't expect someone destroyed this place. I arranged so many people to protect this place. If not for that person, the capital would definitely have been destroyed." Looking at the wounds, these people all lost their lives in one strike. The techniques are extremely similar. Must be caused by one person. This person's strength is extremely unfathomable. Could be a Huang family person? No. If he were a Huang family person, he would have shown himself long ago. This person, who exactly is it? Speaking of this, the story suddenly shifted to the blind man. Is that dog-headed strategist, standing with hands clasped, smiling alone. Surely this matter is definitely related to him. At this moment, inside a tea house, 2 people were talking to each other. One person was recounting. Heard others say, the Li kid is the person who fought the old emperor. Probably just a rumor. Yesterday, he single-handedly protected the entire Great Qian. The other person replied, heard that the rebel leader is very cruel. How could he save the citizens of Great Qian? The bearded man lifted his cup of water and continued. Regardless of whether he is the rebel leader or not, I feel he isn't that scary. The other person asked back, the rebel leader is the world's #1 rebel. How can he not be scary? The bearded man explained. Hearing is false. Seeing is believing. The Lee kid is actually very nice. Occasionally comes to buy my flowers, and always praises that I grow beautiful flowers. Quite a few neighbors have received help from him. He is definitely not a bad person. At this moment, Li Yun was alone in the bedchamber. Thought I would be directly escorted to the dungeon. Didn't expect to be tied up in the bedchamber. How exactly does Madam Wife plan to punish me? He turned around, said, would getting another pillow be better? At this moment, while he was immersed in imagination, Ruoli arrived. She shouted loudly, shattering his thoughts. What nonsense are you thinking about again? He denied. I was thinking the Imperial Palace bedchamber is truly big. Imposing. Ruoli sat beside him and calmly said, the victims basically have been settled properly. Most only suffered minor injuries. The story of the rebel leader helping Great Xian has finally spread. But Li Yun changed the subject. No choice. Let's not talk about this. Do you know? There are 4 ways to place a pillow. Ruoli immediately raised her voice. I feel we should talk now. Li Yun laughed at himself. Very sorry for hiding it from you for so long. Actually, I am also... Ruoli hugged him. Whispered, not this. I hope you can tell me about your past. How did you become a rebel? Why put so much effort for the common people? He gently said, if you want to hear, then I will tell. But we should change to a more formal place. Here isn't very appropriate. Scene changes to the 2 sitting outside. Li Yun forced a laugh. Seems like it's been a long time since we talked like this. Usually it's very casual. Suddenly being so serious feels a bit uncomfortable. I remember the last time we talked like this was, His Majesty continued, was before getting married. 298 days ago. Have you forgotten even this? He hurriedly explained. Of course I remember. Isn't this because the wedding day made me forget? It all happened 6 years ago. That year, the dog emperor, the old emperor was raising taxes. At the same time, there were various policies suppressing the common people extremely harshly. Then on a certain day of that year, just when the common people were agitated with the world, gathering to resist Great Qian's guards, I just opened my eyes. What is this situation? I was clearly at Billy. Turns out Li Yun is not from this world. He suddenly transmigrated here and naturally became the male lead. Ruoli was confused. Wait a moment. Fell down? He explained. That's right. I also don't know what happened. In the air? Ruoli frowned in thought. So that's how it is. He hurriedly asked, you don't doubt my words? When Ruoli asked if he lied to her, he answered firmly, of course not. Ruoli then spoke sincere words. Therefore, I will naturally trust you. No matter what you say, I will always believe your words. Hearing that, he moved close to Ruoli calling, wife, but was blocked by her hand. Don't think about getting close to me. Continue speaking. Li Yun Guga. After that, I got swept into the fight between the commoners and the guards. At that time, I was still just an ordinary person. Moreover, my leg had just been injured from a fall. Still painful. Looking at my face, they seemed to see me as an imperial court person. Scene changes to when Li Yun first appeared in this world. He stood on a high step looking at the people. Shouted dreams. Friendship. Victory. Could it be you have forgotten your own dreams? In urgency, I spoke to the commoners about dragon-slaying arts or something plus some of my own myths. After that, they consider me the leader. I became their leader. Then people constantly came to join us. There were famous doctors of swordsmanship. There were sect leaders. There were even bandits. Finally, the old emperor noticed us, labeled us as the rebel army. The flames of war started burning from here, burned for 5 years. During that time, I discovered I was different from ordinary people. No meridians and dantian. When I held spirit stone chi to cultivate, there was nothing blocking the cultivation speed 1,000 times, even 10,000 times faster than others. Naturally became the strongest person in this world. This is roughly the story. The rest is fighting. Can't finish telling it all at once. I'll tell you more later. Ruoli smiled. Anything else? But he looked confused. What else? Ruoli smirked as if seeing through his intentions. Heard that you had quite a few female confidants in the rebel army. He waved his hands denying. Those are all nonsense rumors. Where would I get so many? Oh no, I don't even have one. I can say accurately that regarding matters between men and women, my count is absolutely the same as yours. Ruoli blushed shyly. What nonsense are you talking about? He sweated and forced a laugh. I meant the number of times hugging and holding hands. Ruoli puffed her cheeks. Humphed once. I naturally know. He breathed a sigh of relief. This is the whole story. But in his heart, he was thinking seriously. Whether it's killing or plotting, these things occupied a large part of my life. This shadow still cannot be erased. Ruoli pulled him back to reality. Dummy, don't show that painful face anymore. The story isn't finished yet. For you and me, our story has just begun. Could it be you thought your story was all miserable like that? Later is what's truly miserable. Later you have to live with me forever. Let me use you. Always love me. The rest of your story is all the 3 words Juruoli. Scene changes to the morning court. The leader was gathering the officials. Discussing. Surely everyone has received the news, right? I invited everyone here to discuss how we will respond this morning. Now that the new emperor has received the help of that bandit, our days ahead will not be easy anymore. One person spoke up. Is there a mistake somewhere? That is the rebel army. Moreover, heard he is the rebel leader. Invincible in the world. He became His Majesty's husband. Now he even solved the Jade Seal chaos and instantly became a folk hero. The leader said, the truth of this matter awaits discussion. Currently, we only have 2 paths. 1. Ignore this news. Peacefully be the emperor's dog. 2. Mobilize greatly. While the 2 of them are not yet on the same side. If the 2 of them really cooperate, then we are dead for sure. Making peace is too late. Cannot remain silent like this anymore. If we continue to be silent, we might become commoners. Lian just woke up at this moment. Happily thinking, finally untied the knot between both sides. Speaking of which, it's exactly like a plot in a movie. Knowing each other's identities in such circumstances. But this is also good. From now on, there's no need to hide anything between us. Just then, Rolly opened her eyes. Hearing Lian's good morning, she rubbed her head. Not good at all. Still more comfortable at home. Lian smiled in agreement. I think so too. How about going home to sleep tonight? So before, you leaving so early every day was to go to morning court? Rolly asked back. Then what did you think I was doing? I'm not like you. I have a proper job. Liun Loga Ludli. Collecting rent is also a proper job. You don't know how tiring it is. Rolly said disdainfully. I don't care if collecting rent is tiring or not. Morning court facing those noble families and ministers is truly tiring. You will know very soon. Lian asked, I have to go to morning court too? They will probably nitpick my crimes. Rolly put a book in front of him. They already wrote it all out. Read this. He read seriously. Rebellion. Breaking cities. These are all common things. Wait, wise there likes men. Can't you give me a little face? He awkwardly denied. Don't look at me like that. What kind of person am I? You should know clearly. She turned to leave. Let's go. It's time for morning court. Shenhai over here was very angry. This bastard rebel. Before, he let me think he was His Majesty's guard. I said that at the 6th fan gate before. That bastard. But different from Chunhai's angry attitude. Liungrata Ludli. Hello, Brother Chunhai. Chunhai worriedly said. Your Majesty, this guy didn't do anything disrespectful to you, right? If so, say the word. This subject will execute him immediately. His Majesty suddenly became shy. Let's not talk about this. How is the situation at morning court today? Wali Yin was cheerful. There are many places not disrespectful. Shenhai reported. Compared to before, outside the hall, there are quite a few more elders of noble families or influential figures in Great Qian, or close ministers beside the old emperor. They're all thinking the same thing. His Majesty worried. Such a big formation? Li Yin held her hand to comfort her. No need to be nervous. Don't forget I'm here. Care not if they are ox heads or horse faces. Whoever dares touch you, I will beat them to a pulp. The 6 fan gate people were thinking to themselves. These noble families coming here have no good intentions. Don't know if His Majesty can resist. Over here, the leader of the morning court spoke. Everyone has arrived, right? A guy beside respectfully said, Elder Su, you finally arrived. Elder Su, pretendet. Now His Majesty is bewitched by evil. I have no choice but to step forward to handle it for His Majesty. The person beside responded, Well said. Today we gather here to eliminate the evil beside His Majesty. But His Majesty and that evil have a husband and wife relationship. Audosu lauget lauli. Ah, just a blinding trick. The subordinate asked. This subordinate has low learning. How does Elder Su know? Elder Su spoke as if it were fact. If one wants others to think the rebel army has completely submitted, naturally, a relationship is needed to blind them. And a husband and wife relationship is the closest. But precisely because they chose the husband and wife relationship, It reveals the two are actually not intimate, even suspecting each other. Just ask the emperor and the rebel leader. These identities are vastly different. Moreover, we have never discovered that person's whereabouts before. How could these two become husband and wife so quickly? Unless the two of them met by chance? The subordinates praised. Worthy of being Elder Su. Makes a lot of sense. Seeing through everything. Elder Su was proud. Still should learn a bit more. I only need a few words to drive a wedge between them, until finally they become enemies. This is called easy as turning over a hand. Rest assured, if it really doesn't work, we still have another big move. The guy beside asked suspiciously, "What big move?" That is crying, whether the emperor believes it or not. Once the news spreads, the emperor will inevitably lose reputation. The new emperor hasn't been enthroned for long. Moreover, just experience the Jade Seal chaos. To avoid negative influence, she probably has no choice but to listen to our plea. Lightly, be detested by the court. Heavily, be buried for rebellion. Whatever reaction the emperor has is within the plan. The subordinates beside flattered again. Excellent. At this moment, the guard shouted loudly. His Majesty arrives. Everyone below said in unison. Welcome, Your Majesty. His Majesty, dressed splendidly, calmly said. My beloved subjects may rise. With His Majesty's permission, everyone said. Thank you, Your Majesty. But then, Lien appeared at the door, smiling and signaling to Ruoli. Should I deal with them all? Ruoli smiled up there, while Chun Hai gritted his teeth in anger. This idiot. The subordinates below sweated nervously. Damn it. This guy is sneaky. This isn't a court hall. What is this situation? His Majesty suddenly smiled. This is grasping our weakness. In the legends, the rebel leader has vast supernatural powers, including the ability to hear others' inner thoughts. If he really heard, could it be the two of them really joined forces? Seeing the subordinates trembling, Elder Su was disdainful. These cowards. Scared at this moment? The arrow is on the string. It must be fired. Just thinking that, he stepped forward and shouted, Your Majesty, then cried miserably, My Majesty, and thought, I'm this miserable in court. I don't believe you won't give me face. His Majesty responded to his attitude, calmly said, Beloved subject, I haven't passed away yet. Is this funeral crying of yours cursing me? He hurriedly waved his hands. No, Your Majesty. You misunderstood. His Majesty looked at his attitude and teased. Elder Su need not be nervous. I can naturally see this matter. Elder Su finally breathed a sigh of relief. Your Majesty is wise. But then His Majesty delivered a stunning sentence. It must be that Elder Su is old. I don't blame Elder Su. Someone, drag him out. Take beloved subject, Su, to take medicine. The old man heard this sentence and was shocked. Why is this emperor not like before? Not doing the superficial work anymore? Li Yin stood outside, watching with satisfaction. Worthy of being my wife. Doing things always clean and neat. Being led away by two guards, the old man still shouted. Your Majesty, the ancestral foundation cannot be destroyed in your hands. Ruoli calmly said. You guys step down first. Elder Su, then try saying it. How am I destroying the foundation? Elder Su cupped his hands respectfully. Your Majesty knows what this old subject wants to say. The rebel leader's crimes are heinous. Naturally, we cannot cooperate. Otherwise, Great Qian's rivers and mountains, I'm afraid, should just be burned down. The people below agreed in unison with Elder Su. Elder Su is right. Your Majesty, please think carefully. Chen Hai gritted his teeth in anger. These great loyal subjects are jumping out now. But do they think His Majesty and Li Yun only have a cooperative relationship? His Majesty's face showed no emotion. Speaking of which, you gentlemen are worried about my Zhu family's rivers and mountains being stolen by others? Everyone is anxious at heart. Elder Su clenched his fist in anger, crying and trembling. We subjects are loyal with one heart. If Your Majesty cooperates with that is basically inviting a wolf into the house. The words that thief said years ago. Now recalling them. This person is evil. He openly challenged the traditions left by the ancestors. This is disrespectful to Great Qian's traditions. Ruoli continued asking, according to what you say, the ancestors' traditions are very important? Audosu hudiden apfim. That is natural. Ruoli smiled. If following the ancestors' rules, you daring to speak to me like this would have died long ago. Hearing this, he hurriedly denied. That's not the same, Ruoli retorted. Since beloved subject, Su has researched traditions so much. Then speak clearly. Where exactly is it not the same? Hearing this, Elder Su thinks angrily. Damn it, I'm always being led by the nose by her. I must regain the initiative. I have no choice but to use the strongest method. Then he wails miserably. Your Majesty, please think this through carefully. This thief will never change. Please, Your Majesty, you must expel him from the capital. The people behind him kneel in unison. We beg Your Majesty to expel that bandit from the capital. Elder Su feels certain of victory in his heart. Let's see how you handle this. I, an old man, have lost all face kneeling before you. If this spreads, it will be hard to make people submit later. Rolly thinks, this is a bit troublesome. Am I going to lose at the last minute? Lian, watching the scene from outside, can't help but be surprised. I didn't expect these old geezers to be so shameless. Every single one of them crying so miserably. Every single one kneeling. What happened to the traditions of the ancestors? So they aren't afraid of me coming to the capital. They're afraid of the ideas I bring. To put it bluntly, they fear I will destroy their foundation and benefits. And they dare to bully my wife. You guys are forcing me to step in. Lian speaks up. You old immortals want to chase me away? And just say it to my face. Hearing this, all the ministers hurriedly turn around to look at him. Lian walks boldly in front of them all. Elder Su is fearful. Why is this guy here? Even if he is the emperor's husband on the outside, he can't disregard military authority, right? Lian looks lovingly at Ruoli. Don't fear. I am here. Ruoli smiles at Li Yun's affectionate action. Thinking, dummy, what do I have to fear? I am the emperor. Chen Hai watches the two of them spreading dog food with anger. This is the great Qian's diabetic sugar rush. What does this guy want to do? Elder Su is indignant. Your Majesty. But seeing His Majesty's attitude, his worry shows on his face. A rebel dares to come here openly, and the emperor has that kind of expression? Could it be? Suddenly, Lian snatches a sword from a nearby guard. He shouts, speak up. Why is no one saying a word? If anyone is threatening you, just say it straight. For the sake of justice, I will definitely get justice for you. The subordinates below are terrified and hurriedly bow. We just wanted to say, Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is wise. But Elder Su holds his head high. Your Majesty, this subject has something to say. He glances at Li Yun, who is radiating killing intent behind him. The subordinates see Elder Su is fearless and praise him, worthy of being Elder Su. We cannot compare to such courage. With His Majesty's permission, he says, Your Majesty, this action is a recipe for national disaster. If we let this bandit contact Great Qian, he will surely destroy the achievements of our ancestors from the past 1,000 years. Hearing this, the guys behind him rally their spirits. Go, Elder Su. We are all counting on you. He continues pointing and shouting. When I heard people discussing Your Majesty like that, I was so angry I couldn't stand it. In my heart, I have always respected Your Majesty. Your Majesty must have a plan for doing this. Seeing his attitude do a 360-degree turn, the guys behind him are shocked speechless. He kneels down. I could not bear to have people mocking Your Majesty. Therefore, I infiltrated that group to expose their entire faction. That's right. It's them. He thinks cunningly to himself. That was close. Luckily, I caught His Majesty's expression just now, based on my experience with my dozen or so concubines. These two are 80 or 90% a couple. I originally thought they had some animosity. After all, it's impossible for a rebel to be in the same room as the emperor. Just now, His Majesty was being threatened by us. This guy suddenly jumped out. Clearly, he wants to stick his neck out for His Majesty. If they were just using each other, this wouldn't be necessary. It can be seen that there is no distance between them. They're totally a couple. For now, I must quickly find a way to save my old life. Then we'll see. The guys behind him hurriedly chime in. Your Majesty, we were also worried someone was plotting against Your Majesty. So we spread rumors to catch the bad guys. The ringleader silently curses Elder Su. This old fox actually switched sides on a battlefield. Could it be His Majesty is really with the rebel army? Lian asked the group of subordinates suspiciously. So you're saying you are all loyal subjects? They quickly said, that is natural. Originally we thought Elder Su was that person, didn't expect it was just a misunderstanding. We are truly all for Your Majesty. Li Yun Smirka. carrying the sword on his shoulder. Being loyal subjects is good. I thought I could chop a few sycophants. Then all the officials below said in unison, Your Majesty decides. We subjects all agree unanimously. Ruoli quickly ended the play. Beloved subjects, if there is nothing else, today's court session is adjourned. Court dismissed. Go home. They were still arguing. All because of you. Can't do it, but still pretending to be bad guys for what? Because of you, mob. Didn't investigate clearly with a little news. Hearing these words, Li Yun was happy. Told them our relationship, yet they still didn't believe. Just gave me a chance to show off. Truly satisfying. In the court, Li Yun was boasting to Ruoli. How was it? My court attendance was okay, right? Ruoli said, just okay. At least I won't use that kind of method to threaten others. Too low class. Li Yun Loga. Low class or not doesn't matter. As long as it works. Didn't you see those people didn't dare say a word? Ruoli praised. Looks like you're also a genius at being an official. Li Yun heard this and laughed loudly, not denying it. Ruoli continued. So if one day the person advising me is you, also using that kind of coercive method, Li Yun really correcta. That wouldn't go that far. However, if I request, you should give me a little face, wouldn't that be okay? Li Yun looked at Ruoli's attitude and worried in his heart. Ruoli turned around. I am the divine emperor of Great Qian, the ruler whose word is law. How could I be easily threatened by others? Li Yun heard this and naturally accepted it. Ruoli added, but if it's you, it's different. After all, you're a special person to me. Finally, the two stood in front of their house. Li Yun agjelat. Finally home. Nowhere is as good as one's own home. Just opened the door and found Le Shui sweeping the yard. Li Yun apruaka. Not bad. You finally learned to sweep the yard. She saw Li Yun and his majesty and frowned. These two have such a messy relationship. I haven't recovered yet. How come after just one day, they act like nothing happened? Li Yun asked, is the Huang patriarch still here? She replied, still in the small room next door, never came out. He said he has something very important to tell you. Li Yun and his majesty heard that and turned around. Li Yun left a sentence. He won't die in a moment. Pay attention to him later. Lu Shui heard that and startled, shouting loudly. Wait a moment. They walked into a very messy room. Papers thrown all over the place. Both were surprised speechless. Luxu admitted. This is because I thought you two were in the Imperial Palace. Never coming back again. Turns out she stopped the two from returning to their bedroom because it was too messy. Li Yun pointed at the pile of stuff on the ground. Investigating. Where did you get so many snacks? She rubbed her head shyly. Yesterday Chun Hai brought the Huang patriarch here. I casually tricked him with a few sentences. Told him if he didn't bring snacks, Sister Zhu would be angry. Am I very smart? The two heard this and were speechless. Li Yun filikut hervorhat. You lack smarts. Quickly clean everything up for me. Lu Shui rubbed her head and laughed. Hee. I'm extremely happy you two could return. Originally thought you two would stay in the Imperial Palace from now on. I wouldn't be able to see you two anymore. If that were true, I wouldn't know where I could go. Li Yun said, I didn't marry the emperor back then. How could I abandon my home? Then turned and smiled, holding Ruoli's hand. In my heart, you are still that money-grubbing girl. Lu Shui saw this scene not with joy, but with worry. Mr. Landlord can be this relaxed. But what about Sister Ruoli? Back then, the old emperor worried all day and fell ill. Finally died suddenly, and that was mostly caused by Mr. Landlord. Ruoli suddenly uttered a sentence. Don't look at me. If he didn't die, how could I become emperor? The other two heard this sentence and lost their souls, wondering if she is his biological daughter. Ruoli confessed. The old man really died from overwork. It wasn't you who made the move. Although he was my father, he wasn't close to his children. To me, he was more like a stranger than a father. After he passed away, I fought with the other princes for the throne. When asked by Li Yun where the other princes are now, she gently replied, all sent by me to the border to watch the sand. Li Yun heard this and forced a laugh. Worthy of being my wife. If one day I do something with another woman, she won't make me drink poison, right? As if reading Li Yun's thoughts, Ruoli said, could it be you are afraid of how I will deal with you? Rest assured, even if you have something with another woman, I won't kill you. Li Yun lauga ludli confirming. Li Yun, absolutely will not do that kind of thing. Suddenly Ruoli's face became scary. Killing wouldn't satisfy the hatred. Can only lock you up first, then use all kinds of torture. Li Yun saw this scene and was scared witless. Before marrying her, she wasn't like this. Indeed, identity exposed. Nature also exposed. I'd better go interrogate the Huang Patriarch first, then return him to the Imperial court. Li Yun entered the Huang Patriarch's room and asked, "How are you living?" The man said, "Still good." Then he continued to question, "There's no one guarding this place. Didn't you think of escaping?" The man said, "Where can I run to? Family destroyed. I am ashamed before my ancestors, already prepared to die. Ask whatever you want, sir, but you must agree to one request of mine. Otherwise I won't speak." Li Yun crossed his arms. "Old man, you have no right to negotiate conditions." The man insisted, "I believe the secret I tell is enough for you to agree to this request." Li Yun relanta. "State your condition first." The man immediately said, "Let my wife and child in the capital survive safely." Li Yun said, "About this," then laughed loudly. "No need. She already sold you out and is now living very freely." The Huang Patriarch breathed a sigh of relief. "Is that so? Then I have no more requests." Li Yun laughed in his heart. "Should I say his son isn't his biological son?" Then the man recounted. About a year ago. At that time, the old emperor had just passed away. The princes were fighting for the throne, making the world chaotic. We also started having ideas of replacing the imperial family. And at this time, someone actively came to find me. Li Yun Castunat. Who was that person? Specifically what time? The man replied. If I remember correctly, it was the 3rd day of the 5th month last year. Li Yun Dadusa. This day is exactly the day after I left the rebel army. Wouldn't be such a coincidence, right? The Huang Patriarch continued recounting. That person called himself Si Qing. He said he was a rebel with very strong power. Pity he was blind. He gave us a lot of secret intelligence. He also told us about the Jade Seal. Li Yun was surprised. I have never heard of this person. To know so much news about the Imperial family, he is definitely not from the rebel army. Then what? Did you investigate who he is? The man seriously guessed. Much later, I managed with difficulty to guess his identity. It's the former dynasty remnants. Li Yun was puzzled. Great Qian has over 1,000 years of history. Why are there still former dynasty remnants? The Huang Patriarch explained. That generation indeed died out long ago, but their descendants have always nurtured the idea of restoring the country. For 1,000 years, they have always been accumulating power, although that little power is completely negligible against Great Qian. But they have a huge advantage. They can cooperate with the northern wilderness and the southern barbarians. Liundania. How could the northern wilderness value goods like this? So only the southern barbarians remain. They have always wanted to occupy Great Qian. The man finished recounting. Moreover, according to that person, they have cooperated with a part of the rebel army. This is everything I know. Li Yun asked. The former dynasty remnants want to overthrow Great Qian, so they sought cooperation with the southern barbarians and the rebels. Then stood up, bowed his head. Thank you for your cooperation. I guarantee to find you an executioner with a swift hand. The Huang Patriarch heard this and said nothing. Li Yun's heart was in turmoil right now. The rebel cooperating with those former dynasty remnants must be the person related to the extermination of the Lu family. Why'd he want to do that? Just then, Li Shui ran over to report. Mr. Landlord, not good. Many noble families suddenly sent people here with gifts, saying they are belated wedding gifts. They also said, if you need, anytime, the entire Great Qian can help you and Sister Ruoli supplement the wedding ceremony. Li Yun Skurnat. A bunch of old foxes. Is this calculating to publicly condemn? When entering the house, all three saw gifts piled up on the floor. Luxu Interrogated. Mr. Landlord, if it's this good, taking just one randomly is enough for a commoner to live a lifetime. But Li Yun disagreed. These noble families aren't as simple as you think. My reputation in the capital is very bad. Everyone treats me as a murderous demon. If Ruoli and I really hold a wedding, I'm afraid we can't avoid someone using this opportunity to raise funds, which will cause Ruoli to be resented by the people. This is simply testing us to see if we want to expose everything. Lu Shui picked up a red object with covetous eyes. Using so many precious things to test. Li Yun explained. Not entirely so. They offended both of us in court just now. So they need to bleed a little to make us happy. Lu Shui smiled, looking at him. Why does it sound like extortion? You just let them go like that? Li Yun was delighted. I can check the list. Whichever family gave the least. Remember to go visit their house later. Lu Shui asked, why are you so skilled at this? Li Yun said proudly, do a lot and you get used to it. Back when I first started, It was a bit difficult. I visited dozens of noble families raising capital. But he noticed Ruoli's frowning attitude behind him and smiled, asking, "Your Majesty should reconsider. If we really hold a wedding, your reputation will definitely be hard to keep." Ruoli was serious. "It's not about the wedding. I just want to find a chance to tell them that our survival is all your credit, not mine." Li Yin didn't care about that. "That doesn't matter. I've been scolded for years, already used to it." But Ruoli disagreed. "But I'm not used to my man being bad-mouthed by others. I still feel reluctant." Li Yin held Ruoli's hand. "I know you want what's best for me, but now is not yet the time to go public. Not just because of the two of us. You also know I fought quite a few great Qian generals back then. If we publicize too much and make them angry, what should we do?" Although Ruoli didn't fully approve, she had to agree. "All right, just as you say. But doing this is ultimately not good for you. I should still give you some compensation." Li Yin asked, "What compensation?" Ruoli teased. "Give you a few maids?" Hearing this, Li Yin knew it was a trap and laughed loudly. I basically don't need many." Ruoli pulled a token from her pocket, gave it to Li Yin, and instructed, "This token can, in situations where I am not present, mobilize the Imperial Court's forces." Seeing it is like seeing me. Holding the token, Li Yin asked, "Isn't doing this a bit too substantial?" Ruoli explained, "Although it says it can mobilize many forces, mostly they are people you can easily deal with. As an emperor, using a few basically useless people to exchange for your trust is a profitable deal." Li Yin heard this and agreed to accept the token, thinking, "Ruoli actually wants to use this token to protect me. Whoever touches me is opposing the emperor." When the two returned to the room late at night, Li Yin asked, "How do you want to deal with those noble families later? Still make them pay a bit more?" Ruoli replied, "They've been bothered for so long. Why talk about them anymore?" Li Yin hurriedly said, "Don't know why I'm a bit nervous right now." Ruoli wondered, "Nervous even at home?" He rubbed his head. "After all, a few days ago, I didn't know your identity. Didn't talk in the Imperial Palace. Now it feels a bit strange. Like just getting married." Ruoli immediately put on a seductive look. Hooked her fingers, "So now, it's my turn to teach you what to do." Looking at Ruoli sleeping soundly, Li Yin told himself, "Making you sleep so well. You just rest. I'll do the rest." Saying that, he left the room, leaping onto the roofs. Thinking, former dynasty remnants impossible. Only finding the Huang family. There must be other families cooperating with them. In short, they're still spies. But when he arrived, he looked around in confusion. Strange. Where are all the guards? A guy approached and asked, "What are you doing here late at night?" Turns out it was Chen Hai. He frowned. "Don't think just because you have a relationship with His Majesty, you can do whatever you want." Liyun Kaumligrata. "Good evening." Chen Hai was furious. Still daring to be casual? Li Yin said, "I heard some things about the former dynasty from the Huang patriarch." Chen Hai heard these words and was shocked and afraid. Stepped closer to Li Yin and asked, "According to you, there are people in the capital connected to the former dynasty? Even so, how to investigate?" Li Yun explained. "Check which family's resources were a bit abnormal in the past year." Chen Hai rested his chin and thought. "We thought of this point, but they faked the ledgers very professionally." Li Yin offered a plan. "Don't worry. As long as we can trace the direction of the money flow, we can deduce who disrupted the market. Whoever exploited the people the most. That person is the most dangerous. This is called economics." Chen Hai smiled. "Didn't expect you to have some tricks." Li Yin affirmed to him, "You don't need to worry. I'm a good person." Chen Hai sao that Lao Li. "Enough. If you hadn't used evil magic to bewitch His Majesty, I would have executed you long ago." Li Yun azitata. "We are in free love. Don't be like that." Chen Hai turned and ordered Li Yun, "Follow me." In his heart, he admitted, the method he just mentioned can indeed easily turn Great Qian upside down. This person's learning is not bad. Pity he is a rebel. What I always wanted to enjoy. Seeing Chen Hai's attitude, Li Yun spuka softly. "Lil Chen, don't make that face. Actually, I also want to have a good relationship with you." But Chen Hai ignored him. "Shut up. This is the Imperial Palace. You need to observe etiquette." Li Yun nudda. "I understand. I'm also a very polite person. Even in dreams, I respect etiquette." They arrived at a place containing all the ledgers. Chen Hai et Lai. "This is the place. All of Great Qian's trade is recorded here." Then the two split up to search. Li Yin picked up a book to read. January 1st, the Huang family secretly transported a batch of goods to the Su family, giving the Huang family madam a hairpin. "Sir, You guys record? Even this? Shanghai coughed once. This is all to protect the capital. Protect Great Qian. Even Mr. Jia has records like this. Others definitely won't be spared. Investigate who looks most suspicious. Su family. Sure enough, my suspicion was not wrong. Li Yun Smirka. Holding a book in hand, Shanghai questioned. Right from the start. He suspected. What's wrong with him? You guessed in your heart. Thinking. Didn't expect the gap between me and him to be so big. Even guessing is a few steps slower. Li Yun explained. Not only did they give the fewest gifts. Shanghai heard this and was speechless. Li Yun continued with a serious face. Although I don't care, knowing clearly I was reminding them to bleed a little, yet they dare to hold back. I want to go communicate with them a bit. Genhai Sao Det Lao Li. Wait a moment. They are Imperial court people after all. You need evidence. Li Yun was disdainful. Isn't this enough? Even without solid evidence, I have to go chat with them. Genhai understood. If they really colluded with the former dynasty, you can execute first and report later. Assets also need to be confiscated. Li Yun gave a thumbs up in agreement. Arriving at the Su family's door. Li Yun Praija. The Su family gate is also very imposing. Then directly kicked the door. Rushing inside to question. You have quite a lot here. Looks like you want to fight me. But in front of him were many beautiful women waiting. All said in unison. Welcome, leader. He was confused. What is this situation? He frowned at Elder Su standing with the beauties behind. The man not only knelt down, but also cupped his hands respectfully. Rebel leader. Indeed, makes the entire Su household feel very honored. Li Yun directly kicked him with his shoe. You get up first. What is the meaning of this? Want to frame me? Elder Su hurriedly introduced. Look at what you're saying. These are all my concubines. Whichever one the leader fancies can take away directly. Li Yun turned into a demon at this moment. Raised his hand to grab his collar. Old man, still testing? Believe I'll kill your whole family? Seeing Li Yun's attitude, the old man hurriedly appeased him. Leader, calm down. Then order the concubines. You all go down. Then turn back to laugh loudly with Li Yun. Leader, calm down. This old man indeed intended a test. Now, I'm willing to pay the price for it. Please follow me. He led Li Yun into a room filled with shining gold and proudly said, These are all a small contribution from the Su family to the national treasury. Seeing this scene and hearing these flattering words, Li Yun understood. So that's how it is. The Su family gave few things not because they didn't want to give, but because they wanted to give more, so they gave little like that. The main purpose was to get me to come here. Li Yun asked directly. So roundabout. Speak. What is your purpose? Audo su folato. Just want to survive day by day. When you and His Majesty appear together, this old man knew the general trend was gone. Just want to live temporarily in the new era. Of course, living a bit better would be even better. Li Yun said indifferently. Why say doesn't count. Must listen to the emperor. There's one more thing. Did the former dynasty people come to find you? Elder Su said, They indeed sent people to find me. But we in the Huang family are different. We just want to survive day by day. Basically don't want any restoration. We originally wanted to directly hand that person over for punishment. But that person's strength was too strong. Let him escape. Li Yun asked, then the Su family's income skyrocketing in the past year. What is that about? Elder Su was proud. They also sought my subordinate families. We thought to let that family swindle their supplies. Haven't these all been paid into the national treasury? Li Yun gave a thumbs up. Enlightened. Audo Su Lauget. But I really didn't expect. The leader used this method to enter the capital. Indeed, deep thoughts. This old friend is far inferior. Li Yun thought to himself. Can I say I didn't know anything? Then turned to pat Elder Su's shoulder. You did well. I will praise you a few words in front of Ruoli. The old man was happy. Many thanks, leader. But this old man still wants to add one sentence. The leader's existence for Great Qian is not just a matter of great influence. Also the number one person in history. Inevitably, some people will be jealous. Li Yun was annoyed in his heart. Number one person in history? My rebellion didn't succeed. Could he be talking about me marrying the emperor? Back in the room, Li Yun was still thinking. So the capital is basically quiet. After all, the rebellious elements in the noble families have also weakened like this. Ruoli and I going to morning court together probably won't spark any comments from them. Ruoli suddenly woke up at this moment, rubbed her eyes, and asked, Did you just go out? Li Yun lit. Bored with nothing to do. Went for a walk to the noble families to make friends and interact a bit. Suddenly, she hugged Li Yun from behind. You don't need to do that. You're my husband, even with your other identity. Li Yun heard these words and laughed secretly in his heart. Wife, do you know how cute you are right now? Must be dreaming. Usually you don't say words like this. Li Yun genti, touch it, herchik. No more. Sleep. Ruoli acted spoiled. Kiss me. This scene made Li Yun question himself. Is this still my wife? Wife, being like this, how can I have a mind to sleep? The two exchanged a passionate kiss. Ruoli said, not allowed to leave me. Forever. Li Yun immediately replied. Until the seas dry up and rocks decay. She placed her hand on Li Yun's cheek, reminding. With another woman, just die. Li Yun smiled, brightly agreeing, but then realized something was wrong. The next morning, Ruoli woke up. Seeing Li Yun sitting holding his head, she asked, why do you look so listless? Didn't sleep well last night? Li Yun's eyes were dark circles like an addict, but still forced himself. Nothing. Just that you sleepwalked last night. And talked in your sleep a lot. Thinking to himself. Didn't dare sleep all night. Afraid someone would sneak attack me at night. Ruoli heard these words and shyly questioned Li Yun. What did I say? Li Yun laughed without hesitation. Just praising me for being amazing. Then letting me kiss you. Hug you. Ruoli was so shy, she got angry. Words like a little girl would say. How could I say them? Then turned to leave. I'm not that kind of woman. Going to morning court. Li Yun forced a laugh. Although vague, very cute, but my heart can't take it. Chun Hai was waiting outside the door at this moment. He laughed secretly. I guarded outside all night. Will definitely make His Majesty very happy. His Majesty came out and saw him. He bowed respectfully. Your Majesty. But at this moment His Majesty was lost in thought. Did I really say words like that? Maybe Li Yun tricked me. No, he wouldn't trick me. Chun Hai saw His Majesty's unusual attitude and was indignant. Your Majesty, that thief. What did Li Yun do to His Majesty? Morning court time. All officials below were respectful. Your Majesty, regarding the former dynasty matter. This subject thinks it must be handled immediately. Elder Su stood at the head, speaking solemnly. Years ago, the old emperor and the rebel army almost went to war. But because someone secretly provoked, the conflict escalated. His Majesty was suspicious. I have heard of this matter. Could be they really played tricks? Elder Su continued. It is precisely so. This morning the border sent intelligence. It contains evidence proving this point. Moreover, a well at the border was destroyed. It was caused by the former dynasty remnants. Furthermore, the border is now producing many rebellious books. It is the writing of the former dynasty remnants. His Majesty asked, what books? Elder Su replied, it is the book that person wrote before. This implies Li Yun wrote it. His Majesty was speechless. Taking my husband's book to attack my empire. Li Yun was sitting in a room drinking tea at this moment. He was happily enjoying himself when suddenly a book was thrown down in front of him. His Majesty crossed her arms angrily. Dummy, look at the good deeds you did before. Li Yun jumped up thinking, what? I didn't hide any 18-plus books. Then picked up the book to read and realized. So it's the book I wrote before the uprising? What happened? His Majesty was angry. Those former dynasty remnants took this thing as their propaganda book. Li Yun heard this and laughed. Don't worry, this isn't a big deal either. Rebellion requires favorable timing, geographical advantage, and human unity. Now the people live and work in peace, eating full meals. Who would go seize weapons? As an empress, shouldn't you see things more clearly than I do? My wife is a master strategist. I'm sure you've already figured it out. Ruoli retorted at his words. Sweet talk. You know I hate hearing that kind of stuff. It sounds so fake. Li Yun's response made Ruoli blush. That's different. Outside is outside. At home is at home. Our nightly activities are also appropriate for our status. For example, last night when you were leaning on me, if we were any more distant, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to attend the morning court session today. As soon as he finished, Ruoli punched him and casually changed the subject. But they're using the things you originally used. He held Ruoli's hand reassuringly. Don't worry. I'm here. How can anything go wrong? They must be using those things to win the support of the people at the border, and then rebel against the great Qian. Ruoli asked, I remember you had some contact with the southern barbarians before. Li Yun looked awkward. I did have some contact, yes, but it wasn't anything major. Back then, I had just gained a bit of cultivation and almost came to blows with the southern barbarians. Luckily, I defeated them in the end. Li Yun recalled the past. how he single-handedly killed many large, burly men. Then he continued his story. The southern barbarians revere martial prowess. They just like to show off. Ruoli listened and pondered. What's the name of that tribe? What's their ranking in the Southern Barbarian Mountain Range Alliance? Lewin quickly reassured her. It's just a small tribe. How could they possibly be in the alliance? I think that small tribe was called the He tribe. The scene then shifts to a deep forest. For men from a tribe, perhaps the one just mentioned, had just wiped out many enemies dressed like them. A man with his face being stepped on thought, ugh, this is the worst luck in 8 lifetimes. The leader wore a knockoff one-piece armband. He must be trying to imitate Luffy. He gritted his teeth. We just wanted to find a small tribe to raid for some women to have fun with. How did we run into these monsters? The legendary Freedom Alliance. The Hujua tribe. It must be them. Another man grabbed the head of a victim. Are they meteors? The leader crossed his arms disdainfully. Are you an idiot? Meteors are burning rocks. They're people, not rocks. The man from before wailed loudly. Then when is the chief coming back? He clearly said he'd return when a meteor hits the earth. But we're invincible in the southern barbarian lands, and we still haven't seen a meteor. Seeing him cry was getting on his nerves. The leader punched him and cursed. Idiot. The man stood up and explained. I'm not an idiot. The chief said our IQs are at least over 30. We're rare geniuses in this world. Hearing this, everyone present was speechless. The leader couldn't be bothered with him anymore. He turned to the other two. You bunch of morons. I have a feeling something might have happened to the chief. The tallest man asked in return. Big brother Wu Zhu. What do you mean by that? Wu Zhu took out something that looked like a tortoise shell and introduced it. This is my magical artifact. The turtle head. Let me cast a divination to see how the chief is doing. He then shook the shell. 3 stones shaped like fangs fell out. It felt like watching a fortune-telling ritual. The white-haired man asked Wu Zhu, what did you get? Wu Zhu's face darkened. This is bad. Really bad. The chief has run into a big shot. The empress is definitely in danger. Right? This weapon is truly powerful. Just a glance at this divination, and he can guess such details. He then stood up and gave orders. Let's go. Find those people from the Mountain Range Alliance, the ones from the previous dynasty, and have them help us go to the Great Qian. We have to rescue the chief. At that moment, Lewin suddenly felt something. Why do I have a bad feeling? That matter should have been resolved without any issues, right? Just then Li Shui ran in, calling out. Master. Huh? Aren't you with Sister Ruoli? Lewin said, Ruoli is taking a nap. Good timing. I have something to talk to you about. Li Shui asked innocently. What is it? Is there new food? Lewin's face turned serious. No, it's about the annihilation of the Leaf family. I have some clues about the rebel army. Someone is in contact with the remnants of the previous dynasty. And the annihilation of the Leaf family was very likely done by this person who is connected to the rebels, and also connected to me. Hearing this, Li Shui smiled brightly. Master, you don't need to blame yourself. This has nothing to do with you. It's not like you did it. But why would the rebels attack our Leaf family? Lewin said, I have no clue about that. Later, I'll make a trip to the southern barbarian lands myself. Partly for revenge, and partly to find out the truth. Chen Hai entered, interrupting their conversation. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Where's Her Majesty? Where is she? Livem comme livraplia. She's resting in her room. What happened? Chen Hai et lai. An urgent report from the border. The southern barbarians have allied with the remnants of the previous dynasty and have broken through several border cities. We need Her Majesty to decide whether to retreat and defend or to attack. Lewin offered a plan. Let Ruoli rest. I'll handle a small matter like this. But Chen Hai was skeptical. You'll handle it? A brute like you? Absolutely not. Lewin immediately took out the token Ruoli had given him. He said confidently, Excuse me. Your Majesty said I can make the decisions. Chen Hai saw the command token and was speechless. Her Majesty's command token. Her Majesty actually gave it to him? Lewin said without a trace of fear. Don't worry, I've memorized the romance of the 3 kingdoms. Little Chun, no need to worry. I've memorized both Water Margin and 3 kingdoms by heart. Helping you guys make a choice is a piece of cake. But Chen Hai was confused. What kind of nonsense is this guy talking about now? On the way to the court with Chen Hai, Lewin asked, Little Chun, you don't think I'm just acting on a whim, do you? Chen Hai asked back, Is there some hidden reason? Lewin replied, I just feel you don't need to be so worried. Then he spoke seriously. Living in the small alleys, we can hear the voices of the common people. Although Ruoli has her ways, there are still quite a few people who are dissatisfied. Hearing this, Shanhai became angry. Who would be so bold? I'll go arrest them right now. But Liwen was calm. If you really do that, it will only make things more difficult for Ruoli. They say the royal family is heartless, but Ruoli is a person with feelings. But it's precisely because of that others don't respect her. Shanhai raised his hand. He thought, so what you mean is... Liwen smiled at this moment. Ruoli has her own ideas. What I need to do is support her. So just leave it to me, don't worry. Little Shun, do you know what it means to be a simp? Arriving at the room where Her Majesty usually worked, Liwen happily wrote while thinking. As soon as I sat down, I could smell my wife's scent. So this is where my wife usually works. Shanhai was still full of doubt. Do you really know how to approve memorials? Liwen happily twirled his pen. It's just approving some memorials. You're underestimating me too much. Looking at the pile of books on the table, Liwen was disheartened. So many memorials. No wonder so many emperors died from overwork. He then picked one up. He read it with half-closed eyes. Respect the sages. Build a main hall. Collect scriptures. Whose memorial is this? Jianhai et lai lao li. This is the memorial from the Minister of Rights. The National Treasury has already spent a lot, but it seems they feel it's not enough. If Her Majesty doesn't agree, they secretly gossip about Her Majesty ascending the throne as a woman, saying it's not in line with Confucian principles. Hearing this, Liwen angrily cursed. Fuck them. Shanhai gave a thumbs up. Huh, well said, but he hesitated. Wait, you're not going to write that directly on the memorial, are you? Liven raturta. They're bullying my wife, and you won't let me curse them? Building so much. This guy simply wants to take a cut from the middle. He then used his brush to write 4 words. Suggest execution by impalement. Shanhai saw these words and hesitated. Although writing that feels great, do you really want to have him impaled? He thought to himself. Impalement means being stabbed to death with a spear. Liwen pointed at the paper. Investigate how much the Minister of Rights has embezzled. Then deal with him according to his crimes. Jianhai advis. To sentence him to impalement before even investigating anything is really impulsive. Her Majesty wouldn't do that. Liwen asked, why not? Shanhai said scornfully, a person like him definitely has many cronies. If he used too much force. Liwen asked with a smile, are they going to rebel? Do you need me to teach them a lesson? Don't worry. From now on, no one will dare to badmouth Her Majesty. My wife. Shanhai frowned at these words. Damn it. Why did he have to emphasize Her Majesty, my wife? My wife. He then turned to his subordinate. Investigate everyone on this list. Even if they're innocent, find a crime for me. Liwen continued to pick up his brush. Next is to handle the border situation. All warfare is based on deception. Seeing this, Shanhai felt a bit worried and scared, as expected of the rebel leader. Even when commanding troops on paper, he has such a terrifying aura. It's as if he could stand against thousands of troops. The sun was beginning to set. Liven stresha. Phew. Finally done. Based on my arrangements. It'll be very difficult for the enemy to do anything. If it still doesn't work, I'll go myself. Just then, Ruoli opened the door and walked in. She frowned, looking at Li Wen with dissatisfaction. In just one morning, he had the Minister of Rights arrested. And now, no one in the entire capital dares to say anything about me. What on earth did this guy do? Li Wen quickly asked Ruoli. Sigh, being an emperor is really tiring. Aren't you afraid of dying from overwork? Ruoli crossed her arms and said proudly, of course, I pay attention to getting rest. But what did you actually do? Everyone outside is praising me now. Li Wen was pleased. It's only natural to be praised for doing good deeds. Who told them to badmouth you behind your back? Ruoli got close to his face. Oof. Since you've done so well, I might as well abdicate the throne to you. Li Wen was scared. Don't. I won't do it again. Ruoli turned her face away, pouting. Easier said than done. She then turned back to Li Wen. If someone takes advantage of your achievements, it's not your fault. But some people will still push the blame onto you. I need to give you enough trust. But Li Wen didn't care. It's fine. As long as you understand, that's enough. I don't care what others say. Besides, isn't my reputation already good enough? Ruoli smiled. She rested her chin on her hand and looked at him. Yes, yes. You're invincible under the heavens. Li Wen immediately replied. You should say, second to one person. Ruoli praised herself. So, the one who is invincible is me? Li Wen agreed. If my wife says she's number one, then she's number one. Who would dare to disagree? Ruoli crossed her arms. Wouldn't that make me a fox borrowing a tiger's might? I should still abdicate. Hearing Liwen say he was wrong, Ruoli softened her tone. You fool. I mean, you don't need to be under so much pressure. You don't need to bear the responsibility yourself. I am the empress. Making you happy is my responsibility. Liwen looked into Ruoli's eyes and said, Doesn't that mean I'm being kept by you? Ruoli smiled as if to confirm it. Of course. So you have to be obedient. At that time, the people outside were walking peacefully. Suddenly, a person was sent flying by something. A woman stood on a high place, looking down majestically. With just that needle of yours, you want to get with me? Do you think I'll take just anyone? This girl is Ouyang Qian, the head disciple of the Jade Maiden Palace. She's known in the martial world as the Fruit Ninja. You must all be wondering why she's here. The story goes back to a year ago. That day, she accidentally discovered her master hiding a forbidden book, so she offered some advice. Master, since no one has ever broken your seal, why are you reading this book? After that, she was expelled from the sect. She wandered from place to place. A few days ago, she arrived in the capital. Unfortunately, she had run out of money, but a middle-aged woman offered her a job. She happily accepted. That middle-aged woman was the madam of the home show brothel. She said, My dear girl, I see you have great assets. With proper development, you'll surely surpass Hua Kuei in the future. But now, the woman and Ouyang Qian were arguing. The woman said angrily, Are you crazy? These are all nobles from the capital. You've ruined our home show brothel today. Ouyang Qian argued back. Whoever caused the trouble should take the blame. The woman shot back. What? Are you willing to go to their door and apologize? Ouyang Qian shouted angrily. It was all your fault. It has nothing to do with me. If you hadn't brought me back, they wouldn't have wanted to mess with me, and I wouldn't have had to cripple them. The madam ordered her men to seize Ouyang Qian. Quick, call the authorities. Don't let this girl escape. The men chased after Ouyang Qian relentlessly. Get that woman. Ouyang Qian panted as she ran, exclaiming, This is the capital. How can everyone run so fast? Do you guys do nothing but run all day? As Ouyang Qian was fleeing, she suddenly saw two people blocking her path. She yelled, You two, get out of my way. Suddenly, one of the people vanished from her sight. It left her completely baffled. Huh, why is there only one person left? The male lead had appeared behind her. He struck her neck, knocking her out. He added, You're really unlucky to have run into me. The male lead noticed the jade pendant on Ouyang Qian. He wondered, What is this? The male lead read Ouyang Qian's arrest warrant. So ruthless. She directly crippled those young masters from noble families. It also revealed Ouyang Qian's identity. She is the head disciple of the Jade Maiden Palace. However, she has been expelled from the sect. The male lead examined it carefully. He thought to himself, the head disciple of the Jade Maiden Palace, a member of the martial world. The royal family's information is really detailed. The male lead stared at her thoughtfully. He wondered, but how did this thing end up on her? Ruoli, seeing this, gently reminded him. Were you staring so intently? The male lead quickly explained. Haha, if you hadn't said anything, I would have thought she was a man disguised as a woman. Ruoli smiled sweetly. She asked, Really? The male lead must thank his lucky stars for escaping death by a hair's breadth with a jealous wife at home. That was close. I almost fell for it. Good thing I reacted quickly. The male lead then explained further to reassure Ruoli. What I'm interested in is the rebel army's token. She has a rebel army token on her. Liwen held out the jade pendant and said, This is it. This is what we rebels use to confirm our identities. Ruoli asked curiously, You can confirm identities with this? The male lead replied, That's right, but this one is different from the one I used before. It must have been made later. At that moment, Ouyang Qian woke up. She groaned in complaint. That hurts like hell. She asked the two, confused. What just happened? Why did I pass out? Suddenly, she saw her jade pendant in Li Wen's hand. My jade pendant. Give it back. She lunged forward to retrieve her pendant. She yelled, That's a gift from my master. Ouyang Qian felt an immense power coming from the male lead. She backed away in fear. The male lead warned her sternly. Tell me the truth. Where did you get this? Ouyang Qian's face turned pale as she thought. Such a terrifying aura. This guy must be a master. What should I do? I'll have to use my identity as the head disciple of the Jade Maiden Palace to scare him. I am Trudisore. I was wrong. I'll do whatever you say. Please spare my life. She thought again. Wait, haven't I already been expelled from the sect? The male lead said, "What are you thinking? I just want you to tell me where you got this jade pendant." The male lead looked at her and thought, "Why does this kneeling posture look so much like Li Shui's?" Li Shui saw a familiar face and said, "Isn't this Ouyang Qian? Why are you here?" The male lead asked, "You know her? How are you two connected?" Li Shui raconta. "Half a year ago, when I was still wandering, I met her. Don't be fooled by her recklessness. We learned a lot from each other." The couple looked at each other. "You mean you learned her shameless tricks?" Ouyang Qian said, "So you two are Li Shui's friends?" "Haha, we're all family here. I thought my time had finally come to be a real woman, huh?" The male lead thought to himself, "This girl's mind is truly a perfect match for Li Shui's." Ouyang Qian happily recounted, "This jade pendant, it's a story from a year ago. Someone came looking for my master. Before leaving, they left this jade pendant. Then my master gave it to me." The man asked, "Do you remember who that person was?" Ouyang Qian said tensely, "How could I forget them? One was a barbarian, one was blind, but the leader was a man in a conical hat. The Jade Maiden Palace normally doesn't allow outside men to enter. But those three, I don't know what kind of divine skill they practiced, but with a single move, they flattened an entire area. It was a show of force, as if telling us, 'You are the fish, and we're the chopping block.'" I still remember his words. The man in the hat said, "As the leader of the rebel army, I can tell you that the entire army is about to be disbanded because he will be leaving soon, and we will take over all the forces he leaves behind. A new dynasty has arrived." The male lead thought, "So much scheming, all for this so-called new dynasty?" Ouyang Qian said, "Li Shui, who is this master of yours? His true chi is so strong. He's not going to suddenly get beastly with me, is he?" Li Shui said, "Master is the legendary leader of the rebel army. You don't have to worry. Sister Ruoli is much prettier than you." Ouyang Qian felt embarrassed. "I hope I didn't say anything too shameless earlier." The male lead asked, "Do you know what this jade pendant is for?" Ouyang Qian replied, "Master told me to use it to protect my life." She didn't say anything else. The male lead said doubtfully, "A token used for protection? How can it protect one's life? Besides, after 5 years together, there's still something I don't know? I'm such a failure as a leader." Ruoli comforted him. "How can you say you're a failure? This has nothing to do with you. It's your subordinates who were too negligent." The male lead said happily, "Are you comforting me? That actually makes a lot of sense." Ruoli said, "Are you asking for a beating? How could I comfort a fool like you?" Ruoli said shyly, "It's just that my man cannot be looked down upon by others. Otherwise, I would lose face too. That includes you. You can't look down on yourself either." Li Shui said, "It's not even New Year's yet, and someone is already setting off fireworks." Ouyang Qian said anxiously, "That's the distress signal of the Jade Maiden Palace. Why is it appearing here?" The male lead said, "You mean the Jade Maiden Palace is in trouble?" Ouyang Qian said urgently, "Yes, I wouldn't mistake it. I need to hurry back." The male lead offered to help. "Then let me go with you. Maybe I can help with something." 3 thugs were threatening a young girl. "Next up is you, Liang Ruyu of the Jade Maiden Palace." The girl said, "Bastards." The thug said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. Just serve us well, and you'll be fine." A kick landed squarely on the rogue's face. It was Ouyang Qian. She quickly cursed the man. "You bastard. How dare you touch someone from our Jade Maiden Palace?" The girl was overjoyed to see her. "Senior sister," Ouyang Qian said confidently. "Don't worry, I'm here now." The girl thought to herself, "Senior sister is so confident. She must have gained some achievements after training outside for so many years." Then Ouyang Qian announced, "After wandering the martial world for half a year, I have finally realized the truth." It made the rogue exclaim, "What a terrifying aura. What trick is she planning to use?" Ouyang Qian yelled for help. "Help me." It left her junior sister completely stunned. She yelled at her junior sister, "You idiot. If you can't beat them, don't you know to call for help? Do you want all of us to serve these men?" The rogue said, "You can scream your lungs out, but no one will come to save you. Your lives will become the foundation for our new dynasty." Suddenly, the 2 men behind him dropped dead. It turned out to be the male lead. He said, "Remnants of the previous dynasty, or should I call you the hunting dogs of the new dynasty?" The rogue asked, "Who are you?" In his mind, he could feel the male lead's power. "This guy is strong. I need to call everyone from the mansion to have a chance of winning." He shot a flare for help. 1 arrow pierces the clouds. Thousands of troops and horses rush to answer the call. Then he said arrogantly, "You alone can't beat us. If you want to run, now's your chance. But then he suddenly realized something was wrong. Strange. Where are my men? Why haven't they arrived yet? The male lead said, don't be impatient. They're on their way down. It made the man wonder. On their way down? One of his men fell to the ground. He exclaimed, isn't that the hidden assassin? Then one by one they fell. The male lead had taken them all down. He could only utter 2 words. Monster. The male lead's eyes were sharp as he said, I'm very curious about this new dynasty you mentioned. Could you have a little chat with me about it? The junior sister asked Ouyang Qian. Senior sister, how did you manage to invite such a powerful person? She fantasized and laughed, saying, of course it was through my charm. The junior sister said doubtfully. Senior sister, have you really stooped to that level? The head disciple of our esteemed Jade Maiden Palace becoming someone's bed-warming maid? Ouyang Qian shouted. What are you thinking? I didn't sell my body. The male lead asked the man. What's your name? Who is your superior? My name is Su Taohua. My superior is the renowned Zhang San. With a crack, the male lead grabbed his hand and broke his bones. It made him writhe in pain. The male lead said, don't worry, you won't be crippled. I'll do this slowly until you talk. The man, covered in sweat, said, his name is Li Si. The male lead's eyes sharpened again. Quite the backbone. Ouyang Qian offered her opinion from behind. No, you have to be tough with this guy. Unfortunately, interrogation isn't my strong suit. Is there any way to make him a little more honest? He remained stubborn, saying, haha, try the beauty trap. Make me happy, and I'll spill everything. He thought to himself, I'm not afraid of death. What else can you do to me? Ouyang Qian suggested a few methods. We could lock him in a cage with a drugged wolf. But he's so stubborn, he might not talk. Or maybe we could drop bricks on his toes, and then light candles and fireworks on his chrysanthemum. Even the 26 types of sensory torture might not be enough. The male lead asked doubtfully, what was the name of your sect again? Ouyang Qian replied, the Jade Maiden Palace. Why? The male lead switched to intimidation mode, saying, since the head disciple of the Jade Maiden Palace has spoken, perhaps I should give it a try. The man said in fear, no need. I'll confess everything. The male lead asked, what is your purpose? Where are you from? He confessed, we come from the border. We were ordered to hunt down martial arts sections. The Jade Maiden Palace is the 3rd one. The junior sister asked angrily, why would you attack us? We haven't done anything wrong. He said, for the true Qi mineral stones. The true Qi mineral stones of the Divine Continent are all controlled by the Great Qian. So hearing this, Ouyang Qian was furious and cursed. You animals, you want to use people with true Qi to refine stones? The male lead said, that's not right. This is impossible. The conversion rate is too low. A strong practitioner like you would need at least 20 years to be converted into a true Qi mineral stone. Could it be that you have some special method? The man said, I don't know either. I'm just following orders. The male lead asked further, so who is your leader? He replied, a descendant of the previous dynasty, Zhao Chuan. Final question. Did a high-ranking member of the rebel army create this jade pendant? Suddenly, the man's eyes started bleeding, and he coughed up blood. He died instantly. Ouyang Qian wondered, he's dead? Did he commit suicide with poison? The male lead refuted it, saying, it wasn't poison. There was a change in his breath, and he died instantly. Even I couldn't see through his trick. The male lead said to the 2 junior sisters, let's head back to the city first. I'll have the people from the 6th fan gate come for the autopsy later. The male lead thought in frustration, damn it, the information I wanted was right in front of me. The last conversation could have confirmed that an old friend of mine is secretly helping them. Who could it be? Ruoli said, looking at the memorials from the past few days, the border is getting more and more chaotic. What do you plan to do next? The male lead sighed. I'm just curious which of my friends is involved with the people of the previous dynasty. Ruoli said, annoyed. What they're doing is clearly causing trouble, and you still call him a friend. The male lead explained. Isn't this just a suggestion? Could it be, you're jealous? Ruoli explained. I am the empress of the Great Qian. How can I think about romance all day? Besides, I don't even know if the other person is male or female. Isn't it because of your gloomy face? The male lead comforted her. Don't worry, I'm not sad. I just want to quickly find a solution so I can live peacefully with you. Ruoli also agreed. Yes, let's resolve this soon so we can live our lives together. A member of the previous dynasty said. What happened? The hidden assassin is dead. Speaking my name is a death sentence. The person opposite praised him. Your southern barbarian techniques are truly divine. Killing from 1,000 miles away, unseen. Killing people is as easy as turning your hand. One person reminded him, don't forget your mission. Only you can do it. The third prince of Great Qian, Chu watching, says, rest assured, my sister is soft-hearted. Let me send her on her way personally. Li Yun is on the roof, cultivating his life force. He senses something is wrong. Thinking, this is truly strange. He thinks suspiciously, my strength has nearly recovered to its peak. The injuries left by the Jade Seal have also healed. But why can't the true Qi in my body be filled? Then he imagines himself as Son Goku. You could say I keep getting stronger. Could it be I'm a scion monkey? Every time I die, I get stronger. Xiaochen walks up below and fake coughs to get Li Yun's attention, but the male lead misunderstands it as a cold. The male lead kindly reminds him, caught a cold? Then you should drink plenty of hot water, making him give up on this feigned ignorance. Shut up. I have something to tell you. Although His Majesty didn't specifically ask me to tell you. But after I learned the news, I decided it was better to tell you. The male lead deduces in surprise. Could it be? Don't tell me. Xiao Chun thinks the male lead already knows. Replies, that's right, it's exactly the could it be. Perhaps you've already heard the news. The male lead cuts him off before hearing the whole story. Finally pregnant? Hearing this makes Xiao Chun furious. Pregnant your grandpa. A prince has returned to the capital. The male lead acts dismissive. Just a prince. If he dares to cause trouble, just arrest him directly. Isn't that enough? Xiao Chun explains. Things aren't as simple as you think. The one returning this time is the third prince. He once brought up the battle for the heir apparent with His Majesty. The male lead asks back, battle for the heir apparent? Xiao Chun recounts the events of the past. The crown prince back then was originally the first prince, but his personality was eccentric. When a rebel army rose up, he ran away from home alone and never returned. At that time, His Majesty was busy with the rebel army matters. Until death, the position of crown prince was never established. That caused a battle for the heir apparent later on. Back then, all princes and princesses participated in this struggle. In the end, relying on His Majesty's methods, she seized the throne. The male lead says happily, I get it. You want me to take care of him halfway, right? Xiao Chun says helplessly, no, this guy achieved military merits and got injured at the border. That's why he has the chance to return to the capital to rest. Xiao Chen's gaze sharpens. He voices his suspicion. But there is one suspicious point I'm very concerned about. You'll understand after reading this. He hands the male lead a record book. The male lead opens it and reads. So that's how it is. This guy is a Nepo baby who spends all day indulging in lust. How could someone like that achieve so many military merits at the border? Xiao Chun agrees. You're right. I suspect the third prince might be colluding with the remnants of the previous dynasty. Those military merits were faked by him. He has another purpose for coming this time. Xiao Shen is fastelngav. The male lead says cheerfully, and it's perfect timing. Let's lure the snake out of its hole. Let's see what they are plotting. Xiao Chun continues reporting the news. Also, that corpse you brought back for us before. We've examined it. The male lead asks, did you find any clues? Xiao Chun replies, we only found that his blood essence suddenly drained out, causing his death. He wasn't poisoned. We didn't find any other useful clues either. The male lead ponders deeply. That's unusual. What method did they use to kill him? Suddenly, a shout comes from outside. Let go of me. The male lead says, that's Li Shue's voice. What happened? Li Shue angrily tells a large man, trying to grab her. I said take your filthy hands off me right now. Do you not understand human language? The bearded man says disdainfully. My prince looking at you is your luck. Don't be ungrateful. It's just for one night. It's not like we won't release you. Do you expect to become a concubine? Li Shue delivers a decisive kick to his crotch, causing him to tremble in pain. Ouyang Jin says, let's go. Don't lower ourselves to their level. Behind them, the third prince appears. He raises his voice. You two stop right there. You hit my men and think you could just leave? Li Shue responds fiercely. If you have a fart, let it out. What do you want? The third prince says with interest. I actually like this temper of yours. You'd be suitable as a bed-warming maid. The male lead steps out from behind and speaks. I also like your temper. You stinky brat. I can't believe you came right to my door. Li Shue and Ouyang Qian called out loudly. Master. The third prince turned around and said, which country bumpkin dares to call me a stinky brat? Then he ordered his subordinates to attack the male lead. Cripple him for me. This prince had greatly underestimated our male lead. He said smugly, "What a brainless fool, trying to be a hero saving damsels in distress. Unfortunately, you've messed with the wrong person. Leave him breathing. I'll punch him a few times." One of the subordinates shouted, "Your Highness." The third prince's subordinates were all beaten and lay on the ground in pain. The male lead said, "Leave him breathing? All right, I'll satisfy you." Seeing all his subordinates dealt with made the third prince extremely scared, thinking to himself, "How can this be? The guards I carefully selected were all taken care of by him?" The male lead just turned his head and smiled. "I already told you, you're my stinky little brother. Let's get acquainted. Next, I'll use some family discipline on you." The third prince shamelessly threatened the male lead. "Your martial arts are strong, but this is the capital. Causing trouble here is not a wise choice." As soon as he finished speaking, the male lead slapped the third prince hard across the face. It sent him tumbling to the ground, clutching his face in pain, saying, "I am the brother of the current emperor, and you're just a country bumpkin martial artist. If you cause a scene that reaches the palace, we'll see who Her Majesty helps." The male lead bent down and said to the third prince, "So what? You bully my friends. If I let you go like this, how do you think my wife will let it slide?" The third prince still tried to argue. "Your wife? What kind of person is your wife? To be compared to someone as noble as me?" A group of guards rushed over. Little Chun ordered his subordinates to arrest the troublemaking third prince. It made the third prince mistakenly think they were on his side. He said to the male lead, "You commoner, the people from the 6th Fan Gate are here. Let's see if you dare to act recklessly now." He even shouted, "Arrest him for me. I must teach him a lesson." But the subordinates arrested the third prince himself. It left him confused. He shouted, "Are you guys crazy? Take a good look at who I am." Little Chun said, "I don't care who you are. You think you can mess with Her Majesty's people and just walk away?" The man now realized, wait a minute, Her Majesty's people plus this level of skill. Could he be the legendary leader of the rebel army? The third prince changed his attitude and said, "It's all a misunderstanding. Turns out we're on the same side. I was rude just now. Please forgive me." He thought to himself, "I must stay calm. I haven't completely offended him yet. In any case, getting close to him is for my own purpose." The male lead kicked the third prince straight in the face. The male lead scolded him, "Is your brain broken? Just now you were bullying my girls. Then you called people to attack me. Is this a grudge that can be laughed off?" The third prince said aggrievedly, "What do you want? I've already apologized." He added, "Harming a royal relative is a capital crime. Shanghai, why aren't you doing anything?" Little Chun said to the male lead, "Why don't you just kick him to death?" The male lead just replied, "After all, he is Your Majesty's brother. He'll still have a crime to his name when he returns." The man said irritably, "Show me some respect. I'm still here." The male lead called the two girls over. "You two want to come and land a few punches to vent your anger?" Li Shui said modestly. "He is a prince, after all." The male lead said, "So you mean this guy still hadn't gotten over his arrogant attitude? You know my status, right? Stop now, and I won't hold it against you." Li Shui frankly walked up and punched the third prince in the head. "What I mean is, as long as we don't beat him to death, it's fine." The male lead happily replied, "No problem." The third prince's pain screams echoed through the palace. "Mercy, don't hit my proud face." Li Shui cursed. "You arrogant fool, just die." Li Shui gave him a thorough beating. As expected of a prince, he can take a beating well. The man's face was beaten so badly that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Li Shui said with satisfaction, "I've vented my anger. I'll let him off easy this time." Ouyang Qian said, "Let him off easy? If I had my tools, it would have taken more effort." Hearing this, even the male lead was scared. "Are all you people from the Jade Maiden Palace this violent?" Little Chun assessed the situation and said to everyone, "The prince has had an accident. I will investigate. You all leave first." Hearing this, the man was extremely indignant. The male lead rushed back to tattle to his wife. "Your Majesty, I want to report the third prince for harassing me on the main street. He almost seriously injured me." Roli just smiled and said, "Is that so? My husband has suffered such a great injustice. Do you need a hug?" The male lead pretended to be serious and tattled. "Your Majesty, don't laugh. This is a serious matter. That third prince flirted with Li Shui and even sent people to beat me." Ruoli knew the male lead too well and said, "I believe it if you beat him. Is he on the verge of death yet?" The male lead said, "Let's drop it. I hate fighting and killing the most. I won't cause trouble for you." We should just talk and hug a little. Ruoli added, don't worry. If he really colluded with the enemy, I will absolutely not spare him. I will handle it according to the law. The male lead replied, if we go by the law, Your Majesty, you've already killed billions of lives in my oldly family. You see, Ruoli pouted and said, isn't that also my old Jew family? Ruoli assigned a task to the male lead. Stop joking. Give this letter to Chun Hai for me, and have him deliver it to the third prince along with some medicine. She thought to herself, causing trouble as soon as he returns. He must have another purpose. The male lead asked curiously, what did you write? Ruoli replied, just a few words of comfort. The next morning, the seriously injured third prince was lying in his room. His subordinate said, Your Highness, that person is not someone we can afford to provoke. The third prince said angrily, that damn rebel. Wasn't I just flirting with a few girls? The attendant explained, a rebel? Perhaps in Your Highness's eyes, that's what he is. But in our eyes, he is absolutely not someone to be challenged. The number one existence under the heavens. The third prince remained stubborn and arrogant, saying, Shut up. I don't care about any number one under the heavens. I will make him pay with his life. Someone came in to deliver a letter to the third prince. The empress has sent medicine and a letter of comfort for you. The man said smugly, Even the empress has to show me some respect. What does it say? The subordinate read the letter. It says that Your Highness has not been right in the head since childhood. It's been so long since you've been to the capital. Be careful, or you won't even know how you died. She won't be coming to collect your body. The third prince said angrily through gritted teeth. Damn it. Contact that shaman from the demon clan for me. I will make that adulterous couple pay with their lives. Night fell in the Imperial palace. Several guards were playing cards together. One said, pay up. Don't try to welch. Another asked, what's this game called? Another replied, fight the landlord. The leader of the rebel army invented it. It's very popular. One expressed doubt. But do you guys think this third prince is reliable? I just want to be a dragon, not cannon fodder. The man with the ponytail said, isn't that simple? I'll use my chi-gazing technique, and I'll see everything with one eye. The other man asked back, you know chi-gazing? Is that true? The man with the ponytail said, of course. I once studied with a traveling Taoist for a bit, but I've only opened it once. As long as there's dragon chi, my one eye can see it. The other man asked, why didn't you look at that guy from the previous dynasty? The man with the ponytail said, I wasn't thinking that much back then. I just wanted to earn a living. Then he said, don't bother me anymore. Stay quiet. Let me see if the third prince is the true ruler. Then he performed the technique and opened his eye. It's amazing. The third prince has the qualities of an emperor. A dragon form appears, surrounded by purple chi. Is this a lucky omen? Why are there two phoenixes as well? Hey, you two, stop clinging to each other. What is this situation? The other man said, stunned. Is this for real? Does the third prince really have such a destined fate? The man said, could be fake? Brothers, we will become true dragon ministers. Then the three of them cheered. Long live the third prince. The male lead had observed their entire conversation through the third prince's window. The male lead said, it's just a game of fight the landlord. Is there a need to get so excited? But from their conversation, I can see these people are indeed connected to the people of the previous dynasty. The prince inside the room heard the noise and sat up, saying, what's that noise? It's so loud. He was knocked out by the male lead with one blow. The male lead said, leave family's hypnosis. Stay down for me. The male lead observed the man's room and said, let's hurry and see if there are any other clues. My wife is still warming the bed for me. All the dirty things are confiscated. But it's all dirty books. The male lead turned back and cursed. You old pervert. No wonder you couldn't become emperor. The male lead discovered something suspicious behind his pillow. The prince groggily woke up, but was flicked on the forehead by the male lead and passed out again. It made the male lead praise him. You're the first person to survive 4 of my attacks and still be alive. You can brag about this for the rest of your life. The male lead pulled out the letter, read it, and concluded. As expected, this guy's purpose is to assassinate Ruoli. That won't do. Assassinating the emperor is a job only I can do. The content of the letter read, when you arrive in the capital, perhaps you should rely on the emperor. I will bring the item to you soon. This is our plan regarding the poison. It is very effective. As a high-ranking member of the rebel army, I assure you that after everything is done, you will get everything you want. The male lead thought, he will personally deliver the item? Then I'll know who it is. You stinky little brother. Consider yourself lucky. You still have some value. The male lead looked at him and said, such an important letter should be hidden under the pillow and quickly destroyed. You really are an idiot. The male lead returned to his room. Wifey, you're still awake? Ruoli replied, did you think I would be at ease letting you go out and then sleep alone? The male lead teased. Could it be that you're used to sleeping with me now? You don't feel safe alone. Ruoli pouted and said, you're the dangerous one. Did you find anything? Don't tell me you just went and dealt with him directly. The male lead replied, no, but I did learn some other news. We might even be able to catch a big fish. Ruoli said, what news? What do you plan to do? He said, your brother is indeed colluding with the remnants of the previous dynasty. His purpose this time is to assassinate you. Then he wants to contact the rebel army. So, let's not alert the enemy. After we're prepared, we'll catch them all in one go. Ruoli approved. Well done. The male lead said, just well done. This is top-tier intelligence in the world that I worked hard to find. Ruoli reluctantly accepted. Some things weren't done right. Barely passing, I suppose. It made the male lead wonder. Still barely passing? Then what would be considered excellent? Ruoli said cutely, coming home early, resting early. The title of second best in the world has to come after being the husband of Ruoli. Today, Lewin brought his wife a modern dish. It made Ruoli very curious about the plate of potatoes on the table. She asked the male lead, what do you call these fried potatoes? The male lead explained, sir, they're called French fries. Hurry and try them. Remember to dip them in that ketchup. Ruoli tasted the strange dish while commenting on its flavor. Not bad. Soft on the inside, crispy on the outside. She seemed to really like the male lead's French fries. She praised them. The hamburgers last time were a big hit in the capital. I have a feeling these French fries will also be a very popular dish. The male lead acted cute with her. So, aren't you going to reward me a little? Ruoli said cheerfully. All right, what kind of reward do you want? The male lead smiled and said, then let's get a little intimate. Ruoli said, dream on. The most I'll do is feed you. Open your mouth. She was holding a French fry between her lips. The male lead moved closer to her and bit the French fry still lingering on his beloved wife's lips. Their lips touched. The intimate scene between this couple made the readers full from all the sweetness. Little Chun arrived, interrupting the affectionate couple. Ruoli was extremely embarrassed and asked Little Chun, Minister, is something the matter? Little Chun came to report on his work. The third prince has recovered and wants to enter the palace to pay his respects to your majesty. He says it's been a long time since he's seen your majesty. He wants to get closer to your majesty. Little Chun thought angrily to himself, you damn rebel. Are you treating me like I'm invisible? Ruoli said, get close to me? He wants to build a good relationship with me to kill me, right? On this side, the male lead calmed Ruoli down. Let's meet him. I'm here. The big fish has taken the bait. We have to play him for a fool. Ruoli asked doubtfully. What wicked idea do you have now? Then she ordered Chan Hai to bring him to the Imperial study. The male lead put on an innocent face. He said, your husband is so adorable. How could I have any bad intentions? The third prince had arrived at the Imperial study to pay his respects to Her Majesty. Ruoli asked him perfunctorily, you may rise. I heard you were injured. Hearing this, he felt wronged and tattled. I met a ruffian in the capital. Truly an animal. Worse than a pig or a dog. He still thought Ruoli genuinely cared about him. It seems she still doesn't know my thoughts. Pretending to care about me is good too. It will be more convenient to act later. The male lead patted his shoulder from behind, scaring him so much his face turned pale. He said to the third prince, is that so? Tell me what he looked like. Ruoli introduced to the third prince. I forgot to introduce you. This is your brother-in-law. The male lead stood before him and asked, tell me, who bullied you that day? I'll help you. Get even. This intimidation made the arrogant prince so scared he had to make up another excuse to avoid trouble. That day, I must have been hit by a carriage. It caused memory loss and mental confusion. The male lead still hadn't provoked this guy. So you're saying no one hit you, right? It made the third prince just scratch his head. Right. My mind must have been muddled. The male lead said to him, so you're also saying? He replied doubtfully. What do you mean? The male lead turned around and reported the third prince's crime. Your Majesty, that's right. He just committed the crime of deceiving the monarch. According to the laws of the great Qian, he should be sentenced to death by beheading. The third prince was terrified and said, Your Majesty, I absolutely had no such intention. But the male lead had no intention of letting him go and threatened, So you're saying everything you just said was the truth, right? It made the man stammer, unable to speak. The male lead continued to intimidate him pitifully. Stinky little brother, let me tell you, I can let you go, but you understand. I also want a little compensation. The prince could only beg Li one. Great leader, wise and powerful, name your price. The male lead held up 2 fingers and said, a small matter. 20,000 taels of gold will solve it. The third prince had no choice but to accept. Okay, then I'll have to trouble you, big brother. He cursed inwardly. Why don't you just go rob someone? This is a huge loss. I will definitely kill you both. That adulterous couple. The male lead had played him for a fool. He changed his tune faster than flipping a pancake. He turned back to Her Majesty. The third prince is definitely not mentally stable. It was a thoughtless act. For the sake of your sibling bond, please spare his life. The third prince also chimed in. Yes. Our deep sibling bond, Your Majesty. Ruoli said, that may be so, but our great Qian's laws have always been merciless. The male lead said, Your Majesty, the third prince and I have just reached an agreement. He wants to sell all his assets and donate them to. Hearing this, the man was so angry he coughed up blood. He thought, you animal, where are the 20,000 taels we agreed on? Ruoli also went along with the act. She made an announcement. Since you have this realization, I will not pursue this matter further. Your Majesty is wise. The third prince could only cry and kowtow in agreement. I am willing to serve the great Qian until death, he said with a pained heart. It seems they've agreed to spare me, but it cost a lot of money. He had to retreat. Then I will take my leave for now. Another day, brother-in-law, remember to personally visit my residence as a guest. The male lead replied to him. No problem, brother-in-law. We're all family. The third prince, despite being played, left happily, thinking he was spared. It made Ruoli wonder, is this guy really related to me by blood? How could our great Zhu family have such an idiot? It even made the male lead wonder, saying to Ruoli, look, you've taken advantage of me. What if our future child is as stupid as him? Ruoli was also speechless. You're the stupid one. He's the stupid one. All the intelligence was passed on to me. The male lead added, but why is there only one prince here? There should be a few more Gore brothers. Ruoli asked with a puzzled look, what Gord brothers? Are you being sarcastic about something? The male lead waved his hand and said, no, it's a touching story about Gords saving their grandfather. Ruoli said seriously, you should be content. With a wise and good-tempered wife like me, our future child will definitely be outstanding. The male lead had to retort, a wise and intelligent wife? Yes, but good-tempered. Saying this made Ruoli's face show a hint of anger. What are you trying to say? The male lead smiled and said, I mean, don't say that. It's not certain even when you're pregnant. It made Ruoli blush and say shyly, how could it be so soon? The male lead observed from a high place and said, it's been so long. This guy should be on his way by now. These past few days, I've been a guest at his house. Every time I leave, I take a few things with me. He probably doesn't think I'm monitoring him, right? The third prince mounted his horse, preparing to leave his residence. The male lead secretly followed him. The male lead said, it's time to reel in the net. This prince is truly an idiot. He thought happily, I never thought the leader of the rebel army was just a money grubber. Heaven is really helping me. After this is done, I'll flaunt my gold in front of him every day. The third prince's confident attitude even made his subordinate think. The third prince is so confident. He truly is the son of heaven. The prince shouted loudly, this prince is here. Stop hiding. I want to deal with that dog emperor quickly. From the bushes, a man wearing a mask and a conical hat jumped out. The third prince asked the man in the hat, is it just you? Did you bring the item? From behind, the male lead called out, where's my stinky little brother? The idiot turned around and replied, over here, brother-in-law. The whole group suddenly realized something was wrong and shouted in shock. Why are you here? The male lead replied, to deal with you, of course, stinky little brother. The idiot said to his subordinates, don't be afraid. Block him for me. The man with the ponytail said, don't be afraid. The third prince is a man of great destiny. He will surely turn misfortune into fortune. The male lead's eyes sharpened. Kneel, and you won't be killed. The two subordinates following the third prince knelt and kowtowed, begging for mercy. We surrender. We were just passing by. These guys knew their place and quickly fled. The third prince could only curse. A bunch of useless trash. The man looked down at his ally below and said, luckily, your old comrade is here. We've already figured out a way to deal with you. You stinking rebel. The ally behind him stabbed the third prince to death. The male lead said, a good trick. Dead men tell no tales. So old friend, take off your mask. It's time we met. The masked man lunged forward to attack the male lead, but the male lead was a step faster and dodged. The male lead stomped on his hand, pinning it to the cracked ground. The male lead said to the masked man, who are you? I don't remember having a friend who knows such tricks. If you weren't an acquaintance, I wouldn't have shown mercy. The next move will take your life. His mask gradually cracked. It shattered into small pieces, revealing a sinister smile. He laughed and said, leader, you've gotten slower after getting married. The male lead was extremely surprised to see an old acquaintance. Luo Chinchue, why are you here? What do you mean? I'm not your leader. The man's body emitted a bright light. A loud explosion. The masked man vanished. Only the male lead was left. The male lead thought, you've been controlled by someone else? What do those words mean? How could I be slower? The male lead discovered a needle behind him. The male lead picked it up and said, this needle, plus the ability to control others. Could it be him? If it is him, then everything I've done has been too smooth, hasn't it? The male lead looked at the needle and said, did I miss something? The male lead connected the events. The third prince entering the capital. The controlled puppet. Then suddenly, the male lead seemed to realize something and said with alarm, oh no, Ruoli. These bastards. Why did I only think of this now? The male lead began to deduce. From the beginning, the third prince was just a pawn to lure me out. Their target is Ruoli. Meanwhile, inside the Imperial palace, a strange creature, with an iron body and 4 arms, looking like a spider, lunged to attack Her Majesty Ruoli. Luckily, Chen Hai arrived just in time. He chopped off one of its arms. Chen Hai said to Ruoli, Your Majesty, I was almost too late to save you. My crime is worthy of 10,000 deaths. Ruoli said, Minister, do not blame yourself. What on earth is this thing? Chen Hai said, This is likely a beast king created by a southern barbarian shaman. I encountered a similar monster when I was at the border. The monster suddenly jumped onto the ceiling, then launched itself down like a drill, attacking Chen Hai. Chen Hai got into a stance, ready to draw his sword. He said, These petty tricks. Let me open your eyes to the strength of a human at the Tianhua level. In my eyes, that thiefly one is not even considered human. Chen Hai drew his sword, unleashing his power. With a slash, the impact was so great that the monster was split in two. Her Majesty Ruoli wondered, how did it manage to sneak into the palace? The southern barbarian shamans have such methods. Chen Hai frowned and said, Shamans don't have true qi. Their attacks don't emit a killing aura. Moreover, a shaman can control things from 1,000 miles away. Even an ordinary master would find it hard to detect. He thought smugly, Of course, a master of my level cannot be hidden from either. Suddenly, sharp spikes grew all over the monster's body. Oh no, Your Majesty, be careful. The spikes shot toward Her Majesty Ruoli unexpectedly. Luckily, Chen Hai stood in front in time to protect Her Majesty Ruoli. The iron needles pierced straight into Chen Hai's body. Chen Hai suppressed the pain and said loyally, Your Majesty, rest assured, I swear to protect you with my life. He also thought to himself, This hidden weapon is poisoned. Don't panic. As long as I stabilize my true qi, the poison won't spread further. The iron monster opened its mouth, and an arrow inside prepared to attack Chen Hai. Fortunately, the male lead arrived in time, kicking the monster to pieces. The arrow it was about to shoot fortunately missed, grazing Her Majesty Ruoli's hair. Away from Her Majesty Ruoli. Chen Hai, standing beside her, was secretly glad. Good thing it missed. The male lead said angrily, How dare you mess up my wife's hair? Wait until I go to the southern barbarian lands and pull out all your hair. Ruoli complained to the male lead. If you had been a little later, you would have had to live with a ghost. The male lead replied, I'll go back and accept my punishment, but as expected of my wife, so calm in the face of a life-or-death crisis. Her Majesty Ruoli smiled gently. She said, Because I believe you would definitely arrive in time. He thought, I was careless this time. But they have been planning this for so long, so it's not considered my strategy. Even if I hadn't made it in time, Chen Hai could probably have barely handled it. Could there be another purpose? Meanwhile, Chen Hai also collapsed due to the poison taking effect. Ruoli said to the male lead, Hurry and call the Imperial physician. The male lead said, Strange. With his strength, How could he be so deeply poisoned? It turned out to be Chun Hai's carelessness. Seeing this dog thief teasing Her Majesty, his blood rushed to his head, and his true chi was no longer contained, allowing the poison to take effect. In the forest, an arrow flew towards a resting southern barbarian man. He said, "Mission accomplished. Time to return to the southern barbarian lands." Then he took a letter from the arrow. The male lead and Ruoli were eating hot pot together. The male lead said to Ruoli, "That's how it is. Your second brother is dead." Ruoli heard the news and said nonchalantly while eating, "That's your second brother. If he's dead, he's dead. Good for my family." He thought to himself, as expected of the woman who killed tens of billions of the Li family. The male lead added to Ruoli, "I also found out which bad friend is helping the remnants of the previous dynasty. Have you heard of someone named Su Yan?" Hearing this name, Ruoli paused her chopsticks and said, "It's him again?" She continued, "The medical saint, Su Yan. Back then, in the rebel army, he saved many disaster-stricken people. He was very compassionate. Of course, I've heard of him. But why is he doing this now?" The male lead was also confused and said, "I don't know either. I can't even believe it." The male lead recalled the image of his friend who would risk his life to save others and wondered, could it be that that battle finally changed him? Ruoli's eyes drooped. She looked sad and said to the male lead, "I'm sorry. You've been busy during this time. Hearing the news about Su Yan must have made you very sad." The male lead comforted his little wife. "It's all small matters. As long as I can help my wife, I also feel very happy." Ruoli was still worried. She said to the male lead, "But when I married you, I wanted us to live peacefully together for the rest of our lives, not always facing danger." The male lead tried to reassure Ruoli. "I thought so too, which is why I hid my identity. But trouble always finds its way to our door. Just rely on me, and you'll be fine." Ruoli's face brightened up again. "You have to rely on me too." As expected, whenever this couple gets sentimental, Chun Hai interrupts to get his fill of their public displays of affection. Ruoli was surprised. "Chun Hai, you're still here?" The male lead also asked worriedly, "The blood on your mouth, haven't you been detoxified yet?" Meanwhile, Chun Hai was so angry he coughed up blood, cursing inwardly, "You stinking rebel." A servant brought Chun Hai a box of rare ginseng. Ruoli gifted Chun Hai the rare item for nourishment. She said, "Minister, you've worked hard." Then she said, "This is 1,000-year-old ginseng. You have rendered meritorious service in protecting me. I will forever remember it in my heart." Chun Hai was overjoyed with the reward and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I will be loyal to you until death." The male lead teased him, adding, "So this is 1,000-year-old ginseng. I used to have one a week. I thought it was a carrot." It made Chun Hai irritable, and he said, "If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." Chun Hai turned serious and said, "Following your previous instructions, I had my men follow the fleeing subordinates of the third prince. We found their stronghold in the east of the city, but by the time I arrived, my men had all been dealt with." The male lead thought and said, "Then they have probably headed towards the southern barbarian lands." Little Chun said, "I will immediately lead my men to capture them." The male lead said, "To be able to easily deal with the people of the Sixth Fan Gate, their strength is probably not weak. Your speed is not fast enough. You won't be able to catch up. They have probably already reached the border of the Great Qian by now. Let me go." Chun Hai said with unusual cheerfulness, Right. Your speed is fast. Everything is fast." The male lead said doubtfully, "I feel like your words have another meaning." Ruoli asked worriedly, "You want to go?" "But," the male lead replied, "Don't worry, leave it to me." The male lead said, "I'm not just doing this for you. At the same time, I also want to know what my old friend is up to. As long as I can capture those people, I think I'll find out a lot of information." Ruoli said thoughtfully, "Then that's good. Take some medicine with you. You can use it if you get injured." Then she ordered a servant, "Someone, bring 3 portions of the 9 Revolutions soul-returning pill, the life-saving medicine." Chun Hai's face darkened with fear. "Your Majesty, please don't give any more. If you keep giving, you'll empty the national treasury." An old man from the southern barbarians said, "Stop." The men behind him also said, "From now on, stop. We won't be caught, right?" The old man scolded, "A bunch of fools. We're already being followed." The 2 men behind said, "What? So fast?" With the male lead speed as fast as the wind, he had caught up with the southern barbarians. The male lead appeared before them. It made the old man exclaim in admiration. The old man said, "Such speed. You must be Li 1, the leader of the rebel army, right? The leader of the rebel army is indeed too fast and too dangerous. The male lead thought uncomfortably. Am I in a movie? The old man laughed and said, But are you faster than our guns? The male lead was confused. What guns? I think you're racing. Before he could finish, a series of bullets shot out, aiming straight for the male lead. The male lead's agile body dodged them in time. The male lead jumped onto a tree branch. He said, What is this situation? Bringing guns to a close-quarters fight? The southern barbarians each pulled out modern firearms, making the male lead think, Did I travel back in time again? The male lead recalled that back in the rebellion, he did have the idea of making modern weapons like guns. He never thought that Su Yin could actually create them. The male lead thought to himself, This is troublesome. If my clothes get ruined, Ruoli will be unhappy. What should I do? The old man laughed and said, The leader of the rebel army is just this useless. Then they all laughed. Is that all? Why don't you run a little faster? Is your back hurting? The male lead also laughed. Do you guys know about the hamster? The whole group was stunned. They were all shaved bald and buried in the ground. The male lead laughed and said, Who told you to mess up my Ruoli's hair? This time, I will humiliate you. The old man said, I'm a very easygoing person. Do you know someone named Su Yin? The old man said, What do you take us for? Our Su clan has undergone strict training since birth. We are professionals. The male lead threatened. Do you know what this is? This is a medicinal herb developed by the head disciple of the Jade Maiden Palace. The old man asked doubtfully, The Jade Maiden Palace? The sect we annihilated? That third-rate sect? What did they possibly develop? The male lead explained further. This stuff is powerful. It's called 100 Beasts Mating Powder. It's an aphrodisiac that my friend specially developed for animals. In this deep forest, if I just sprinkle a little, I don't need to describe the scene, right? I'll only give each of you one chance. Just a few threats, and the so-called professionally trained subordinates behind him were fighting to confess to the male lead. One said, I'll confess first. Hero, spare me. Another one said, Su Yin, he is our strategist. We all have to listen to him. Just spare us, and we'll tell you everything. The old man, also afraid of death, said, The information No, how can it be more than what I know? Then he asked the male lead back, The martial artists we hunted, do you know where they all went? The male lead found it interesting and said, Let's hear it. The old man's expression was serious as he said, They were thrown into the southern barbarians' Lai Lin Valley by us. As long as we throw those martial arts riffraff in there, they will be converted into true chi mineral stones. The male lead crossed his arms and said, But the conversion speed isn't that fast. What method did you use? The old man said, For that, we must thank our ancestors for their blessings. Although the previous dynasty was destroyed, one remaining lineage took all the treasures with them. Among them is an ancestral sword. It can accelerate the conversion within a 10-mile radius. The old man said to the male lead, How about it? Little brother, is this information enough? Can you spare me? The male lead said, It is indeed useful, but I still have one more question. Was a Li family killed by people sent by Su Yin? Hearing this name, the old man's face turned pale with fright. He said, The Li family. What do you know? Could it be that someone already knows everything? The scar-faced man was afraid of death. He said bluntly, This old man won't confess. I don't know anything. Please spare my life. Suddenly, the male lead detected movement behind him. The male lead said, Your reinforcements arrived so quickly? The old man laughed with joy. You will never know. Everyone from the Li family must die. The male lead poured water on the old man's head. The male lead said, You fool. It doesn't matter if I don't know the secret of the Li family now. I will slowly investigate it. I just need to confirm who did it, and that's enough. The old man said to the male lead, What do you mean? The southern barbarian reinforcements behind them shouted, Kill the rebel leader and get 100,000 taels of gold. And a second-rank official position. The male lead's eyes turned cold. You guys are really unlucky to provoke me when I'm in my worst mood. In just a moment, the male lead had dealt with all the reinforcements. The red blood of death splattered everywhere. The male lead said angrily, I'll use you all as a sacrifice for the entire Li family first. The male lead had dealt with all the reinforcements. The bodies of those men lay scattered on the ground, a testament to the male lead's extraordinary power. One remaining man trembled and backed away. He begged the male lead to spare his life. Help! Spare me! The man was trembling with extreme fear. The male lead said to him, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. Relay a message for me to Zhao Chuan and Su Yin. Wash your necks and wait. I, Li Wen, will come for your heads." Inside the capital city, Chen Hai suddenly smelled the scent of blood. Chen Hai said loudly, "Who dares to break into the Imperial Palace in the middle of the night? Come out and face your death." It was the male lead returning. He said, "It's me. Don't be so tense." But Chen Hai, not understanding the situation, said, "Her Majesty is already resting. You are not to disturb her." He thought to himself, "You appearing in Her Majesty's chambers at this hour makes me even more worried." The male lead explained to the obstructive Chen Hai, "Come on, no matter what, I'm the legal husband of Your Majesty. It's perfectly reasonable for me to enter her chambers." Chen Hai was truly a man who had not tasted love. He said foolishly, "If you want a reward, just say so. I will relay it to Her Majesty tomorrow morning." The male lead was anxious to return to his beloved wife. "How can I ask for it tomorrow morning? Why are you so boring? Speaking of which, Chen Hai isn't married yet, right?" This Chen Hai was still determined not to let the male lead into the chambers. "Her Majesty is already asleep. With me on guard, don't get any funny ideas." A servant came out, interrupting the argument between these two troublesome people. She said, "Lord Chun, Her Majesty has instructed me to bring this lord inside." The male lead said cheerfully to Chen Hai, "I told you so. Without me, Ruoli can't sleep." Ruoli, with a gentle expression, was already waiting for her beloved husband to return. She immediately asked, "You're back? Are you hurt?" The male lead pretended and said, "Of course I am." It made Ruoli ask worriedly, "Where are you hurt?" Then the male lead wrapped his arms around his wife's waist. He said to her, "My heart. Being apart for so long, my heart was about to wither." Ruoli said, confused, "It's only been half a day. Isn't that a bit too cheesy?" The male lead really knew what to say. "I wish I could be with you every second, but you always make it difficult for me to love you." Ruoli said, pinching the male lead's cheek lovingly, "I'm already in your arms. Aren't you satisfied yet? Tell me, did you find anything?" He said, "Ouch. I was wrong. I managed to get some news related to the Li family." Ruoli finally let go of the male lead and sat down. She said, "I also don't know what connection the Li family has with the previous dynasty. In any case, I will send people to investigate this matter." The male lead said, "Then consider this matter done. Is there any reward?" Ruoli's face flushed, and she fainted onto the male lead's shoulder. It made the male lead happy, not knowing his wife was sick, and he continued to tease her. He said, "So proactive today?" Then the male lead also realized Ruoli was sick. He called out, "What's wrong? So hot. Is it a fever? Quick, summon the Imperial physician. Her Majesty is sick." After the Imperial physician examined Her Majesty, he would prescribe medicine for Her Majesty to take. "But this is only a temporary solution. It might help a little." Chen Hai said worriedly, "What illness does Her Majesty have that cannot be cured completely?" The Imperial physician said with a grave expression, "I have studied medicine since I was young and have never seen such a pulse. I am afraid." The male lead said, "Afraid of what?" The Imperial physician said, "If it cannot be cured completely, I'm afraid the chances of survival are slim." His words struck the male lead like a bolt of lightning. At this moment, he felt truly panicked. He thought, "How can this be? What on earth happened?" The southern barbarians were performing some kind of dark ritual. A phoenix flew within a Bagua diagram. The subordinates below were dancing. The leader was chanting some kind of spell into a skull. The red-haired man was talking to the person below. "Can these country bumpkins from the southern barbarian lands really kill the dog emperor of the great Qian?" Su Yin said, "The dragon qi around her will be somewhat troublesome, but we must kill the empress." Zhao Chuan turned his head and said, "The dog emperor has the leader of the rebel army, but I have you to help me. This empire will return to its rightful owner. Right, Su Yin?" Su Yin said, "That's right, Your Majesty. This empire will ultimately be yours." In the temple courtyard, a monk said, "Master has been meditating here for over a month. Could something have happened?" The other one replied, "Don't worry. Last night, I even heard Master's laughter from inside. As expected a master, as expected a master. To be able to be so happy in such a dry and boring place." Another said, "Our cultivation is indeed not enough." The master inside laughed to himself, not cultivating and reading forbidden books instead. Truly, he scolded the ones outside. That's because you're not enlightened. I am here day and night, constantly absorbing spiritual food. Sigh so delicious. Umipa. He read the book until his face was flushed. Suddenly, the male lead appeared and called out, Master Kongwen. The master asked awkwardly, Why are you here? He even said defensively, though no one asked, I'm not doing anything. He claimed, This is to cultivate my Buddhist faith. The male lead didn't say much, just pulled the master's sleeve and dragged him to the palace for help. The master, at Her Majesty's bedside, said, That's right. Your guess is correct. It's not an illness, nor is it poison. This is a curse, a killing curse. The handiwork of a southern barbarian shaman. The male lead was truly angry and wanted to go kill them all. The master called out, Wait a moment. Don't act rashly. That will only make Her Majesty die faster. The master explained further. According to the records, to kill a person with the fate of an emperor using a killing curse. To achieve this, there is only one way. He said he had seen this method in some historical books. The southern barbarians call it the ancient art. They probably carve special curse marks on the bodies of all southern barbarian warriors. When these warriors die, the accumulated resentment and internal chi will turn into a curse on Her Highness. The more deaths at the border, the more disadvantageous it is for Her Highness. Chun Hai gritted his teeth and said, We can't act, and the great Qian army is also restricted. The male lead asked if there was any other way. This profound method can only be from Su Yan. The master said there was a way, but he didn't know if Ruoli would agree. The master said the way is to abdicate the throne. There could be no more casualties at the border. And with your presence, they certainly wouldn't dare to trouble Her Majesty. The male lead immediately said that Ruoli would not agree and threatened him. If you have any more ideas, I'll burn your yellow books. Ruoli woke up and heard the whole conversation, affirming, That is absolutely impossible. Despite her tired body, Ruoli forced herself to get up and said, The blood of the great Qian soldiers cannot be shed in vain. Chen Hai was moved to tears. Even at the brink of death, His Majesty was still worried about the soldiers at the border. Ruoli cutely said that the male lead's food and drink were paid for by the national treasury. If she wasn't the empress, no one could support him, so she wouldn't agree. The male lead was helpless. We should still think about the soldiers at the border. He could support himself. Having just woken up, Ruoli wanted to approve memorials, but Chen Hai advised her to take care of her health. The male lead also advised her to rest, and had an idea he wanted her to participate in. Ruoli asked, What do you need me to participate in? The male lead turned back and asked the master. He wanted to directly bear half of her emperor's fate. That should be possible, right? But the master said, How can fate be split between two people? The male lead said, Actually, sometimes two people are one entity. The southern barbarians were continuing their ritual with the skull. Suddenly, the leader felt something was wrong. He clutched his chest and started coughing up blood from a serious injury. The subordinates beside him were worried about their leader. Great shaman, what happened? The shaman wiped the blood from his mouth and said, The people of the great Qian have some skill. They are constantly using their fate to attack the curse I've set. As soon as he finished, the shaman was injured from within again. He continued to cough up blood. The man said, Strange. Why won't they stop? They keep attacking. It made the subordinate below wary and admire him. The leader of the rebel army can even attack a curse? Is he really all-powerful? The shaman said, Interesting. Let's see how long you can keep attacking. Meanwhile, the couple was engaged in a fierce battle on the bed. Before the shaman could finish his sentence, he was hit by an even more ferocious attack. It seemed the more excited the couple got, the more seriously he was injured. Let's skip the sensitive details for now. The shaman collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. The whole group of subordinates surrounded him, worried. Lord Great Shaman. The man felt lucky. It's finally over. Luckily, the curse held. The male lead sat in the courtyard, deep in thought. If I think about it carefully, Su Yin probably started setting things up when he came to the capital with the third prince. Suddenly, Ruoli came out, interrupting the male lead's thoughts. The male lead asked, How are you feeling? Ruoli replied cheerfully, A little better. I want to go out and get some fresh air. The male lead thought to himself. After all, I used the power of Hongwan. It seems to have had some effect. Unfortunately, it couldn't completely remove the curse. The male lead hugged Ruoli and picked her up. He said, If you're still feeling unwell, don't run around. I'll just hold you like this. Ruoli turned back and said, You seem happy. The male lead said helplessly, How could I be? You're in danger all the time now. I don't have time to be happy. Ruoli was an understanding girl who cared deeply for her beloved husband. She thought to herself, you fool. I know you're the most stressed one right now. You're usually so carefree and cheerful. She encouraged herself. I should cheer up a bit too. I can't let him worry. Maybe I should act cute with him? Ruoli thought to herself. After all, no one else can see us now. But in reality, Li Shui had arrived and called out, Sister Ruoli, shattering the sweet, romantic moment of the couple. Li Shui said, I heard strange noises in your house just now. I thought a thief had broken in, but when I got here, the noise stopped. The male lead replied, That's right. Your sister Ruoli just fought 300 rounds with a thief. Ruoli faked a few coughs, as if to remind the male lead to stop talking nonsense. The male lead also thought fearfully, I am doomed. I'll probably have to sleep in a separate bed after tonight. Li Shui thought innocently. No, it's still very strange. Are you two hiding something from me? The male lead cut off all of Li Shui's thoughts. Is it that obvious? No, you're a child. You shouldn't be thinking about such things. Li Shui explained. Master, what are you talking about? I'm talking about the thing on Sister Ruoli. The male lead asked, What do you mean? Li Shui made a binocular shape with her hands and said, Ruoli, why are you possessed by witchcraft? The male lead said, You know about this and can even see it? The male lead was suspicious of this. I haven't told anyone yet. How does she know? Li Shui was very pleased. This is the first time I felt noticed by others. She was so happy that her whole body puffed up. It made the couple outside think. It seems it's not just her body that's puffed up. The male lead asked, So is there a way to solve this witchcraft? Li Shui said cheerfully, Of course. First is to directly deal with the person who cast the spell. Second is to use many people at the same time to bear the influence and resist it. The male lead replied, We've used the second method, but we couldn't completely remove the curse. Li Shui asked innocently, Master did that too? What method did you two use? It made the couple blush and say, Kids shouldn't ask so many questions. Li Shui explained, I plan to use witchcraft to cast a spell, but I've never done it before. I'm not sure if it will succeed. After all, I only know the theory. The male lead asked, A master of theory can also guide a king. Li Shui said cheerfully, Although I don't understand, it sounds like you're praising me. Then just leave it to me. Then Li Shui cheerfully ran off in a hurry. She said, Time is of the essence. I need to go back and prepare quickly. Ruoli said with a mix of sadness and joy, It probably won't work, but I'm happy she has this kind heart. The male lead comforted his little wife. Don't worry, you'll definitely be fine. Besides, she just reminded me, and I've thought of a way. The male lead was standing on the tallest building in the capital, observing the situation. They will definitely protect the shaman. The soldiers are sacrificial pawns. The male lead added, This map of the enemy's deployment shows that they are all concentrated in the western mountain area. According to the map, the area surrounded by the soldiers is the Manhwa Valley. There's only one way out. It's also the safest place. The male lead gripped his staff tightly and said, 1,000 miles to the southwest, at an altitude of 3,400 meters. The male lead used modern algorithms to calculate the destination. He said, The Pythagorean theorem and trigonometric functions have also helped me. Then he used his heavenly power to launch himself. Su Yin was treating the shaman. He said, The pulse is stable. After all, he is the leader. I don't know what other tricks he has up his sleeve. Suddenly, as if realizing something, the spear thrown by the male lead was aimed straight at the shaman, but Su Yin caught it in time, saving his life. However, Su Yin's own hand was injured. He examined it and said, This is a long spear used exclusively by the Imperial guards. It flew from 1,000 miles away. I have truly underestimated your strength. Su Yin smiled and said, You are truly a strong opponent. Leader, Li Shui drew a large circle with a strange face on it. Then she danced around the circle to prepare for the ritual. The male and female leads were also present. The male lead asked, How are you feeling? Ruoli replied, I don't feel anything. The male lead frowned and said, It seems the spear just now didn't directly kill the southern barbarian shaman. I miscalculated. Now I can only pin my hopes on that foolish child, Li Shui. The male lead asked Li Shui, Why did you choose this place? Li Shui explained that it was because she wanted to borrow the power of the great Qian's dragon vein. And this place, according to feng shui, is where the power of the great Qian's dragon vein is strongest. Li Shui pointed and gestured to the two of them. You too, just lie down there and hold hands. Whether it succeeds or not depends on this time. Ruoli and the male lead followed Li Shue's instructions. The two of them held hands and lay on the circular pattern with strange symbols. Suddenly, a strong light burst from the Imperial Palace. When the male lead opened his eyes, he saw his soul floating in the sky. The male lead wondered, is my soul out of my body? Could it be that I've been cursed by Li Shue? Am I dead? The male lead's soul continued to float in the sky, and he said to himself, I should go home and check. So fast. Is the speed of a spiritual body this fast? In the blink of an eye, I'm here. Now that I'm a spiritual body, can I pass through walls? Ruoli never let me see what's in this cabinet. I want to see what she's hiding. The male lead passed through the cabinet door and saw letters and gift boxes. The male lead said happily, aren't these the love letters I wrote to her a few years ago? And they're also the small gifts I gave her. The male lead said, no wonder she wouldn't let me see. Still as proud as ever. A loud noise made the male lead wonder. What was that? Outside, a majestic golden dragon appeared before the male lead. The male lead also didn't understand what was happening. The dragon flew around the male lead and seemed to want him to follow it. The male lead also realized this and asked, you want to follow you? The dragon led the way, taking the male lead to the southern barbarian's lair. The male lead smiled and said, so this is the hiding place of that damn shaman. The shaman in the tent had gradually recovered. He angrily clenched his fists. He said, damn it, to make me so miserable. I will definitely not let you go, you dog emperor. Suddenly, the male lead appeared before him. You won't have a chance. Without another word, the male lead drew his sword to slash his physical body. The shaman was terrified and panicked. He said, how are you here? Men. The male lead slashed him without hesitation. The male lead said coldly, you cursed my wife. One slash for you isn't too much, is it? Su Yin, outside, heard the noise and ran in, saying, what happened? At that moment, the male lead's soul also gradually disappeared. The male lead said, Su Yin, long time no see, but it seems my time is up. Su Yin also panicked and called out, leader. The male lead just turned his head and smiled, saying, I'll come find you later. Then we'll catch up on old times. Su Yin turned to look at the shaman. He was already dead. Su Yin couldn't help but admire the male lead, as expected of the leader, doing things others cannot. Back at the Imperial Palace, the male lead was slapped awake. The male lead rubbed his sore cheek. He said, the force of that hand is quite something. It seems you've fully recovered, Ruoli said. You're finally awake. Your soul was out of your body. I called you, but you wouldn't wake up. The male lead said happily. You're not wrong. I saw the dragon vein of the great Qian. He said we're a great match. I'm a perfect empress. Ruoli said. Then do you need me to select 3,000 concubines for you? The male lead teased Ruoli, saying, don't be angry. I haven't finished. I just went to the southern barbarian border and directly killed the shaman who cursed you. Ruoli looked like she didn't believe him. Stop daydreaming. Are you still not awake? The male lead acted playful again. He said, so if I did it, what's the reward? Next time, let's change the location, for example, the Imperial study. It made Ruoli's face turn red. Ruoli's complexion had gradually improved. She said, but I do feel a little better. Come on, I'll take you to the Imperial kitchen and have them make you 50 dishes. Hearing this, Li Shue immediately stopped them. No way. The two of them thought to themselves, this child is refusing again. Has she finally become sensible? Li Shue reminded them seriously. At least unlimited breakfast, lunch, and dinner for 365 days at the Imperial kitchen. When it comes to food, I absolutely will not compromise. It made the couple helpless, saying, as expected, as soon as food is mentioned, her true colors are revealed. The next day, Shanhai brought good news to Ruoli. Your Majesty, good news. The great shaman of the southern barbarians is dead. This time, Ruoli believed the male lead's words and was very surprised. She asked, how'd he die? She thought to herself, could it be that what Li Wen said was true? Chunhai reported, according to the news sent by the spy in the southern barbarian camp on the great shaman's body, there were no injuries whatsoever. It seems he died of natural causes. Ruoli seemed to know everything that had happened. She said, let's go somewhere else. Help us carry the memorials. Chunhai asked in surprise, Your Majesty, what do you plan to do? Ruoli just made up an excuse. It's nothing. Just a change of work environment. She thought with embarrassment. I can't work in the Imperial kitchen for the next few days. Otherwise, the Emperor's dignity will be completely lost. In the Southern Barbarian camp, the curses of Zhao Yuan, damn it. The whole plan has been ruined. Zhao Yuan said, I was just one step away. It's all because of that damn rebel. When I ascend the throne, I will definitely kill him. Su Yin said, Your Majesty. Rest assured, Su Qi has already set out. I have sent him to infiltrate the returning troops of the King of Jinan. Zhao Yuan revealed a wicked smile. He said, Very good. Let him take the opportunity to strike at the heart of the great Qian. This time, we absolutely cannot fail. Inside the Imperial Palace, Ruoli was truly a capable wife, sweeping the courtyard. The male lead stood beside her, fanning his little wife. A scene of a happy family. It was enough to make anyone jealous. The male lead said, Why do you always do the housework? And you don't even need my help. Ruoli turned back and said, This way, it makes me feel like I'm the master of the house. This is our home. Of course, I have to clean it myself. Even if the sun is scorching today. I wonder if I'll get a tan. The male lead said cheerfully to her, Don't worry, you're beautiful no matter what. The words made her pout. So it's okay if I get a tan? It's okay if I get old? The male lead was quick-witted. How could that be? I mean, as long as it's you, in my heart, you'll always be the most beautiful. The male lead thought to himself, Is it that time of the month? I feel like she's a bit unhappy. I thought it was still a few days away. Ruoli said, Then you have to look at me. Even if I get old, you're not allowed to dislike me. The male lead teased his argumentative wife. Don't worry. That's right. I know some medicines that can preserve one's beauty. I'll look for the Imperial kitchen when I get back. Speaking of the Imperial kitchen, she suddenly remembered how Li Shui had caused a commotion in the Imperial kitchen. Would you believe that a 10-year-old girl could eat the entire Imperial kitchen out of house and home by herself? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Li Shui arrived and called out, Master, Sister Ruoli. She spoke with her cheeks puffed out like a fat hamster. She asked the two, Are you having lunch? The male lead said with concern, Don't worry about us. You, on the other hand, seem to be enjoying your meal. But why do you look so much like a big hamster? It made Li Shui explain. Isn't the Imperial kitchen's buffet only available in the dining hall? To avoid starving to death outside, I hid food in my cheeks. Good thing I'm thick-skinned. The male lead said, If you're not full, come back after you've finished eating. Is something the matter? But he thought to himself, with that mouth, It's a good thing I didn't let her eat as much as she wanted before. Li Shui happily chewed the rest of the food she had saved in her cheeks. Wait for me to finish eating. After chewing to her heart's content, Li Shui said, It's much more convenient to talk now. It's just that I've been eating the Imperial kitchen's food for a few days, and I'm getting a bit tired of it. I want to change my palate. It made the couple stare in disbelief and ask, Tired of it? So what do you want to eat? Li Shui's eyes sparkled. I heard that the Southern Barbarians' True Qi train is arriving in the Great Qian today. This time, there are many Southern Barbarian specialties on the train. I love Southern Barbarian food the most. Ruoli asked in surprise. Have you eaten Southern Barbarian food before? Li Shui replied, Of course. My family used to be wealthy, after all. I ate it every day when I was little. Sister Ruoli has treated me to the Imperial kitchen for so many days. This time, it's my turn to treat you. Ruoli happily agreed. She also wanted to try it, as she had never had Southern Barbarian food before. She praised her inwardly. This child is so thoughtful. At the fair, Li Shui treated Ruoli to a dish she claimed was delicious. The two of them stared at the bowl full of multi-legged insects. Just looking at it was scary, let alone eating it. The male lead asked back, Is this Southern Barbarian cuisine? Looking at the bowl of wriggling insects. Are you sure this isn't some assassination attempt? Li Shui even picked one up and advertised it enthusiastically. This is a fruit worm, a specialty of the Southern Barbarians. They only eat fresh fruits. They taste delicious. It made the two of them refuse vehemently. They didn't dare to try this new dish. Li Shui, seeing that no one was eating, directly poured the bowl of worms into her mouth. Then I won't be polite. It left them all stunned. The male lead noticed something behind and asked, But this train can carry quite a lot of things. Ruoli continued. In one day, it can transport 10,000 people. It plays a very crucial role now. The male lead guessed that building the train was Ruoli's idea, right? The old emperor would never have thought of this. Why did you want to build this? The female lead said she thought you hadn't seen the world back then. You had never left the capital your whole life. Then she looked at the male lead with eyes full of love and said, So I wanted to show you the whole world. With these two reasons, it would be strange if the male lead's heart didn't melt. Hearing this, the male lead couldn't help but feel shy. Rolly laughed and said, "Of course I was tricking you. This is a matter of national importance. How can I build a railway just for you?" For the male lead, even if it was a trick, it was enough to make him happy. But in fact, Rolly explained that the initial idea was also related to, she was really thinking of the male lead. She hoped that when they had time, they could travel the world together. The male lead smiled and said, "What a coincidence. I once thought about hijacking a train and taking you around the world." Rolly said, "Promise me that first." The male lead teased, "I'll go hijack a train right now. I wonder if our family will get arrested." Rolly said, "Not that. I was talking about traveling the world." The male lead, of course, knew. Since his foolish wife was tricking him, he teased her back. The male lead held out his pinky finger. "But this sentence is not a lie. I promise you, I will definitely take you around the world." The two of them made a pinky promise. Their public display of affection was truly romantic. Rolly said, "Then it's a promise." They pinky swore, vowing that they would never change for the rest of their lives. A desperate cry for help rang out. The male lead asked, "What's going on?" A group of people were whipping innocent civilians. This is clearly a case of bullying the innocent. The whip-wielding group was escorting a silver-haired man. They shouted menacingly, "A bunch of commoners. If you don't want to die, get lost." The silver-haired man was arrogant and looked down on everyone. "That's right. Commoners should know their place. Why do you have to ride the same train as this king?" The silver-haired man said loudly, "This train belongs to our royal family." He was truly using his position and power to bully others without reason, adding, "You should be grateful." Seeing the whole incident, the male lead asked, "Who is that loudmouth?" "He is the king of Jean Hu. He has always been at the border." Rolly revealed more. "In terms of bloodline, he is also my uncle. He didn't come when I ascended the throne last time. I heard he specially came back this time to congratulate me." The male lead said, "It's someone from your old Zhu family again. This is not surprising. The border has become like this, and he's still showing off his power. What is this king of Jean Hu suppressing? The white snake? He is truly derelict in his duty." It made Rolly feel a little embarrassed. "Am I also considered derelict in my duty for spending all day with you?" The male lead said, "No. You are considered to be squeezing the life out of me, an old commoner. Excessive torment. 2 more crimes." Rolly said poutingly, "Then I won't be with you anymore. I'll just approve memorials all day." The male lead immediately begged, "Don't. If I don't go to hell, who will? Just aim for me." The man called for someone to move the goods. Move these goods to this king's residence. He was raiding public property. The people were terrified and begged, "My lord, these are all our belongings. Please spare us." The man didn't listen and raised his whip, about to strike. "You want to die, right? You dare to oppose this king's decision?" Suddenly, the whip in his hand vanished. It turned out the male lead had quickly taken it. The male lead appeared behind him and said, "Your whip is in my hand." He shouted, "You stinking brat. Give it back. Do you believe I'll call down lightning to strike you?" Her Majesty, Rolly spoke up. "King of Jean Hu, you've just arrived in the capital and you're already so imposing?" She sternly asserted her authority. "Do you still have Her Majesty in your eyes?" The man pretended to be respectful. "Your Majesty, it's all a misunderstanding. I just wanted to drive away a few commoners. I was just using strong words. This train is not bad. When I go back, I'll build a private railway for myself. After all, it will give those commoners jobs. It's a great thing." She told him, "King of Jean Hu, this train is not for personal use. It is a national asset of the great Qian. How can it be built exclusively for you?" The man said brazenly, "It's just a little bit of money from the national treasury. If we're short on money, we can just collect some taxes. It's a small matter." The male lead asked quietly. He teased, "Besides her, everyone else is a country wrecker." It made her not know what to think. Could my Zhu family's bloodline be this bad? What kind of foolish relatives are these? The king of Jean Hu asked. "Male lead, could you be Her Majesty's husband? The legendary leader of the rebel army?" The male lead said cheerfully, "I've heard so much about you. This whip isn't bad. Can I borrow it?" The man said cheerfully, "This whip is no ordinary item. Just a light touch, and the skin will be torn to shreds." The male lead pretended not to believe him. He said, "Are you trying to trick me?" He replied, "How could it be fake?" His eyes looked towards the crowd. "Isn't there a ready-made target right there? You can give it a try." The male lead said cheerfully. It would be rude to refuse. The man was still happy and said, "It's an honor to be beaten by the leader." Little did he know that he was the one who was going to be beaten. The male lead whipped this despicable man straight in the face. He screamed, "Are you blind? Why are you hitting me? Hit them." The male lead cheerfully explained that he had been a rebel for a long time. It's an occupational hazard. He thought to himself, "This old man is interesting. Let me think of how to play with him." The king of Jinan thought to himself, "This foolish country bumpkin, you're just Her Majesty's boy toy. I'll find a chance to embarrass you." The male lead noticed the man behind the old man. But who was that man? Why did he want to run away when I made a move? My target wasn't even him. The male lead deduced. I clearly hid my killing intent. What was he afraid of? Could it be that he thought I would attack him? The old man continued to flatter. He wanted to give Ruoli the barrels behind him as a gift. Ruoli said, "I accept your kind intentions. King of Jinan, you could just return these things to the common people. Then hurry back to the border." The man had to obey Her Majesty's command. He thought one thing, but said another, still pretending to be noble. Truly ungrateful. Then he and his subordinates left. The male lead comforted Ruoli. "Don't be angry. Every family has a foolish relative." Ruoli said she would send someone to watch him until he left the capital to prevent him from causing trouble. The male lead joked, "What trouble could he cause? At most, there will be an accident, and his body won't be found." Ruoli reminded her husband, "You still have some reputation in the army. Don't mess around." The male lead said, "I don't understand what my wife is saying." The little wife said in a serious tone, "Do you want me to send you to guard the border?" The male lead knew his place and said, "All right, so I need to continue being a tool of communication. My wife will always support me, right?" The words made Ruoli extremely shy. The man with the lightning name had already gone far, but his heart was still uneasy. Danger, danger. He thought fearfully, could I have been exposed? Calm down. The strength he displayed was not as strong as the legends say. With my strength, I could even defeat 2 Chinhais. Everything is still according to plan. The male lead asked, "Do you want me to attend the banquet?" Ruoli said, "The border has been in constant conflict recently. This is to stabilize the people's hearts." Ruoli added that attending the state banquet with her could also intimidate them. Hearing this, the male lead agreed. "A small matter. I'll stand by your side then. Whoever comes, I'll bite them." He thought to himself, "I should have done this sooner. Just tell them directly, rebel if you want. We'll settle the score when we meet." Ruoli said, "You're not a dog. Why do you make it sound like I'm a tyrant?" The male lead explained, "How could that be? I mean, I'm a partner in justice. You're also just." He thought, my wife is still the kindest. But in Ruoli's mind, it was different. I want to let them see how powerful my husband is. Then let's see if they dare to be angry but not say anything. Then it's settled. The food is getting cold. Let's hurry up and eat. In the blink of an eye, the food on the table had vanished. Li Shui's mouth was full as she chewed. Eating is like fighting a battle. You guys are too weak. No one can beat me. The male lead pinched Li Shui's cheek and reminded her, "You're saying that to the most powerful person in the world? Ever since you saved Her Majesty, you've become much more arrogant." Li Shui said cheerfully, "With Ruoli protecting me. Of course, I'm not afraid." "Are you sure?" "Ruoli's armies. I only need one finger." Before she could finish, Ruoli spoke up. "Why didn't you directly attack the capital back then?" The male lead defended himself. "That's because I'm a pacifist, of course. I hate fighting and killing. Now I've infiltrated the enemy's ranks. And Ruoli loves me to death. This is a victory of personal strength." Ruoli threatened. "What did you say?" "I didn't hear clearly. Can you say it again?" The male lead is a shark on the streets, but a small fish at home. He couldn't resist. "Of course, your sister Ruoli is the most powerful. You see, I may be powerful, but when I'm with Ruoli, I'm always obedient." Li Shui also exclaimed, "Master is so weak. I feel like if I were in my previous world and didn't have true chi, she would have knocked me out, then dragged me to the Civil Affairs Bureau and registered our marriage directly." The man with the lightning name was still deep in thought. "I must be confident. When I sensed the leader's strength before, I could still handle it." He thought, for now, I must figure out the escape route. After assassinating the emperor, I can leave this place. A brief introduction. This person is Su Qi. He is the strongest strategist of the remnants. He has been gifted since childhood. His swordsmanship is like a phantom, unpredictable and ever-changing. He is known as the Sword Ghost, but he has never been famous because he has a fatal flaw. He heard someone say, Did I really see a ghost? It also startled the man with the lightning name. He thought fearfully of the name Sword Ghost. Have I been exposed? He thought. It's just an ordinary commoner of the Great Qian. How does he know my identity? My Great Qian? My Great Qian is truly terrifying. His face was covered in sweat like rain. Could Su Yin have sent me here to harm me? Should I run? He must be jealous of my talent. So he wants to frame me. There must be a conspiracy. The passerby was just complaining that the hoe he just bought was broken. So he cursed. It's really a ghost. Only then did he calm down a bit. So that's how it is. It seems I was overthinking. But being cautious with others is not a bad thing. His weakness is that on the surface, he is extremely confident. But he has severe paranoia. His mood is always on the verge of collapse. He happened to see Li Shui coming out. She said loudly, "Eating until you're 80% full is the best." He stared at Li Shui. He thought, this little girl. Isn't she the one who was with the emperor during the day? I'm so lucky. Li Shui thought he wanted to steal her food. Where did this lunatic come from? Why does he keep staring at me? Does he want to steal my food? The man prepared to unleash his true chi. First, I'll capture her. Then, it's that dog emperor's man. He suddenly realized. He fell back and thought, how does this little girl have such a strong aura? He started to overthink things. Could she be the dog emperor's secret weapon? The final weapon of the Great Qian. Li Shui thought. He's not here to steal my chicken leg. He's a beggar. Even if you beg me, I won't give you any. It turned out the male lead had transferred his true chi into Li Shui. Right behind the wall she was standing against. To scare the guy, Ruoli asked, "What are you doing with your hand on the wall?" The male lead replied, "Shoo, there's a thief outside. I want to scare him." The man, unaware, continued to fantasize. As expected, I'm still not cautious enough. This world is too dangerous. This little girl is with the emperor because her strength surpasses that dog thief's. He cried, blaming himself for being too foolish. I must have been set up. They had a conspiracy from the start. Seeing him cry, Li Shui felt pity. He's crying? Does he want my chicken leg that badly? How long has it been since this person has eaten? Then she threw the chicken leg down in front of him. Consider my good mood. Hurry up and eat. Although she was reluctant. The man felt even more strange. He must be overthinking things. Making me eat a chicken leg off the ground. She has completely destroyed my dignity. So young, yet so vicious. Killing people and stabbing them straight in the heart. The truth is, at least she spared my life. He asked Li Shui, who was about to turn and leave. May I ask for your esteemed name? Li Shui, annoyed about the chicken leg, said, Li Shui, don't let me see you again. He bowed his head in thanks. The male lead had observed everything from above. The guy from earlier is indeed very strange. The male lead thought, this guy was probably sent by Su Yin. Now that I know of your existence, it'll be easier to deal with you. I might as well make use of this piece of trash. During the banquet, the court officials were discussing something among themselves. One said, Lord Su, is this rumor true? Lord Su said with a serious face, as subjects, we do whatever Her Majesty says. Why think so much? The king of Jinan was also at the banquet. He brought the man with the lightning name with him. He was still lost in thought. Calm down. I can definitely handle the leader of the rebel army. The real danger is that girl named Li. Moreover, my plan is flawless. It will definitely succeed. Her Majesty has arrived. The officials all bowed to welcome Her Majesty. The male lead reminded her. You caught a bit of a cold last night. Don't drink anything cold. Ruoli replied. I know. An official asked. Your Majesty, may I ask who this person sitting next to you is from the royal family? The male lead thought to himself. Old man, you know your stuff. Thank you. The man replied. Great leader, you are too kind. Ruoli said seriously. Isn't the answer to this question already clear to you all? The officials below. The rumor is true after all. There has never been such a precedent. The two of them clearly haven't. Moreover, he is the leader of the rebel army. The king of Jinan had drunk until he lost control of his words. He shouted in disagreement. Where are the traditional rights of our ancestors? He said angrily. A rebel being allowed in the Grand Hall is truly against the law. It made the officials below praise him. That's right. The king of Jinan is so brave. The man with the lightning name thought happily to himself. Success. The hallucinogenic drug I used has indeed made the king of Jinan go crazy. He prepared to draw his magical artifact. While he's attracting everyone's attention, I'll secretly assassinate the dog emperor. He lunged to attack the emperor. Dog Emperor D. The officials were scared. There's an assassin. Quickly protect Her Majesty. The male lead was a step faster, standing in front to protect Her Majesty royally. He still misunderstood the male lead's strength and said confidently, "My name, Su Chi, will be famous throughout the world." He was punched so hard by the male lead that his face was distorted. "What are you thinking?" He fell to the ground in pain. "How can this be?" The true chi he emitted was clearly ordinary to the extreme. Could it be that he defeated me without using much strength? The man with the lightning name said, unconvinced, "I underestimated you. But you can protect the dog emperor. But can you protect those dogs around you?" The officials were scared. "Don't take me hostage. Help. This trick is so lame." The male lead said to the officials, "My lords, the glory of your heroic sacrifice will surely be recorded in the annals of history, living on forever." The officials thought, "He's clearly using a borrowed knife to kill." The male lead added, "But the national treasury is empty recently. If at this time, an understanding person could donate some money to the national treasury." The group of people clamored. "I just discovered an ancient mineral vein under my house. I'll hand it all over. Mine is a mineral vein. I'll donate the gold too." A man argued, "Old bastard, don't fight with me. I'll donate too." The man was extremely confused. "How can this be? This guy doesn't care about the lives of the ministers at all. I have to find a way to escape." Then suddenly, the man with the lightning name realized something was unusual. "What's going on? Why is there suddenly such a familiar killing aura?" It turned out Li Shui was also behind him, preparing to eat chicken. It made him think, "It's her. Why is she on my escape route?" Li Shui was extremely angry, her face dark. "Why hasn't Sister Ruoli given me food yet? As a well-mannered young lady, I can't embarrass my sister. Damn it, I'm starving to death." The man with the lightning name misunderstood. "Why is there such a strong killing aura, but I didn't notice it? I get it now. I'm just a clown." He's so calm because he has a backup plan, a monster stronger than him on my escape route. I am doomed. They're going to use some horrible interrogation method on me. At this moment, he was completely broken. In the end, they'll make my life a living hell. Suddenly, he coughed up blood and died. The reason for his death was as absurd as his life. Cause of death, scared to death. They were suspicious. He's dead? Did he commit suicide with poison? The Lord said, "No, this kind of poison can't kill a strong practitioner like that." Just now, I clearly saw his face. Her Majesty's husband killed him with just a look. It made the group say, "Just with a look? He can take a person's life?" The officials all knew fear and obediently bowed their heads. "Long live your Majesty. Long live the Empress." Ruoli said, "I get long live. But why do you get 10,000 years? Passive becomes active." The male lead thought helplessly. "No, the problem isn't that I've become the Empress, is it?" From then on, the rumor that Li Wen could kill with a look spread throughout the world. Inside the city walls, the guards were discussing animatedly. "It's been so many days. Why hasn't there been any movement from the southern barbarians? You're truly young and inexperienced." Hearing this, a veteran soldier said, "Scared? They're just a bunch of barbarians. Our southern Nong city has never been breached. Not now, and not in the future." Outside the wall, a earth-shattering sound suddenly came. The soldiers were terrified. "What's going on? Is it an earthquake?" The city wall suddenly cracked. Stones fell like rain. The old soldier shouted, "Oh no, the city wall is collapsing." The young soldier looked around. He realized the situation was critical. It's not just here. The town has also been affected. From afar, on a cliff, two suspicious figures were watching the city walls collapse one by one. "Look, Suyin is truly amazing," one said. The red-haired man smirked and replied, "This is the power of Thanos from the Marvel movies that we now possess. The power to destroy everything." From behind, a young man with platinum blonde hair stepped forward. He said, "It's a pity the casualties are so great. Innocent commoners are also implicated." The red-haired man frowned and turned back, saying, "If the city is destroyed, we can rebuild it. If people die, we can have more. As long as this world ultimately belongs to me, no matter how great the sacrifice, I can create a perfect nation." This ideal is no different from a handsome version of Thanos. If only Thanos were as handsome as this red-haired guy, the Marvel movies might have attracted more fangirls. After speaking, he proudly spread his arms to the sides. He looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. My nation. Ha! The platinum blonde behind him gave a domineering CEO smile. He said, as long as your majesty likes it, I'll indulge you. It turns out all the handsome guys are fighting each other now. Meanwhile, in a certain forest, Li Wan and his wife were dating by a beautiful stream. Is this the most beautiful scenery of the great Qian that you want to show me? Li Wan said. The mischievous empress turned to look at him with a red face. Of course not. Hold my hand tightly. Li Wan took his wife's hand. He looked confused. What is it? What is it? I don't understand. The great Qian is mine. So, I'm the most beautiful scenery of the great Qian. The empress's flirting was as smooth as silk. The foolish Li Wan not only didn't take the bait, but also said tactlessly, no, you can't say that. The empress pouted. Is there a problem? Not just the great Qian. To me, you're the most beautiful scenery in this world. Not bad for the stinky brat who knows how to flatter his wife. The empress turned away. She pouted. Humph, you're even more silver-tongued than I am. Li Wan still replied playfully. This is called confidence. Suddenly, from afar, a general ran over, interrupting the lovebirds' atmosphere. Your Majesty, urgent news from the front lines. The southern city has been breached, Zhu Ruoli said with a serious face. The iron walls of the great Qian. How can they be breached so easily? Is this true? The general continued to report. According to the surviving soldiers, the city experienced an earthquake. It caused the entire city to be destroyed. As if not believing her ears, Zhu Ruoli asked again, an earthquake? The general looked straight ahead and became serious. Moreover, it's not just that. Because of this, rumors have spread everywhere at the border, describing this earthquake as going against heaven's will for your majesty, saying that the gods have descended to punish. What? Zhu Ruoli frowned. Li Wan, still carefree, patted his beloved wife's shoulder to comfort her. Wifey, don't be angry. You're not cute when you're angry. What punishment? It's just feudal superstition. If I'm not mistaken, it's 80% the work of the remnants of the previous dynasty. Li Wan continued. I once had a weapon in the rebel army. I called it the seismic machine. It can generate large vibrations through true qi within a certain range to create an earthquake. The more Li Wan spoke, the more suspicious he sounded, as if he were confessing. Both the empress and the general thought, so you're the ringleader. Li Wan suddenly felt guilty. Ahem. Perhaps Su Yin made one based on my method. I only provided the idea. Ignoring his rambling, Zhu Ruoli turned to ask the general, where are the casualties at the border now? The casualties are inestimable. Moreover, they are terrified. Some have even defected to the southern barbarians. The general replied. Hearing this, the empress gave a decisive order. Immediately distribute food supplies. Use the money in the national treasury to save the people. But our great Qian's national treasury, after the royal family's affairs and the chaotic battles at the border, is truly empty. I'm afraid it's difficult to continue. The general analyzed the situation. Suddenly remembering something, Li Wan said, have you forgotten? During the state banquet, those ministers also contributed a lot, especially the king of Jinnan. In order to clear his name, he donated a lot directly. Now it can be used to help the people. After saying that, he proudly showed off to the girl. It's fine. Leave the rest to me. Zhu Ruoli was suspicious. What do you want to do? We still don't know the enemy's situation. To reassure his wife, Li Wan said, this machine can be used once, and it can be used a second time. We can't let innocent people be implicated anymore. The only way to quickly solve this problem is for me to go into battle. Zhu Ruoli told her husband to be careful. Don't worry. Even if the great Qian falls, I won't. Zhu Ruoli continued to act cute with her husband. If you get one wound, I'll deduct a year's worth of your snack money. Li Wan smiled and reached out to cup his beloved wife's face. There wasn't much to begin with. Then I'll have to be more frugal. After that, Li Wan turned to the general. Little Chun, come with me to the border. Shedding his foolish pretense, Li Wan revealed his true face. It's time to deal with this once and for all. At this time, a fire was raging in the city. Taking advantage of the chaos, the rebels ran rampant. They killed innocent civilians. Blocking my way? Damn it. A man laughed after swinging his knife and killing an innocent young man. The silver-haired old man hugged his young grandchild and said, why? You are clearly soldiers of the great Qian. Why do you want to steal our food and even kill your own people? The man gave a vile smile and said, why? This is Her Majesty's order. The frontline troops are short on pay and food. As citizens of the great Qian, You must hand it over. The old man collapsed to his knees. He knelt and said, Please, sir. Please leave us some food. Please give us a way to live. Before he could finish his sentence, an arrow pierced the old man's heart. Grandpa, Grandpa, the child hugged his grandfather. These people are truly cruel, not even sparing the old and the young. Alone, you fool. Are you an idiot? We have to let them live. The scar-faced man looked at the archer and said, Sorry, I haven't killed anyone recently. I couldn't hold back for a moment. Damn it, these guys are perverts. The kid, hearing them talk, realized they were southern barbarians. These people are not from the Great Qian. The scar-faced man walked up to the trembling boy and said, You found us out. No choice then. We'll have to deal with you too. The little girl squeezed her eyes shut. It's over. Help. Why? We clearly didn't do anything. Why did this happen to us? Anyone? Is there anyone who can save us? In this situation, even a letter to the United Nations wouldn't save them. Suddenly, the scar-faced man screamed. The baby opened her eyes. She didn't know what had happened, but she saw the man lying dead on the ground. Are you all right, little girl? The baby looked up. In front of her were two handsome young men in armor. Luckily, Li Wen and Little Chun arrived in time to save the day. Are you sent by the gods? The little girl asked. Li Wen Rapulia. No, we were sent by Her Majesty the Empress. The southern barbarians, armed, heard their comrades scream from afar and rushed over. Who is it? Kill them all. Little Chun turned to look. He reminded him, another group is coming. Stop talking. Li Wen didn't care if enemies were coming or not. He held out his hand and gave a pill to the little girl. Your mother is still breathing. Give this pill to your mother. Your grandfather will be fine too. After saying that, he reached out and patted the little girl's head. He gave a gentle smile. Listen to Big Brother. Close your eyes, count to 3, and then open them. Li Wen glanced back. A bloody scene like this is not for children to see. After that, only the sound of clashing swords echoed in the city. A fight between men. Later, in the forest, only Li Wen and Little Chun remained. Little Chun said, You gave that precious true treasure rejuvenation pill to that little girl? So what? Is there a problem? Li Wen replied, Nothing. That was the medicine Her Majesty gave you to protect your life. I didn't expect you to give it to someone else like that. Little Chun reprimanded. But Li Wen still smiled and said, No matter who it is, no one should have to experience this at such a young age. If I happen to encounter it, I will definitely help them. Realizing his explanation might not have satisfied Little Chun, Li Wen asked, Why are you still frowning like that? Although he was still dissatisfied deep down, with a displeased face, Little Chun still replied, It's nothing. Little Chun looked at Li Wen with a judgmental gaze. Although he is a rebel, he is indeed someone worth learning from. No wonder he could defeat the Great Qian before. It's not his strong martial arts, nor his firm will, but his kindness that unites the people. As he thought, Little Chun looked at Li Wen's seemingly kind face. Little Chun spoke up. The remnants of the previous dynasty and the southern barbarians are truly vicious. To think of such a cruel trick. This is probably the work of your old friend, Su Yan. Contrary to Little Chun's deduction, Li Wen said, If it's a Su Yan I know, he wouldn't do something like this. He wouldn't involve innocent commoners. Suddenly noticing something, Li Wen said, Stop, I found something. Little Chun asked, confused, What is it? Look, do you know what this is? As he spoke, Li Wen looked at some rocks on the ground. Isn't it just some? What's so special? Seeing Little Chun say that, Li Wen pointed his index finger. He said, Try poking it with your finger. Then you'll see what it is. Little Chun poked it with his finger and felt something soft. He brought his hand up to smell it, and a strong odor filled his nostrils. What the hell is this? It's a horse's precious treasure, also known as horse manure. Li Wen replied with a straight face. You stinking brat. You're messing with me. I'll flip out on you right now. Little Chun realized he had been played. He was tricked into poking horse manure. He was furious but couldn't do anything. Li Wen said slyly, Isn't this to cultivate your knowledge on the battlefield? This horse manure is still fresh. Looking at the quality of the manure, it ate high-quality grass. It's probably a military horse. Their main army is about 1,000 miles from here. Li Wen smiled and said, It's just experience. Hearing Li Wen say that, Little Chun was anxious. I must hurry back and gather my troops. We'll wipe them all out at once. You wait here for me. I can't wait for you. I'll go deal with them. Seeing this, Little Chun snapped. Are you crazy? The enemy's forces could be over 100,000. Even if you have heavenly skills, you can't destroy them all. I promised Her Majesty I would ensure your safety. Little Chun, if I wait for you to bring reinforcements, more commoners will suffer at their hands. I really can't destroy a 100,000-strong army. But if I can strike fear deep into their souls, that I can do. Our man flashed a wicked smile again. The army on the other side is doomed. At the camp, the soldiers had spotted a stranger approaching from afar. Another one coming to die. A barbarian among them said. At this time, the figure approached closer. It was Li Wen, a man who feared nothing, but chose to live in seclusion with his wife. But perhaps the halo of a main character wouldn't let him have his wish, and the wife he married turned out to be the newly crowned empress. He strode aggressively towards the camp gate. His face was filled with such anger that he looked like he wanted to burn the camp to the ground. A barbarian laughed and said, "This guy's probably got a screw loose." Suddenly, they couldn't see Li Wen anymore. Where'd he go? Why is he gone? Did he run away? As if discovering something, one of them sounded the alarm. He's down there. At this moment on the ground, Li Wen was channeling all his internal energy and strength into his fist. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and punched the ground hard. The fatal blow created a heaven and earth-shaking tremor. The ground before them cracked open. The pressure caused the camp's protective wall to collapse. The main character's halo shone brightly. With just one punch, he created an earthquake that destroyed the sturdy wooden palisade. He successfully infiltrated the enemy's lair. Li Wen walked towards the thugs who were holding their spears, ready for action. "We have 100,000 troops. Are we still afraid of him?" One of them shouted. The whole group of barbarians was furious. They charged at Li Wen with their weapons like moths to a flame. Li Wen calmly glanced to his left. He grabbed his sword stuck in the ground. "I'll just borrow this one." The enemy, as numerous as the Mongol hordes, charged forward to attack. They wanted nothing more than to chop him into pieces for a salad. With just one swing of his sword, Li Wen cleanly sliced a man in two. He didn't stop there. He continued to use his domineering fighting techniques. He beat the barbarians to a pulp one by one. With every swing of his sword, he sent 3 to 4 men to their graves. The remaining ones stared blankly as their comrades were cut down by Li Wen's blade. Gaining momentum, Li Wen frowned and used his final knockout move. The enemy, he channeled his strength into his sword hand. He slashed the ground, creating an earthquake. His one sword strike, with its extremely high damage, could destroy an army of 10,000. The ground was now littered with the corpses of 10,000 enemy soldiers and the building materials of a ruined camp. The remaining barbarians' faces turned pale with fear. "Monster! Monster! Help! I'm not doing this anymore." They scrambled to their feet and ran. For who would be foolish enough to face a madman with extraordinary strength? Suddenly, one of them bumped into a mysterious six-pack chest. "A good dog doesn't block the way. Get out of my way." The barbarian fell flat on the ground. He looked up, his face filled with terror. "This flag is the Hujue tribe, a superfan version of One Piece, but why does none of it resemble Luffy and his friends?" In front of him were 4 brutish men. Their six-pack bodies looked very impressive. The barbarians acted as if they had struck gold. One said, "They're the strongest tribe. They can definitely control this person." Looking at their expectant faces, "I heard that the strong like to fight the strong. He's dead for sure." The other one replied, "I don't know if he plans to fight Li Wen, but all I see is him joyfully hugging Li Wen." The biggest one was a crybaby, sobbing emotionally. Hearing the barbarians chatter, Luffy stepped forward. His face clearly showed his anger. Without a word, he swung his fist and delivered a devastating blow to the barbarian's face. After that, he raised both hands to the sky and shouted, "Long live the leader! Long live the leader's wife!" The other 3 also joined in. "Listen to the leader. Kill them all." The barbarians couldn't believe their eyes. They wondered, what the hell is going on? Then they started fighting each other in front of Li Wen. Li Wen broke out in a sweat. Their energy is still so abundant. I hope they don't try to take me back with them again. At this time, at the Imperial Palace, Li Wen's little empress was sitting and pouting. She rested her hands on the table. She wondered, why hasn't my foolish husband returned yet? There's no news at all. Suddenly, a maid entered. She bowed respectfully and reported, "Your Majesty, there is news from Lord Chunhai from the front lines." Zhu Ruoli's face lit up. Her eyes sparkled as she said, "President, what? How can this be?" As she read the memorial, Zhu Ruoli frowned. Could something have happened at the front lines? Why is Her Majesty so tense? The little maid thought to herself. Zhu Ruoli quickly gave an order. Relay my command. I will personally go to see. He's truly a husband who only knows how to cause trouble. He always makes his wife worry. When he gets back, I'll deduct all his allowance. I won't let him have a secret stash anymore. Ruoli thought to herself. Back at the enemy camp, Li Wen continued to fight. It seemed nothing could stop this monster. Wherever his sword went, people were cut in two. I remember someone once called him Li Shirvan. Seeing this, his reputation is indeed well-deserved. In the ringleader's tent, the red-haired man from before was chatting with his subordinate. Luckily, these are all miscellaneous troops. We're all our elite troops. I remember they were called the Hajue tribe. They can definitely stop him. This guy's a bit too confident. Your elite troops are calling Li Wen their empress. Your Majesty, they have all surrendered to the enemy. Now, they're even fighting against our troops. Hearing his subordinate's words, the red-haired man looked confused. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. In the thick smoke, Li Wen, holding his sword, charged straight at the leader. So you're here. You made me search for you, Li Wen said. After speaking, he swung his sword down, aiming straight for the red-haired man. But Li Wen's blade was blocked by the subordinate's sword. He jumped out to shield the red-haired man. Leader, your strength has improved a lot. The platinum blonde man greeted Li Wen. Wait, who is the leader of this platinum blonde man? What is your purpose? You're causing trouble for me everywhere. Aren't you afraid I'll chop you and Zhao Chuan to pieces? Li Wen said. The red-haired man sneered. Killing me is useless. There are thousands of descendants of my Zhao family. Someone will take my place. Leader, instead of chopping me, I advise you leave this place and go check on Jiangnan City. The tragedy of Xiang City is happening again in Jiangnan City. After saying that, the platinum blonde man gave a sinister smile. If you go now, you might still make it. If you're a little late, it won't be so easy to leave. Protect His Majesty. Li Wen turned back to see thousands of soldiers charging at him with their swords. Liven Braija. A good plan indeed. Using the common people as a trump card. After saying that, Li Wen turned back to look at the Zhao family member. He said in a low voice, I will remember this grudge. In the forest from before, little Chan was running frantically. We're almost at our barracks. You stinking rebel, you'd better hold on. Suddenly, little Chen noticed a shadow flash past his head. It was Li Wen. He landed with a beautiful move. Little Chen smiled and went to greet him. You're back. As expected of the fastest man in the Great Qian. You're fast at everything. Li Wen gave an order. Little Chen, later, take your men directly to Jiangnan City. Little Chen was confused and asked back. Why are we going to Jiangnan City? What about these enemy troops? Time is of the essence. This time, they plan to use the earthquake machine to attack Jiangnan City. Jiangnan City. The population there is so dense. Are they bloodthirsty madmen who kill for fun? These guys must be planning to be Thanos. Culling the population. After saying that, Li Wen smiled slyly and asked to borrow Little Chen's precious sword. Afraid this cunning fox would take his precious sword, which was worth a year of his salary, and pawn it. Little Chen was startled and clutched his sword tightly. He refused to give it up. But before Little Chen could react, Li Wen had already snatched the sword. He said, time is of the essence. I have to aim carefully. The rest of the work is up to you guys. As a lowly soldier, Little Chen could only cry. My newly bought precious sword. A while later, at Jiangnan City, the ministers were gathered to hear the empress's instructions. Ruoli's brother asked, Sister Ruoli, aren't we here to fight a battle? Why do we come to this place? Ruoli simply replied, the situation at the border is unstable. Rumors are spreading everywhere internally. I will start by solving the most fundamental problem, comforting the people's hearts. Moreover, after the fall of Xiangnan City, Jiangnan City is the only fortress left. The enemy will definitely lead their troops to attack here. With me here, I can boost the morale of the soldiers and civilians. A minister asked respectfully, Congratulations, Your Majesty. Why did Your Majesty bring this person here this time? Ruoli replied, I have personally come this time to punish the rebels. Jiangnan City will be temporarily under my command. Although she said that, in her mind, Zhu Ruoli was only worried about her beloved husband on the front lines. She decided to take care of the logistics first, then go to Li Wen to help. The Empress brought her subordinates and tens of thousands of elite troops to Jiangnan City. Zhu Ruoli smirked and calculated in her head. The defense of the southern city is a bit simple. The surrounding terrain is flat and too open, easy to attack, but hard to occupy. We must strengthen our forces. Her golden-haired subordinate bowed his head to the ground. He listened to the ground to guess the situation, to the confusion of the other three. This map-checking skill is really new. I must learn it to shoot new files. The black-haired one suddenly shouted, "Oh no, there's a murderer, and he's a highly skilled martial artist. Li Shui told me that when you meet a master, you should kneel and beg for mercy." The other person was confused. An assassin? Why can't I feel any movement at all? Realizing he had just been made a fool of, the black-haired one bowed his head to the ground. "Great hero, please spare my life. I can do anything. I guarantee I will serve you well," as if to make him feel even more foolish. The golden-haired one said, "You're overthinking it. I'm listening to the sound from underground. There's a rumbling sound coming from somewhere, constantly moving." Zhu Ruoli suddenly remembered from before. Li Wen once said that when he created a certain weapon, it caused huge earthquakes within a certain range. This made Ruoli even more anxious. She was worried about her beloved husband, who was far away. "Sister Ruoli, did you discover something?" Ruoli replied, "I hope I'm wrong. Otherwise, Jiangnan City will be destroyed." After saying that, Ruoli turned and gave an order. "Relay my Imperial edict. Notify the prefect to quickly evacuate the people to an open area." "Yes, sir," the prefect replied. Suddenly, loud noises echoed. Tremors came from the ground. "Help! Why is there a sudden earthquake?" The ground cracked open. People ran in all directions. Everyone's face was filled with panic. They ran in fear and chaos. Seeing the chaotic scene, the prefect said, "Your Majesty, it's too dangerous inside the city. Let me protect you as you leave." Ignoring the prefect's suggestion, Zhu Ruoli was determined to stay with her people. "Leave? My people haven't left yet. How can I leave?" After saying that, Zhu Ruoli ordered all soldiers to prioritize helping the people, protect everyone, and quickly move to the open area in the west to take refuge. Suddenly, from afar, a ray of light shot through the sky. Everyone turned to see what it was. Zhu Ruoli smiled. "He's here. I thought Li Wen was going to make a grand entrance, like a Marvel superhero. It turns out that beam of light was because he was running as fast as the Flash. He flew from one rooftop to another." Remembering the past, Li Wen once told his old comrade, "Just build a machine that can dive into the ground, then use the anti-gravity crystal to create an earthquake." The more he thought about it, the more Li Wen told himself, "I absolutely cannot let them do as they please." When checking the map, Li Wen noticed something unusual about the zigzag cracks on the ground. The epicenter of the earthquake is right here. That thing must be underneath. I will absolutely not allow anything to happen that would sadden Ruoli. Thinking of his beloved, Li Wen seemed to have gained double the power. He channeled all his strength into the sword. He slashed straight down at the ground. This created a huge explosion like the Big Bang. The sound could be heard from miles away. Everyone's face was filled with astonishment. Only Zhu Ruoli was overjoyed because her beloved husband had come to the rescue. Looking at the deep pit that had just been created, the people reassured each other. "It stopped. It stopped. Are we saved?" Suddenly, a giant fruit robot emerged from the ground. It seemed to have short-circuited from Li Wen's devastating blow. Standing on its head was none other than the one who had just caused the Big Bang. "It's Li Wen." Everyone looked up and marveled. What kind of deity is he? Could he be a god descended from heaven? From afar, the sound of soldiers came. "Her Majesty has arrived." Hearing this, the people bowed to welcome the Empress. "Your Majesty? Why is Her Majesty here?" One person said. Li Wen saw his wife and said gently, "What are you doing on the front lines? This place is so dangerous. Good thing I got here in time. Isn't it your fault? You wanted to charge into the enemy camp alone. Besides, this is my country. I want to protect them." Zhu Ruoli replied with a pout. Li Wen jumped off the fruit robot. He went to comfort his wife. "Leave the rest to me." Zhu Ruoli disagreed. She took Li Wen's hand and said loudly, "The remnants of the previous dynasty, the southern barbarian rebels, have destroyed my great Qian's foundation. They have massacred my great Qian's people. Now they have destroyed Jiangnan City. We have already lost too much. We cannot let these rebellious officials and traitors do as they please anymore." Zhu Ruoli looked straight at the people. She made a promise from the bottom of her heart. "I, as the emperor of the great Qian, have personally come here today, together with my husband, I will punish the rebels and protect the people. The people cheered with joy. Long live your majesty. Long live the great Qian for 10,000 years. Zhu Ruoli turned to look at Li Yun and smiled. So this time, we can fight together as one. At the prefectural office of Jiangnan City, Zhu Ruoli was discussing military affairs while approving memorials, strengthening the defense of the entire city, setting up positions ready to face the enemy, preventing enemies from taking advantage of any carelessness to infiltrate. Then, Zhu Ruoli handed the account books back to the minister. She ordered him to reassure the people, open the granaries and distribute food, ensure a sufficient supply. After saying that, Zhu Ruoli stretched. She sighed. Finally, the work is done. Being an empress is not as easy as I thought. As a kept man, Li Yun brings out a pot of tea and smiles, saying, Wife, you've worked hard. Watching her husband pour tea, Zhu Ruoli rests her arms on the table and says, It's not hard work. This is all what I should do. But as for when we can escape the shadow of war, we can only rely on the people themselves. Zhu Ruoli lifts the teacup, seeing her reflection in it. She smiles and says, But what makes me happiest is that despite going through these things, the people remain the same. They can unite as one, worthy of being the people of Great Qian. Li Yun Kimisin, is there any important mission you can assign me to do? Zhu Ruoli can only scold him. Is taking care of me not the most important mission for you? Of course not. Why? Is taking care of me somehow wronging you? Zhu Ruoli acts displeased with Li Yun's answer. Li Yun pats his wife's shoulder and flatters her. Taking care of my wife. How can that be considered a mission? Isn't this my duty? With words as sweet as honey, pouring into Li Yun's ears. Wait, pouring into her ears. Zhu Ruoli plays along and teases. That's acceptable. I was planning to deduct a year of your allowance just now. Now I'll only deduct half a year. Saying that, Zhu Ruoli turns back and asks. Back to the earlier topic. How did you know Jiangnan City was being attacked? Li Yun puts a hand to his chin in thought. I originally charged into the enemy camp alone. I almost wiped them all out directly. Su Yin, in order to lead me away, purposely leaked it to me. But thinking back now, I'm a bit confused. What don't you understand? He could have totally given the wrong location, making me run around in circles. But he didn't do that. He gave me the feeling that he intentionally leaked it, hoping I would go to Jiangnan City. And because of that, I let him go and didn't kill him. Hearing this, Zhu Ruoli frowns and says, You hope you would go to Jiangnan City? Why would I want to do that? If you weren't there, I might have died. Isn't making Great Qian collapse their goal? Li Yun laughs it off. Maybe he isn't a totally evil person. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Suddenly, Xiao Qin walks in. Your Majesty, news from the front line says the enemy army has retreated near the Nanman Rift Valley. These guys are actually quite smart. Li Yun analyzes. Their only advantage has been destroyed by me. Now, they can only retreat and defend. But Zhu Ruoli is still suspicious. Nanman Rift Valley. I remember that's where they turn martial artists into true Qi ors. Li Yun agrees. Correct. That must be their final base. Hearing this, perhaps this is the chance to counterattack. Zhu Ruoli says, Pass on my decree. Assemble the entire army. Prepare to launch a total offensive. After giving orders to the soldiers, this virtuous wife turns to her husband and says, Is my beloved concubine willing to accompany me? Being demoted a rank. Li Yun teases back. Aren't I the empress? The beloved concubine is always the most favored one. Of course, I must give you this title. This pair of lovebirds continues to spread dog food. Li Yun asks, So what kind of concubine am I? Do I have a title? Zhu Ruoli immediately appoints Li Yun as the martial concubine. He seems quite pleased with it. No need to say thanks, Your Majesty. Zhu Ruoli orders the soldiers to bring up the gift for her beloved husband. This time, I have a gift I want to give you. This is the heirloom sword of the great Qian royal family, ranked second among the 10 continents and 12 divine weapons. Its name is Renjian, human sword. In front of Li Yun is a beautiful jade green sword. Li Yun lifts the sword in front of him. Sword bitch. What a great name. Your ancestor was definitely a naming genius. Zhu Ruoli continues explaining. This sword is quite special. It can only be used by absorbing Great Qian's dragon qi. Absorb Great Qian's dragon qi? I'm not the emperor. Where would I dig up dragon qi? Zhu Ruoli blushes and says, No, I am certain you have dragon qi. I looked up some ancient texts. I discovered a method that allows those close to the Emperor to absorb dragon chi from him. Li Yun asked with feigned innocence. What method? Hurry up and teach me. Churuoli turned away shyly, saying Li Yun didn't need to know. You just need to know that there will be dragon chi in a remote, desolate forest. The foundation of the nation. Oh, my mistake. It's red hair and white hair standing in front of Alibaba's cave. Damn it. Our trump card was destroyed directly by that guy. Red hair gritted his teeth. It's all because of those damn rebels harming us. I want to chop that adulterous couple into pieces and feed them to the dogs. No, wait. Feed them to the pigs. Turning Li Yun into pig feed is going to be tough, bro. Haven't you heard of something called main character aura? Red hair turned and spoke to Su Yan. Can this weapon be used yet? This is the only thing that might suppress that rebel. Excuse me, but who exactly is harming the people here? This guy not only overestimates himself, but is also delusional. Su Yan replied, Your Majesty, it is currently absorbing true chi. It cannot be used temporarily. The fake majesty threw a tantrum. No way to use it. Big brother, the army is about to attack us here. We spent so much time converting the true chi of those martial artists into horror. Was it all in vain? Su Yan comforted him. Your Majesty, no need to panic. I have long prepared a countermeasure. Everything is within my calculations. Is what my beloved subject says true? So what is the plan? Su Yan spoke neatly. This pill is a secret medicine I refined. It can trigger the latent true chi within the body for a short period, helping the user achieve supernatural strength. What the hell? Drinking some devil potion? In the real world, we have a magical medicine just like that. It's called laxatives. Drink too much and you'll go. After hearing Su Yan speak, the Majesty asked how many of these pills there were. The quantity is limited. I suggest letting the elites of the Zhao family use them. But currently, our army's morale is dropping. When the battle begins, Your Majesty needs to lead by example. Lead our army to victory. The Emperor snapped. Heaven truly does not want me to perish. Finally, it is time for our counterattack. Su Yan kept a straight face. That's right. The time has come. Late at night, in the quiet silence. In Jiangnan City, a certain couple wasn't discussing changing rooms, but discussing war matters. Studying it for half a day, still clueless. How exactly do I use this sword? Li Yun looked at the precious sword, while silently calculating. Churuoli saw this and asked. Li Yun replied, I've been trying forever, but I can only make it twitch a little. Juzuli Beluset, looking at her husband playfully. It must be that the dragon chi isn't enough. Immediately, the decisive battle with the southern barbarians began. Aren't you curious about the method to obtain dragon chi? After being married for so long. Finally, Li Yun gets to taste what is called the bridal chamber. On the bed right now, there's only a naked man and woman. Don't laugh. If you want to obtain dragon chi, it is by doing that. With Churuoli's ant-like waist, how could a husband like Li Yun refuse? Li Yun laughed, playing dumb. So that's how it is. However, I don't quite understand. Could my wifey explain it a bit more clearly? Churuoli brought her face close to Li Yun's. Whispering a long time ago, there was a martial artist who wanted to ascend to immortality and researched a method to transfer one's own chi mechanism to another. This method is called dual cultivation. The ancients gave it such a beautiful name, unlike us modern folks who just call it smashing. Why is it that just as they prepare to smash Sun Wukong, Li Yun rides a cloud here? I beg you, Mr. Author, stop using metaphors that make readers think dirty thoughts. In front of the inn cave, Sun Wukong shouted loudly, Monster, you bring me pain because you are a monster. Release my master immediately, or else you'll taste my hand tonight. Saying that, Sun Wukong chanted a spell. Li Yun's Rui Jingu Bang grew big and hard. Eat this strike from old Sun. Sun Wukong thrust continuously into the cave entrance. The cave entrance was completely destroyed. At this moment, he slowly entered deep inside. I wonder if Sun Wukong, thrusting his staff, so hard broke the water valve? But the water just kept gushing out automatically. Sun Wukong was submerged in a sea of water. Shouting loudly, Vile beast! To think you'd use water style? Petty tricks, you vile beast. Are you still not coming out? Water sprayed from Sun Wukong's mouth. The water split into clones of himself. Little ones, capture the monster for me. Sun Wukong commanded. The mini-sun Wukongs were charging deep inside when they suddenly encountered a beam of light. It's a fairy descending to Earth. The fairy blew a kiss, sending a signal to Sun Wukong Liyun. A beam of light radiated from that direction. Finally, he received the dragon Qi. Seeing the pillar of light and hearing the rumbling sound coming from somewhere, the citizens panicked. What is that sound? Is it an earthquake again? It must be those southern barbarian scumbags. Let's fight them to the death. Those damn thieves. Their crimes deserve death 10,000 times over. They raised their spears and pitchforks to declare war on the enemy. Hey, brothers and sisters. That's just a couple doing their business a bit loudly, not an earthquake. The commotion in Jiangnan City lasted for several hours. Everyone's hatred for the southern barbarians and the remnants of the previous dynasty grew even stronger. I just hope those two finish up quickly because the noise is making the citizens misunderstand everything. In a certain cave, Su Yin and the fake majesty were plotting with his accomplices. Gentlemen, you are all my elites and confidants. Now that the usurper emperor's army is approaching, I can only burn the boats and fight to the death. To protect the Zhao family's foundation. The red-haired Zhao family member pulled out a chocolate ball. This is a pill that Su Yin and I researched and created. Named the Senza Bean, it can explode one's potential in a short period of time, helping to increase true Qi. Strength can reach at least the level of Great Qian's Chenhai. The accomplices below took the pills. Everyone was surprised by the supernatural ability of this pill. To think that just eating a chocolate ball could lead to enlightenment. Who wouldn't be terrified? Today, I will lead by example and eat it. Gentlemen, join me in destroying the enemy. Saying that, he popped the whole chocolate ball into his mouth and shouted, Heaven bless my Zhao family for 1,000 autumns and 10,000 generations. The guys below also put the pills into their mouths one by one, as if feeling energy running down their spines. Every face was ecstatic because their power multiplied by 10. They all shouted in unison, Heaven bless the Zhao family for 1,000 autumns and 10,000 generations. Suddenly, one of them showed abnormal symptoms. Tumors appeared on his face, then he exploded like fireworks. The others also had their heads explode one by one. Witnessing the cruel scene, the emperor couldn't help but be shocked. He shouted, What is happening? Then he himself coughed up blood. He collapsed, clutching his chest, extremely shocked, knowing he had been tricked. Su Yang, it's you. I trusted you so much, yet you dared to deceive me. Seeing the pathetic state of being turned into waste right before his eyes, Su Yin smiled and said, I didn't deceive you. Your true Qi did indeed explode. It's just that your bodies had no way to withstand it. Red Hair bitterly cursed that Su Yin would not die a good death. Su Yin turned away. Behind him, the Zhao family emperor also exploded, truly scheming. The human heart is unpredictable. From now on, I must be careful with whoever I hang out with. The time has come. It's time to start the rain. Su Yin looked up at the cliff face in front of him with a calculating expression. Leader, you will definitely be very surprised. I intended to ship Su Yin and Red Hair as an OTP. But it seems this Su Yin is a simp. He only has a crush on Li Yin. Meanwhile, at Jiangnan City, the sun had reached its peak. How is it? Does it fit well? Chura Oli wearing armor accentuated her standard hourglass body even more. Wifey naturally looks good in anything. Just one look, and I can see a fierce general. Seeing his wife equipped with a new skin, Li Yun pides head profusity. Chura Oli seemed dissatisfied, thinking Li Yun was implying she looked very fierce. To soothe his wife, Li Yun smoothly raplia. Not at all. This is called an overwhelming heroic aura. Enemies, seeing you will be so mesmerized, they'll surrender immediately. Through the screen, surely many soldiers are saluting upon seeing this appearance of Churuoli. Smooth talker. If it really goes that smoothly, that would be great. Li Yun successfully soothed his wife. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from outside the city. Churuoli and Li Yun both looked solemnly towards the source of the sound. Who dares to interrupt this romantic atmosphere? Could it be an enemy attack? Li Yun quickly reassured his wife. No need to panic. I am guarding Jiangnan City. You stay here. Don't run around. Let me go see what happened. Saying that, Li Yun activated Spider-Man mode, leaping from one roof to another. Suddenly, Li Yun couldn't believe his eyes. In the hazy smoke, a transformer gradually appeared. Impossible. How could the previous dynasty have this kind of thing? Could it be Mecha? The smoke cleared, revealing a prehistoric standard transformer. It must be thousands of meters tall, wearing armor like a medieval soldier. The soldiers protecting Jiangnan City had arrived in full force. What the hell is this thing? Even if all the elite martial artists in the city attacked together, they wouldn't be its match. Little Chun and his brothers held their swords ready. But no one could be mentally prepared to fight such a monster. In a flash, Li Yun arrived in front of them. You guys take the injured and leave. Also, evacuate the citizens quickly. Let me deal with it. Hearing Li Yun speak, Little Chun added a warning. Be careful. This thing's strength is not simple. The transformer suddenly landed in front of Li Yun, speaking in a familiar voice. Leader, you finally come. Recognizing it was Su Yan, Li Yun told him to stop. Don't make any more mistakes. But once a simp, always a simp. Who can stop him? Su Yan stubbornly said. Sorry. Even if I'm wrong, this time I'll be wrong to the end. Looking at Su Yan, who had now transformed into a transformer in front of him, Li Yun said, what exactly is your goal? It's not too late to stop now. Don't make any more mistakes. Su Yan just laughed maniacally upon hearing that, despising Li Yun for still being so naive. After speaking, he threw a punch straight at Li Yun, powered by the armor. The destructive power of that punch was so great it shook the ground. Debris lay everywhere. Thinking Li Yun was buried under the rubble, suddenly, from behind the robot's neck, Li Yun jumped up to counterattack. Li Yun put all his strength into his fist. Su Yan detected the sneak attack from behind, but let Li Yun rush in. When Li Yun's fist touched the robot's face, its eyes suddenly shot out two red beams of light. Those lasers aimed straight at the heart of Jiangnan City. Li Yun landed on the ground, watching the robot use thrusters from its feet to fly up. Leader, you always want to protect everyone. But look at what you are protecting them from. Li Yun looked at the robot tensely. Where did you get the true chi on this mecha? What exactly did you do? Mooie village, goeie insect, vid leafgate, korps solgang. A total of 2,846 sects were wiped out by us, and their true chi has turned into the energy source for this mecha. While speaking, the robot flew higher. One person is the martial forest. One person is the Jean Hu. An energy sphere appeared on the robot's chest. That sphere fired a beam of light straight at Li Yun. That attack created a massive explosion like an atomic bomb, shaking the blue sky. Before he could gloat about killing his crush, a green sphere appeared in the deep crater. Inside that sphere was Li Yun. Turns out he activated his protection switch in time, so even though the attack collapsed the ground into a deep pit, it couldn't harm a single hair on Li Yun's head. Su Yan landed in the pit. Truly absurd. This body can actually withstand a mecha condensed from the true chi of 10,000 martial artists. Even though I spent all my true chi to get this skin, I couldn't harm the leader at all. However, Su Yan remembered there was no way to destroy this weapon either. The more ruthlessly we fight, the faster the city will be destroyed. Kudos to Su Yan for his dirty schemes. Even if the robot runs out of fuel in the end, this city will still be destroyed. At this step, Li Yun needed to use a treasure to increase his power. Why doesn't Li Yun just find the robot's switch to turn it off quickly? Li Yun reached out his hand. Sword, come. Just as he spoke, from the mansion flew the precious sword that Li Yun had to push a cart all night to charge. Sudan Mokget. What use is a broken sword? Li Yun shouted the spell. Open. The blade glowed. A blinding beam of light escaped. That light crystallized into a gold-plated version of Li Yun. Now, right in front of the petty transformer was a gold-plated Li Yun, 1,000 times taller and bigger. So fast, just whittling away last night, and now the product is ready. It wasn't a waste of Li Yun's stamina. Royal Records once described it. The Great Qian Emperor is like a giant, blinding light illuminating the Great Qian Foundation. I didn't think the legend was true. From afar, Chu Oli and her assistants saw the gold-plated Li Yun, radiating light so bright it could be seen from 10,000 miles away. Li Yun was smug. Great Qian's dragon Qi has actually gathered on me. I didn't expect the royal inheritance sword to hide such powerful force. Right now, to Li Yun, Su Yan was just a mosquito buzzing in his ear. Su Yang, your crimes are unforgivable. Today, don't blame me for disregarding our past friendship. Saying that, Li Yun raised his fist. This punch is for the countless innocent citizens. Pay the price for your actions. Giant Li Yun's fist aimed straight at the mosquito Su Yan, smashing hard into the ground. Li Yun's final pun landa powerfully. The mecha had absolutely no strength to resist, shattering into many pieces, and the spot Li Yun punched caved in. At this time, the people from 6 Fan Gate quickly went down to clean up the scene. Everything was safe. Churuoli immediately went to Li Yun's side, holding the sword that was not only broken, but also chipped and cracked. What kind of sword breaks after one use? I don't know how to fix this. Churuoli smiled and asked, so what do we do now? You broke my Chu family heirloom. Shouldn't you compensate me? Churuoli said that, but judging by her attitude, she certainly wouldn't scold Li Yun. Li Yun smiled and said, you slaughtered tens of thousands of my Li family descendants. Let's call it even. People are talking seriously and decently, but this brat changes the subject. Not decent at all. While chatting with Li Yun, the people from 6 Fan Gate also completed their task. Chen Hai immediately reported the situation to Churuoli. The strange thing is that Su Yan's body was not found inside the mecha. This wasn't much of a surprise to Li Yun. He had long guessed that he was controlling this mecha remotely. Previously, the southern barbarian shaman manipulated puppets to assassinate Ruoli. It wasn't too long ago, so everyone probably remembers. That thing and Su Yan's mecha must operate on the same principle. The controller himself is hiding elsewhere. Chen Hai frowned upon hearing this. News from the front lines says the southern barbarian army has all retreated deep into the mountains, as if they've given up on this battle. They at least captured a few southern barbarian soldiers. Just make them reveal the base of the previous dynasty remnants, and there's a high chance we'll find them. Li Yun fronat, asking Chen Hai to take him along to investigate the matter. This matter must be ended as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in a deep cave somewhere, Su Yan sat on a bagua formation. Light shone through the cave entrance, perfectly covering that bagua. Standing in front of Su Yan was another character, extremely special. It was the swordsman San Wu, 3 nothings. Knowing he had failed, Su Yan was not angry, but surprisingly calm. He looked at San Wu and smiled. I didn't expect it would be you walking me through this final stretch. Swordsman, incorrect. San Wu, long time no see. San Wu remained silent, staring at Su Yan. Su Yan seemed accustomed to San Wu's attitude. He just smiled gently and asked, as expected of San Wu, we haven't met for a long time, but you still have that familiar face. Did you come to find me for something? Here it is. This is the main point. San Wu immediately got straight to the point. Face still devoid of any expression. San Wu asked, why was the Lu family wiped out? Was it you who did it? Su Yan didn't answer directly, but asked if San Wu had heard of the Lord of the Northern Wilderness. The Lu family was actually the descendants of the Lord of the Southern Barbarians. Then he stated the reason. Zhao Chuan wanted to completely control the Southern Barbarians, so he secretly wiped out the entire Lu family. Fortunately, one person survived. Her name is Lu Shui, but she didn't inherit a single bit of old Li's intelligence. If Su Yan hadn't secretly protected her all the way to the capital, Lu Shui would probably be long gone. San Wu heard this and was even more puzzled. If you did that, why continue to slaughter the common people? Assassinate the Qin emperor? Su Yan initially just spoke vaguely to San Wu, but immediately changed his mind. Telling San Wu the truth wouldn't be such a bad thing. Su Yan studied medicine from a young age, destined to be groomed as a pawn to assist the Zhao family. In the end, he could only be forced to kill, until Su Yan was sent to infiltrate deep within the rebel army. He met Li Yun, also the only person from childhood to adulthood who asked him what his dream was. Hearing that question, something in Su Yan's heart seemed to come alive. My dream? Back then, Su Yan answered that his dream was to create a world without conflict. But this is easier said than done. Heaven has ordained that where there are people, there is conflict. No one cherishes peace. The rebels were like that. The previous dynasty was like that, and Great Qian is like that too. The people can only survive in the cracks day by day. Without destruction, there can be no reconstruction. That is why Su Yan devised a plan. Use Zhao Chuan to replace Great Qian and create the world he desired. Until Su Yan found out Li Yun was with the empress. He then revised the plan. Li Yun's identity was exposed, and he was openly in love with the empress. Of course, the noble families opposed it. Su Yan's face looked worse and worse. Sweat poured down his face. He struggled to finish speaking. I must pave the way for him, because the only person in this world who cared about my dream was him. And the one who wished for peace, who shared my ambition, was also him. Su Yin incited Zhao Chuan to do all sorts of evil deeds. Great Qian's subjects finally had a common enemy, Su Yin. And the peerless hero who appeared to eliminate the villain was Li Yun. Su Yin was completely satisfied with this ending. After revealing the truth, a stream of blood slowly trickled from the corner of his mouth. San Wu, expressionless in face and voice as always, asked, "You were poisoned?" Su Yin no longer had the strength to sit and had to lie down on the ground. "This is a poison I researched myself. No medicine can cure it. This is the price a villain like me must pay." San Wu asked, "Are these your last words? Need me to pass a message to him?" Su Yin just smiled and said, "No need. Because your mouth is foul and tight, that's why I told you. Just let this story be buried with me. All right, tell him from me." Beware the blind man. Previously, when meeting Narantia, she also mentioned that blind man to San Wu. This time it was Su Yin, so he couldn't help but wonder. The blind man? Why? Su Yin explained. This person is not a member of the Su clan. His whereabouts are uncertain. Many plans to destroy Great Qian were devised by him. Fortunately, Zhao Chuan trusted Su Yin more. Otherwise, Great Qian would have been in danger. San Wu nodded and said, "I know. Rest in peace. I've memorized the date and time. Next year, I'll burn some paper money for you." Although Su Yin died, his wish was fulfilled. Before closing his eyes, he could still chat with San Wu. In his heart, there were absolutely no regrets left. Exclaiming one last sentence, "Your mouth really stinks." After speaking, Su Yin completely stopped breathing. Only San Wu remained standing there with another character who had just appeared. The person who appeared was none other than Li Yun and Chen Hai. Seeing San Wu appear here, Li Yun couldn't help but be surprised and asked why San Wu was here. San Wu took a sword from his back and handed it to Li Yun, saying, "Came to ask him something. Didn't think you'd come too. This sword is for your wife. Consider it my congratulatory gift." After handing the sword to Li Yun, San Wu said they would meet again later and turned to leave. Chen Hai didn't interrupt Li Yun's conversation. He just wanted to check on Su Yan's condition. Just looking at his appearance, he realized he died from poisoning. San Wu casually explained, "He drank poison. Comité de suicide, right? Before dying, he asked me to give you a message." Beware the blind man. Li Yun heard this and asked, "Anything else?" San Wu replied, "Nothing." He said nothing else. The Imperial Palace is always such a beautiful place. Even though it's dark, there are still soft orange lights. Peach blossoms are in full bloom, incredibly beautiful. Chu Ruoli slowly took off her clothes. Her long hair flowed down her soft back. Just looking from behind, one knew this was a peerless beauty. She slowly stepped into the water. The steam rising around made the scene hazy and dreamlike. Just looking at it, one knew this was a hot spring. Chu Ruoli immersed herself in the soothing hot water. The fatigue of her whole body seemed to be completely dispelled. Her mood improved significantly. After all, she had been so busy lately. Now getting to rest and relax. It would be strange not to be happy, while still enjoying the happy, quiet, and comfortable time in the water. A strange creature suddenly jumped into the water with a splash, shattering that tranquility. And coincidentally, startling Chu Ruoli, Li Yun appeared out of nowhere. His entire naked body was revealed in front of Chu Ruoli. This should have been a scene where she blushed shyly, if Li Yun hadn't smiled innocently and asked, "Wifey, were you just beating the snake in the water?" Regardless of how strong Li Yun is. Right now, Chu Ruoli kicked Li Yun straight in the face hard. Li Yun was kicked down into the water. Chu Ruoli said fiercely, "You made a great contribution this time. Your reputation has reached a new height, so your guts have grown quite a bit too, huh?" Li Yun popped his head out of the water, crossed his arms, and smiled. "Are you jealous?" Her face slightly flushed pink as she said sternly, "Keep dreaming. I couldn't be happier. The better your reputation is, the less criticism I receive. My position is further solidified. But, Li Yun just left this afternoon. I don't know when he came back. Not only that, he has something on his mind despite winning the victory. Li Yun Siga. Still can't fool this wife of mine." Chu Ruoli spoke as if it were obvious. "Your every move cannot escape my eyes. I see your joys, sorrows, and worries even more clearly." Li Yun heard this and smiled. "So you peek at me all day? You care about me that much?" Chu Ruoli huffed. "Who cares about you? I'm just observing to see if you're hiding private money. Anyway, it's not really a worry. It's not something I need to hide from my wife. It's just that Su Yin left a dying message, reminding me to beware of a blind man. This reminds me that there used to be a blind man in the rebel army causing trouble everywhere. Although what Su Yin warned about is important. But what bothers Li Yun more is that Su Yin did so many bad things. Why was his last wish to warn him? Chu Ruoli frowned and thought. Maybe he had some unspeakable reason. She didn't want to mention the speculation that Su Yin did it to help them. If Li Yun guessed that, he would definitely feel guilty for the rest of his life. Li Yun, indeed still clueless, smiled and said, "Seeing your husband so worried, can you give me some extra pocket money tomorrow?" Chiraoli approached Li Yun and grumbled. "I remember clearly that adding the advance and deduction from before, you have currently run out of pocket money for the next 125 years. Li Yun giggled. "You remember so clearly. I'll take another 30 days in advance then." How could she not remember this advance payment clearly? This debt is enough to keep Li Yun from escaping her grasp. What made Chiroli feel stranger was why Li Yun suddenly wanted an advance. Didn't she arrange everything he needed? Li Yun smiled. "I've been on campaign for many days, and no one has cleaned the house for a long time. I plan to ask Lu Shui to come help out a bit tomorrow. And since I'm asking her, naturally I have to buy some good food to bribe her." Thanks to Li Yun mentioning it, Chiroli now remembered they still had that house. No one has paid attention to it for such a long time. I wonder how it is now. Therefore, this advance is approved. Li Yun played along, saying loudly, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The next morning, Li Yun, as planned, asked Le Shui to clean and take care of the house. But the more she cleaned, the more sorrowful Le Shui looked. It's not that she thinks I invited her for too little food or that the price of pork has increased, right? Neither of these two things was the reason for Le Shui's sorrow. The thing is, last night, she met Narantuya and a poker-faced young man. They looked like officers of the rebel army. They told her about her background and the reason for the Lu family's extermination. Hearing Lu Shui say that, Li Yun immediately became serious and asked, "Was the poker-faced young man you saw a swordsman? If so, that kid went to find Su Yin, probably to investigate the Lu family extermination too." Tension could not be hidden on Lu Shui's face. She hurriedly said, "It was indeed a swordsman. He told me the Lu family are descendants of the lord of the southern barbarians. The previous dynasty feared the Lu family would control the southern barbarian forces, so they wiped them out." Lu Shui is extremely confused right now, and Li Yun felt uncomfortable seeing that. Lu Shui seems unable to let go of the past. I should treat her to a month of snacks. Gotta coax her to be happier. Just a moment ago, he was worried about the little girl. The next second, Lu Shui put on a serious face and asked, "Can I turn into a great ape?" Li Yun was speechless. He chuckled inwardly. I was overthinking it. Lu Shui is not only not sad, but bringing up that topic. Her eyes were even sparkling. Now, imagining having a 9-tailed monster sealed inside her body, or having a sister in the southern barbarians who turns into a demon. Li Yun momentarily didn't know what to say. To be fair, Lu Shui does have some sort of innate talent. Can my Chinibu syndrome be transmitted to others? The scene shifts to a certain camp on this continent. And this camp is quite pitiful. Just appeared and already burning fiercely. This camp belongs to the southern barbarian soldiers. They were consistently confused as to why their camp suddenly caught fire like that. Before we could admire the suffering of those southern barbarians for long, the author swerved us back to house husband Li Yun, currently drying blankets in the yard. After finishing drying everything, Li Yun turned to look at Lu Shui and smiled. "Rolly should be back soon. She'll probably bring us some homemade snacks. Let's rest a bit then." Just as he mentioned it, there was a knock on the door outside. Didn't think she'd come so fast. Li Yun happily went to the door, but it was Chun Hai with a snack box in his hand. Chiroli was tied up with official duties, so she couldn't come. Li Yun let out a long sigh of disappointment. Lu Shui beside him also put on a bored, grumpy face like she just lost her rice ration book. Looking at these two faces, Chun Hai just wanted to smack each of them. I didn't want to come see these two guys either. Li Yun smiled and asked, "Little Chun, I heard yesterday when returning in victory, you replaced Ruoli, dressed as a woman sitting in the sedan chair. Why didn't you continue today?" Chun Hai coughed once, then held up the snack box and said, "That was a task assigned by Her Majesty. Being able to share Her Majesty's worries is a supreme honor for me. These are snacks Her Majesty made herself for you." Lu Shui hurriedly opened the snack box as soon as she received it. Greed was clearly visible on her face. Chun Hai hesitated, not leaving yet. He must still have something to report. The thing is, yesterday he received news that in a few days, the royals would come to the capital to hold a banquet. Based on previous experience, Li Yin was a bit curious about what kind of demons and ghosts they would be this time. Outwardly, he said happily, "Oh, Chu family relatives are coming? I'm very interested in them." Chen Hai frowned and said sternly, "Mainly a few princes and princesses who were exiled to the northern wilderness, but if it were just that, it would be fine. The important thing is that there is a general accompanying them back to the capital." Looking at Chen Hai's face, could it be that the general has already fought with Li Yin? Chen Hai said, "It's the great general of the north, Chu Hua, escorting the princes and princesses back this time." Li Yin nodded. "I understand. You're afraid I'll conflict with this general. Don't worry. I won't directly confront him and make things tense. Whether there's a secret confrontation or not is up to luck." Chen Hai still didn't seem very reassured and continued. "Not only that, he is the representative of the northern wilderness soldiers. The northern wilderness has harsh conditions and constant conflicts with foreign tribes. We cannot let the soldiers' morale waver. Moreover, Her Majesty exiled all her competitors to the northern wilderness. The death rate there is very high." Li Yin couldn't help but tremble inwardly upon hearing this. His wife is truly ruthless. His Li family's blood debt still hasn't been settled. Tonight, I must teach her a lesson. Chen Hai, completely unaware that Li Yin was thinking inappropriate thoughts, continued to instruct Li Yin. "As a subject, I hope you can be at peace with him, but as Her Majesty's fiancé, you don't need to curry favor with anyone. If the other party gives you trouble, just beat him up directly." Li Yin smiled and asked, "Wait, aren't you afraid I'll shake Great Qian's foundation?" Chen Hai frowned irritably. Her Majesty's belongings cannot suffer grievances. Li Yin ignored Chen Hai's expression and continued to tease. He said, "I want to report a crime. Your Majesty is oppressing me terribly." The internal energy in Chen Hai burned fiercely. He shouted, "I don't mind standing on Her Majesty's side." Seeing Chen Hai so tense, Li Yin stopped joking and patted his shoulder, inviting him to stay for the snacks Rolly made. Hearing this, Chen Hai became as obedient as a puppy. "Snacks made by Her Majesty? I want to taste a bit." Until he turned to look at the snack box. Inside was completely empty. Lu Shui's cheeks were puffed up like a squirrel, putting on an innocent face, saying, "There's nothing left." "Mr. Chen Hai, did you eat halfway?" Chen Hai swore he didn't want to judge Lu Shui at all. It's just, has she always been this shameless? Li Yin forced a smile. She still has shame. But when it comes to food, it's all gone. That evening, after being busy in the palace for a long time, Chu Ruoli finally returned home. Li Yin was very dutiful. Seeing Chu Ruoli, he warmly approached and smiled. "I heard there's some family banquet, and a general from a northern wilderness is coming?" Chu Ruoli frowned, asking, "Did Chen Hai say that? I asked him to bring things over, yet he talks so much." Li Yin smiled. "You don't need to blame him. He only told me because he was thinking of you." Chu Ruoli, being the emperor, is always strict. With herself, although she was happy being cared for, she couldn't always think of herself. Before she could continue, fireworks were set off outside, blooming in the sky. Li Yin looked outside and said happily, "Still celebrating today? Actually, this is very joyful." Chu Ruoli said, "I decreed a 3-day celebration, just in time for the people to release the resentment accumulated over the past period." By the way, Chu Ruoli smiled and suggested Li Yin go out together to enjoy the feeling of being cheered by everyone. After all, it's what everyone who contributed deserves. If Li Yin went there, he would definitely become the center of attention. And if some beauty took a fancy to him, his wife wouldn't be happy. So he's not going anywhere. Li Yin crossed his arms. "I can distinguish this matter clearly. Do you feel I'm the type of woman who gets angry easily?" Li Yin nodded. "That's true." Leaving a sentence, "I'm going out for a bit." Li Yin left the house. While Chu Ruoli had 1,000 question marks in her head, the person is already gone. Chu Ruoli sat down on the chair, telling herself to calm down, thinking rationally. He also has friends among the common people, having some basis for me. This is a good thing. But good thing, why hasn't Li Yin returned yet? Did this idiot get lost? Just as she was sadly comforting herself not to overthink, Li Yin appeared, bringing a jar of something back home, smiling and asking, "Did you wait long?" "I went out and looked. It seemed very far, so I didn't go anymore. Drinking with wifey at home is happier." Chu Ruoli took the jar Li Yin brought back to examine. "Is this sour plum juice?" Li Yin smiled. "Although not as good as the Imperial kitchen, it's not bad. Do you like it?" Chu Ruoli said, It's okay. Although she didn't say it, judging from her expression, she was dying of happiness inside. Churuoli looked at the drawing of a couple on the sour plum juice jar. Why do merchants in the capital like to make these flashy things? Is their head only filled with love? Can't they learn a bit from you? Lian smiled and asked. One person strolling the streets is too tiring. But two people would be more comfortable. Does wifey want to stroll the streets with me? Lian invited so smoothly. Churuoli had no reason to refuse. She smiled, reaching her hand towards Li Yun. Since you begged me like that, I'll try to go with you. Hand holding hand, Li Yun and Churuoli leisurely went out to stroll the streets. The capital was bustling, so even though it was dark, the street lights were bright. Extremely eye-catching. Li Yun casually asked, what kind of people are the princes and princesses coming to the capital? What is their relationship with my wifey? Churuoli smiled. They speak very pleasantly and are extremely intelligent. They're my dear younger siblings. Churuoli said this precisely so Li Yun wouldn't provoke the Chu family bloodline. Otherwise, if something happened, only heaven could save them. On a chugging train, three people were discussing a strategy together. Everyone will arrive in the capital immediately. There's something I don't know if I should say. The blue-haired girl opened the conversation. You guys won't really call that rebel brother-in-law, right? The fifth prince, Churuatsao, asked worriedly. Hearing this, the sixth prince, Churuashue, boasted loudly. The cutting winds of the northern wilderness couldn't do anything to me. How could a mere rebel make me submit? It's just that everyone here has prepared gifts. Don't tell me you all want to curry favor with him? The fourth princess, Churuohuo, with an angelic face, smiled and replied, what kind of people do you take us for? A traitor like this? I hate that I can't eat his flesh and drink his blood. Hearing this, Churuashue was very satisfied. That's good then. This time, I deliberately brought various potent poisons from the northern wilderness. I will definitely poison that rebel to death. Churuatsao also chimed in. That's right. I also brought fire chi that can burn him to death. Churuoho was no exception, bringing an item that could kill Li Yun. Churuoho spoke up. So we agree absolutely not to submit to that rebel. When we see him, first provoke him, then find an opportunity to eliminate him. The other two agreed, shouting loudly, anyone who violates the oath, may heaven and earth destroy them. Azar, with a board of directors like this, it's tough for Li Yun. I don't understand what the brother did that the whole girl's family wants to assassinate him like this. At the Imperial Palace, the Empress and Li Yun were ready to welcome the three siblings. If the relationship isn't too bad, why did you exile them to the northern wilderness? Isn't doing that a bit too heartless? Li Yun asked his wife. Churuoli just replied coldly, consider helping them train. Saying that, but deep down Churuoli shyly wondered if Li Yun thought she was heartless. Looks like I still have to be a bit enthusiastic later. Feeling his question was a bit tactless, Li Yun told himself not to flirt or show affection to her later. Otherwise, it would ruin the prestige she worked hard to build. Interrupting the couple's conversation. An official stepped forward. Your Majesty, the princes and princesses have arrived. Churuoli ordered them to be brought in for an audience immediately. Little Chun led the three princes and princesses in. All three stared at Li Yun beside Churuoli. Thinking this is the right moment, all three looked at each other tensely. Greetings, Your Majesty and Imperial brother-in-law. The three cowards bowed their heads to the ground. Still didn't dare do anything to Li Yun. They turned to look at each other accusingly. Bitches, we clearly said we'd unite to kill the rebel. Damn it, I originally calculated to report them directly. That way I would gain praise to stay in the capital. My lovely younger siblings. No need for formalities. There are no outsiders here. Stand up quickly. Churuoli told herself to be gentle with these kids. Churuoho was shocked to the core. Thinking, since when was Imperial's sister so polite to us? Churuatsao was also afraid. What does Imperial's sister mean by these words? Is she want to test us? Churuashue worried that Imperial's sister was moved by murderous intent again, taking advantage of us lowering our guard, planning to directly charge us with disrespect and then behead us. Must not look up at her. Otherwise, we'll definitely lose our lives. These three insisted on keeping their heads bowed to the ground, trembling like leaves. It was hard for me to be this polite, yet you refused to accept it. Churuoli thought they definitely wanted to rebel. Your Majesty, seeing Imperial brother-in-law, we instantly felt endless admiration. We beg your majesty to also let Imperial brother-in-law say a word for us to stand up, to satisfy our respect. Chu Ruohuo had to divert attention to Li Yun, wanting to use Li Yun as a shield. That's right. I respect Imperial brother-in-law. The blue sky can bear witness. Chu Ruotsao and Chu Ruoshui also agreed. Imperial brother-in-law's fame spreads across the 4 seas. The aura brother-in-law emits makes us commoners unable to look straight at him. These people are hallucinating hard. Parents named them unlike their hair color, so their brains got skewed too. To dissolve this awkward, weird atmosphere, Li Yun had to speak up. The 3 of you are indeed unlike ordinary people, as expected of the Chu family, meaning their brains aren't normal, right? Sure enough, he's judging the IQ of the 3 siblings. Saying that, but Li Yun thought to himself, these 3 and the Zhenan king make me see that the royal family's IQ isn't very good. Chu Ruoli lost patience and shouted, "Shut your mouths for me. No need to look at his face. Me speaking is equivalent to him speaking, making me lose face again. When we get back, he'll use this to tease me." Chu Ruoli thought, daring to embarrass me. Your time has come. Looking at Chu Ruoli's expression, Chu Ruohuo thought to herself, Imperial sister is angry. She wants to show that she is the great Qian emperor, doesn't want Li Yun interfering. It seems the 2 of them aren't very intimate. They just pushed a card all night. How could they not be intimate? Seems the princess misunderstood severely. Little Qin frowned and reminded gently. The princes and princesses returning to the capital this time. I wonder if you brought any gifts for Her Majesty and her fiancé? At this moment, all 3 happily replied, they certainly did. They thought to themselves, animals, didn't you say you wanted to kill the rebel earlier? Saying that, the 3 of them brought out 3 rustic fruits. Ordinary. This is Northern Wilderness ice crystal. Even in summer, it won't melt. This is Northern Wilderness firestone. Carrying it in winter can help keep you warm. This is Northern Wilderness snake grass. It can nourish the kidney, strengthen yang, and enhance vitality. Wait, isn't this just ice? Hot rocks and rocket 1H? Seems the Northern Wilderness is truly very poor. So poor that these people could only bring out these common things to curry favor. Moreover, they don't want to stay in the Northern Wilderness anymore. Wanted me to help them out. Their strange actions moved Li Yun. Li Yun turned to remind his beloved wife. Forget it. Look at what you've tortured your younger siblings into. Juzuli Paudet. Fine. No need to bother. The 3 people below, witnessing this scene, overthought again. Seems the relationship between Imperial sister and brother-in-law is extremely bad. Careless, and they'll fight. They do fight. But these 2 fight on the bed, to be precise. To stop the siblings from judging, Chu Ruoli spoke up. Where is General Chu who came with you? Hearing that, Ruohuo replied. The general didn't receive the order to enter the palace, so he's still resting at the inn. A dignified protector general. How could he rest at an inn? Let me see if there's a suitable place for you all to stay. If there's nothing else, you may withdraw first. Chu Ruoli ordered the 3 of them to go rest. The 3 bid farewell to Chu Ruoli and Li Yun. In their hearts, they couldn't help rejoicing for safely passing the test. I actually thought of a place where they can stay very comfortably. Do you want me to arrange it for them? Li Yun proposed to his wife to let him lead them to a resting place. Chu Ruoli just replied coldly, whatever. Do whatever you want. Li Yun led them to a mansion considered quite luxurious. This is the place. From now on, you guys stay here temporarily. Chu Ruohuo couldn't help but exclaim. The mansion is truly luxurious. Her Majesty is thoughtful. Chu Ruotsao also spoke up. Imperial brother-in-law, what was this mansion used for before? It was the home of a wealthy person. Recently confiscated. No, wait. It was gifted to the court. Chu Ruoshui continued to ask. May I ask, Imperial brother-in-law, who was the owner of this place before? Someone you know, the Zhenan king. You guys just stay here freely. Consider it a gift to you. Anyway, he is currently still imprisoned. Hearing Li Yun say that, all 3 couldn't help but get goosebumps remembering Chu Ruoli's scary face. Is he implying us? Imperial sister is indeed still Imperial sister. She wants to kill us this time. After seeing the 3 of them off, Li Yun said, I'm going to meet General Chu for a bit. You guys make yourselves at home. The 3 of them burst into tears then. Imperial brother-in-law, even leaving briefly, makes me feel like I've lost the light of life. We juniors can only endlessly miss you. Li Yun thought he really couldn't deal with these people. I'm still alive, not dead yet. Why are you mourning me? Watching Li Yun's figure walk away, They finally realized. We are truly in danger, Chu Ruohuo said. Even when fighting for the throne before, Imperial sister didn't have murderous intent towards us. But now she wants to do so. Chu Ruoshue agreed. That's right, but I also see an opportunity for change. Why do you think Imperial sister has murderous intent towards us? The other two innocently said. Jealous that I'm beautiful? Jealous of my talent? Chu Ruoshue looked helpless, dismissing their delusional thoughts. Chu Ruotsao spoke up. Or is it because we are too smart? Chu Ruoshue agreed this time. That's right. This is indeed part of the reason. The other two also panicked. I knew it. I thought there was finally a normal person among them. Turns out all three have severe delusions of grandeur. Chu Ruoshue believed. Imperial sister definitely saw us training and maturing in the northern wilderness, threatening her rule, thus the murderous intent. But there is an even more important reason. The other two sweated profusely, holding their breath, asking what that reason was. Chu Ruoshue, like Conan solving a murder case, said loudly. She is venting her anger, transferring the marital conflict onto us. Chu Ruohuo also chimed in. That's right. Their marital relationship has indeed reached a breaking point. Fortunately, we saw through it. This matter currently still has a turning point. How do you feel about Li Yun? Both replied in unison. Very handsome. Personality is also okay. He is indeed a bit better to get along with. So we need to start with him. Effort to help them patch things up. Doing so, if it makes Imperial sister happy. Not only will she not kill us, but she might let us stay in the capital. Something seems wrong here. The three of them are misunderstanding Li Yun and Chu Ruoli. But it's fine. I like this. Just keep pushing my OTP ship to dock. It's a good plan. Moreover, even if it fails, as long as we make Imperial brother-in-law happy, he can definitely protect us from death. The fat guy suddenly said seriously. There's one more very important thing. We cannot show ourselves to be too smart. Chu Ruoshue also thought pretending to be stupid in front of them was best. Night fell. At the Imperial Palace, General Chu sought out a high official. General Chu, coming here specifically this time, is something the matter? The official spoke up. Just completing the task the young miss entrusted, that's all. No need to ask much. General Chu's face hardened. But perhaps what this official hopes for is just to prioritize the big picture. No need for disputes to recur. General Chu arrogantly scolded the official for being long-winded. I know my limits. If there's nothing else, leave quickly. The official respectfully bid farewell. After closing the door, he sighed, truly chaotic times. Suddenly from behind, Li Yun arrived unnoticed. Seeing the official, he smiled and asked, Old man, you're here too? The official turned around in alarm. He smiled and greeted Li Yun. Leader, long time no see. Still as imposing as ever. This old man hates that he cannot recite a poem to pass down for eternity. Hearing the old man flatter him, Li Yun replia indifferently. Don't. I still have business. Is General Chu here? Hearing General Chu mentioned, the old man explained, General Chu is temporarily resting here. I consider him an old friend, so I came specially to visit. Is that so? Then there's no business for you here now. After asking, the old official respectfully withdrew. But it seemed Li Yun still had many things to ask him. Wait a moment. You must know the princes and princesses who just arrived, right? The old man heard this and just smiled. Of course I know them. This old man was their introductory teacher. Truly teacher and students. No wonder they are equally ignorant. Li Yun thought speechlessly. At this moment, in General Chu's room, the lights were out. Sleep. Tomorrow meet that rebel. General Chu told himself. Looks like Li Yun must have lived terribly for so many people to want to kill him. Suddenly from behind, Li Yun pushed the door open and walked in. Disturbing General Chu. I follow Her Majesty's decree. Looking at the large figure, hairy and muscular in front of him, Li Yun couldn't help but exclaim, Isn't this a great ape? General Chu fumed. Great ape? Does he dare think I'm a giant Godzilla or something? I cannot tolerate this. Saying that, General Chu rushed forward, determined to use the power of his muscles to teach Li Yun a lesson today. Boom! A loud noise rang out. Unexpectedly, it seemed Li Yun wasn't scratched at all. The one knocked out cold on the floor right now was General Chu. Li Yun looked at General Chu speechless. Not good. I clearly said I wanted to solve the problem peacefully. This must be the pet General Chu raises. This is not the way to treat guests. Li Yun, completely unaware that the Godzilla in front of him was General Chu, lifted General Chu with one hand. While carrying him, he muttered, "Seems General Chu isn't here. Take this opportunity to put this pet in the Beast Park. That way I can both reconcile and follow etiquette." A while later at the Beast Park, General Chu was thrown by Li Yun to lie sprawled under an old tree. He still hadn't recovered. Half awake, half asleep. He didn't even know he was being peed on the leg by a stray dog. Snow White dog. Done. Li Yun also returned to the Imperial study, seeing the room still lit. Is wifey still working? She arranged the younger siblings well. Seeing Li Yun return, Chu Ruoli asked about General Chu's situation, whether he met him. "I went to the inn to meet him, but didn't see him, only saw the pet he raises." Li Yun couldn't stop exclaiming. Northern wilderness people are very advanced, actually domesticating great apes as pets. Moreover, dressing them in clothes. Chu Ruoli looked at her husband suspiciously. Since when do great apes wear clothes? Then she pressed for what happened after. An animal is an animal. It actually attacked me directly. I knocked it unconscious. But fearing General Chu would take it as a provocation, I placed it in the Beast Park. This got a trouble. You don't know what terrible thing you've done. After recounting, he changed the subject to asking his wife for money. Ignore that for now. I have a project worth several $100 million I want to transact with you. Wait. Before Chu Ruoli could finish speaking, Li Yun suddenly felt curious about the painting on the table. Chu Ruoli held up the painting, asked, "Does the great ape you mentioned look like this?" Looking at the portrait identical to the Godzilla he just knocked out, Li Yun nudda furiously. "That's it. Have you met it before?" Chu Zuli Galat. Speechless with her husband. The person in the painting is General Chu. Li Yun froze, but he still justified himself, thinking the relationship between him and General Chu could still be salvaged. But deep down he thought the only way to salvage it was to silence him directly. The next morning, Li Yun woke up sleepily, looking around. He didn't see Chu Ruoli anywhere. Chu Ruoli is truly a great villain. Playing with people then running away. That's all the fate allows, mister. Looking at the dining table set with buns and soup, Li Yun said, "At least she was thoughtful enough to prepare breakfast for me." Admittedly, luckily Chu Ruoli pays fairly after eating. A while later, Li Yun strolled in the outer city, amidst the bustling crowd. He thought, originally didn't want to cause wifey more trouble, but now I can only take it one step at a time. Suddenly, Li Yun noticed a noise from the bushes behind. He turned and asked, "Who's there?" At this moment, 3 hidden weapons flew out of the bushes. Turns out it was Chu Ruoli's 3 ignorant disciples. Blue heaven must have been moved by us. To think we'd meet first thing in the morning. Imperial brother-in-law. What a coincidence. Emerging from the bushes, the 3 of them landed and posed like clowns. Looking at them, Li Yun just glared and asked, "Coincidence? If it's a coincidence, why were you hiding in the grass?" Seeing this, Chu Ru quickly replied, "Is Imperial brother-in-law going to the Imperial palace? Why don't you let us lead the way?" "All right, I'll trouble you then. Coming to curry favor so early in the morning." Li Yun thought, do they really not want to return to the northern wilderness that much? Chu Ruohuo ordered. Imperial brother-in-law agreed. Quickly opened the palanquin mode. The other 2 obeyed instantly, speaking in unison. "Rest assured, leave it to us. Depart." Just as Chu Ruohuo finished speaking, they lifted Li Yun into the air. Turns out palanquin mode is carrying a person like carrying a coffin. "Put me down. You guys have no shame, but I do." Li Yun gave each of them a bump on the head. A moment later, the 4 of them marched on the road again. I wonder how Imperial brother-in-law and Her Majesty rested last night. Chu Ru asked. Chu Ruotsao also chimed in. Imperial brother-in-law, General Chu seems missing. Yesterday, you said you want to find him. I wonder if you saw him? Li Yun denied seeing him last night. The capital is so prosperous. He probably went somewhere to have fun. Probably went to a brothel. Imperial brother-in-law is speaking up for the old man. I didn't expect General Chu, who usually looks very upright, to actually have this kind of desire. Chu Ruotsao and Chu Ruoshue sweated profusely looking at Li Yun. At this moment, at the Imperial Palace, General Chu had come to see Chu Ruoli. Your Majesty, I acted according to your Majesty's decree. I will not pursue this matter. Hearing General Chu say that, Chu Ruoli also replied, very good. General Chu has always protected the northern wilderness. Returning to the capital this time, rest well. If there is nothing else, you may withdraw. In front of the Imperial Palace, General Chu finally met the person who mistook him for Godzilla, causing him to sleep all night in the Beast Park. Calm down. To complete the task the young miss entrusted, absolutely cannot lose my temper, General Chu told himself. Seeing him approach, Chu Ruotsao greeted him. General Chu, come and see Her Majesty so early. Zulfust. General Chu walked up to Li Yun, bumped into his chest, and said, Just now Her Majesty told me not to bicker with you. Consider yourself lucky. Li Yun was still itching for a beating. Called him Gorilla General. I'm also truly sorry. He got angry. Shouted, It's General Chu, to soothe the situation. The two people behind also added, General Chu really is. Went to the brothel to relieve fire. Why still so hot-tempered? Was the service bad? Next time let me introduce Ru Hua to you. General Chu turned to look at the two of them, gritting his teeth asking, Who told you I went to a brothel? Chu Zukao Innocenti Zipli. Of course Imperial brother-in-law told us. General Chu turned back to look at Li Yun's brazen face, filled with indignation. That rebel. You bully people too much. I can't take it anymore. Years ago, if you hadn't kidnapped my young miss, none of this would have happened. He shouted loudly. Hearing this, Li Yun asked suspiciously, When did I kidnap your young miss? Kidnapped General Chu's young miss. The family General Chu serves is the Ji family. Then who is that young miss? Chu Ruohuo suddenly looked serious. The eldest daughter of the Ji family. Also Her Majesty's biological mother. At this moment, Li Yun finally realized. So you are that subordinate of my mother-in-law? Li Yun recalled years ago. Back then, his whole body was covered in armor. Completely unrecognizable that inside was this Godzilla. General Chu lost patience and shouted, Today, I must teach you some manners. All three younger siblings ran over to stop General Chu, telling him to calm down. You guys move aside. Don't stop me. Hearing this, the three of them flipped. Stepped aside. If General Chu is determined, then we won't stop you. General Chu sweated profusely. Stop me quickly. I was just saying it to vent. This kind of monster. I'm not his opponent. He had to retreat. Consider yourself lucky. Today, with the princes and princesses stopping me, I'll give them face. This guy is considered smart. Besides Su Yin, what fool would dare confront Li Yun? The three big idiots standing next to him still didn't understand what was happening. Still smiling and saying, General Chu, you don't need to give us face. Just go all the way. General Chu stormed off resentfully. You guys don't need to say anymore. Next time you won't be so lucky. Everyone behind still teased. General Chu, don't wait for next time. Do it now. One guy said again. He seems to have directly ignored us. Li Yun Shukulat. Is this the so-called dead duck with a hard beak? A while later, Li Yun led the younger siblings to the Imperial study. Arrived at the Imperial study. Imperial brother-in-law isn't going directly in? Chu Ru asked. This is Her Majesty's Imperial study. How can one barge into such a solemn place? Saying that, but in his heart, he was afraid his wife would discover he brought these people here. Chu Ruoli unprepared would definitely affect her image. Didn't think Imperial brother-in-law would also want to follow palace rules. Seems the relationship between the two is relatively distant. Little Chun suddenly stepped out. Her Majesty invites you. You may enter. The three of them reminded each other not to forget her plan. Definitely must not appear too smart. That's right. Must also strive to repair the relationship between the two of them. Chu Ruoli had also walked over to where the four of them were waiting. She thought, although they are a bit not smart, but at least they are considered normal. Moreover, they speak pleasantly. Consider giving me some face. Otherwise, just let them stay in the capital. Seeing Chu Ruoli, the three were scared witless. Hurriedly shouted, Greetings, Your Majesty. Your Majesty is so youthful today. Whole body shining. No need for formalities. Faced with the words of her younger siblings. Chuzuli Graya. What the hell is wrong with these people? Looking at the vacant eyes. The goofy smiles of the group in front. Li Yun was also helpless. Just normal a moment ago. Why do they suddenly turn into a bunch of retards like they just took drugs? Chu Ruoli had to lower her voice. Yesterday, I met you with the identity of Emperor. Today we treat each other as family. Let's go to the Imperial Garden to enjoy the scenery as a family. Chu Ruoli thought for her siblings. They haven't returned for a long time. Not used to the climate. Temporarily endure it. After all, they didn't do anything outrageous. The three of them saw this gentle expression of Churuoli and turned even paler with fear. Seems even angrier. Even using the old trick wanting us to lower our guard. At the Imperial Garden, all five of them were walking. What we do? We seem to have been seen through. Don't panic. At this point, only by unleashing our instinctual advantages do we have a chance to resolve this. Churuoho reassured her brother, saying that all three of them took turns flattering Churuoli and Liyun. Imperial brother-in-law and Her Majesty looked so compatible. Not just compatible. Truly a match made in heaven. Truly a talented man and a beautiful woman. Virtue matching heaven and earth. Liyun laughed out loud. Feels like walking a pet dog. They are dogs. Then what am I? Churuoli got angry. To soothe the atmosphere, Churuoho changed the subject. So what do you two usually do daily? Reading books. Sitting. Both replied together. Liyun thought to himself. At home, Rolly reads a book while I sit beside her, taking advantage of her. No, wait. Helping her check her body and improve blood circulation. Do these two practice spelling every day? Hearing Liyun and Churuoli's answer, the three of them worried, misunderstanding that these two aren't together daily. Then the plan to patch things up is considered useless. Churuoho didn't give up, continued to probe, so there must be something you do together. Liyun Raplia. Of course there is. For example, sometimes, shut up, not letting her husband continue. Don't think I don't know what you want to say. Seeing this, Churuoho suspected the relationship between the two had conflicted to a serious point, not wanting to reveal it to the outside. Churuoshue thought there was no way out. Just now, Imperial sister discovered us pretending to be stupid because our acting was too poor. Now we can only follow the plan. What are you planning to do? Both Churuoho and Churuotsao asked in unison. There's only one way left. Release myself. Liyun saw this and reminded his beloved wife. Look, you scared your younger siblings broken. I was aiming at you. Must be because they stayed in the northern wilderness too long, so they... Before the two could finish their sentence, Churuoshue had already taken off all his clothes, streaking completely in front of everyone. Both Liyun and Churuoli said, what does he want to do? Done. He stepped 1 foot onto the bridge, jumped into the lake without hesitation. Everyone froze at his action. Churuoshue suddenly swam and sang the song, One Duck Spreads Two Wings. It goes quack, quack, quack. Churuotsao wasn't to be outdone. He suddenly put his hand to his, but, to Churuohuo's confusion, he clenched a fist. Taste my snake cannon. Saying that, he opened his hand. Thousands of stink bombs flew everywhere. Release. Release. Come and catch me. These stupid brothers. These shameful things. I can't do it. Saying that, Churuohuo fainted. I'm dead for sure. Imperial sister definitely won't spare me. Faced with the incomprehensible actions of the younger brothers, Liyun asked, what's wrong with them? Schizophrenia? Mental illness? Isn't it due to genetics? Churuoli was embarrassed. Better to leave them in the northern wilderness. Suddenly, I understand Churuoli's situation. Probably the northern wilderness has very skilled mental hospitals. A while later, all three princes and princesses returned to their resting place. They gathered for a round-table meeting. Too difficult. Do they have no feelings at all? Like they killed each other's fathers. Churuoho spoke up. The two big idiot brothers misunderstood the meaning. Both said in unison, your father was indeed killed by him. He is our father. But then, one guy finally had a bright idea. We only see them hating each other on the outside. Is it possible that inside they are actually extremely affectionate? Although this possibility is very low. But we don't know what they are like daily. Interrupting their discussion, a maid entered to report. 3 highnesses. Her Majesty invites you. Hearing this, the 3 turned pale with fear. Invites us? Is it to send us on our way? Sister, are you Her Majesty's maid? Churuoho approached to ask the maid. The purpose was to probe for news from her sister's side. This is a good opportunity. Maybe I can learn from the maid beside Imperial sister how their relationship is. That maid replied she was indeed Her Majesty's maid. Hearing that, Churuoho smiled kindly and asked, Sister, no need for formalities. I just want to chat about some family matters. How do you feel about the relationship between Her Majesty and Liyun? Do they usually spell? What do they talk about? But this maid thought their daily relationship wasn't too good. Every time, whether it's me or Lord Chenhai appearing. Both of them appear extremely serious. It's always like that daily. Moreover, sometimes after I leave, I hear Her Majesty scolding loudly, saying, "What is your hand doing there?" The three of them jumped upon hearing this. Didn't expect their struggle for power to be so intense. The next morning, at the court audience, the three came to see Li Yun and Chu Ruoli. "Your Majesty, Imperial brother-in-law, calling us into the palace this time. I wonder what the matter is?" All three spoke in unison. Chu Ruoli said she called the three to discuss some details about the family banquet this time. Lil Chen also brought them the buffet menu and the banquet schedule. Looking at this menu, Chu Ruohuo saw none of her favorite dishes, so she demanded the food be as abundant as possible. Best to have Heavenly Mountain Snow Lotus, North Sea Giant Sea Cucumber. Even if I die, I want to be a full ghost. Chu Ruotsao and Chu Ruoshui also responded in unison. That's right. Indeed need as much food as possible. Looking at their tense faces, Li Yin happily replied, "Then let's make more dishes." Chu Ruoli also listened to her husband, told them to add a few plates of sweets. The three below heard this and thought they were arguing over a few dishes. So they tried to slip away. When bulls fight, fleecedy, better to slip away first. Li Yin heard this and invited, "If there's nothing else to discuss, let's go for a walk together." Li Yun's sentence made Little Chen frown. "Your Majesty, you still have to handle Jiangnan affairs next. Then the southern barbarian matter at the border. How do you have time to go with him?" Yet contrary to Little Chen's expectations, Chu Ruoli said it was fine and agreed to go for a walk with Li Yin. "I thought she must have a lot of work to do. Didn't expect such a coincidence. Don't misunderstand. I just haven't observed the people's condition for a long time. This time is just convenient for work." Chu Ruoli blushed and said. Little Chen contemplated, as expected of Her Majesty, both controlling Li Yun and conveniently observing the people's condition, truly killing two birds with one stone. Brother doesn't know, these two are just finding an excuse to sneak out for a date. Meanwhile, in the outer city, Chu Ruoli and Li Yun were walking together on the busy street. "Have you gotten a bit thinner again?" Li Yun turned to look at his wife and asked, "Don't overwork yourself. I know an emperor who died from overwork." Chu Ruoli thought she was taking good care of herself lately. So Li Yun's beloved wife must be losing weight and slimming her waist. Li Yun was also observant. Said, "Your waist is indeed slimmer than before. But other places got extra nutrition." Chu Ruoli praised her husband for his observant eyes. Doing cardio together the night before, how could the waist not slim down? Increasing this and that round. Chu Ruoli changed the subject. Speaking of which, apart from Father Emperor and the rebel army conflicting most intensely, the rest compared to the northern wilderness armies are furthest away. Can't say there's deep bad blood. Years ago, due to some special reasons, I cooperated with them more or less. They're a bit easier to communicate with than others. I actually find it very interesting. Suddenly, Chu Ruoli blushed and reached her hand out in front of Li Yun. Li Yun asked in surprise, "Why are you so proactive today?" Chu Ruoli lowered her face, smiling shyly, and said, "Just for work, showing a good relationship with you. That way the people below won't think our relationship is bad." Li Yun laughed out loud. "Then your work is too leisurely." But for an introvert like Chu Ruoli, being proactive like this was much harder than Li Yun imagined. Li Yun turned to instruct his wife. "Then don't give up." Chu Ruoli held Li Yun's hand. "Of course not." Saying that, Chu Ruoli smiled angelically. "Because this is my lifelong career." Seeing this scene, the three troublesome siblings behind just thought their sister was acting stiff. Imperial sister's posture is a bit stiff. They sighed wearily. Indeed, Chu Ruoli and Li Yun are currently just pretending to get along. Suddenly from behind, a large gloomy figure slowly approached. "What are you guys doing here?" It was none other than Godzilla General Chu. "Scare me to death. We are observing Her Majesty and Li Yun. Is something the matter, General?" Chu Ruoho turned around startled and asked. General Chu looked at Li Yun and Chu Ruoli. He concluded the two of them looked very harmonious. The three of them thought General Chu was actually deceived. "You ignorant fools are the ones being deceived." From afar, Chu Ruoho, Chu Ruoshui, Chu Ruotsao, and General Chu hid behind a wall, secretly following the couple distributing dog food. But they didn't know the two in front had already discovered them. "Your younger siblings are also following behind," Li Yun said. Chu Ruoli thought this fit her intention perfectly. Can show that the relationship between the two of them is extremely harmonious. Before, it seemed the big idiot siblings misunderstood that their relationship wasn't good. Looking at her sister blushing red, Churuo thought Imperial brother-in-law said something that made Imperial sister angry enough to turn red. I don't know where Churuoli found these extreme siblings, so brain-dead. Hearing Churuohuo say that, Churuoshue also quickly turned to instruct General Chu. If they attack each other later, General, remember to protect Imperial sister. General Chu just felt they must be blind or crazy, clearly seeing Churuoli and Li Yun having a very good relationship. How could a fight happen? At most, they fight on the bed. Churuohuo said confidently, have you ever been in love? Based on my many years of love experience. They are absolutely acting. General Chu heard this and denied. Originally, northern wilderness men at the border are always extremely lonely. No need to deceive yourself. I see you can only be friends with the sand in the northern wilderness for life. These people assumed General Chu was actually not liked by women at all. Hearing that, General Chu defended himself. I have been liked by women since I was young. Called Great Qian's handsome man. I just don't like dating, that's all. Understand? Based on instinctual experience. They absolutely truly like each other. How would kids understand? Chu Roho looked with eyes, judging, thinking, women? Are you sure they were human? No way. And handsome man? Clearly a gorilla. Chu Roatsao suddenly noticed something strange. Imperial brother-in-law treats you like that. Yet you still speak up for Imperial brother-in-law. Do you two have some illicit affair? Lian surely doesn't have such heavy tastes. General Chu said with a dark face. Not an illicit affair yet. However, there is indeed a deep connection. Hearing that, the three called General Chu a scumbag. Traitor, no martial virtue. Old and still lecherous. General Chu heard this and was speechless. We're all family now. We had some contact before, yet you dare to curse me like that? Churohuo continued. Didn't you say before that Imperial brother-in-law kidnapped the Empress Dowager? Why still help him speak? You don't need to know. That's a private matter between us and him. I came just to confirm one thing. General Chu was still grateful to Li Yun deep down, because even though he kidnapped the young miss and caused a lot of trouble, but back then, without his support, they probably would have been wiped out by the late emperor long ago. Seeing Churuoli happy beside Li Yun, he thought, seems the young Mrs. daughter is luckier than back then. Married to a not bad guy, with proud eyes. General Chu finally acknowledged Li Yun as a good man, not a scumbag like the late emperor. The remaining three saw this look of General Chu and teased. Look, the great ape is smiling. General Chu was naturally furious. Knocked Chu Ruoshue on the head, shouting, are you looking for death? Chu Ruoshue turned pale with fear, begging continuously. Wait, I was wrong. I shouldn't have told the truth. The great ape wants to kill someone. Help! Chu Ruoli heard her brother scream and turned to ask Li Yun. What happened back there? Nothing. Probably teased a dog and got bitten. Hearing that, Chu Ruoli returned to the agreement story earlier. Determined to make it clear, scumbag Li Yun suddenly made a condition. Actually, it's a bit insufficient. If I could get a kiss, it would be even better. Juzuli Beluset. That's just what you think. Don't push your luck. Speaking of which, you seem to have met my mother before. Li Yun Azitata. That matter, the Ji family eldest miss. Also mother-in-law. Back then on the battlefield, she was indeed captured by me. Seeing her husband's awkward expression. Juzuli Intavu. Afraid of what? Capturing mother-in-law shows you have ability. I just roughly want to know what happened back then. I heard back then mother, to protect her subordinates, almost fought with the late emperor and the army. If the rebel army hadn't intervened, both sides would likely have shed rivers of blood. Did you guys plan it all together back then? Li Yun heard this and could only smile wryly. Consider it so. But back then, the rebel army also gained quite a bit, both damaging the opponent's reputation and letting our side gain certain benefits. Suddenly remembering she had business. Chu Ruoli had to say goodbye to her beloved husband. Not a bad method. It's getting late. I still have some work to handle. Let's end it here for today. Li Yun smiled and told Chu Ruoli, see you tonight, making her blush. Pretending to be annoyed, saying, who wants to see you tonight? Realizing there were footsteps behind, Li Yun turned around. The wind is really strange today. Actually blowing you here. Speak. Following us for so long, what is the matter? Li Yun turned back and smiled. Turns out the person behind was none other than General Chu. He came in front of Li Yun to question. I thought for a long time, how exactly should I face you? Towards you, There's gratitude. There is also hatred. If not for you, we wouldn't have drifted to the northern wilderness. Li Yin said, I heard there's nothing there. Just sand. Truly a godforsaken place. You must be very bored staying there. At this moment, Li Yin got to the main point. So, basically, what is your purpose? Before coming, we discussed what attitude to use facing you. Finally couldn't decide, so risked drawing lots for a representative. Which is me, coming to decide myself what to do. Hearing them be so bold, Li Yin just felt weary. You guys are really relaxed, not afraid of something happening? So what is your attitude? The young miss made a bet with you, although I don't know what the content was. But the young miss said if she lost, let us follow you. So losing a game of chance led to obeying Li Yin, becoming the lord of 10,000 armies? Although I wanted it before, but now I don't need it. Li Yin said humbly. Hearing that, General Chu seemed satisfied. The young miss indeed didn't misjudge the person, but the task she assigned before dying, we must complete. The young miss predicted you wouldn't take the capital. However, you are currently using a method that is much more formidable than attacking the capital. Li Yin immediately affirmed that the two of them truly loved each other. Don't misunderstand. General Chu heard this and felt much more reassured. Rest assured, the reason we were worried before was also worrying you prepared to take the opportunity to seize power. But through my observation, you and Her Majesty truly love each other. Then he knelt down before Li Yin, clasped his hands and commanded, therefore, from now on, the strongest army in the divine continent will be commanded by you for 50 years. General Chu said firmly, even if you make us face the northern wilderness wolf cavalry, we will not be afraid. Having a matrilocal son-in-law respected by everyone like this, I also want to be a matrilocal son-in-law like Li Yin, having both a beautiful wife and power. Seeing General Chu seemed stubborn, Li Yin issued an order. Regardless of the situation, must protect Chu Ruoli well. This brat is too much of a simp for his wife. Later, Li Yin returned to his home. Luxu, are you off today? Seeing Lu Shuem munching on some buns, Li Yin asked. Lu Shuem mumbled while chewing. Landlord, sir, just got back. I got off work early today. As if accustomed to this situation, Li Yin assumed Lu Shui was unemployed again because her gluttonous nature got her caught stealing food and fired by the boss. Lu Shui denied, how could that be? I have refined my food-stealing skills to perfection. Today I recruited a subordinate. I let her do everything. Who was blind enough to accept you as a boss? Li Yin looked at Lu Shui with judging eyes. Lu Shui said proudly, Landlord, sir, you are jealous. Today the shop owner where I work hired a new worker. She accepted me as boss and begged for my protection. She works very hard, so I'll let her do it all. Li Yin just smiled and said, you seem to not have realized a very serious problem yet. Your boss hiring a new person, is it to replace you? Your livelihood is about to be lost. At this moment, Lu Shui was startled to realize the truth. She ran around in panic. I was so naive. I don't want to be fired. But actually, Lu Shui had fallen for Li Yin's dirty trick. Li Yin giggled and flashed a peace sign, finally chased the light bulb away. That way no one will disturb the two of us. Moonlit night, cool breeze. At this moment in Her Majesty's palace, Li Yin was being served, serving. He massaged Chu Ruoli's shoulders, while smiling ambiguously. Chu Ruoli blushed and said, just massage the shoulders. Don't think I don't know what tricks you want to pull. Li Yun raplia inusanli. Yes, wifey. Just now my hand slipped accidentally. Li Yin was definitely checking the water meter and got caught. To change the subject, Chu Ruoli turned to look at Li Yin and asked, you contacted General Chu. What's wrong? Did you promise him something? Chu Ruoli also recounted. Indeed said a few things. Clarified the relationship between the Ji family and me. Now I've gone from fake status to a real one. What exactly did you say to him? Why did the northern wilderness border suddenly change attitude? Li Yin smiled smugly and said, of course, it's because my handsomeness is too attractive. Chu Ruoli heard this and puffed her cheeks in annoyance, reminding Li Yin to be a bit decent. You don't believe me? Doesn't wifey feel I'm very handsome? Li Yin brought his face close to Chu Ruoli, flirting like that, but she only coldly replied, just okay. Li Yin cried inside, acting aggrieved. In your heart, I'm only just okay. Not really. Your appearance is the appearance I like. That is enough. Looking at Chu Ruoli's shy appearance, probably no man could hold back from wanting to rush in and hug and kiss her. Li Yin, however, didn't know how to enjoy it. Laughed out loud. Haha, I knew it. You've been psychologically manipulated by me. Churuoli just glared and said, "Of course I realized. Then you still let me trick you? I was just thinking if you really got angry because of what I said, what should I do? So even if I'm tricked by you, I just wanted to make you laugh a bit." Hearing his virtuous wife confess like that, Li Yin couldn't help but be moved. Reached out to pat Churuoli's shoulder gently. "Seems I was wrong. Need to compensate you a bit. Mrs. Li, let's go to the bedroom." Churuoli stopped him. "Don't mess around. Tomorrow we still want to hold the family banquet. Have you decided yet? What do you plan to do with those younger siblings? Let them stay in the capital or go back to Jiangnan?" Hearing his wife be so benevolent, truly not used to it. Not afraid they'll affect the emperor's throne? Churuoli smiled mischievously and said, "Of course it's not benevolence. They weren't chosen to compete for the throne anyway, so they can't threaten me. Fat to the mouth, but can't eat." Looks like Li Yun has to discuss politics with his wife all night instead of wrestling. The next morning, at the banquet, Churuoli's 3 siblings had arrived fully. "It's over. Looks like being able to return to the northern wilderness is already lucky for us. Imperial sister will definitely pin some crime on us this time, then execute us directly," Churuohuo said tensely. "Why don't we say straight out we want to go to the northern wilderness, saying that might exempt us from the death penalty. Maybe even get gifted some supplies." The other 2 also nodded. "It's a good method. Let's gamble once." Suddenly, the atmosphere became gloomy as the 3 realized Churuoli was coming. Churuoli and Li Yun walked over and sat at the banquet table. "Letting you return this time. First is to see how your recent situation is. Second is to let you meet my husband, also your imperial brother-in-law." Just as Churuoli finished speaking, Li Yun also raised his hand to say hello. Suddenly, Churuoshui said a sentence that drained the blood from the other 2's faces. "Your Majesty, I'm willing to go to the northern wilderness." The 2 of them thought resentfully, "Bastard. Actually beat us to it by a step." Churuohuo quickly chimed in. Cannot let Churuoshui take the advantage. Before she finished her sentence, Li Yun interrupta, said, "You want to go to the northern wilderness? Rooli and I discussed letting you stay in the capital. 6th brother requested, we granted. 4th sister and 5th brother, stay then." Churuoli also smiled and agreed. The 3 below looked with confused expressions. Nanny? They probably didn't expect their old sister to be so humane. Churuoli asked Churuotsao again, "What did 4th sister want to say just now?" "I wanted to say is, I also agree with 6th brother's idea. Making people touched. I toast your glass here." "That's right. Her Majesty has granted grace. The Emperor's words are no joke. You're truly an example for us to follow." Churuohuo and Churuotsao played dumb in unison, activating ignorance mode to stay in the capital. At this moment, only Churuoshui regretted what he had said. Could only cry and thank the 2 imperial sister and brother-in-law. The banquet was happy when suddenly a force struck straight at the palace. Little Chen arrived in time. "Alert! Who dares to be reckless here? Protect Her Majesty." Li Yin suddenly realized this true chi seemed very familiar. But even after searching, Little Chen still reported that the assassin had escaped. Subordinate was negligent. "Please punish me, Your Majesty." But Li Yin didn't think the assassin had successfully escaped, but was still lingering in the Imperial Palace. "I have carefully investigated. There is not a trace," Little Chen replied, "because it is basically not a human. Follow me for a trip and you'll understand. Don't tell me it's another newly upgraded robot." A while later, they strolled to where the assassin might be hiding. This is the Imperial Palace treasury. "The sword energy is emitting from here," Little Chen said. "I suspect someone took advantage of the family banquet to sneak in here and steal palace treasures." Li Yin suddenly discovered a strange object behind. "It's not that complicated. If I'm not guessing wrong, it must be playing tricks." As he spoke, he approached the glowing green sword, holding the sword in his hand. This precious sword, if I remember correctly, it was gifted by a swordsman. Churuohuo also thought that at first glance, it was not an ordinary sword. Was it like this when it was first delivered? "I remember at first it didn't glow." Chuzuli zipli. If so, there's no doubt. Li Yin activated Conan mode. "So that's how it is. I know what this thing is." Li Yin thought to himself, could it be that due to influence, it suddenly released sword energy? Saying that, he gave it to Little Chun to appraise, daring him to see if he could hold this sword. Little Chun looked with disdain. "Just a sword. Can I hold it?" But when Little Chun touched it, he was suddenly shocked by electricity with a bang. What was going on? Little Chun was tattered, not understanding what the hell just happened. Li Yin kept a straight face. As expected. Embarrassed. Little Chin couldn't take it and snapped. Expected your head. You knew but dared to trick me. Poor brother, too trusting. First tricked by Li Yun into robbing a horse. Now tricked into putting his hand in an electrical socket. Li Yun suddenly said seriously. I didn't guess wrong. This sword is made from the very sword the old emperor used to stab me. It is the Imperial Jade Spirit Sword. It must be equipped with special crystals that can absorb true qi. When it stabbed into me before, it took away quite a bit. Currently, it has obtained 20 or 30% of my power. Chu Ruoli saw this as a good opportunity. Li Yin holding this sword can improve his combat ability. Li Yin just smiled and said, it has no use. It can only emit 30% of my true qi. Not even as good as a normal iron bar. Use one, break one. The younger siblings heard this and quickly replied. Then give it to me. Let me protect the great Qian territory. Let me. I still want to go to the northern wilderness to heroically kill enemies. Li Yin just looked at them with eyes. Judging. Are you dreaming? An expert like Chun Hai got hurt touching it. You guys would probably sleep forever. If you don't believe me, you could try once. At this moment, the three woke up from their dream. Gave up instantly. Li Yin held the sword and consoled himself. Seems it really doesn't have a single use. After all, carrying my true qi instinctively opposes enemies. For others, it's normal. Churuoli curiously approached and touched the sword. Only you can touch it? I touched it a few times before. Absolutely nothing happened. Lium panika. Pulled the sword back. Wait, you're not hurt, are you? Churuoli said calmly. You reacted too slowly. Moreover, when I touched it before, nothing happened. Li Yin found it strange. My wife doesn't feel anything unusual when touching this sword. Churuoli thought there was still a little abnormality, feeling like a stream of heat rushed directly from the fingertips into the body. But it was very comfortable. Li Yin then deduced. Could it be that after every physical exercise of the couple, Churuoli can use the true qi to regulate her breath? Churuoli had long seen through her husband's scheme, definitely demanding payment again. Li Yin just giggled. Strengthening the body with true qi is serious business. Taking advantage is just incidental. Keep going like this. Maybe you will become the most powerful emperor ever. Churuoli felt that her using this sword was useless. Why useless? Li Yin said, if I'm not by your side. This sword is your protective divine weapon. Churuoli blushed and said, will you leave me? If you really leave, then this is indeed a divine weapon. But if not, just having you by my side makes anywhere the safest place in the world. These two are distributing dog food again. Hearing his wife say that, Li Yun explained. Can't say it like that. If you carry it with you, the true qi inside will actively protect the owner. At the same time, it helps the owner's body get better and better. Maybe it can even help places that need to be bigger get a bit bigger. Churuoli heard Li Yun's flattery and took the sword, trying to accept it. After all, Li Yin can't always be by her side. But she didn't know that behind her, Li Yin was thinking smugly, truly an easily coaxed woman. Suddenly Li Yin fell into deep thought. Just why was this sword suddenly activated? Completely can't figure out. At this moment, when the night was late, Li Yin and Churuoli were still sitting close, looking at the sword. Change also needs to accumulate slowly. Can't be effective immediately. Li Yin opened the conversation. Juzuli Zito Sukili. What are you saying? I was just thinking if some guy reached out, wanted to take advantage of me. Should I draw the sword and slash him directly or not? At this moment, Li Yin demanded to be served. Miss Ju, where is the trust between people? Time for a body check. Churuoli glared at him. I carry this sword all day. In the end, isn't it just for your benefit? Li Yin replied. Actually, when I check your body, the efficacy isn't much worse than this. Hearing this, Churuoli realized she had been tricked, cursing her stinky husband to meet a ghost soon. Early the next morning, while sleeping soundly, Li Yin suddenly heard a knock on the door. He hurriedly threw on a coat, muttering, early in the morning, the rooster hasn't even crowed yet. Who's knocking? He went to open the door. Turns out Le Shui was the one who came looking so early. Le Shui said gravely, not good, landlord, sir. But the response was just Li Yun's indifferent look. What's wrong? Were you fired finally? Le Shui dropped a piece of paper, said loudly, landlord, sir, you are wanted. Indeed, on that wanted poster was Li Yun's face, like a version of a stupid, brawny brute. Huh, who is this drawing? Even Li Yun didn't recognize himself. Li Yun crossed his arms. Wanted me? In all of Great Qian, who doesn't know that above you? Oh no, above me is Ruoli. Moreover, the drawing doesn't look like me at all. Luxu replied. It's not Great Qian declaring the wanted order. It's the Northern Wilderness issuing it. I heard that in the Northern Wilderness, the landlord's image is circulated as having lecherous eyes, nostrils pointing to the sky, mouth full of fangs like a monster. Li Yun fronat. Resting his chin, he said, nonsense. It says capture alive, and then personally go meet the Lord of the Northern Wilderness. Looks like the Lord of the Northern Wilderness issued the wanted order. Why are they wanting me? I haven't even been there. Don't know the Lord of the Northern Wilderness either. Could it be kidnapping me to pluck Yang to replenishing? Li Shua looked serious. Yang, Northern Wilderness roasted lamb is indeed very famous. The other party is looking down from above, provoking you. So aren't you going to fight back fiercely? He narrowed his eyes and smiled, ignoring it as best. I currently just want to spend every day normally with Ruoli, unless someone runs to the capital. If so, I need to fiercely deal with them. The girl gave a look of disdain. Landlord, sir, is truly getting gentler by the day. If it were me, I would have blown them up with one punch long ago. Anyway, I'm going to work. He smiled. Work hard. You still owe half a year's rent. When Li Shua left, he stood alone in front of the house. Hands on hips. Rare to wake up early. Today, let me prepare breakfast for her. No need for her to do it herself. Lian stopped by a roadside shop to eat breakfast, scooping each spoonful of soup. Haven't gone out alone for a long time. Conversely, a bit unaccustomed. He put a spoonful in his mouth, thinking to himself, could this be a symptom of social anxiety? From now on, I can only be kept by the beautiful empress. Cannot see the sunlight. This kind of life won't have anyone envious. Finished eating, he called out to the owner. Boss, add a bowl of tofu pudding. Add a bit of sugar and vinegar. Okay, son, coming right up. After eating and drinking, Li Yun carried a basket of food back, then saw soldiers of 6 Fan Gate running past. Glancing over, there was also Chen Hai. Li Yun asked happily, Chen Hai, little Chun, what are you doing? You won't say that a bunch of Northern Wilderness people suddenly appeared in the capital to cause trouble, right? Chen Hai Guthimat, don't call me little Chun. Suddenly a bunch of Northern Wilderness brutes came to the South Alley to cause trouble. How did you offend the Lord of the Northern Wilderness? He raised his index finger explaining. Should I call you little sweetie instead? But are you helping me solve the trouble? Chen Hai shouted like a machine. Don't flatter yourself. I won't help you in a million years. I am doing it for Her Majesty. For Great Qian. If it's trouble you caused, then how much loss this time will be counted on your head. He was happy. Even if you say that, I don't have money. Poor to the point of not a penny in pocket. Beggars look at me and have to shake their heads in despair. The Lord grumpily said, don't think I don't know anything. You have several shops and rental rooms. Even great clans haven't earned as much as you. Even if you use that weird name Emias Ru to register the title. Lian still played dumb. I truly don't have money, although I have ins. But all the money is given to your majesty. Every month, I can only receive 8 won of money. Little Chin glanced sideways. Bullshit. Do you look that easy to trick? He laughed heartily. All right, it's 7 won. After all, I also want some face. Saying it out loud, I'm afraid people will laugh. The Lord looked with disdain. This group of people isn't too powerful either. Leave them to our 6 Fan Gate to handle. Go away, little Chun. Wait until I return. I'll let Ruoli promote you. Lian fell in a deep thought. Seems the Northern Wilderness people have infiltrated the city. But why do they want to cause trouble everywhere? Doing so will expose their whereabouts very quickly. A bit too stupid. Lian carried the lunchbox alone down the street. Suddenly a black cloud appeared behind his back. The cloud quickly jumped out, and it quickly covered him. Lian stood proudly behind the smoke. What is this thing? Never seen it before. 2 people appeared behind the smoke. Brown hair and muscle man spoke up to greet. Illo, liderli. These 2 faces were aggressive. Glaring at him. I am Yin Chinan. This is a desolate art only our Northern Wilderness has. Once hit by this move, the true chi in the body will stagnate. Completely unusable. Lucky you haven't seen it before. Only now did I succeed. Lian asked quietly. Were you 2 sent by the Lord of the Northern Wilderness? Muscle Man replied. No, we are under orders from the Lord to want something from you. Muscle Man frowned. It's fine if you don't say. I'll use the soul destruction art and know immediately While being aggressive, a hand slapped him. "Eat this slap, son." Lian flew from somewhere and slapped him, twisting his neck. Neck twisted backward, then he rolled onto the ground. The remaining brown hair was terrified. He was serious. "No need. You guys did two extremely stupid things. First, in front of absolute power. All tricks are trash. Second, you made my wife's breakfast stink. Now it's your turn." He shouted in panic. "Wait a moment. Do you ignore your wife's life or death?" He poked a sore spot. He frowned, voice deepening. "What do you mean?" He used a green mirror to reflect, eyes wide, laughing loudly. This mirror surface can continuously connect to the brain. Proceed to manipulate them. At the same time, transfer their vision and sound. Your every move is monitored by me. In a mirror, image of a small rabbit next to Raoli. Her face was extremely uncomfortable. Gray hair was beside her bed. "Why do you think we caused trouble everywhere? We had to disperse the six-fan gate. That way it's convenient to act. Currently, your wife is controlled by us. Don't act rashly." Brown hair shouted. "Baby, we failed on this side. Depending on you." On this side, gray hair frowned. "Leader Lee, rest assured. I made her unconscious. You just need a hand over the Northern Wilderness Core, so we can return and offer it to the Lord. Naturally, we won't make things difficult for you." Li Yun was angry. "Northern Wilderness Core? What's that thing? I basically don't have that object." Brown hair shouted aggressively. "Don't pretend. Otherwise, where did your heaven-defying true chi come from? If I said I turned on hacks directly after transmigrating, could you believe it?" Gray hair covered his face and touched his sword. Truly stubborn. "This is the sword of the star. I thought of an idea very quickly. If you don't hand over the Northern Wilderness Core, I'll use this sword to kill your wife." Just touching the sword, a current flashed through. The sword emitted sparks of electricity. Gray hair was shocked violently, fainted on the spot. Brown hair on this side was confused, called loudly, "Tao Hui, Tao Hui." He said arrogantly, "You guys are truly seeking death." Then his face filled with danger. Touching anything but that. Yet touching that sword, a stream of black energy gradually took over brown hair. He laughed. "Anyway, I have to die. For the Lord. I want to drag along a cushion." Then his face turned pitch black, body emitting green light. Shouted, "Long live the Lord." Puffed. A fart sound rang out. "Oh, the shame." He grimaced. "Why can't I guide my own true chi?" His hand twisted, distorted. He raised his hand in confusion to look. Incorrect. The desolate art was reversed. The person who can do this to this extent. It must be her. It's her. Then his face also distorted. Whole body deformed. Twisted, then twisted into a spiral. Crushed. Shattered. Splashing into many drops of blood shooting outwards. Li Yun Fronat. What is this situation? Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere. "Not bad. You are stronger than I imagined." "Who's talking?" He spoke up. "Down here." A red-haired girl with twin tails. A bit short, pointing at his face. "Seeing me and not paying respects?" He sighed. "Lost child? Let me help you find your mom." The red-haired girl shouted. "Your whole family is lost." Then she spoke normally. "If I hadn't just used the desolate art to backlash him, this entire street would have been destroyed. Moreover, you are too rude. As the Lord of the Northern Wilderness, you should bow when you see me." Li Yun looked as if he couldn't believe his eyes. The Lord of the Northern Wilderness living for 1,000 years in legend. Turns out to be just a little girl? This guy is indeed not simple. To actually appear unexpectedly behind my back. The red-haired girl introduced herself. "First time meeting. I'm called Lena, also the Lord of the Northern Wilderness of this generation. Please advise me more." Divine Continent's #1 warrior. She reached out with her short arm to shake hands. He thought to himself, what is her purpose? Need to treat this carefully. Lu Shui walked over from somewhere. Little red-haired brat. "Hey, employee, what are you doing here? Go back to work immediately." The little girl panicked. "I am Trudy Soda. Senior, I'll return immediately." Lu Shui hands on hips. Scolding. Really, giving people more trouble again. Li Yun thought. The subordinate Lu Shui, just recruited, is the Lord of the Northern Wilderness? This is a bit wrong. Then Red Hair turned to promise him. "Wait for me to finish work, then talk to you. There are some things you need to know." Skewers roasting on the charcoal stove, smelling delicious. Luxus n'aurait besoin. While the red-haired girl still worked hard grilling meat. Is she really the Lord of the Northern Wilderness? Li Yun looked at her. Correct. When I infiltrated the northern wilderness, I met her once. What is she doing in the capital? Li Yin asked about the situation. How is Raoli? Li Yin replied. Commander Chun has arranged it well. Around your place has been strictly protected. He turned. You go contact the Northern Wilderness Army. Check if there have been any anomalies in the Northern Wilderness recently. And I will go investigate her a bit. Li Yin approached the skewer stall. Boss, give me 5 skewers of roasted meat. Remember to add lots of cumin. She replied, I'm just an employee, not the boss. If you want to ask something, ask directly. He frowned. Then I'll get straight to the point. What is your purpose in coming here? What is the wanted order for me about? She smirked. I ran out of travel expenses coming to the capital. Could only rely on working to maintain life. Moreover, didn't know where you were. So use this method to make you alert a bit. Avoid being slaughtered by someone. Of course, if someone could really capture you for me, I could also be much more relaxed. Liungrimasa. Just by these words, I could make it so you can't leave the capital alive. Red Hair replied, Can you do it? The two stared at each other, emitting sparks. He sighed. So what is your purpose this trip? Northern Wilderness. Thought to himself. Strength is not weak. Equal to when I just broke through the martial artist limit. Moreover, she knows how to use a strange ability called Desolate Art. Red Hair slowly said, That's right. It is that. Please hand it over to me. You keeping it only makes those people stare at you. Moreover, it has no effect on you. Whatever core is basically not in my hands. I also just learned about it from those people's mouths. She raised her calloused hand. Tricking ghosts? You are so strong now. Isn't it due to using the Northern Wilderness core? It can make the owner break through the martial artist limit. Even using only half can reach a level like mine. Strong enough to hurt me. He looked at her. Don't care. Believe it or not, up to you. Asking one more time. Who are those people? That is the Golden Family. It is the family with the greatest strength and influence in the Northern Wilderness. Their core members are called the 7 Stars. All successfully broke through the martial artist limit. His face became serious. Understood. Then please pack it up for me. Whatever Golden Family, if they don't know their place, I'll let them know who is the grandfather. To think there are 7 strong people equal to her. She handed him the bag of skewers. Said, Why are you so calm? Didn't understand my words? The opponent will definitely come find you. Maybe friends and family will be implicated. Liun Smilat. You don't need to worry about that. Then he pulled out a small green bottle. Handed it to the girl. This is for you. It can help you heal that scar. She looked at the bottle. Jade Lotus liquid? This thing is worth 10,000 gold. He turned and waved to leave. I'm not so stingy that I can't spare a bottle of medicinal water. Moreover, girls should care a lot about scars on their bodies, right? She called back, Mr. Li Yin. He sweated, turning around. Is there something else? She said coldly, You haven't paid for the skewers yet. Hearing that, Li Yin ran on all 4s ahead. Calling back, Put on my tab. I'll save enough 5 months of pocket money to pay back later. Red Hair was confused. A dignified emperor's fiancé, yet eating free food? The sun was gradually setting behind the mountain. Birds hovering in the sky. Someone sat in the middle of the forest, stuck the blade into the ground, smiling at the tusk in his hand. Inside the tusk came a loud voice. Qiying failed, but the remaining core has been found. This time we must send 1 of the 7 stars to capture him. Green Hair smiled sinisterly. If the small fry could succeed, it would disappoint me. Let me go. Highest sword 10 miles. That guy Li Yin probably will die stiff before even seeing me. The person on the other end continued. Possible. La Xin, you are too confident. Absolutely cannot underestimate the enemy. Also, Gao Feng has also gone to the Northern Wilderness. We need to find someone to restrict him a bit, lest he discover the secret of the core. He said, in the desert. Then let me go. A guy beaten by Li Yin all day. I alone am enough. He held his precious sword, smiling sinisterly. This Li Yin is at most just a person with above-average strength. I want to see how many swords the one named number 1 under heaven can withstand. In the capital, Li Yin was holding the bag of grilled skewers walking past some beggars. After glancing over, most were martial artists with true chi in disguise. Seems his house entered strict protection mode again. At the couple's villa, he walked in the door, happily greeted his wife. Seems I returned just in time. Did you change clothes early, resulting in finding I wasn't home, so waited for me until now? She was annoyed. Just woke up and saw that thief. You're still here talking sarcastically. Chen Hai reported the Northern Wilderness matter to me. Did you find any new intelligence? He smiled, eyes closed. Don't rush. First taste the skewers made by the Lord of the Northern Wilderness herself. Eating while talking. Rest assured, there's no poison. Then he held out the bag full of skewers. Took out a skewer and gave it to her. Are you sure the Lord of the Northern Wilderness won't cause trouble? He was serious. Currently the trouble isn't the Lord of the Northern Wilderness. But the Golden family definitely won't give up. They currently probably believe even more that the Northern Wilderness Corps is on me. She frowned. With me protecting? Not a single one of them can reach you. He smiled to reassure. No need to be so murderous. Don't know when they will come yet. Maybe they were scared by the majestic emperor and dare not come? Ruoli clenched her fist. I don't look like that. He flattered her right? You naturally aren't scary. You're the most beautiful woman in the world. She puffed her cheeks, speaking without a bit of sincerity. Ruoli took a bite of the skewer. Is that girl really the Lord of the Northern Wilderness? Lian slowly said. Her strength is very strong, but the true chi on her body is a chaotic mix of many people. If I'm not guessing wrong, the Lord of the Northern Wilderness is like the great Qian Emperor, passed down through generations. The difference is they use some method to pass down the power as well. So that's how it is. Then how is her strength? Cannot be underestimated. If judging only by cultivation base, slightly inferior to me. But Northern Wilderness people know how to use a strange ability called desolate art. This morning I almost fell for their trick. Then he raised 2 fingers. So, I give her at least 2 punches needed. Ruoli replied. Were you bluffing me just now? He laughed. Wifey, don't look at me with those eyes. Those are 2 serious punches. Before now, rarely has anyone made me use a second punch. She was shy. Let's stop this topic here. Suddenly, there was a loud call. Landlord, sir. Both turned to look at the door. The sun had cast shadows. Lu Shui arrived at the door with the Lord of the Northern Wilderness. Luxu spoke up. Sorry to disturb. Red hair smirked. Surrounded by 6 Fangate spies, huh? Wanted to protect you with just those few people? Truly daydreaming. Lu Shui heard this and scolded. Employee, don't be rude. If I hadn't brought you here, you would have been arrested long ago. Red hair bowed her head. I know, senior. Lu Shui added. Moreover, this time we came because we have a favor to ask. Lian heard this. Ask us. Is something wrong? Red hair turned around. Dissatisfied. Isn't it because you mooched a meal? I got my wages deducted by the boss. Currently don't have enough money to rent a room. Lu Shui hands on hips. That's right. So requesting to rent a room from landlord sir for a bit. Want to rent a room at my house. But don't you have no money? Red hair smiled. But senior told me. Renting a room at your place doesn't require paying money. She still hasn't paid once. Lu Shui scratched her head, laughing hee. Lian's face fell. Truly not teaching anything good. Ruoli spoke up now. Arrange it for her. I remember our house still has a vacant room. Liun exclaimed. Agreeing just like that? My wife is indeed goddess of mercy. Ruoli blinked. What goddess of mercy? This is also to monitor her. Avoiding her encountering any trouble. Red hair spoke up to remind. I also remind you a bit. The 7 stars people are starting to advance. Their level is basically not much inferior to mine. If I were you, I would mobilize the army immediately. Use numbers to destroy them. Ruoli replied. That won't be necessary. She shouted fiercely. Are you looking down on our Northern Wilderness? Ruoli explained calmly. I'm not looking down on the Northern Wilderness. But you underestimate Great Qian. Don't you know that for Great Qian to deal with a certain individual, paid a huge price? Think we haven't made any progress in these years? Red hair softened. Anyway, I remind you, not just Great Qian. Anyone who hinders them will be killed. For example, the one you call Divine Continents number 2, Gao Feng, is in the Northern Wilderness. At the Snowy Mountain, a guy riding a pink-haired camel spoke up asking a passerby, Young man, are you Gao Feng, number 2 under heaven? I heard your sword draw dominates the martial world. I wonder, compared to my 5 Lotus Immortal, who is stronger? The camel's foot stomped hard on the ground. It jumped up. The old man on top held a whip. Shouted, eat my move. The young man grimaced. A super loud explosion suddenly erupted there. The gun barrel emitted smoke. The pink-haired camel lay flattened. Red hair holding a cannon mocked. Number 2 under heaven. Number 2 under heaven. That damn guy named Lee. Your whole family is number 2 under heaven. This old master is under 1 person. Scene shifts back to the capital. The Lord of the Northern Wilderness blushed and shouted. Pervert. Lian took a sip of tea. Said disgustedly. This is a daily matter between husband and wife. Who told you to have high cultivation? Ears too good. It's not good for children to eavesdrop. By the way, how old are you exactly? She stood not even as tall as Li Yun. I am 16 years old. He commented, same age as Le Shui. But one walks bouncing around. One is an eternal wall. The girl shouted angrily. I'm a late bloomer. Moreover, I was injured, leading to changes in the body. Wait for me to recover to return to my true form. Then I'll wait and see. But you looking for me early in the morning? Is there something else? She handed him a bottle. Today, I came to return the favor. This is for you. This is medicinal wine, a specialty of the northern wilderness. He smiled brightly. Thank you. You also know how to conduct yourself. She smirked. This was researched and brewed by me personally. It has the effect of tonifying the kidney and strengthening yang. After the events of last night, I feel you really need this thing. He frowned. Are you mocking me? She lowered her eyes, explaining. Don't misunderstand. I feel your dantian is a bit leaky. You'll understand once you drink the medicinal wine. Finished speaking, he chugged the bottle of wine. Immediately, he felt a super strong current. He clenched his fist. My true chi strengthened? She explained. It's not true chi strengthening, but the medicinal wine filling the holes in your dantian. If it could strengthen true chi, the northern wilderness would be full of true chi experts. Then she leaned close to him, whispered, asking you something. He glanced over. What is it? If it's where the northern wilderness core is, no need to ask. She was shy, touching two index fingers together. Of course not. I heard you divine continent people cultivating true chi will affect the body. Lu Shui said she was also after cultivating, that her body became robust like that. He smiled happily. There is indeed such a thing. But when you say robust, do you mean this place? Then he pointed to his chest. She was shy, face red as a tomato. Don't misunderstand. I just want my body to become stronger, that's all. He brought out a book. Understood. Raging Waves Palm. 99 copper coins copy. One hand gives money. One hand gives goods. Money exchanged, porridge served. She frowned. 99 copper coins? Why don't you just go rob someone? But she threw a bag of money into Li Yun's hand. Here is 20 copper coins. The rest is owed first. We'll pay later by working. Saying that, she took the book, waved hand to leave. He thought to himself, innate talent cannot be compensated. Hope she doesn't train to become like a musclehead. Really came out to ask, is something wrong again? Li Yun turned around, answered her. She came to return the favor. Gave me specially brewed medicinal wine. She looked up. Medicinal wine? But usually you don't drink wine. He closed his eyes, explaining. Back then, on the battlefield, I also drank wine often. However, it was all to disinfect. Held in the mouth and sprayed onto the wound. But because it hurt too much, I swallowed it. Ruoli frowned. From now on, you don't need that method anymore. Do you have a more effective way? Then she gently placed her hand on his cheek. Idiot. Because from now on, I won't let you get hurt again. Lord Chen Hai walked over from the beginning. Cough, cough, cough. Breaking this awkward atmosphere. Then he brought out a stack of papers. General Chu asked me to bring this to you. It's intelligence transferred from the northern wilderness. Little Chen, why do you always appear at important moments? After reading, Li Yun spoke up. The Golden family is very smart. Huh? Rolly asked, what happened? See for yourself. They acquired the Northern Wilderness families. Organized a Northern Wilderness Alliance. He continued, besides requesting increased vigilance. They just need to deal with the internal disaster. We'll definitely point the spearhead at Great Chien. But there's something I don't quite understand. Rolly asked him, are you talking about during the acquisition process? They requested the families to offer data on the Lord of the Northern Wilderness? He frowned. That's right. Looks like expanding power. But in reality, this is probably their true purpose. She leaned forward, wondering, data on the Lord of the Northern Wilderness? What is the use of collecting this? He shrugged. Data on the Lord of the Northern Wilderness? What is the use of collecting this? Then the two turned to look at Chen Hai. Little Chen, where is General Chu? Chen Hai replied, did you forget? Today is the day he and the sixth prince returned to the Northern Wilderness together. Left early in the morning. Li Yun rested his chin. I still wanted to ask him about the Northern Wilderness situation. Wonder where they have gone. Two people riding horses on the road. Suddenly Li Yun shotaludli. Stop. Ambush. Green hair jumped out from tree. Said, very sharp. He smiled sinisterly. I thought I met a great ape. Turns out it's General Chu. You also have a name on the list of people the Lord needs to kill. What a coincidence. General Chu snorted steam. Stinky brat. Did you come looking for a beating? Green hair stepped back, held his sword in preparation stance. 7 stars, transverse night half. Clear song 1, tune breaks intestines. I am Kaiyong star. La scene. Want to borrow the general's head for a bit. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The sun rose high. Green hair was beaten black and blue, leaning back against a tree. Damn it. What is this situation? His strength should have been completely crushed by me. Were those weird martial arts? Can attack standing from afar. And that reflex style too. Clearly speed isn't equal to mine, but predicted all attacks. Like he's fought with me for a very long time. 1,000 question marks on Green Hair's head. Finally threw some terrible smelling thing at me too. He shouted, loudly shaking the forest. Stinks to death. At the capital, General Chu had returned to report. That guy's strength is extremely strong. Fortunately, I have rich experience. Caught him off guard. Temporarily scared him away. Lian acted as if he predicted it. Sure enough, still came. Is the opponent alone? Liun Rablia. Likely so. If he still had accomplices, such a good opportunity, they surely would have supported to beat me to death. Although let him escape. But I put a scent on him. Liun Fronat. You mean a die ball? General Chu bared his teeth, grinning. It's exactly the thing you used on me. Roly was confused. On the battlefield, marking targets with scent isn't very normal. Why are your expressions so strange? He sweated, speechless, because that is rice after digesting it. Back to the main point. Liun Fronat, smiling brightly. Speaking of which, just need a military dog to find the opponent. He can't escape. At the forest earlier, Green Hair was bathing in the stream. He shouted, why won't it wash off? Damn great Qian people. Suddenly, there was a noise in the distance. He was alert, turned around, said, who is it? Come out quickly. Lian had found the place, standing on the bank looking at him. Do northern wilderness people all like to curse? Then he began to deploy the array. Finish putting on clothes. Come here and accept death. He wasn't to be outdone either. Smiling, true Qi is very strong. You're Lian, right? However, comparing true Qi, boom, the water around him parted. He stood touching the riverbed, frowning at Lian. I won't lose to you either. My companion warned me not to be careless, so I will use full strength. He was confused. Hey, you haven't finished dressing yet. He shouted loudly. Doesn't matter. Being able to fight, you makes me unable to wait. You actually dare to come empty-handed. Without that strange weapon like that great ape, you can't deal with me. At the capital, Red Hair knew the matter. She scolded loudly. Are you guys crazy? Letting him deal with the 7 stars alone. Why didn't you tell me such an important matter? Chen Hai replied, please leave. This is the Imperial Palace Forbidden Hall. Moreover, this is Great Qian's business. Has no relation or connection to you. She puffed her cheeks. Didn't think the Great Qian Emperor was a heartless person, basically ignoring the life or death of the fiancé. Chen Hai was disgusted. Her Majesty has assisted. Everything will end immediately. Red Hair looked at the sky. Is there something in the sky? Scene shifts. Lian looked at him with disdain. Your strength is not bad. Similar to when I just broke through the martial artist limit. But I don't want to fight a guy who likes being naked like you. Feeling that beating you up makes you excited. Green Hair frowned in anger. Lian turned his face away. This time leave it to her then. Green Hair shouted loudly. Trash. You fear me. Useless thing. Clouds in the sky suddenly formed a circle. Something aimed straight at Green Hair's spot. A super bright area appeared around, like a star from space flashing. Smoke cleared. Green Hair lay tattered on the ground. Liung Grinat. Who told my wife she wanted to protect me? This time let her protect me. Green Hair tore his pants, revealing his butt. At the capital, Chen Hai came to report. Report, Your Majesty. Successfully hit the target. Roly replied, I know. Arrogantly said that. My man, only I can touch. Red Hair flew through the forest. Her small body just zoomed in the wind. Arrived. Saw Green Hair defeated. Lian stood looking at him without a scratch. Green Hair face planted into the pile of rocks under the riverbed. Red Hair exclaimed in surprise. This is your strength? Compared to the desolate art I possess, it is much more powerful. Lian smiled, eyes closed. Of course. After all, this is the power of love. Saying that, he lifted Green Hair, who was burying his head in the rocks. Then commented, this guy is still very tough. actually still alive. Red Hair glanced over, just in time to take him to the Great Qian Sky Prison. Maybe can even get some intelligence. She pointed her finger at his temple. A bright star appeared at the pointed spot. She sat channeling energy for a moment, then said, I have sealed his power. From now on, if he forcibly uses energy, he will suffer backlash. Currently, he is no different from a cripple. He smiled, very good. You still have use. She turned to look at him. Right? I advise you to be careful with the Great Qian Emperor. I want to find her to save you. She actually didn't care. Even called the stinky guard to chase me away. Then said something about having assisted. Although we both have superhuman martial power, we also need to watch out for being plotted against. Li Yun pretended to put on a regretful face. Too late. I am currently controlled by her every day. A lot of energy is consumed on her. By the time I realized it was too late, Red Hair was horrified. That's scary? No wonder you also couldn't escape. He grimaced. That's right. Especially at night. Even harder to control. Red Hair's face turned pale. There is such demonic art. I wonder if I can learn it. From now on, must guard against her even more. At the Great Qian Sky Prison, Green Hair was chained to the wall. Seemingly hasn't had his torn pants changed. Lian brought a bag of his belongings to put on the table. A few miscellaneous items fell clattering on the table. So poor. Dignified high-ranking cadre of the Northern Wilderness's #1 power. High-ranking cadre. Yet whole body only has 21 of money. Don't tell me you also have a benevolent wife? Looking back at the bag, only a water bottle. A horn and a pile of coins. Lian picked up the horn. What is the use of this thing? Does this pervert have some special hobby? Suddenly a sound came from inside the horn. Shouting loudly. La Xin. Have you dealt with the opponent? Not inferior to Lao Jia Zi dealing with #2 under heaven. Huh. Li Yun Fronat. They made a move on Gao Feng? Could this guy be their boss? Looks like I have to beat them at their own game. He spoke back into the horn. Yeah, this kind of goods can't withstand a single blow in front of me. Too easy. Inside shouted loudly. Good job. Seems the core isn't on him either. Just a normal human. He smiled, eyes closed. That is natural. Speaking of which, Gao Feng on that side has been dealt with? The other side said again. Lao Jiazi also finished not long ago. Currently should be at. Lao Jiazi, where are you? The other side started thinking. The opponent basically couldn't withstand a single blow in front of my 5 Lotus Immortal. Too easy. Li Yin continued. Lao Jiazi, did you bring back Gao Feng's Sky Profound Cannon? That thing is very valuable. He thought, talking exactly like me. Could it be? Let me try a bit. At the forest, fire burning fiercely. Spiky hair and his pink-haired camel sat beside it. He was roasting a super big piece of meat. He held the horn. Thinking, Sky Profound Cannon? How does he know Sky Profound Cannon? The outside world calls it Sky Profound Blade. He frowned. Of course I took it. Did the person on that side gain anything? Heard Gao Feng had a silkworm taken by that dog thief Yen. He shouldn't lack good things on him. Can deal with Li Yin. How is that possible? Or maybe, over here. Li Yin said, there is one pill. Taken from Yin Hong. He grimaced. Truly that damn guy. He spoke slowly. Right? Heard the rebel army cadres also ran to the northern wilderness. Why don't we also send someone to deal with them? Lest they affect the fight for the core. Also good. Among those people, there might be someone who knows where the core is. I will send a remaining person to catch them. On this side, Spiky Hair started getting confused. Core? What is that thing? This bastard dragged me into strange things again. Speaking of which, it's all due to that damn fortune-telling. He recalled. Someone once told him, young man, I see your physiognomy is strange. In life, you will encounter many opportunities by chance. You will definitely become a great hero. Back then I always thought he was a scammer. Until I met the scammer. Until I met this bastard Li Yin. The prophecy came true. It's just this opportunity makes people want to curse too much. First, at the southern barbarian insect nest, was kicked into the sea of insects by Li Yin, enduring the pain of 10,000 insects biting the body. Finally, I obtained the true chi of all those goo insects. When the divine continent Earth Dragon turned over, was knocked into the fissure by him. Took 7 days and 7 nights to crawl up, but by a twist of fate, obtained the ancient martial artist's secret manual. Most hateful is that he tied me up in the southern barbarian secret realm, discovered by the tribal daughters there. But also due to dual cultivation with those strong women, I opened the two meridians of run and do. Spiky Hair was angry. Since meeting him, all kinds of trouble come endlessly. Even doing nothing can result in broken bones, internal organs crushed, bloodline awakening, and my innate energy first broke, then accumulated. It increased significantly when I became the 12th child after 10,000 years. On this side, Li Yin was happy. I have finished investigating. They are currently at the 10 Directions Great Mountains on the northern wilderness border. Sending one person is enough. They're very weak. The other side shouted over. I know. You guys also return quickly. Lest I next then upends. Li Yin looked at Green Hair being chained. Slowly said, Accident? There surely won't be any accidents. Early the next morning, Li Yin strolled around the palace. He thought to himself, cannot let this group of people act recklessly. Hand on chin, based on their style of action. Afraid that killing tens of thousands of people counts for nothing. He opened the door. Ruoli was sitting inside working. He approached her desk, smiled and said, Is your majesty still working? She replied, Almost done. I have also prepared the food. Today let's dine in the palace. The full moon shone brightly. A certain couple invited each other to sit on the roof and watch the moon. Li Yin smiled, eyes closed. Thank you for today. Directly using Great Qian's secret weapon to protect me. She frowned. I wasn't doing it for you. Don't flatter yourself. The opponent came to Great Qian to cause trouble. I was just counterattacking. Li Yin noticed the difference. Asked her, Why do I feel like you have something on your mind today? She turned back to answer. Frowning. That is natural. You always risk your life. People who care about you will always worry. He turned. So, you want to stop me from dealing with the northern wilderness people? She lowered her eyes. Quite the opposite. I won't stop you. Doing so would be too spoiled. Not stop me? She replied slowly. Stopping you from doing what you want to do. That is the behavior of a fool. I don't want to be a fool. She continued with words that surprised Li Yin. From now on, the northern wilderness matter will trouble you. I will use the best armor to protect you. Use the strongest army to pave the way for you. Everyone will see your glory. Then eye to eye, if you return in victory, I will give you Great Qian's best gift. And if you fail, I will make everyone in the world accompany you in death. She looked at him seriously. Perhaps one day you die in battle. That will also be the day Ruoli dies. Hearing these touching words, Li Yun jigglet. All right, I agree to His Majesty the Emperor's request. Just one problem. What problem? He smiled. Said a sentence that made Ruoli redder than a tomato. Isn't Great Qian's best gift already in my hands? She turned her face away shyly. Then what else do you want? As long as I have it, I'll give it to you. He grinned widely. How about a morning greeting every day with a... Before he could finish his sentence, a fist landed squarely on his face. Ruoli puffed her cheeks in anger. What are you talking about? Li Yin's face now bore a fist print. He tried to calm his wife down. Calm down. I was just joking to lighten the mood. She crossed her arms in front of her chest. Listen up. No matter what decision you make, I will always support you. This is the promise from the great empress, Li Yin's official wife. He smiled brightly. In that case, could you give the Imperial kitchen some credit? She turned her face away. What are you talking about? I cooked that myself. Morning at Li Yin's house. Li Yin was enjoying his tea when a money pouch suddenly landed in front of him. Ah, so this is from the red-haired girl. The young lady spoke arrogantly. After deducting the money you owed for the meal the other day, the rest is for you. I didn't expect you to capture Luo Shun so easily. It seems I'll need to adjust my plans a bit. He smiled cheerfully and said, You're a woman of your word. So what are your plans next? She replied, If you don't know where the core is, then I'll leave the capital. I'll search all over the divine continent for it. Li Yin gave her an okay sign. She had probably never seen that gesture before. She judged, What's that? Your language is so strange. Then the girl turned to leave, but she didn't forget to give a warning. You need to be careful of the people from the Golden family. Don't act alone. The two of us teaming up is the safest option. He smiled. Thank for the warning. Good luck. Immediately after, he frowned. This horn. The security level in the capital has been lowered. A voice came from the horn again. Luo Shen, where are you? Li Yin picked it up and answered, I'm here. An order came from within. I've found the rebel cadres. They're at the location we just discussed. Another man was standing on a cliff. He reported, There are 4 of them in total. A murderous aura then radiated from the surroundings. I've used my wilderness art. I've locked them in place. Looking down below, Narain Tai, I recognize her. I don't know what she's doing fiddling with that stick. And there's her attendant next to her. Then he reported on the pink-haired girl. There's also a very cute girl. She's just my type. Li Yun squinted with a smile. They're very weak. Just a bunch of foolish mortals. Go over and deal with them directly. Then he thought to himself, a cute girl? It couldn't be Feng too, could it? This guy has some unique taste. His face darkened. Of course I know that. As one of the 7 stars, I still have that much confidence. My divine art I can see for several kilometers. They have no idea I'm here. But the blue-haired girl looked right at him and stated plainly, I see him. Then she turned to inform her teammates. He's probably about to come over here. The pink-haired girl smiled. Is it Li Yun? He's coming here? The girl continued. I finally get to meet him. The intel said he'd be around here. I can't hold it in anymore. Such a pretty little girl, but so bloodthirsty. She clenched her fist. I can't wait to smash his head in with one punch. Come on, get over here. The blue-haired girl frowned. She thought, this Li Yun guy is really something else. He actually tricked her. The big guy spoke up. Who is this woman? She doesn't seem too bright. The masked man, looking like a spy, spoke up. She is the head instructor. Then he glanced over as a warning. She's very dangerous. Stay away from her. The big guy frowned. The head instructor? Narain Tai told me the head instructor is a killer who doesn't even blink. And she's a monster with overwhelming power. She's also known as the tyrant of the battlefield. He then squinted, looking at the head instructor. But no matter how I look at her, she doesn't seem like it. She just looks like a teenage girl. Boom! A huge explosion occurred on the cliff. All 4 of them looked up in shock. Narain Tai frowned. He fell for the trap. The masked man glanced over and judged. He's alive. The smoke slowly cleared. All 4 of them saw him in the crater below. He had used a technique to protect himself from the blast. He looked up with contempt. Damn it. So crude. What the hell was that? He thought, good thing I used my wilderness art to cover the area with true chi just in time to block the attack. The masked man asked, what was that? Narain Tai continued. Earth-burst heavenly star. In short, a landmine. It's a weapon invented by our leader, Li Yun. You activate a crystal and bury it in the ground. The slightest touch will set it off, unleashing a massive amount of true chi. Oh no, the pink-haired lady is furious. She growled, Li Yun. Her eyes glowed like headlights. Then she instantly transformed into a super muscular form. She was twice as tall as before. She flew off, the wind from her movement blowing back the hair of the other 2. She leaped towards him and shouted, Don't think I won't recognize you just because you changed your hairstyle. He laughed, confused. What, Li Yun? A mere mortal's strength dares to. Bam! A single punch shattered his protective barrier. It landed right in the middle of his face. A second later, she was pummeling him relentlessly. She didn't give him a chance to breathe. The girl shouted with glee, Muda, 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 Muda. The big guy stared at the scene before him. His jaw dropped. This woman really is a monster. Good thing I didn't provoke her earlier. Narain Tai added. In terms of pure destructive power, among the rebels, Feng Tu is second only to Li Yun. The guy was beaten to a pulp before he could even gasp. Blood splattered everywhere. He was so shocked his mouth was still open. And now he's been beaten so badly he can't close it anymore. Tai assessed the situation. He's still alive. Let me finish him off to avoid future trouble. But the pink-haired girl just stood there, smiling at her handiwork. She was extremely pleased. She turned back and said, Of course he's still alive. An attack like this is nothing to Li Yun. Tai was annoyed. He's not Li Yun. Get out of the way. The girl put a hand to her mouth. Are you guys crazy? Even though I wanted to punch his head off, I didn't want to kill him. The big guy looked on in fear. You want to punch his head off, but you don't want to kill him? What a liar. She picked up his head. If this isn't Li Yun, then who could it be? She took a closer look. He does look a little different. Maybe it's the hairstyle? His hair is too long. She glared at it. If his hair were shorter, he'd look just like him. She's truly a cold-blooded killer. She just ripped a man's head off, and now she's putting on an innocent face. Oops, I accidentally pulled his head off. Can we put it back on? I think I might have killed Li Yun. Narain Tai was furious. I told you, he's not Li Yun. It's better that you took care of him. She then unleashed another burst of true chi. Well, that's not good. Li Yun told me that there must be no witnesses. Then she put on a terrifying expression. Since you all saw it, I'll just have to silence you. The other 3 The big guy jumped in fear. She's crazy. The three of us together should be able to handle her. No one paid any attention to him. The masked man handed the giant girl a piece of candy. He told her to take it. The girl then slowly shrank back to her normal size. She smiled brightly as she took the candy. Liyun. Who's that? The big guy grimaced. She was bribed that easily? Dusk began to fall. Liyun sat at a table in the courtyard. He wondered, is it over already? Feng Tu always uses 200% of her power when she fights me. He stared into the distance. But why haven't they contacted me yet? I can't make the first move either. It wouldn't be good if I was discovered. I can only wait. From a distance, Ruoli walked in, puffing her cheeks. She seemed to be upset about something. Liyun smilad brigli. I didn't go to the Imperial kitchen to bother you at work today. Don't I get a reward? The girl grimaced. She pouted. A reward? Why didn't you come in the afternoon either? He gave a forced laugh. Huh, don't you usually hate it when I come? The girl blushed. I just don't like to show it. Couldn't you have been a little more persistent? Then she shyly turned her face away. Besides, I never once said I didn't like it. At the gone heavenly prison, Shenhai and Liyun went to see the blue-haired man. Liyun asked, have you used all the great tortures? Tianhai Dawen, this guy's a total masochist. The more we torture him, the more excited he gets. The blue-haired man was arrogant. He chuckled. Truly, fools rush in where angels fear to tread. He said, if you have any other tricks, just use them. I'm still waiting. Liyun looked at him judgmentally. So he's a masochist. Looks like we'll have to change our interrogation methods. He smiled at him and gave him a thumbs up. Good morning. Have you had breakfast yet? By the way, this morning, I shamelessly had my wife feed me. Oh, my apologies. You can't move right now. How rude of me. The man shouted in rage. Are you here just to mock me? You have no martial virtue. If you got the guts, fight me one-on-one. Liyun continued to provoke him. You want me to fight a naked man? That wouldn't look good. Besides, my wife and I working together to take you down is perfectly fair. He went crazy. Nonsense. If you hadn't used those legendary heavy chains on me, I would have beaten you to a pulp already. Liyun Shukulat. If you're not convinced, I'll give you a chance. Little Chun, unchain him. This time, it was Chun Hai's turn to be angry. Are you insane? We had such a hard time capturing him. He squinted with a smile. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Clang. Clang. The iron shackles were removed one by one. The blue-haired man immediately tensed his muscles. He laughed challengingly. This time, we'll settle the score and decide who lives and who dies. Liyun was completely unafraid. I'll stand right here and won't move. If I even make a single move, I lose. That was all he was waiting for. He gathered all the true chi in his body. You dare to look down on me? This time, I'll make you pay the price. Before he could do anything, he coughed up blood. Then he collapsed, kneeling on the ground. He vomited violently. It was all blood. He was terrified. My true chi. Why did it suddenly reverse? Liyun Shukulat. I gave you a chance, and you couldn't even use it. I remember now. The Lord of the Northern Wilderness directly sealed the core inside you. Right now, you're no different from a cripple. He went crazy and shouted, Bastard, you tricked me. Let me tell you something. Among the 7 stars, I'm only ranked 6th. The ones above me are the real monsters. Liyun Juja. So, it's just a few people. You won't accomplish anything great. The blue-haired man suddenly gave a sinister smile. Just wait until we find the remaining core fragments. Under the core's influence, everyone in the Northern Wilderness will break through their limits. Your Dagon Empire won't be able to stand against the army of Northern Wilderness martial artists. Liyun Smilad Brigli. He provoked. Talk to me after you've found the core. Right now, you can't do anything. He was furious. Who says? We've already converted a group of martial artists. They're all spread out within the Dagon territory. Well done. Liyun gave him a thumbs up. You're very cooperative. Then he turned to leave. Thank you for telling me so much. Only then did he realize. He screamed. Wait, were you just tricking me into talking? He said cheerfully, you could just stay here. What an idiot. You tricked me, the blue-haired man roared. Bastard, just you wait. Our Northern Wilderness army will definitely level Dagon. Liyun Shukulat. I'll be waiting. The sound of stone grinding against a wall could be heard. A hand, covered in wounds, was trying to write something on the wall. It was the monk. As he carved into the wall, he chanted, Shimbani Shumbao Hum Hum Fet. A prison guard complained. I can't take it anymore. This old monk mutters nonstop, every single day. The other guard reminded him. This guy is not simple. The late emperor himself locked him up here. Before the late emperor passed away, he would often come to see him. The monk's face was dark, but his mouth never stopped. A mysterious symbol had been carved onto the prison wall. It was the middle of the night. Lian finally showed up. He mumbled, "I'm home." But he didn't get the usual reply. "She's not back yet. I thought I'd see my lovely wife as soon as I walked in the door." Suddenly, the sound of a knife being sharpened came from the kitchen. Only Ruoli's presence could be felt in the kitchen. Could it be that the people from the northern wilderness are here again? He rushed forward and kicked the door. He burst through the door and shouted, "Which little thief is looking to die?" Suddenly, he felt worried for himself. The door opened to reveal Ruoli sitting in the kitchen. His face turned pale as he saw his wife sitting there, sharpening a knife. She turned around, putting on a scary face. She held up the knife and said in a threatening voice, "What did you just say?" He broke out in a cold sweat. I thought the assassins from the northern wilderness were here again. But why is my dear wife sharpening a knife?" She replied, "I was feeling a bit lazy today. I didn't want to cook, so I let the Imperial chefs do it." But who knew the Imperial kitchen skills were so poor? I can't believe the Imperial kitchen made such a disgusting dish. You can almost smell it through the screen. Li Yin tried to explain. The Imperial kitchen really can't compare to you, my dear wife. You made this yourself, didn't you? The Imperial kitchen is taking the blame again. The girl blushed. So, I decided to cook dinner myself. I was just about to start. Li Yin cheerfully picked up a piece. "It's okay. We can't waste food." Then he popped it into his mouth. No. He looked happy, although it looked a bit off. The flavor is excellent. As expected of a meal from the Imperial kitchen. Ruoli smiled brightly. "Is it really that good?" Li Yin gave her a thumbs up. He agreed. "Of course. The key is that this dish is filled with love. This is the most uniquely delicious food in the world." Ruoli was satisfied. "You're just a smooth talker." He continued, "I got some intel from Luo Shan. A group of core-converted martial artists from the northern wilderness has infiltrated Dagon. There are at least several thousand of them." Ruoli was worried. "Several thousand? Where's Chen Hai?" He replied with a smile. After he found out, he sent people to various places to investigate. She asked, "So in your opinion, if you were from the northern wilderness, where would you go first?" He answered, "I would probably choose Jiangnan. It's the economic center of Dagon. Plus, it just went through the southern barbarian invasion. The situation there is still a bit chaotic." He squinted. "But if they know enough about Dagon, they would know that a peerless empress has built a railway that stretches across more than half the continent. This has significantly reduced the importance of Jiangnan. If this empress puts her mind to it, she could use the railway to create another Jiangnan anywhere she wants." She lowered her eyes, satisfied. "A very good analysis. But there's no need to exaggerate so much." He smiled brightly. "Then let me praise you. I know you're amazing. But if I were to describe it in detail, it wouldn't be appropriate for children to read." The girl pouted. "That's not what I meant." He immediately tried to soothe her. All right. It's getting late. Let's go to bed and rest." But she replied, "We don't get a rest when we go to bed." Her answer left him speechless. Early the next morning, Li Yin was already sitting on the roof. He said with satisfaction, "Lena's medicinal wine is really good. My true qi is much easier to condense than before." He clenched his fist. He was pleased. Fighting Chu Ruoli is more than enough now. But I still need to hold back a little. After all, I can't go all out every time. My stomach is growling, man. He rubbed his stomach. As expected, I can't escape the law of energy deficiency. I'll go buy a couple of steam buns. The warm sunbeams shone down on the world. At a stall, "Boss, how much are the steam buns? Is the skin thin?" The boss replied with a smile. 5-1. Thin skin, big filling. Today, he was confident. 2, please. Usually, he could only afford plain mantu. Luckily, he had earned some pocket money from Lena. He opened his money pouch. Instead of money, he only found a piece of paper. "Oh no, why is there only a piece of paper? Where's my money?" The note read, "It's all your fault I was late. I'm taking all your pocket money. Liun Fronat. This is unfair. I clearly didn't waste any time. She was the one who was eager to fight. Tonight, I'll have to fight her for 300 rounds." A voice came from behind. "Boss, 16 buns." Li Yin turned around. "Ah, it's Beardy," he said with a smile. Can't even afford steamed buns now. Let me treat you. He scratched his head in embarrassment. Thanks. My wife took all my money. I can only be oppressed by her every day. Sitting at a table with a steaming basket of buns, Lian spoke up. You didn't just show up to treat me to steamed buns, did you? Beardy replied. Yesterday, I caught a few thieves from the northern wilderness. They've snuck into the capital. The capital? Didn't they go to Jiangnan? He continued, those people committed suicide as soon as they were caught. Right now, we're completely on the defensive. We don't know what the enemy's goal is. A bloody battle is inevitable. Li Yin shook with laughter. He held up the horn. We're taking action tonight, right? Don't worry. With me leading the team, you have nothing to fear. He wasn't listening to Beardy at all. After speaking, he said, you were saying? Beardy was confused. Who are you just talking to? That horn looks like it's from a northern wilderness. Li Yin smiled and held up the horn. The leader of the Golden family. The one who severely injured the lord of the northern wilderness. And this thing is a communication tool. Very useful. What were you saying just now? I'm completely lost. Let's just pretend I never said anything. He went straight undercover and became a high-ranking member of the enemy. This Li Yin guy is truly unfathomable. In the capital, after reporting to the empress, Her Majesty said, tonight, they've chosen their time well. Li Yin clenched his fist. He agreed. Indeed, it's just the right time for us to have a decisive battle. He thought, these people even know my work and rest schedule. They even know when we're going to fight until Ruoli has not a single piece of armor left. She frowned. Don't talk nonsense. So, how many people will be making a move in the capital? He said, about 100. All of them are martial artists. But their objective is very strange. Ruoli was annoyed. So many of them have infiltrated the city. What's so strange about it? He continued, their goal is to cause as much damage as possible in the capital and then leave. Her eyes widened. Something's not right. He frowned, resting his chin on his hand as he thought. The enemy has deployed so many people. It can't just be for destruction. This is probably a smokescreen. They must have another plan in secret. Ruoli asked, could you have been exposed? He was serious. I don't think so. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent so many people to the capital. And they even informed me about it. What the enemy wants most is the core. Perhaps there's something in the capital related to the core. You should stay in the palace tonight. I'll go deal with them myself. Then I'll find out what their real objective is. Hearing this, she was displeased. Are you saying I'm a burden? Li Yin was speechless. No, that's not it. I mean, you should stay in the palace and guard all 4 directions. That way, you'll boost the morale of many soldiers. She smiled. Don't be so scared. I know what I should do. Do you really think I'm someone who doesn't understand the bigger picture? He seemed to understand. He said softly, then what are you trying to say? Ruoli blushed. Come back early. He kissed her forehead. Like a promise. I'll definitely be back early. She shyly touched her forehead. I told you, this is the Imperial study. Night fell. A group of soldiers was gathering. One of them spoke up. The one leading us today is a leader of the Golden family, right? Have any of you met him? The red-haired man answered. Never. I've only seen the Supreme Lord. He was the one who helped me level up. I've never seen the other 6. The man with the scar interjected. I was always skeptical at first. But if we can complete this mission, we might become as strong as the 7 leaders. They argued amongst themselves. Li Yin stood on a rooftop. Wearing a mask, he commented. Quite a lot of people. Noticing a stranger. The red-haired man shouted. Who's there? Up here. A man wearing a Sun Wukong mask spoke up. Don't be nervous. Then he held up the horn. You should recognize this, right? I am Luo Shun. Hearing this, they all bowed their heads in unison. They paid their respects. Greetings to the 7 stars. Leader Luo Shun. The men reported. The rest of our men are scattered and hidden in various strongholds, just waiting for your order. Li Yin in disguise said, very good, brothers. I, Luo Shun, promise I won't treat you unfairly. Our sacred cause will not stop here. Pacify the northern wilderness, conquer the southern barbarians, annex Dagon, and unite the divine continent. This is just the beginning. Beyond the seas, there is an even vaster world. In the future, you'll surely become kings of your own lands. He raised his hand high. From this day forward, we shall be called the Iron Flower Troop. You will call me troop leader. We will never stop. The men below were stunned. Then they cheered loudly. Troop leader, so brave. They were ready to receive their orders. Li Yin ordered, we'll start with the head of the 6th fan school, Chenhai. Capture him, and then I will... Wait, no. The northern wilderness will have one less opponent. Now, everyone, chant with me. Kill Chenhai. Kill Chenhai. The men below chanted even louder. Kill Chenhai. Kill Chenhai. Little Chun at the 6th fan school was furious. Damn it. Why do they have to use me as bait? Beardy explained. You are Her Majesty's trusted subordinate. Using you as bait is perfectly justifiable. Chenhai asked. It's about time. Where are they? Beardy replied. We'll have to play it by ear. I don't know which direction he's in either. Crash. The gate of the 6th fan school was smashed open. Leading the charge was the man in the monkey mask. He said arrogantly, This is the place. That bastard Chenhai is hiding in here. Suddenly, he turned around. He asked cluelessly, What's our mission again? The whole crowd behind him shouted, Kill the bastard Chenhai. Chenhai's face turned purple with rage. This guy is using his public position for private revenge. Beardy said, No need to be angry. It's just an act. Lian gave him a friendly middle finger. What's wrong? Not happy? If you've got the guts, then curse me, Luo Shan. If I show even a hint of emotion, I lose. At the palace, Ruoli was searching for something in the study. She said aloud, I wonder if I can find any clues in the archives. She thought about how her husband would praise her, and became determined. Yes, when I find it, he will definitely admire me so much. She pulled out a book. I remember this is what Father Emperor ordered to be burned before he passed away. Ruoli read the contents of the book. The 2nd day of the 7th month. Go to the heavenly temple. The bad guys followed their instructions. They rushed in to attack Chenhai, but luckily, Beardy was there to block them. They all jumped in at once. Bang! Beardy punched the first guy. He was knocked back to his 3-year-old self. In a moment, he had sent 5 charging men flying. Chenhai was also dealing with his own opponents. Little Chun sneered. A bunch of thieves. Then he frowned. To die by my blade is an honor for you. Swish, swish, with just 2 lightning-fast strikes. The next 2 men were taken down. The bald man shouted, Chenhai, you're so despicable. You actually used hidden weapons. Chenhai whipped his head around to look at the man in the monkey mask. He glared. Little Chun gritted his teeth. Bastard, you were clearly the one who did it. Why am I the one getting a bad reputation? It's time. Bang! Lian flew towards Chenhai like a rocket. He shouted, You all back off. Let me save you. The 2 swords clashed. After a series of attacks and defenses, both men were sent flying back. Chenhai gritted his teeth. Were you trying to kill me just now? Lian continued his act. You bastard. You're pretty good. Then he turned to his fake comrades and said, The enemy is tough. He's even stronger than the Lian I killed. You all, act according to the plan I told you earlier. One of them was worried. Troop leader, what about you? He reassured them. I'm enough to deal with him alone. You all go quickly. Don't waste any more time. Although they were reluctant, they obeyed with tears in their eyes and ran off. At the 6th fan school, Lian finally took off his mask. He stood talking with the other 2. Chenhai was angry. Take off that mask already. Are you using your public position for private revenge now? Oof. Just because I make you stay 5 meters away from Her Majesty, you have to hold a grudge like this? He said with a laugh. Lian took off the mask. He squinted with a smile. Little Chun, what are you talking about? You're my dear friend. Then he continued. Is everything arranged? My plan A is to overwhelm them with numbers. We have enough people to handle them. Chenhai Dawen, everything is arranged. Is there anything else? Lian cheerfully reminded him. Just play it by ear. Arrange for a team to be at the heavenly prison. A group of people just left the main team. They must be the ones with the hidden mission. But why are they going to the heavenly prison? Could the core be there? After taking down all the guards, the 2 men snuck into the prison. They went to the cell of the muttering monk. Monk, where's the core? The monk looked grim. The Supreme Lord sent you, didn't he? The red-haired man shouted. We're running out of time. You've been hiding in a Dagon for so many years. What have you found out? His face was dark. Veins popped out on his forehead. I did confirm the location of the heavenly temple. But at that time, the rebel leader was also there. In order not to expose myself, I had to hide. A year later, I found the heavenly temple again. But I was captured by the old emperor, and the object fell into his hands. The 2 men were stunned. So the core is in the Imperial palace. They clearly have the core, but Dagon hasn't shown any special changes. Wait, it's like there's an object just like it. Lian arrived and ordered. Let's go. The 2 men whipped around. Troop leader. Lian's mask was half broken. He coughed up blood, clutching his chest. I barely managed to injure Chenhai. but the main army will be here soon. We need to leave quickly. But after assessing the situation, he thought, so this monk is their target. After this is over, I'll come find him for a chat. The three of them ran out of the heavenly prison as fast as they could. Li Yin led the way. He ordered, we're almost at the exit. Once we get through, we'll be completely safe and can return to the northern wilderness. The red-haired man smiled to himself. Thank goodness leader Luo Shan is here. He's both resourceful and charismatic. Even the rebel leader can't compare to him. The three of them made it out to the main road. The red-haired man exclaimed, the streets are so quiet. There are no pursuers at all. Liun Rablia. Someone must be holding them back. Let's leave quickly. Let's not waste their efforts. Suddenly, a group of people rushed towards them. Then, the three of them were surrounded by soldiers. The soldiers aimed their guns straight at them. Bang, bang, bang. The guns were fired. The three of them were caught off guard. Lian quickly jumped in front. A second later, he had blocked all the bullets for the other two. He gritted his teeth as if in great pain. The two men were moved and shouted, troop leader. Both of them had tears streaming down their faces. For mere grunts like us. The troop leader used his own body to shield us. Lian raised his fist and slammed it into the ground in front of him. The ground instantly shattered and rose up to form a shield, protecting them. He sat down seriously. He said, I'm afraid I can't hold on much longer. The two men were moved. They said, troop leader. Later, after they got a clear look at the situation, one of them spoke up. But troop leader, your clothes aren't even damaged. And they even look like they've been mended by your wife. He broke out in a sweat. He made an excuse. Before I die, can I use a little bit of my strength to maintain my dignity? The two men started crying again. Of course you can. He handed him the horn. This is for you. I've already activated it. Use it to communicate with the Supreme Lord. The two men cried even harder. Troop leader, to entrust such a precious item to us. We will definitely not disappoint you. He slowly raised his hand. From now on, I'm counting on you. You must defeat Dagon. Then he pointed straight at the two men. It's just a pity that I, Luo Shan, have dedicated my whole life to the Golden Family. But before I die, I still haven't found where the core is. The two men gradually stopped crying. Troop leader, rest assured. This time we found a crucial clue. You found the core? One of them was still sobbing. He said, a few years ago, the Supreme Lord sent the killer monk to infiltrate Dagon. Just now, we learned from him that the core was taken by the old emperor. In other words, the core is hidden somewhere in Dagon. Swish. Lian cheerfully took off his mask. He said, so that's how it is. Thanks. I'm going to go ask the killer monk directly. The two men were completely confused. Bam! A single punch crushed their heads. Before the two men could even react, Lian had struck them. They fell to the ground. Chen-hai walked over. You're ruthless enough. No different from when you were slashing at me earlier. He turned around and chuckled. Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. Weren't you trying your best to shoot me with those flintlocks just now? It's all the same. Where are the others? Chen-hai replied. A few escaped. Most of the rest were eliminated on the spot. Liun Smilat. Not bad. But there's still some loose ends. Little Chun was annoyed. Did you get any useful clues? He smiled. Find the killer monk. He was captured by the old emperor. Do you know him? Tianhai Dawen. I am Her Majesty's personal guard. I have a lot of work to do every day. How would I have time to care about some criminals? Lian was not pleased. What are you bragging about? I serve the Empress of Dagon day and night. I do more work than you. Chen-hai gritted his teeth. It looks like he's about to hit someone. After returning, Rolly came out to greet him. You're back. I found this. It's the late emperor's relic. There are a lot of interesting things inside. Lian smiled and asked her. The old emperor, no. Your honorable father. I'm in a good mood right now. Go ahead and tell me. I am listening. Rolly was worried. What's wrong? Are you hurt? Lian was joking. He put his hand on his chest. I suddenly feel my heart beating really fast. I might have been poisoned. Rolly looked at him with half-closed eyes. Then it's definitely not poison. He broke out in a sweat. How did you know? Then she rested her cheek on her hand. She blushed and said, because I didn't die from a sudden heart attack. The next morning, Li Yun was in the kitchen with a spatula. Heh, finally, filled with overflowing affection. The dish is complete. Today's special breakfast includes bread, eggs, and sausage, and tomatoes. What a delicious breakfast. He went outside to breathe in the fresh air. What a perfect morning. The flowers are blooming, the birds are singing. And he suddenly deflated. This Nusan, Jianhai. Little Chun had arrived early in the morning. He said with a grimace, "Can you not be so loud? I didn't want to see your face this early in the morning either. And what's with that look on your face?" He squinted and held up his index finger. "It's because of last night's great victory, of course. I have every reason to be happy. Jianhai, I didn't expect you to have such a spirit of dedication to the Gone." He smiled. "No, your empress also worked very hard." Little Chun was confused. Her Majesty participated too? In that case, it's better if I don't ask. Getting to the point, Lian asked, "What are you doing here? Is there any news from the killer monk? We've gathered quite a lot. I'm here to report to Her Majesty." Lian crossed his arms. Her Majesty worked hard last night. She's still resting. Little Chun turned to leave. "If Her Majesty hasn't gotten out of bed yet, then I'll come back later. Remember to keep eavesdropping on the Northern Wilderness's intelligence." Liun fronat and gave him a friendly middle finger. "Today is my day off. No one is to disturb me." At the market, people were bustling about. Li Yun and Ruoli were taking a stroll. She said, "Let's go check out the area outside the city today." He replied, "That's rare. You actually have a place you want to go. Is there something interesting there?" She smiled and replied, "There is a little." She said seductively, "Out there. I'm the only one who can hear your voice." He looked at her lovingly and replied, "If that's the case, then we're the same." Outside the capital city, the two of them went up a mountain. Liyun kumanta. "Why is the terrain here so rough and uneven?" The girl explained. "The jade seal was here before. It's normal for there to be many deep pits. The grass here is too overgrown." He said cheerfully, turning his back to her. "Climb on. Let me carry you." Lian easily carried Ruoli on his back. He continued walking briskly. He turned back and said, "You're heavy." The girl blushed. She looked away. "That's just because you've gotten weaker." He chuckled. "I can feel where the fat has accumulated." The girl gave a friendly smile, but it was filled with danger. "Let me give you a good chop when we get back." He lowered his eyes and sighed. "It's been over a year, huh? I still can't quite believe that this life is real." The girl stared at him. "What kind of life?" He turned back with a bright smile. "Being a landlord." Then his wife pinched his cheek. "Just kidding. Of course. I can't believe I have such an outstanding wife like you. You think so too, right?" The girl pouted. "No." He immediately tried to soothe her. "Don't be angry, saying that will hurt my feelings." The girl dug her fingers into Li Yun's shoulder. She blushed. "I'm not angry. The life you have now is all because I designed it step by step to capture you in my hands." He gave a wry smile. "So it seems Miss Chu is also an expert at capturing people's hearts." The girl replied, "I'm not that good. I just understand you well." They arrived. A magnificent view lay before them. "This is the place, right?" The girl commented. "It seems to look much better here." Liam put his hands on his hips. He smiled. "It's all thanks to me." Ruoli turned to him with a gentle smile. "The situation looks grim. To be able to say something like that. It seems your mind has some problems too. But it's okay. No matter what happens to you, I'll still take care of you." Liam was confused. Is she insulting me or complimenting me? He turned his face towards the sun. "This place has grown a bit too fast. The jade seal has only been gone for a month. Doesn't the capital have any planning? Even if it's outside the city, it still needs to be properly maintained to look good." The girl lowered her eyes. "If I had the time and resources, I would have built a few more roads already." In the grass, something shiny appeared. Leah noticed it. What is that thing?" Then he turned back and told her, "Stay right here and don't move." He slowly walked towards the place where the object was shining. It grew this tall in just 1 month. Could it be a genetic mutation? He pulled up a pitch-black rock. He looked at it in his hand. He thought, "This is the thing I kicked out of the city before. The court should have sent someone to retrieve it. Why is it still here?" Rolly saw him standing motionless. She called out, "Did you find something?" Then he turned back. He smiled brightly. "I found something long and black." Then he walked closer. He explained to his wife, "It's a fragment of the jade seal's sword. I'll help you retrieve this. Your Majesty, remember to reward your humble servant." Ruoli frowned. She cursed, "Damn it." Li Yan's mood dropped. He sulked. "I was just asking for some psychological compensation. You don't have to curse at me like that." Ruoli frowned. She looked into the distance. "No, not you. Look behind you." Suddenly, the scenery turned dark. The grassy field also emitted a faint light. The two of them were momentarily surprised. Li Yan looked at the sword fragment in his hand. Could this broken sword be causing trouble? He quickly threw the sword fragment to the ground and swiftly wrapped his arm around Ruoli's waist. He picked her up and dashed away. Even I can't do something like this. It's as if their life force is being drained. This phenomenon is too strange. I need to get Ruoli away from here first. The hand that held the broken sword just now feels strange. Could it be? Do I have to cut off my hand? Ruoli turned her head back. She reported to Li Yun. Wait, look at that broken sword. He turned back to look. His gaze was sharp. The sword was still standing there. A second later, many flowers bloomed all around it. Ruoli observed. It seems the grass here grew faster because it was in contact with the broken sword. It should be fine. He let out a sigh of relief. Phew, if something were to happen, it would be too late anyway. The two of them happily held hands. Ruoli said, Don't worry. Even if you turn into a skeleton, you won't be able to escape from me. He replied, Hey, are you cursing me? Ruoli smiled happily. Of course not. This is a blessing. The two of them stood there, mesmerized by the blooming flowers. Seeing that Li Yun's expression was not good, Ruoli asked him, Do you feel that something's not right? Li Yun turned to her with a bitter smile. Yes, I have to pee. Then he scratched his face. These plants have probably been influenced since they were small. Once the sword fragment is removed, they wither. The girl was worried. She looked at Li Yun with her sparkling eyes. Did you really think about cutting off your arm just now? You didn't consider this possibility. He squinted and smiled. He explained, I didn't think too much about it. A strong person like me can recover from a severed arm in just a week. The girl glared at him, but was filled with love. Don't do something like that again. He smiled brightly and replied, Yes, yes. I'll listen to whatever my dear wife says. The girl blushed. This time, let's just say you cut off your arm. So now it's mine. As she spoke, she pointed at that arm. Li Yun was confused. Can you do that? My right hand is now my wife's. The girl crossed her arms. She pretended to be sulking. Don't say any more. Your legs and your heart are already mine. Li Yun smilat. At this rate, more than half of my body belongs to you. I'm so tired. The girl sulked and turned her face away. What are you tired of? Then she turned back, looking at him lovingly. I am all yours. They were flirting with each other, but the readers were the ones whose hearts were fluttering. Back at the palace, the two lovebirds were at it again. They were gently feeding each other. The one who was annoyed by this was little Chun. Li Yun saw Chen Hai. Li Yun immediately distanced himself. What's wrong? You're not going to die, are you? Little Chun was angry. Don't worry. If you don't die, I'll deal with you myself. Li Yun pretended to be scared. He went and hugged his wife tightly. Why is little Chun so aggressive today? Chen Hai got even angrier. Ruoli asked seriously, What's the deal with that broken sword? Have you found any clues? Little Chun frowned. He reported, That broken sword should be harmless to the human body. Your Majesty can rest assured. The energy it emits does indeed come from the Northern Wilderness Core. It has no effect on humans or animals. At most, it can only promote the growth of weeds. Li Yun fronat. How is it related to the Northern Wilderness Core? Chen Hai continued his report. The killer monk in the heavenly prison was once captured by the late emperor to lead the way to obtain the Northern Wilderness Core. After that, the late emperor forged it into a weapon. That is the Jade Seal. The black swords were near the Northern Wilderness Core for a long time, so they were contaminated with some of its aura. Li Yun was curious. No wonder the Jade Seal can fly, so it relies on the Northern Wilderness Core. But why didn't the old emperor follow the Golden Family's example and use it to transform people? Chen Hai frowned as he recalled. Regarding this, the people from the Northern Wilderness we captured before are now all dead in their cells. There are no wounds on their bodies. The main character asked again, Can you confirm that there were no external factors involved during this period? Little Chin replied, I can confirm. Those people were all personally managed by my subordinates. Li Yun fronat. He rested his chin on his hand. I was wondering why there were so many top-tier experts. If I'm not mistaken, they're just burning their own life force to gain power. Ruoli spoke up. If that's the case, don't we just need to hold out for half a month, and the people causing trouble in the Divine Continent will die on their own? Li Yin turned to her. It's entirely possible, but who knows if they won't continue to transform more people. Then he smiled brightly. He pointed to the sky. The enemy definitely knows that these people won't live long, so they must have a follow-up plan. Give me a pen and paper. It's time to contact these friends again. Nighttime in the bamboo forest. The two of them were walking together in the bamboo forest. Fireworks were set off. Li Yin squinted with a smile. How many times this month have fireworks been set off illegally? Aren't you going to send someone to investigate? The girl replied, I don't care about such small matters. Besides, this is quite nice. One after another, the fireworks were launched. It was a beautiful and captivating sight. Ruoli blushed as she looked at the man beside her. He was concerned, thinking she had something on her mind. He turned to ask, Can't you see clearly? The girl replied, The position is not very good. He put his hand on her shoulder. He leaned against her. Is this better? The girl smiled sweetly. Much better. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Luo Shun, Luo Shun. Just when they were having a romantic moment, these guys had to ruin it. So annoying. Quickly, Li Yin answered the call. I'm here. The person on the other end complained. Why haven't you contacted me? Why is there no news from the capital? The sound of fireworks boomed. The person on the other end heard it. He asked, What's that sound? Did something happen? He lied. This operation failed. Dagon sent people to hunt me down. They used a series of crystal weapon attacks. The person on the other end shouted, Crystal weapons? I can confirm I heard that. Dagon is using some kind of strange weapon. But with you leading, how could you fail so miserably? On this side, Li Yin said calmly, something unexpected happened. I didn't expect Dagon to have an expert far superior to Li Yin. I was seriously injured by him. I'm currently hiding in a secret place to recover. An expert far superior to Li Yin? Who is it? This person is extremely despicable. He makes both gods and men hate him. He's completely unscrupulous. He tricked them. It's the head of the 6 fan school. Jianhai. He was frustrated. What? Jianhai? Dagon actually has someone who can suppress you? On this side, the man with the scar said, Jianhai, who? He chuckled. I've heard of this guy. He's famous for being despicable and vile. He likes to use cunning schemes and tricks. He's completely unscrupulous, not upright and honorable like me. On this side, the red-haired man also said with a smile, That's right. He and that Li Yin guy are both shameless scoundrels. He gave a sinister smile. Right, Luo Shun? On this side, Li Yin was furious, but he couldn't reveal his identity. The old master is right. I heard that Gao Feng guy you dealt with not only had a rotten character, but also liked to eat with his feet. He thought, I'll settle the score with you later. On this side, there was a super scary guy. Supreme Lord, what is this situation? Didn't you say we had reached the limit of our kind? How can there still be someone who can seriously injure Luo Shen? We abandoned the Lord of a northern wilderness. And this is what you give us in return? Rolly thought to herself. They're already starting to fight amongst themselves after just a small setback. They're not as united as I thought. A scary-looking man standing in a palace-like place shouted, Have you said enough? You were the ones who chose to cooperate with me. And now you're all in a panic just because you ran into a little trouble. It's not strange for Dagon to have such an expert. We just need to be wary of him. Besides, wasn't Li Yin, who caused chaos in Dagon for 5 years, dealt with by Luo Shun? What are you afraid of? There are 7 of us in the 7 stars. And he's only one person. We have superior numbers, superior force and pressure. And we also have the power of the core. With so many advantages, how can we lose? Besides, the enemy has no idea what our plan is. They can only passively endure. On this side, Li Yin smiled brightly. I think so too. The person on the other side said again, You are absolutely safe in the northern wilderness. Just speed up the conversion process. Next, let's discuss our next move. He replied, I need to write this down. That night, in the private residence of the couple, the 2 of them sat on the bed discussing. He spoke up. So, now that we know the enemy's entire plan, we're the ones with the advantage. Ruoli closed her eyes to relax. Not bad. You've worked hard. Li Yin squinted with a smile. It was no trouble. This is what I'm supposed to do. Ruoli frowned. Just a few words of praise, and you're already getting cocky. He replied, That's because I have a reason to be cocky. Isn't your husband the best? Ruoli sulked. So good that it makes me regret it. Li Yin gave a forced smile. How do you regret it? Then the girl moved closer to Li Yin. After all, you can only love one person once. Don't you think that's a bit too much? I want to love you many more times. He smiled. Indeed, this is truly too much. In the desert kingdom, in front of the palace gate, a man was standing in front of the gate. He had his arms crossed. The wind is really strong today. This is Tianji Star. Tianji Star, a Mucha. Suddenly, a gust of sand blew past. It made him momentarily lose his balance. A man with a scary face laughed loudly. Where's who she? Where's who she? This is 1 to 7 stars. Tian Quan Sapidit, Baba Ni Zong. Amucha was angry. You are such a rude person. The Supreme Lord is still in seclusion. Aren't you supposed to be in the Northwest converting martial artists? How did you get back so quickly? Baba Ni Zong Sly. He looked down with contempt. I found a treasure. Then he pointed at the person with him. Let who she see this person quickly. With his help, taking over Dagon will be as easy as flipping our hands. Amuchaskvintet. You brought a stranger, and you want to see the Supreme Lord? Who is he? The follower pulled down the brim of his hat. Excuse me. Allow me to introduce myself. He revealed himself. It was the blind swordsman from before. You can just call me Su-san. Back to the scene at Li Yun's house. He woke up, stretched, and took a deep breath. Damn it. We got so much intel last night that she went back to the palace early this morning to handle work. What should I do? Li Shui walked over. Mr. Landlord. Li Yun asked the girl. What's wrong? Unemployed again? Li Shui fronat. Of course not. But I'm on a temporary break these few days. Li Yun seemed skeptical. Lingling Mountain has days off. Li Shui explained. I don't want to either. But I hit a customer. Boss Tian couldn't take it anymore. He told me to rest for a few days. He didn't say he was firing me. But I want to work. Suddenly, he thought of someone. Is that what this is about? With her backing you, who would dare to fire you? Li Shui raised her hand. She stomped her foot. Of course that's not it. She recounted. Later, I decided to go out and have fun for a few days. When I passed by a stall selling local specialties, the owner wouldn't sell to me. He even called me a G2 or something. Li Yun Chocolat. What kind of organization did you get mixed up in to be mistaken for a G2? Did he say anything else? The girl pointed. Yes. He said something about killing the Lord of the Northern Wilderness. I wonder if that thing tastes good. Li Yun gave a forced smile. Sit down and tell me carefully. Li Shui sat down. She held up 3 fingers. There were 3 other people. They only talked to the stall owner and ignored me. He asked again, so where are those 3 people and the stall owner? Li Shui fronat. They wouldn't give me good food. In my anger, He stared at her with wide eyes. You dealt with them? The enhanced martial artists are very strong. They could even fight Chun Hai to a standstill. Is Li Shui that strong now? Li Ju Kananchet had feast. No, that's not it. I reported them to the authorities. They were all arrested. The stall owner was selling without a permit. And the other guys didn't have any identification papers. Serves them right for not selling me food. Li Yun agreed. That's amazing. After you die, you'll definitely be able to enter the Hall of Valor. Damn it. We spent years hiding in Dagon, and we ended up getting arrested. After taking down a group of soldiers, the men spoke up. The bald man was angry. I'll make that girl pay a heavy price. The man with the spiky hair spoke up. The capital is a dangerous place, especially Chun Hai. We should be more careful. The fat man said, right now, our only hidden danger is that little girl. Luckily, she doesn't know any important people. It will take some time for the higher-ups in Dagon to get the news. In the meantime, that's enough time for us to gather intel on the Lord of the Northern Wilderness. The bald man was sinister. Leave that girl to me. She dared to humiliate me like that. I will definitely kill her. Scene change. Li Yun and Li Shui were taking a walk. Let's split up. The most important thing is to be able to retreat safely. Li Yun was curious. How do you end up hitting customers every time? He thought, I'll go check the government office first. But they probably all escaped by now. Li Ju touch it her chest. I can't help it. Those customers always stare at my chest. Is this thing really that beautiful? Then she frowned. She added, but after I hit them, they seem very happy. What's up with that? He squinted. So, it's not that the boss is afraid of the dark forces behind you that he made you rest. It's that you're being approached by masochists asking for special services. The bald man appeared from nowhere. What a coincidence. To think I'd run into you here. He licked his long tongue. It seems my bad luck has run out. Now it's time for good luck to come knocking. He thought, this place is quite a distance from the palace. Chun Hai should still be in the palace. Li Yun is dead. Who can stop me now? Li Yun smiled at him. I think I'm lucky too. Saves me the trouble of looking for you. Li Shui stared at him. Hey, he's one of the guys I reported. Veins bulged on his face. A second later, he had grown several times larger. He threw a punch. You're definitely going to die today. He thought just 2 seconds. A quick and decisive battle. But Li Yun was faster. He directly slammed his head into the ground with his hand. He lay there, motionless. He couldn't say a word. He was shocked. It hurts so much. How is this possible? I just came to kill some nameless little girl. How does she have a top-tier expert by her side? Could it be a trap? I fell for it. This little girl was sent by the court to lure me out. I never thought she'd be so cunning. He stood up and said, to have this kind of power, you must be Chin-hai. As expected, you're too strong. The other two were happy. Lian said, that's right. I don't change my name when I travel, and I don't change my surname when I sit. Kin-hai. Li Shui put her hands on her hips. And I am the head disciple of the Jade Maiden Palace. Yang Qian. He laughed heartily. He transformed into a strange shape. He laughed heartily. Qian-hai. Yang Qian. I'll remember you. Then he turned into a cloud and flew away. He didn't forget to add a warning. I will absolutely not let you go. Lian took a deep breath. He covered his mouth. A second later, he released that breath and blew it straight at him. He couldn't react in time. He screamed, huh. Then he vanished into thin air. Lian squinted and looked up. I didn't expect him to be able to run. Wilderness art is truly amazing. But even if he's not dead, he's half crippled. Then he turned and smiled. Climb on my back. We need to get going. Li Shui was completely confused. Swish. A second later, Li Yun was speeding down the road, carrying Li Shui on his back. The capital is temporarily unsafe. I'll let you hide in the palace for a while. At the palace, Chen-hai was standing there. Then Li Yun jumped down from nowhere. Chen-hai was not pleased. You're finally showing your true colors, luring young girls. Men, arrest him. Li Yun held up the dizzy Li Shui. Little Chun, stop messing around. Arrange a place for her to stay. I was just ambushed and almost died. Little Chun continued. Tell me in detail, especially the part where you almost got beaten to death. Li Yun lowered his eyes. Why is this guy saying this to? Who influenced him? He chuckled. There are 4 people hiding in the capital. They probably all escaped by now. But for safety's sake, you should still search the entire city once. In the capital, Li Yun entered the bedroom. Roly asked, did something happen on your way here? He came closer and sat down on the bed. It's nothing. I just ran into an expert as strong as Chen-hai. Then I took away half his life with one punch. It just took a bit of effort to chase him down. The girl grimaced. That person went too far. Does my dear wife think that killing him directly wouldn't be going too far? He chuckled. It's just a normal attitude between martial artists. You don't have to worry about it. She sulked. I don't have to worry. She smiled sweetly. I love you so much. How could I not worry? Inside the forest, the group of people gathered. The man with the spiky hair assessed the situation. Damn it. Third brother's injuries are too severe. Let's retreat for now. Did you find any clues about the Lord of the Northern Wilderness? One of them was standing there. He twisted and contorted. He was covered in blood. This method of killing seems familiar. So the Lord of the Northern Wilderness is here. She crossed her arms. I heard you were looking for me. Early the next morning. In the capital, Li Yun said, let's do our exercises. Right here, he and a group of soldiers stood on the steps. 1, 2. 1, 2. Chen-hai walked over again. His face was ashen. Li Yun saw him. Little Chun, is something wrong? Little Chun frowned. He was annoyed. That little girl, Li Shui, was sneaking food from the Imperial kitchen all night last night. I chased her all night. You need to take her away. Li Yun was also at a loss. Little Chun, if you keep this up, you'll die from exhaustion one day. The man frowned. I've long been prepared to die for Dagon. But before I die, I'll have to drag you down with me. Yin continued. Speaking of which, the matter of the Jade Seal being the Northern Wilderness core, how do you plan to handle it? Chen-hai replied. Why are you asking me about this? Can't you just ask Her Majesty directly? Li Yun crossed his arms. Because if I ask, she will worry. For example, she might think I'm going to do something risky. Little Chun was disgusted. Her Majesty is not that kind of person. You've been with her for over a year, and you still haven't figured that out? Let's just say that's the case. So, how are you going to handle this matter in the end? I was serious. To prevent the Jade Seal from being controlled by others, Her Majesty has once again taken control of the Jade Seal. Although there are only 2 young men on it, that's enough. Besides, the Jade Seal is at an altitude of 59,000 jom. No human can reach that height. The Northern Wilderness is destined to fail. So how do you replenish the Black Swords? That's a state secret and cannot be revealed. Li Yun touched his chin. It couldn't be that you use sparkstones as fuel and then launch it up like a rocket, right? Little Chun broke out in a sweat. Of course not. In short, Her Majesty's intention is to keep the jade seal hanging up there. That way, we have a terrifying weapon, and at the same time, make it difficult for the enemy to achieve their goal. How'd he know we would use sparkstones? And what's a rocket? Liun smilad brigli. This is indeed the correct choice. The enemy isn't Scion. They can't fly up that high on their own. Little Chin broke out in a sweat. What on earth is this guy talking about? At the palace, Li Yun went to Ruoli's room to find her. He saw that she was already awake. He asked, "You're awake? Let me help you comb your hair." Ruoli looked over. She said, "Of course I'm awake. I don't have a habit of sleepwalking." As he combed her hair, he said, "Actually, no matter how you sleep at night, you always end up turning to hug me. And then you always mumble in your sleep, 'I like you so much. I've always liked you,' and things like that." Ruoli was arrogant. "There's a limit to your lies. Am I that kind of person?" He smiled. "You're right." The girl blushed. She denied it. "Even if I did, I was just pretending. After all, it was sleepwalking. It has nothing to do with me." Around noon, the two of them were strolling in the palace. Ruoli announced, "News just came in. They found 4 bodies outside the city. It must be those people." Lian was curious. "For bodies? Did you send someone to deal with them?" She said slowly. "Their target was the Lord of the Northern Wilderness. The one who took action must have been her. If she didn't even have that much strength, then there would be no need to cooperate with her." Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from the bushes. It turned out to be 2 messenger cats jumping out. It seemed someone sent a letter. She asked, "Is that the reply to the message you sent out earlier?" "Probably." Li Yin took out the letter. "I wonder if this Gao phone guy has any important intelligence. He hasn't heard from me in a long time. He must be very moved." But when he opened it, there were huge words. "Not me," and there was even a drawing of a piece of poop next to it. Li Yin didn't know what expression to make. Ruoli was disappointed. How can there be only 2 words? He slowly explained, "This guy really holds a grudge. This goes back to the first time I met him. Back then, Gao Feng commanded a branch of the army. He was stationed in Fan City. After hearing of my reputation, he sent a challenge to the rebel army. If I won, Fan City would belong to me. He would have no objections. But when Gao Feng went to the duel, the rebel army directly captured Fan City. But I did politely write him a reply. The letter said, 'It wasn't me. A spy infiltrated and accepted in my place. I'll capture him now and hand him over to you, brother, to deal with.' There's also a drawing of me. From then on, Gao Feng held a grudge against me. He had to kill me. As he recounted, he even smiled. He wants my life even more than you do." Ruoli frowned. "How can you say that? Your life has always been mine." He soothed her. "He wants my life. But you want little Yun's life. It's completely different." "What the heck?" "Ahem." He explained further. "Gao Feng is both an enemy and a friend. It's normal for him to reply with a taunt. As for my rebel comrades, they will definitely send their warm regards." He opened another letter. It was a drawing of Li Yun's head being crushed by someone. After Li Yun saw it, his face was dark. This was drawn by Feng too. It seems that tricking her this time made her very angry. Ruoli mocked. "It seems your relationship with the rebels isn't that great either." He waved the letter. He said, "You've misunderstood. What they mean is to crush the enemy under their feet. It seems they're very motivated this time." Then he pulled out the last piece of paper from the bamboo tube. She wondered what was written in the letter. After reading it, he said, "They found the enemy's lair. It's a city in the center of the northern wilderness." "It's called who?" He frowned. "In that case, Gao Feng was in the northern wilderness before. He might have already gone there." In the desert city, Gao Feng was hiding behind a wall. He was observing his surroundings. He thought, "I'm not seeing things, am I? How do the people of the northern wilderness have these things? I need to warn that bastard." A girl appeared. Her voice made him jump. She asked, "You're lousy, right?" The girl was floating in midair. Gao Feng whipped around. He asked with a frown, "Who are you?" The girl smiled and replied, "Heh, the aura of the trash city is on you. It seems the old man has been dealt with. This girl is Tian Shinstar." See, night fell. Gao Feng had been locked up in the northern wilderness's heavenly prison. She looked at him. He didn't say a word. So tough. The girl approached Gao Feng. He was covered in torture wounds. "They all say you're the second strongest in the world. You lost to me, and I'm not as good as the Supreme Lord. So at most, you're number 3. Her eyes widened. "Number 3, huh? I'll just take you for experiments." Gao Feng frowned. He was annoyed. As expected, getting involved with that bastard Li Yun. never leads to anything good. 2 of the 7 stars went to report to the Supreme Lord. He said, I originally thought that lousy could at least retreat in one piece. I didn't expect him to be killed. One of them frowned. Supreme Lord, what should we do next? The handsome Supreme Lord replied. From the looks of it now, the matter of Luo Shun killing Li Yun is also questionable. Our conversation was probably overheard by him. This is Tian Shu. His name is Hushi. The other one was suspicious. Does he have that kind of ability? This is our Northern Wilderness's own technique. Hushi continued. True Qi is also a technique of the divine continent. We've learned it now. It's not strange for them to learn from us. The man spoke calmly. True Qi is also a technique of the divine continent. We've learned it now. It's not strange for them to learn from us. The blue-haired man was curious. Since the Supreme Lord says so, he must have made preparations long ago. Of course I have. I sent you to gather intelligence on the old emperor and Li Yun before. Did you find anything? He reported, it's rumored that the relationship between the emperor and Li Yun is very good. The Supreme Lord held up his hand in a cool gesture. He said, is that so? Even a peasant couple will have conflicts, let alone an emperor and a rebel. Since he likes to eavesdrop, then we'll use this to drive a wedge between them. The man with the dark circles frowned. He was confused. Who's she? Isn't it possible that they're really in love like 2 normal people? The other one objected. What nonsense are you talking about? This isn't some fairy tale. Hushi's face was full of calculation. He said no, that's also a possibility. But if that's the case, it suits me even better. Let's proceed with the final plan. Gather the common people in the square. I have something to say. You 2 from Dagon. I hope you're still as the rumors say. Early in the morning, a shout came from the horn. Luo Shun, can you hear me? Lian slowly opened his eyes. Luo Shun? Huh, surprise. The 2 of them woke up in a surprising position. His face was pressed right into her chest. The person on the other side continued to shout. You need to return to the northern wilderness quickly. I have new intelligence here. The 2 of them sat up, still half asleep. He went to the horn. I'm on my way back. What's the intel? It seems the enemy has a new plan. The person on the other side continued. Our spy in Dagon reports that the former rebel leader, Li Yun, secretly prepared his forces before he fell. He's preparing to overthrow Dagon at any moment and pin the emperor down beneath him. Li Yun was confused. There's such a thing? I heard their relationship was pretty good. What's this about pinning her down? Most of the time, I'm the one on top. On this side, Hushi heard that. He frowned. There's also a small piece of news. I heard that before he got together with the emperor, Li Yun was always with another woman. The 2 of them could be called childhood sweethearts. And she was extremely affectionate towards Li Yun. She wished she could be with him every minute, every second. It's as if Li Yun was her life. It's truly touching. After hearing this sentence, Ruoli's face turned purple with rage. Li Yun gave a bitter smile and tried to soothe her. My dear wife. Ruoli was furious. She frowned in annoyance. Nonsense. This person is spouting utter nonsense. Even though I've never met him, I can feel that he is absolutely a man full of sin. I, the Empress of Dagon. How could I be that kind of woman? He stroked her head. He soothed her. Indeed, how could you have that kind of personality? Then he thought to himself, you're just a little more intense than that. He spoke into the horn. Hello, this is Li Yun. My wife says she has never done those things. The other side has probably already guessed. So there's no need to hide it anymore. On this side, she laughed heartily. So you're Li Yun. I didn't expect Luo Shan to be dealt with by you. It seems you're very capable. He replied, capable or not. I don't know, but I should be able to beat you to a pulp. Hushi replied, so confident. At most, you're only on the same level as me. Li Yun snarat. Sorry, I have the protagonist's aura over here. It increases my physical and magic resistance and adds points to my skill tree. Ruoli didn't understand a thing. Hushi frowned. His gaze was dangerous. Is this the power you've been hiding? On this side, he chuckled. Not only that, I also have power bestowed by the gods. I just need to shout, and I can stop time for 5 seconds. That's enough for me to deal with you. Hushi replied calmly. You're really amazing. The northern wilderness poses no threat to you at all. But he didn't believe it. How ridiculous. Anyone can brag. He replied, do humans feel threatened by insects? Hushi was angry. You're so arrogant. How does this lazy guy sound more like a villain than me? Lian added, we have specialized services over here. From cleaning up the body to burial, we're very professional. Sir, you're truly a master of bullshit. He He squinted with a smile. No, my real strength is that I like to mock people. It looks like you've never fought like this before. It's very normal to have a verbal battle before a fight. As if he understood, he replied, I see. This is indeed my shortcoming. Liu Muka. No way. You actually took what I said as the truth. On the other side, there was a loud bang. Hushi was angry. He threw the horn far away. He still added, Hey, are you still there? You can't even handle that? If I threw you onto the internet on Earth, you'd definitely get flamed to death. Ruoli asked, Are you done talking? He replied with a squinting smile. I guess so. The other side should be easy to deal with. She continued, It seems the enemy has no intention of backing down. We can only counterattack. He smiled. No, with your personality, even if the enemy did back down. You wouldn't let them go? The girl blushed. She was embarrassed and retorted, I'm not that kind of person. In the northern wilderness, Hushi said to the other two, the enemy has probably taken the bait. It won't be long before they come to attack us. He asked Shi, How is Gaofeng being handled? She opened her eyes wide. She replied, As expected of a top-tier martial artist from Dagon. After being infused with the core's true chi, his strength completely surpasses those before him. With the wilderness arts restriction, he is completely under our control. Hushi continued, The enemy has the Lord of the Northern Wilderness's help. What if they remove the wilderness art? Shishi replied, My restriction art is not the traditional Northern Wilderness art, but an evolution of Southern Barbarian voodoo. And Dagon has always been at odds with the Southern Barbarians. How could there be someone in the capital who is proficient in voodoo? The man with the dark circles came in to report. Hushi, the common people have gathered. So now it's your turn to take the stage. Hushi asked again, Has the thing Su San brought been properly set up? He grinned. He replied with satisfaction, Don't worry. All the elites have been fully equipped. Hushi stood up satisfied. Very good. The plan to destroy Dagon officially begins. Meanwhile, the other four were hiding behind a giant cactus. The My Wife is the Empress character asked, How is it? Narain Tae looked at the paper and replied, They're preparing to launch a full-scale attack. Straight for who? The big guy added. Finally, they're making a move. He thought, once this is over, I can finally get away from this crazy head instructor. Feng Tu was happy. This time, I finally get to meet Li Yun. I want to smash his head in. As she said this, she choked the messenger cat. Tai frowned. He said he would personally take the field. We will gather at Hu in 3 days and wipe out the enemy in one fell swoop. She thought to herself, as long as everything goes smoothly, this battle should be able to be settled. But I feel like something's not right. In a village nestled in a valley, the villagers had all been tied up. The cries of children and adults echoed. Mommy, help! Someone fiercely cursed at the group. You won't get a peaceful death. The masked man ordered. Bring the women out. Kill the rest. Then we'll take their place. The entire village will become a stronghold for our golden family. He frowned, but every word he spoke was vile. Leave the women for us to enjoy slowly. The coming days won't be so lonely after all. Do it. Kill them all. Li Yun walked over from nowhere. He said cheerfully, Haha, you guys have some good ideas. Seeing him, the man was shocked. Where are the guards outside the village? How did you let an outsider in? He smiled and pointed up. You mean those guys? Outside, they've all been buried. Only their heads are showing. They've all been properly buried. The whole group rushed forward. They shouted, Arrogant! Kill him! 3 stones were thrown. Li Yun only needed 3 stones to take down 3 men. All of them were headshots, hitting them straight in the head. 10, triple kill, he said with his dying breath. Dagon's methods are truly impressive. This place is so remote, yet you still found us. We admit defeat. He arrogantly tossed the pebbles in his hand. What are you guys talking about? Who knows about your plan? The man was shocked. Sir, you didn't come here on purpose? Li Yun replied with a smile. I was just passing by. I heard this place has some local specialties, so I came in to buy some for my wife. Chun Hai was standing alone on the road. Li Yun came back carrying a huge sack. Seeing Chun Hai, he smiled brightly. Little Chun, thank you for waiting for me. Little Chun was annoyed. You stopped more than 10 times on the way here. Do you even want to go to the northern wilderness anymore? Li Yun lo galudli. Isn't it all for your empress? You should try some too. The raisins here are also very famous. Chun frowned. He pursed his lips. Even though it's for Her Majesty. The train is already full of your stuff. Her Majesty packed too much for me. The national treasury is about to be empty. Little Chun held out a piece of paper. We don't have time to delay any longer. According to our spies' reports, Luo Yin City, near the northern wilderness, has been occupied by the Golden family. And there's someone there who's very familiar to you. Who is it? The person in the photo is soul-hooking Iron Claw. Elhun. The train chugged along the tracks. Chenhai added, Lu Hun was once the vice leader of the rebel army. His position was above the cadres. I heard he single-handedly captured a city. His strength is second only to yours. Liun Smilat. Elhun. What are you laughing at? Does that person still follow your orders? He squinted. Unfortunately, men are the most complicated things in the world. It wouldn't be strange if he turned on me. Little Chin broke out in a sweat, and he also controls many of the former rebels. If he turns on us, we'll have another strong enemy. You're not wrong. Lu Han is truly beyond your imagination. Even you say so. Is he that dangerous? Li Yun's face turned serious. The current situation is extremely urgent. Tell everyone not to act for now. Wait for me to go talk to him first.